The overworked employee, Chen Mo, unexpectedly finds himself reborn, precisely returning to the fateful day in 2005 that altered the trajectory of his life. Confronted by the radiant figure of his past whom he once professed his love to, Chen Mo is no longer the lovesick fool he was in his previous life, hopelessly entangled in unrequited affection. Acknowledging that life is fleeting, and should one inadvertently encounter the wrong person, it is imperative to learn when to let go. Chen Mo resolves to pursue three pivotal goals in this new existence: ideals, love, and virtuous companionship. Ultimately, he returns to the campus of his university. A frail yet stunningly beautiful school Belle inadvertently entangles him in a predicament during military training, resulting in him becoming her personal servant. Subsequently, she becomes an inseparable follower, trailing behind him daily, unable to break away. Initially, Chen Mo believes that his connection with the follower is merely a result of chance and fate, only to discover that they have known each other intimately for 5 long years, all orchestrated by destiny. The radiant figure awakens to her feelings and wishes to reclaim Chen Mo. Yet what does she have in comparison to the devoted follower? Is it beauty? The follower is universally acknowledged as the school's goddess, surrounded by admirers. Is it wealth? Certainly not. She has been chauffeured in luxury cars since her very first day at school. Is it background? Even the wealthiest heirs of Kyoto must respectfully address her as elder sister. Is it deep affection? Everyone knows she is the ever-obedient follower of Chen Mo. Chapter 001. The heavens have surprisingly granted me a second chance at life. You claim you will no longer be a lovesick fool. Yet is she compelling you to grovel? Chen Mo, what are you dawdling about in the restroom? It was merely a bottle of beer. Upon hearing the call, Chen Mo slowly opens his eyes, gazing at the water-drenched reflection in the mirror. Suddenly, a sense of familiarity washes over him, mingled with strangeness. I had previously warned you that Lin Jitong had declared in school that she would not engage in early romances. Countless suitors have met their demise, yet you stubbornly insisted on confessing your feelings. This. Hearing the voice again, Chen Mo abruptly turns his head, a name faintly surfacing in his mind. Luo Buitao? Wasn't I just dining with a client and came to the restroom to wash my face after a few too many drinks? How could I suddenly see my childhood friend? And it is the youthful Luo Buitao at that. Astonished, he turns back to the mirror, swiftly and vigorously wiping the droplets from his face. That familiar yet strange visage becomes increasingly vivid. What on earth? How could I look so youthful? At that moment, a tissue suddenly appeared before Chen Mo, obstructing his view. Quickly wipe your face. Most of the classmates have left. Let us return. Chen Mo, still in a daze, disregards the remark, turning his head in confusion. He reaches out with his damp hands and pinches Luo Buitao's somewhat plump cheeks. Damn it! Luo Buitao pushes Chen Mo's hands away, wiping his own face while grumbling. Even if your confession failed, you cannot take your frustrations out on me. Does it hurt? Chen Mo directly inquires. Isn't that obvious? Does it hurt? In a moment of disorientation, an astonishing thought suddenly strikes Chen Mo's mind. Have I truly been reborn? What year is it? What date? Chen Mo asks, bewildered. It is August 9th, 2005. Are you all right? Luo Buitao looks at him with confusion. August 9th? The confession? The hazy memories of his previous life gradually coalesce in Chen Mo's mind. August 9th, 2005 marks the unluckiest day of his previous life and the pivotal turning point, all stemming from a girl. Lin Jitong, one of the 3 beauties at 1C No. 1 high school, the goddess in the hearts of countless boys, and the radiant figure whom Chen Mo adored throughout high school. Chen Mo, are you going or not? Luo Buitao's remark jolts Chen Mo from his fleeting memories, prompting him to take the tissue and dry his face. Once more, he gazes at his youthful and slightly naive countenance in the mirror, and a smile unexpectedly spreads across his face. This is absolutely splendid. Has the heavens granted me a chance to start anew? Observing Chen Mo's exaggerated smile and his sudden nonsensical utterance, Luo Buitao inquires with concern, Xiao Mo, are you truly all right? He worries that Chen Mo might have lost his sanity after the emotional blow. Chen Mo turns to his childhood friend and brother, feeling an inexplicable tremor in his heart. In his past life, it was due to the turmoil following his failed confession on this very day that he was forced to drop out and venture into a foreign city alone. During the most difficult times, it was Luo Buitao who extended a helping hand, preventing him from starving on the streets or dying far from home. Regaining his composure, Chen Mo replies, I am fine. Let's go. With that, he strides confidently toward the exit. However, just as they exit the restroom, Luo Buitao halts him after only a couple of steps. Perhaps we should avoid returning to the main hall and sneak out through the back door? The back door? Why should we take the back door? And sneak away? Chen Mo queries, bewildered. Observing Chen Mo's nonchalant demeanor, Luo Buitao expresses his concern. I am merely worried about you encountering Lin Jitong and feeling awkward. Chen Mo waves dismissively, continuing toward the main hall while remarking, "It's just a minor inconvenience. It's nothing to fret over." In the dining hall, Chen Mo's gaze immediately lands on the girl seated at the table on the west side, Lin Jitong. After nearly 2 decades, seeing the radiant figure he once adored causes a flutter in his heart. Yet, his current emotions are entirely different from those of the past. Lin Jitong appears to notice him as well, but instinctively lowers her head. Chen Mo chuckles and strides confidently toward her, reflecting on the absurdities of his former self. From the onset of his first year until the conclusion of the college entrance examination, Chen Mo harbored silent affection for Lin Jitong for 3 years. Throughout high school, she received countless confessions and love letters. Yet Chen Mo never expressed his feelings, choosing instead to remain a silent guardian by her side. Once, she mentioned her admiration for male celebrities with long hair, prompting Chen Mo to endure the school scrutiny by growing his hair long. She expressed her fondness for boys who play basketball, leading him to exert extraordinary effort in the sports team, practicing tirelessly. She claimed to enjoy campus folk songs, which compelled Chen Mo to self-learn the guitar, seizing every opportunity to serenade her. She declared that she would not entertain romantic relationships during her high school years. For 3 long years, Chen Mo silently devoted himself to her, never uttering a word of affection or love. This was because Chen Mo firmly believed in one principle: companionship is the most profound declaration of love. He was convinced that with enough patience and effort, he could eventually win Lin Jitong's heart, until the moment of college entrance examination applications arrived. Chen Mo relinquished his opportunity to attend prestigious institutions like Beijing Sport University or the Provincial Sports Academy, ultimately opting for a modest university where Lin Jitong had been accepted. In doing so, he believed that his silent companionship could finally reach a conclusion and that it was time for genuine companionship. Thus, he chose this class reunion as the occasion to confess his feelings to Lin Jitong. However, the outcome was merely a response of, "I am not considering a relationship until after I graduate from university, later. After several reiterations of later, it became evident that there would be no future. The confession had undeniably failed. Yet, even in defeat, Chen Mo remained indifferent to the astonished, mocking, and derisive gazes of his classmates. It was Lin Jitong's emotionless expression that ultimately imparted a crucial realization to him. If you are uncertain whether someone loves you, it signifies they do not. This holds true without exception. It is akin to sitting by the fire. How could one possibly feel cold? Subsequently, Chen Mo uttered no further words, downed an entire bottle of beer on the table, and retreated to the restroom. Pondering over the events, Chen Mo found himself at the dining table. Lin Jitong's visage, which he had not seen for nearly 2 decades, revealed itself before him. Her cascading black hair flowed like a waterfall, and her deep, phoenix-like eyes sparkled like the moonlit stars. Her exquisitely defined features included a smooth, full forehead, a petite and straight nose, and thin, rosy lips. Clad in a floral dress, she radiated an endless vibrancy of youth. Truly, she was one of the 3 beauties of Wuxian No. 1 high school. However, that was merely the extent of it. As a middle-aged uncle, with a mindset shaped by 37 years of singlehood, what had he not witnessed or experienced? Finally reaching the dining table, Chen Mo realized he was not the only one who had remained. Another figure was present. It was the quintessential sycophant, Fang Yongming, the class monitor who shamelessly pursued Lin Jitong throughout their high school years. "Oh, isn't this the great romantic Chen Mo? I thought you would sulk and disappear after your failed confession. Yet here you are, returning with such audacity," Chen Mo sneered. While others might casually utter the term sycophant, for this genuine lickspittle to do so was indeed laughable. "What business is it of yours?" Chen Mo retorted sharply, extending his hand towards Lin Jitong. Startled, Lin Jitong's already flushed face revealed a flicker of fear. Observing this, Fang Yongming immediately positioned himself in front of Lin Jitong, mustering the courage to confront Chen Mo, who towered above him. "What? Are you planning to resort to violence because your confession was unsuccessful?" "Xiao Mo, don't act impulsively." Upon hearing Luo Buotao echo this sentiment and grasp his arm, Chen Mo felt utterly exasperated. It was akin to a silent father-in-law watching without a word, leaving him helplessly shaking his head, unwilling to explain further. He extended his other hand to retrieve the bouquet of flowers that had been before Lin Jitong, flowers he had specifically purchased for his confession. Regardless of past lives or this one, Chen Mo yearned to conclude this absurd chapter of his emotional journey. Upon witnessing Chen Mo take the flowers, Lin Jitong's face suddenly bore an expression that was difficult to articulate. As she began, "Xiao Mo, let me explain. Actually, there's no need to say anything. It holds no significance now. Moreover, it would be best if you referred to me as Chen Mo from now on." Chen Mo felt that listening to any further explanations from Lin Jitong would be an act of self-degradation. Chapter 002. Three matters in life: ideals, love, and good women. As I stepped out of the restaurant, the blinding sunlight kissed my face, allowing Chen Mo to truly experience the beauty of rebirth. Healthy, robust, and full of vigor. Most importantly, I had been reborn after the college entrance examination. Otherwise, even if I were to take my own life, my cultural scores would never match those of my past life. Just as Chen Mo was still basking in the joy of rebirth, Luo Buitao suddenly remarked, "Xiao Mo, it seems Lin Jitong and Feng Yongming are in trouble." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo turned his head and glanced through the glass. He was acutely aware of the situation unfolding within. In his previous life, Chen Mo had not been nearly as nonchalant. After being rejected by Lin Jitong, he had lingered inside, wallowing in despair. A group of young men who had just finished their meal happened to pass by, and the leader, a fellow named Wang Zikong, attempted to obtain Lin Jitong's QQ number. In a moment of conflict, fueled by his own heartbreak, Chen Mo had clashed with him. In the ensuing chaos, a broken bottle had plunged into Wang Zikong's abdomen, necessitating an emergency medical intervention. Subsequently, the restaurant had reported the incident, leading to the arrest of everyone involved, and Chen Mo was charged with intentional injury. Despite his parents exhausting their savings to seek leniency, the other party remained unyielding and pursued legal action. Ultimately, Chen Mo received a suspended sentence. This upheaval not only cost him the chance at university, but also derailed his entire future. Shortly after his probation, he learned that Lin Jitong had entered into a relationship shortly after beginning university. Having lived anew, upon seeing this group of individuals, Chen Mo, whose mindset had matured like an old dog, felt not hatred, but a poignant realization that he had truly been a fool in his past life. He finally grasped a vital truth. Life is short, and if one inadvertently encounters the wrong people, it is imperative to know when to draw the line, without mercy. "Let us go, Luo Bo," Chen Mo called out, using Luo Buitao's nickname, and walked ahead. He had no inclination to concern himself with the unfolding drama inside. After all, they were merely a group of young ruffians who could hardly stir up any significant troubles. Luo Buitao hurriedly caught up, saying, "Should we go back and take a look? Even if Lin Jitong rejects you, she is still a classmate." In response to Luo Buitao's concern, Chen Mo merely smiled and asked Luo Bo, "If your rival and the person who once abandoned you both fell into a river and couldn't swim, would you choose to go dancing or singing?" The question left Luo Buitao momentarily stunned, unable to respond. Chen Mo continued with a grin, "I would choose to swim around them." That being said, Chen Mo had no desire or interest in witnessing the commotion, so he disregarded Luo Buitao's expression, tossed a bouquet into the trash, and strode forward alone. Upon reaching the street corner, Chen Mo felt a surge of urgency to return home and see his parents, whom he hadn't laid eyes on in what felt like ages. Even though his parents were likely still at work at this hour, his mind was solely occupied with the thought of returning home. He bid farewell to Luo Buitao. As he opened the door, a familiar yet foreign scene greeted him. Even before his rebirth, he had not returned home in a long time. Now, gazing upon the nearly 20-year-old visage of his home, he felt a bittersweet blend of joy and nostalgia. After the brawl incident during his probation, Chen Mo had transformed into a recluse, confining himself within those walls. Later, upon hearing that Lin Jitong had entered a relationship in college, he severed ties with nearly everyone. Once his probation had concluded, he resolutely departed from his parents and family, embarking on a solitary journey to the southern coastal city, returning only a handful of times over the years. After surveying the living room, kitchen, and even the bathroom, he finally arrived at his own room. Adorning the wall was a Yamaha 41-inch acoustic guitar, surrounded by posters of Do Siener, Eminem, Allen Iverson, Rukawa Kid, and Asakura Minami, among others. Had Attack on Titan been serialized in 2005, there would undoubtedly have been a striking poster of Mikasa and the diminutive Levi. The room contained a bed, 2 bookshelves, a desk that had once hosted fervent study sessions, and an outdated computer. Chen Mo vaguely recalled that the bottom drawer of his desk concealed DVDs from his youthful enlightenment, featuring the likes of Teacher Tsang, Teacher Fan, Teacher Ogawa, and Teacher Kamitani. The desk shelves were filled with trophies and awards from competitions, alongside official certificates of recognition. Moreover, there lay the admission notice from Kyoto University of Commerce that had gone unutilized in his past life. Everything felt so nostalgic, having ventured through life and returned. I remained youthful, traversing mountains and rivers, yet still believing in the worthiness of human existence. Lying on the bed, Chen Mo reminisced about the past while contemplating his future plans. In his previous life, his parents had toiled in this small house, sacrificing their comfort for him, and had never upgraded to a larger dwelling. Given this chance at rebirth, he vowed to fundamentally alter the destinies of himself and his family. To earn money. Moreover, he must amass enough wealth to ensure his parents' remaining years are free from worry, leading even to a more affluent life. This became the first and most significant ideal following his rebirth. As for love, Chen Mo vowed never again to be a mere sycophant. He would not easily engage in a fruitless romance. He would not become a fool who blindly devoted himself without reciprocation. Of course, if he encountered a good woman, he might entertain the idea. After all, he was now a spirited young man. Contemplating this, Chen Mo suddenly leaped from his bed, retrieved a notebook from the writing desk, and flipped to the last page. He swiftly penned 2 lines, from henceforth, 3 matters in life: ideals, love, and good women. Amidst the blossoming peach and willow, writing love poems and indulging in flirtation, what does it matter if the future is fraught with peril? Chapter 003, The Unsent Letter from My Previous Life. As a reborn individual, Chen Mo was acutely aware of the trends and numerous lucrative opportunities that lay ahead over the next decade. However, 2005 was an exceedingly awkward year. At least, that was how it appeared to Chen Mo. The real estate market had yet to ascend and would require several more years to do so, and he lacked sufficient startup capital. Bitcoin had not yet been issued, and even if it were, it would take a considerable time to realize any profit. Even more frustrating, there was no World Cup. Betting on football was out of the question. Lottery? Those in the know understood. Living off others? That was an absurd notion. Who could simply choose to live off someone else? Not everyone could endure the hardships of such a life. Copying songs? Plagiarizing books? Such acts were outright theft. And Chen Mo had no interest in engaging in petty criminality. If he was to earn money, it had to be done with integrity and honor. As for stock trading and financial investments, they were entirely outside of Chen Mo's consideration. In his past life, he had never attended university. He was just an ordinary office worker, far removed from a myriad protagonists in novels who could traverse heaven and earth or squander wealth like water, possessing harem of thousands. After being reborn, it was as if he possessed boundless abilities, capable of achieving the impossible with a mere blink, effortlessly amassing fortunes in the billions. Such notions are nothing but absurdity. Consequently, in the absence of fantastical, game-like tropes, the idea of instantly acquiring quick, mindless wealth was all but extinguished. However, Chen Mo was not devoid of entrepreneurial insight. In his previous life, he had spent over a decade in the bustling electronic hub known as Flower Qiangbei in Yang City. Thus, he was well-versed in the evolution of electronic devices and the internet. Therefore, he resolved to leverage this knowledge as a springboard, intending to act in accordance with a genuine timeline. Having determined his course, Chen Mo ceased his internal deliberations and prepared to return to the living room, waiting patiently for his parents to return from work. Yet, as he moved, an object fell from the corner of his desk, and he casually picked it up. It was a letter, one that had not been sealed. Upon glancing at the address and signature, a wave of memories flooded his mind. He recalled that during his second year of junior high, the somewhat pretentious Chen Mo had submitted a piece of writing under the pen name Bubbles in the World to a small magazine, which surprisingly got published. Not long after, a girl who referred to herself as Fish in the Smoke wrote him a letter, and thus began their muddled correspondence as pen pals, mutually agreeing to communicate solely via letters without resorting to any other means. Thus began a 5-year exchange of letters, evolving from mere acquaintances to intimate friends. Chen Mo had confided his feelings for Lin Jitong and his intentions to confess after the college entrance examination. It was likely the last letter he received before the exams. Engrossed in his studies, he delayed his response until after the exams, only to discover that shortly after finishing, his team was abruptly notified of a training competition. He intended to send the letter once he arrived at the training site, but in the haste of departure, it was inadvertently left behind. Upon returning from the competition, he became preoccupied with preparations for confessing to Lin Jitong, entirely forgetting about the unsent letter. Later, following an incident that led to a drastic change in his temperament, Chen Mo severed ties with nearly everyone, including that unmailed letter, which would remain forever unsent. Now, having returned to life, he stumbled upon its existence once more. Perhaps by divine intervention, Chen Mo contemplated mailing it the following day. As for the letter's content, he vaguely remembered expressing his desire to confess to Lin Jitong after the exams. The rest was a blur. Given that the confession had failed, he decided to amend its contents before mailing it. Thus, he retrieved the original stationery, tore it up without a second glance, and procured a fresh sheet. Alas, he found himself at a loss for words. With a changed mindset, Chen Mo struggled to articulate a suitable reply. After much contemplation, he ultimately inscribed just 4 words: confession failed. Sealing the envelope, he returned to the living room, turned on the television, and awaited his parents' return. The program was dreadfully dull, nearly lulling him to sleep. Checking the clock, he realized there was still ample time before their arrival. He retraced his steps to his bedroom, letter in hand, and stepped outside. "Why are you back so late?" Upon entering, he heard his father, Chen Guozheng's voice, and was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly shedding tears. This man, steadfast and upright throughout his life, was willing to kneel before the parents of Wang Zikong for the sake of his son, a true embodiment of a father's love. As solid as a mountain. Seeing the younger Chen Guozheng again, Chen Mo longed to embrace him but refrained, not wanting to appear overly sentimental. Instead, he maintained his usual demeanor, changing his shoes while commenting, "Dad, that old bicycle of yours really needs replacing. I rode it to the post office, and it dropped its chain 8 times over a few miles. Otherwise, I would have been home much sooner." Once he had changed shoes, like any returning child, he naturally inquired, "Dad, where's Mom?" Just as the words left his lips, He Yunlan emerged from the kitchen. "All you do is run wild outside, leaving early in the morning and returning now. You're going to be just like your father, troublesome even after marrying." Chen Guozheng feigned innocence, caught in the crossfire of her words. At that moment, Chen Mo, who had intended to act nonchalant, could no longer contain himself and felt tears welling up. As Mr. Laoshi once said, even if one lives to 80 or 90, having a mother brings a semblance of childlike innocence. Losing a mother is like a flower placed in a vase, colorful and fragrant, yet severed from its roots. Those with a mother find peace in their hearts. Thus, overwhelmed, Chen Mo rushed forward, only to be abruptly pushed back by Ms. Yunlan. Her expression one of utter disdain. "Your hands are covered in oil. What are you doing? Go wash up." It dawned on Chen Mo that while fixing the bicycle chain, his hands had indeed become quite greasy. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up." At his mother's urging, the excitement he felt dwindled significantly, and he obediently headed to the bathroom. Upon washing his hands and returning, he noticed that his mother had returned to the kitchen. Although he intended to check on her again, he saw Chen Guozheng beckoning him, so he approached. "Although the decision has been made, I still want to emphasize the importance of owning one's choices." Chen Mo understood his father's words referenced his decision not to attend Beijing Sport University or the Provincial Sports Institute, but to enroll in an ordinary undergraduate institution. He could not help but feel that his parents were truly remarkable and open-minded. During the application process, they had known full well that Beijing Sport was the best option. Yet they allowed him the freedom to choose without any reproach. Reflecting on this warmed his heart. Noticing Chen Mo's silence, Chen Guozheng assumed he felt guilty and offered reassurance. "It's all right. Learning happens everywhere. As long as you work hard enough, you will surely surpass me and become an even more exceptional person." To which Chen Mo timidly replied, "Dad, I can't make any promises about other things, but I am quite confident about finding a wife even more outstanding than you." Upon hearing this, Chen Guozheng was momentarily taken aback, then glanced towards the kitchen. Realizing the impending trouble, Chen Mo prepared to make a hasty exit. However, before he could rise, Chen Guozheng firmly grasped him, pinning him down on the sofa. Such was the weight of paternal love, akin to a landslide. In a moment of desperation, Chen Mo quickly turned the conversation. Mom, what delicious dishes did you prepare today? As Ms. Yunlan approached, rolling up her sleeves, she replied, Of course, I made your favorite, big mouthfuls of lard. Chapter 4. 3 years' worth of breakfast fed to the dogs? The family of 3 enjoyed a warm and pleasant evening together. After years of separation, Chen Mo engaged his parents in conversation until they could no longer keep their eyes open and retreated to their bedroom, at which point he reluctantly returned to his own room. The following day, he stirred awake near noon to the sound of the door opening and, scratching his disheveled hair, he sleepily made his way to the living room, where he found his mother busily preparing in the kitchen. A warm feeling swelled within him. Such a scene is truly something I haven't experienced in many, many years. Mom, why are you back so early? Isn't there a cafeteria and dormitory at the hospital? Yulan works at the Women's and Children's Health Hospital in Wenxian, having served as a head nurse in her youth and repeatedly recognized as an outstanding individual. However, as she grew older and could no longer handle the demanding night shifts, the hospital reassigned her to the infusion room, where the work is considerably lighter and devoid of night duties. At this moment, Yulan emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 plates of stir-fried dishes, and upon seeing Chen Mo's disheveled appearance, she remarked with disdain, How did your father and I end up with such a lazy child? Just look at what time you woke up. Of course, Chen Mo understood that Yulan had a heart of gold beneath her sharp tongue. Despite the cafeteria at her workplace, she rushed home at noon, clearly worried that he might go hungry. Truly, there is no love like a mother's. Chen Mo chose not to call her out on it. Rubbing his head, he replied, How am I lazy? During training, I'm always the first to arrive at the sports field. As he spoke, he pinched a piece of garlic sprout and popped it into his mouth. Ah, the taste of home, delightful. Yulan, who had just come out of the kitchen with a bowl of rice, looked at him with a mix of disgust and affection. You're not lazy? I know you better than you think. When I was pregnant with you, you never kicked me. I thought you were dead. At that moment, Chen Mo felt the garlic sprout lose its flavor. Mom, I'm your biological son. How can you say that about me? I never considered you my adoptive mother. Enough of this chatter. Hurry and wash up. Lunch is ready. After being scorned, Chen Mo quickly washed up and returned to the dining table, sitting down and devouring the meal as if he hadn't eaten in ages. Watching him eat, Yulan expressed both annoyance and affection. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Ignoring her, Chen Mo continued to eat ravenously. Yulan rolled her eyes and continued. Your father and I have decided to take you shopping for a new phone this weekend, and we'll get you some new clothes as well. You're about to start college, and you shouldn't feel deprived compared to others. Okay, thank you, Mom and Dad. Chen Mo replied briefly while focused on his food, but his heart swelled with warmth. Yulan, noticing his tousled hair from just waking up, commented, How long are you going to keep that bird's nest on your head? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo immediately looked up, catching the mischievous glint in Yulan's eyes. He knew that his mother was hinting at something deeper. After all, he had never concealed his feelings for Lin Jitong from his parents. Moreover, it was nearly impossible to hide it, given that he brought her breakfast almost daily and walked her home after evening study sessions. Any perceptive parent could pick up on the signs, especially someone as astute as Yulan. Thus, Chen Mo had previously confided in his parents, assuring them that he would not engage in a real relationship until after the college entrance exams, nor would it affect his academic performance. Yulan and her husband were quite open-minded and trusted their son's character, choosing not to pry excessively. However, they often subtly inquired about his life, showing their concern. Hence, they were well aware of Chen Mo's actions over the years, including the reason for his long hair. Now, looking into his mother's sharp and cunning gaze, Chen Mo candidly replied, I think it might be time to cut it. Really? Yulan exclaimed in surprise, putting down her utensils. Have you confessed? Ah, and then got rejected. Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. Yulan was taken aback. She knew her son's temperament. Being turned down by a girl he had liked for 3 years should have affected him, yet he seemed unfazed. Little did she know that the impact of rejection had been far more profound in his previous life, nearly costing him everything. Sensing the concern in his mother's eyes, Chen Mo reassured her, Mom, don't worry. I'm really fine. I'm grown up now. Are you sure? Yes, absolutely sure. Though still somewhat uneasy, He Yulan felt relieved upon noticing no overt signs of distress in Chen Mo. After all, this boy could eat and sleep. How much could he really be affected? After a brief silence, He Yulan suddenly exclaimed, "So, all those breakfasts you brought her were for nothing?" Chen Mo froze, staring at her incredulously. "Mom, sorry. I misspoke." He Yulan quickly apologized, adding, "Clearly you were the one acting like a dog, not Lin Jitong." "Mom?" Chen Mo found himself at a loss, feeling the warmth of maternal affection dissipate. After a delightful lunch, He Yulan prepared to leave. "Isn't work less busy now? Why the hurry back to the hospital?" Chen Mo asked. "I have a patient scheduled for an infusion this afternoon. I need to go in for a shift." Despite her busy schedule, she rushed home just to prepare a meal for him. Chen Mo's appreciation for his mother's love surged once more. "Be safe on your way back," he said. "Remember to take a shower." He Yulan reminded him as she put on her shoes. "Okay, got it." As He Yulan opened the door, she added, "Love doesn't always equate to compatibility, and compatibility doesn't guarantee love. Don't bind anyone in the name of love. The rarest feelings in life are, you are willing, and she is worthy." With that, she closed the door behind her without waiting for a response. Standing at the threshold, Chen Mo contemplated his mother's words before heading off to take a shower. Back in his room, he dried his hair while pondering how to spend the upcoming days. After all, the start of the school year was still a while away, and he had roughly outlined his entrepreneurial plans for the future. However, he couldn't afford to remain idle during this time. Though Wenxian was small, there were always opportunities to earn some money. He powered on his outdated computer, and as soon as he logged into QQ, a flurry of notification sounds erupted. Chen Mo opened all the chat windows and began to read through them. The first message was from Luo Buotao. "Hey Mo, are you awake? When are we going to play 3C? I want to thrash you again." Chen Mo cursed under his breath and closed the chat window. When he opened the second chat window, he was taken aback. It was a message from Lin Jitong. "I'm sorry, Mo, yesterday's incident caught me off guard. I didn't react in time. I didn't mean to reject you. I just really don't want to rush into a relationship. We've always been good friends, and since we'll be in the same college, can we continue to get along like before? If that's the case, I might consider being with you after we graduate. So, please understand my position, okay? Mo." Chen Mo, feeling apathetic towards the subsequent content, promptly closed the dialog box. A quiet chuckle escaped her lips as she mused. "You insist on postponing romantic entanglements until after graduation. Yet, in her previous life, it seems she had barely settled into school before becoming involved with a boy. Is this not merely a jest at my expense?" She sighed inwardly, reflecting on Lin Jitong. To most adults, the world is painted in stark black and white. Something is either true or false. Who would recklessly charge ahead, fully aware of their folly? Maintaining a friendship is feasible, as they have been classmates for many years. But it must remain a cordial acquaintance. There is no need to revert to the past. Time and resources are too precious to squander on trivial matters. Thus, you may traverse your own path while I boldly forge mine, confidently and resplendently. Regaining her focus, Chen Mo glanced at the other message boxes. The remaining messages were merely from a handful of amicable classmates expressing their concern. She simply acknowledged their sentiments and closed the dialog box. Opening a web browser, she searched for information pertaining to electronic networks. The most prominent headline boldly proclaimed, with the advent of dual-core CPUs, the hardware market is set for a major transformation. The accompanying text detailed how, at the beginning of 2005, Intel and AMD released their flagship dual-core CPUs, prompting a significant upgrade across software and hardware products. This heralded a substantial evolution for personal computers, particularly in internet cafes, with the increasing popularity of large-scale games necessitated urgent hardware enhancements. Upon reading this, a memory from her past life flickered in Chen Mo's mind, seemingly illuminating a path to financial gain. She swiftly dashed to the living room and dialed a number on a landline. "Hello." The voice on the other end was not that of Luo Buotao, but rather his mother, Qin Xiaorong. Prior to their relocation, Chen Mo's family had lived next door to the Luo family, fostering a warm relationship. Luo Buotao was slightly older than Chen Mo, and they had been childhood friends. Despite moving to different neighborhoods, They had maintained their connection over the years, sharing classes from elementary through high school. In her past life, when Chen Mo ventured alone to Yangcheng, Luo Buitao remained her sole link to home. Eventually, after graduating from university, he returned to Wang County and secured a position in the local physical education department. Like many ordinary individuals, he engaged in the typical cycle of courtship, marriage, and parenthood, leading a modest life. Yet, during Chen Mo's most challenging times, the not-so-wealthy Luo Buitao selflessly lent her his entire savings, never once demanding repayment. Consequently, Chen Mo resolved to embark on a financial venture with him, not merely to repay a debt from her previous life, but because he was truly her brother. "Aunt Chin, it's Chen Mo. Is Buitao at home?" "Oh, it's you." "Xiao Mo." Buitao left for his uncle's place right after lunch to gather some information. "I see. Thank you, Aunt Chin." After hanging up, Chen Mo felt a surge of joy. Fortune had smiled upon her in the form of an unexpected opportunity. She had intended to invite Luo Buitao to his uncle's internet cafe, but it seemed he had already taken the initiative. So, she quickly dressed and headed out. Luo Buitao's uncle's internet cafe was modest in size, and due to aging equipment, even during the peak summer season, business was lukewarm. After a cursory glance, she soon spotted him not far from the entrance. He was engrossed in a local area network game of CS, visibly frustrated after being eliminated with a headshot. Chen Mo approached him, lightly patting his shoulder. "Xiao Mo, what brings you here? Did you see my QQ message? Hurry. Log on, and let's play a few rounds of 3C. Chen Mo had no inclination to indulge in games and inquired, "Where's your uncle?" "I didn't see him when I arrived. He must have stepped out." "Why do you ask?" "Just curious." With the main figure absent, they had no choice but to wait. Chen Mo settled at a machine adjacent to Luo Buitao and began playing Warcraft. 15 minutes later, Luo Buitao's earlier frustration had dissipated, replaced by a triumphant demeanor. Chen Mo, however, felt a sense of helplessness. After years away from gaming, she was no match for him. She reminisced about the days when, regardless of whether it was King of Fighters or Warcraft 3C, Luo Buitao had never bested her. Just as he was basking in his victory, two individuals entered the cafe and approached them. The girl in the lead walked directly to Chen Mo, exclaiming, "Xiao Mo, you're here too." The voice was achingly familiar. Turning around, she confirmed it was Lin Jitong standing behind her, dressed in a pristine white free t-shirt that accentuated her fair skin. Paired with blue jeans that perfectly highlighted her slender form, she looked every bit the stunning beauty. A hint of makeup accentuated her features, drawing the attention of many upon her entrance. The companion beside her was none other than Fang Yongming, the persistent admirer who had always clung to her. It seemed that, in her absence, nothing significant had transpired the previous afternoon. Chen Mo chose to ignore them, turning her attention back to Luo Buitao to prepare for another game. "Jitong, what brings you to the internet cafe?" Luo Buitao, with a gentler demeanor than Chen Mo, addressed her while still disregarding Fang Yongming. "My home computer is infected and won't boot. I thought I might find some information here. I happened to run into Yongming on my way out, so I came along." Lin Jitong replied, her gaze still fixated on Chen Mo, biting her cherry-red lips. She seemed poised to reach out and tap Chen Mo on the shoulder, but ultimately refrained. Simply asking, "Xiao Mo, are you okay? What could possibly be wrong?" "I'm well-fed and well-rested," Chen Mo replied curtly, without turning. She then urged Luo Buitao, who appeared lost in thought, to hasten. "What are you dawdling for? Let's get the game going." Lin Jitong, seemingly undeterred, pressed on. "Xiao Mo, did you see the QQ message I sent you?" "Yes," Chen Mo responded, her tone cool and indifferent. "Then why didn't you reply?" Lin Jitong's lips tightened in frustration. "Perhaps it wasn't necessary," Chen Mo retorted. Upon hearing this, Lin Jitong's delicate face flushed slightly, revealing a hint of vulnerability. "Why wouldn't it be necessary? I share my true feelings with you. You should understand me." Chen Mo had initially intended to disengage from the conversation entirely, but her words struck a nerve, prompting her to respond with a sardonic smile. "How amusing. Shouldn't someone be understanding of me as well?" I. Lin Jitong's eyes glistened, her cheeks reddening. "You were never like this before. And how was I before?" Chen Mo inquired, intrigued. "Oh, right. In days gone by, I would rush to answer your calls, damp hair hastily thrown into disarray as I donned my clothes in a flurry, even while in shower. Once, after an entire day of rigorous training, despite feeling utterly exhausted, I would persist at my computer, engaging in conversation with you until you found rest. Before finally succumbing to slumber myself, I made every effort to embrace your interests, striving to cater to your every desire. Yet, you remained oblivious to all of this, failing to recognize its value. Meanwhile, my relentless attempts to win your affection became the gravest misstep of our relationship. It was then that Fong Yong-ming, the ever-watchful admirer, could no longer restrain himself, pointing at Chen Mo's back and exclaiming loudly, "Chen Mo, can you not be a bit more mature? You can't react this way just because Zhitong turned you down. It's a classic case of love turning to resentment." At that moment, Chen Mo could only laugh in disbelief. Immature? If I were truly immature, would I not find myself in ruin as I did in my past life? Love turning to resentment? After 3 years of companionship with Lin Zhitong, has she ever truly reciprocated my affection? What a preposterous jest. Chen Mo scoffed, not bothering to glance back. "Get lost. Mind your own business." Fong Yong-ming, stung by the rebuke, simmered with rage, but suppressed his fury to maintain a facade of gentlemanly composure in front of Lin Zhitong. "Zhitong, don't pay him any mind. Let us get started." Lin Zhitong was taken aback by Chen Mo's sudden coldness, struggling to accept the transformation. 3 whole years had passed, not merely filled with daily pickups and drop-offs, but with summer refreshments and winter teas, along with little treats prepared just for her. All of this had nearly depleted Chen Mo's competition earnings. Yet he had never shown a hint of reluctance. Hoping to exchange a few more words with Chen Mo, she found him utterly dismissive, forcing her to relent for the moment. She thought to herself, it's normal for Chen Mo to be upset after being rejected in front of so many classmates. 3 years of companionship cannot simply be severed. He will surely calm down and return to being by my side as before. With this in mind, Lin Zhitong resolved to proceed with her plans. Seeing Lin Zhitong leave, Fong Yong-ming let out a mocking laugh and followed her, not forgetting to sneer. What a waste of ambition. Chen Mo dismissed Fong Yong-ming's words as mere noise, uninterested in his provocations, and urged Luo Buotao, "Why are you still dawdling? Get to building." Luo Buotao, glancing after Lin Zhitong, turned to Chen Mo and asked, "Xiao Mo, do you truly not care for Lin Zhitong anymore? How many times must I say it for you to believe? You can't just give up on her. She is your entire youth." As he spoke, Luo Buotao's face lit up with realization, musing, "By the way, Xiao Mo, I've been reading romance novels lately, and many male protagonists face rejection initially, often as a test from a female lead. Do you think Lin Zhitong might be testing you as well?" Chen Mo was astounded by Luo Buotao's thought process, incredulous that he had linked his plight to a cliché romance narrative. "Luo, could you refrain from uttering such nonsense? Testing me? Look at my expression. It's hardly one of triumph." "What do you mean?" Luo Buotao asked, puzzled. Chen Mo replied with a wry smile, "You must understand, when pursuing a girl, if you find yourself at a dead end, it is imperative to cut your losses. Do not heed their talk of testing. Remember, in our country, only the party and the people are entitled to test you." Luo Buotao shook his head and leaned closer to Chen Mo, seemingly touched. "Really? Don't jest. I just saw Lin Zhitong's face was flushed and her eyes seemed a bit moist. I suspect she might regret not accepting your confession and is looking for a chance to reconcile." Observing Luo Buotao's earnestness, Chen Mo pushed his face away. In this world, the truth is scarce, and a woman's blush speaks volumes more than a lengthy dialogue. Yet once cosmetics are involved, it becomes difficult to discern genuine feelings from mere pretense. Chapter 006. An Opportunity to Earn Money. Huh? Luo Buotao pondered deeply for a moment before stating, "Xiao Mo, it seems your banter has increased in frequency lately." Chen Mo chuckled, replying, "Focus on your game. Do not overthink matters beyond your mental capacity. Intelligence is not merely about knowledge." In truth, Luo Buotao possessed adequate intelligence, having gained admission to a prestigious university, Yet his emotional intelligence was somewhat lacking. Just as they prepared for another match, the door to the internet cafe swung open, revealing a middle-aged man with a troubled expression, Chen Xiaojun, Luo Buotao's uncle, whom Chen Mo recognized. In his previous life, Chen Mo had learned that Chen Xiaojun had once been a successful entrepreneur, amassing some wealth before venturing into the internet cafe business through a connection in the county cultural bureau. In 2005, internet cafes were indeed a burgeoning industry. As long as one did not offend patrons, maintained reasonably updated equipment, and adhered to regulations, profitability was almost assured. However, when Chen Xiaojun invested, he was oblivious to the intricacies of computer equipment, falling prey to the allure of overly expensive refurbished machines. Initially, things ran smoothly, but as games like World of Warcraft surged in popularity, the shortcomings of outdated hardware became increasingly apparent. Consequently, business at Chen Xiaojun's cafe began to decline. Chen Mo recalled that during his lowest ebb in life, Luo Buotao had invited him to the cafe, claiming that his uncle had acquired new computers. Ultimately, not long after Chen Mo moved south, he learned that Chen Xiaojun had ceased operations altogether. Regardless of the cafe's fate, based on his memories, it appeared that Chen Xiaojun was updating the computer systems during this time frame. Uncle Luo Buotao greeted Chen Xiaojun and ceased gaming, approaching him. Chen Mo followed closely behind. "When did you arrive, Buotao?" Chen Xiaojun acknowledged him, then turned to Chen Mo. "Ah, Chen Mo is here too." "Hello, Uncle," Chen Mo responded politely. "What have you been up to?" Luo Buotao inquired. "I went out to handle some matters. You two continue playing. We can have lunch together later." Chen Xiaojun appeared distracted, lacking the inclination for prolonged pleasantries. Luo Buotao, unfazed, remained oblivious to his uncle's troubled demeanor, his thoughts preoccupied with how to continue teasing Chen Mo. Thus, upon hearing Chen Xiaojun's words, he turned to drag Chen Mo back into the fray. Yet Chen Mo's mind remained elsewhere, directing a question at Chen Xiaojun. "Uncle, has business at the cafe been slow lately?" Chen Mo sought to tease out information. Indeed, the computers are becoming increasingly outdated, and many large games run sluggishly. Chen Xiaojun replied. Chen Xiaojun casually remarked as he prepared to ascend the stairs once more. Chen Mo, however, was not one to relinquish such an opportunity easily and hurriedly followed suit. "Uncle, are you contemplating a large-scale computer upgrade?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaojun halted in his tracks, a look of curiosity crossing his face. "How did you know?" "Just a hunch," Chen Mo evasively replied. Chen Xiaojun sighed, expressing his frustrations. Alas, there is no other recourse. Business has already been affected due to the Trojan horse hacking incidents, and coupled with the outdated machine configurations, the number of patrons has dwindled significantly. "If I don't update the computer system soon, I fear I might have to close down for good." Before Chen Mo could respond, Luo Buotao, suddenly beaming with enthusiasm, interjected, "Oh, Uncle, you're getting new computers? That is fantastic. Those outdated machines of yours can barely handle games like CS, Red Alert, and Warcraft. Anything slightly more demanding just lags terribly. By the way, when are you planning to do this? Please let me know in advance. I want to try out the latest World of Warcraft." Luo Buotao's words nearly made Chen Xiaojun spit blood, and even Chen Mo rolled his eyes. Truly, what a gluttonous nephew. With the cyber cafe on the brink of closure, this fellow was solely concerned about the inadequacy of the computers for playing the latest games. Chen Xiaojun shot Luo Buotao a glare, but refrained from further comment. "All right, go play for now. I'll take you both out for lunch later." "Great, thanks, Uncle." Luo Buotao was overjoyed, not only for the opportunity to play for free, but also for the prospect of a free meal. Yet Chen Mo was unwilling to let go of a good opportunity to earn some money, inquiring, "Uncle, have you decided on the new computer configurations?" Faced with Chen Mo's relentless questioning, Chen Xiaojun appeared somewhat impatient, but out of respect, he replied, "Yes, I just visited a friend's computer shop, and he recommended a batch of economical yet adequately configured computers." As he spoke, a pang of regret washed over him. He had initially trusted a friend with whom he had a close relationship when starting the cyber cafe, only to be grievously deceived. After less than 2 years, He found himself needing to upgrade the hardware once more, and the cost of new computers was not insignificant, causing him considerable distress. "May I take a look at the configuration list, Uncle?" Chen Mo requested. Hearing this, Qin Xiaojun dismissed it lightly, thinking, what could a mere child discern? Nevertheless, he extracted the configuration list from his pocket and handed it, albeit with some skepticism, to Chen Mo. As Chen Mo scrutinized the list, he was reminded of his first job in his previous life, which had been in computer sales. Thus, he was profoundly familiar with the configurations and developments of computer hardware from that era. Observing Chen Mo's intense focus on the configuration list, Luo Buitao, eager to play, remarked, "Xiao Mo, I've never heard you express an interest in this sort of thing. Do you even understand it? If not, stop wasting time and come play games with me." Qin Xiaojun echoed this sentiment, suggesting, "Chen Mo, you might as well go play with Buitao." Yet, just as Qin Xiaojun's fingers grazed the configuration list, Chen Mo swiftly pulled it back, asserting, "Uncle, there are glaring issues with the configurations on this list, and significant ones at that." With the configuration list reclaimed, Chen Mo's assertion caused Qin Xiaojun to furrow his brow. "What do you mean? There's a problem with the list?" "Indeed, there are considerable issues," Chen Mo confirmed. Hearing this, Qin Xiaojun felt a sense of bewilderment. Having been burned by a previous experience with deceitful friends, he was cautious about trusting anyone too readily. This time, he had sourced the computer shop through a recommendation from a very close friend and had spent the entire morning finalizing what he believed to be a universally accepted configuration. Although the price was somewhat steep, it was at least expected to remain relevant in the short term. Thus, feeling somewhat experienced, Qin Xiaojun was quite satisfied with this configuration plan. How could it be that Chen Mo, having merely glanced at it, found fault? Perhaps the boy was merely trying to show off. Yet, there seemed to be no reason for him to joke about such matters. Luo Buitao, too, was skeptical of Chen Mo's claims. Did he not know Chen Mo well enough? He was fine for casual gaming and chatting, but had never heard of Chen Mo having any knowledge of computer configurations. "Xiao Mo, don't disturb Uncle with this nonsense. You really understand this? Hurry up and come play games with me. Adults have their matters to attend to. If Uncle gets angry, will we still get to eat?" Chen Mo shot a glance at his food-obsessed cousin and addressed Qin Xiaojun. "Uncle, please don't dismiss my judgment hastily. If you aren't too busy, let us find a quiet spot upstairs to discuss this. I can explain where the configuration list has gone awry. If I'm wrong, you can dismiss it as my folly. But if I'm right sometimes, leaving a thought half-formed only serves to pique one's curiosity further." Qin Xiaojun hesitated for a moment before finally conceding. "All right, come upstairs with me." With that, he made his way up the stairs, followed closely by Chen Mo. Luo Buitao glanced back at Chen Mo and then at the still unstarted game before deciding to follow suit. The trio arrived in the office on the second floor. Chen Mo wasted no time, laying the configuration list on the table and pointing out the contents. "Uncle, while the hardware specifications and prices may seem sound, you've overlooked a crucial issue." Qin Xiaojun pondered what could possibly be wrong with the optimal configuration plan he had discussed for hours with his friend. "Compatibility," Chen Mo stated succinctly. This proclamation drew no reaction from Luo Buitao, but Qin Xiaojun was momentarily struck dumb. Anyone with a modicum of experience in DIY computer assembly knows that the quality of a built computer does not solely depend on the individual price or specifications of its components. A paramount factor is the compatibility of each hardware piece when assembled together. Previously, Chen Mo had been oblivious to the fate of Qin Xiaojun's cyber cafe. However, having seen the configuration list now, he could surmise the cause of its eventual downfall. Noticing that Qin Xiaojun appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation, Chen Mo seized the moment to elaborate. "Uncle, take a closer look. This Intel Pentium D822 8 GHz CPU appears to be adequately paired with the ECS 775 motherboard. But if you truly understood the Northbridge chip on that motherboard, you would think otherwise. It still utilizes technology and products from 2004, which is inadequate." As Chen Mo continued to articulate the advantages and disadvantages of the hardware on the configuration list, Luo Buitao listened in confusion, his mind racing to keep up with the increasingly complex discussion. After 2 years of running an internet cafe, Qin Xiaojun had garnered a modest understanding of computer hardware. Yet he could discern the professionalism in Chen Mo's words. The more he listened, the more anxious and apprehensive he became. He had hoped that this new batch of computers would salvage his dwindling business, but to acquire equipment with such specifications seemed utterly unrealistic. At that moment, Qin Xiaojun gazed at Chen Mo with a hint of envy, swallowed hard, and urgently inquired, "Chen Mo, do you have any better configuration plans?" Given Chen Mo's expertise in drafting configurations, Qin Xiaojun was convinced that he possessed knowledge of the best current options. Without further ado, Chen Mo retrieved paper and a pen from the table, writing as he spoke. "Uncle, I wouldn't recommend using Intel CPU. The Pentium D820 was rushed to market. While it may not exhibit flaws now, they will inevitably surface within 6 months. I suggest opting for the AMD Athlon 3800. It features dual-core and secondary cache, is more affordable, and boasts superior stability. As for memory, Kingston is the most reliable brand. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Mo presented a pristine configuration list to Qin Xiaojun, detailing every model and parameter, though the prices remained somewhat vague. After all, this was the northern region. Unlike the coastal cities, variations in supply channels would inevitably lead to discrepancies in hardware costs. Chen Mo refrained from making hasty assumptions about what price Qin Xiaojun might secure, thus providing only a general price range, which was significantly lower than the previous proposal. Qin Xiaojun clutched the configuration list as if it were a treasure, his eyes widening in astonishment. Setting performance aside, the pricing alone was evidently much more economical than the earlier plan, even as someone as inexperienced as Qin Xiaojun. Nevertheless, he recognized his limitations and intended to consult a professional for confirmation regarding the performance aspects. Luo Buitao, not one to be oblivious, perceived the significance of his uncle's expression and curiously asked, "Xiao Mo, when did you learn all this?" Chen Mo chuckled, intentionally boasting, "Some secrets are best kept." "Umph." Luo Buitao scoffed. Seizing the moment, Chen Mo addressed Qin Xiaojun. "Uncle, if your friend is trustworthy, give him a call for advice, whether or not it's feasible. You can come back to me afterward. Now, Buitao and I are heading downstairs to play." All right, Qin Xiaojun concurred, having anticipated this course of action. Chen Mo was acutely aware that one must cast bait gradually and administer medicine in measured doses. Rushing would only yield counterproductive results. It was best for Qin Xiaojun to verify the information independently, enhancing its credibility. Chapter 008. As long as I have a meal, you'll have a bowl to wash. In contrast to his uncle's business concerns, Luo Buitao was more preoccupied with how to dominate Chen Mo in their gaming session. Furthermore, he lacked knowledge regarding computer hardware. Thus, when Chen Mo suggested they continue playing, he was eager to comply. The two bid farewell to Qin Xiaojun and proceeded to the first floor. On the staircase, they overheard Fang Yoming's voice. "Zhidong, this Motorola Razr V3 you searched for, although launched last year, remains relevant and is reasonably priced, especially suitable for girls." I've liked it for a long time." From their conversation, Chen Mo surmised that Lin Zhitong had come to the internet cafe to research phones. He thought to himself, what a roundabout way to go about it. Wouldn't it be easier to visit a physical store? Indifferent. He and Luo Buitao descended the stairs directly to their machines. However, as they passed by Lin Zhitong and Fang Yongming, Lin Zhitong suddenly turned to stop Chen Mo, pointing at the computer screen. "Xiao Mo, my dad said he would buy me a phone before school starts. Do you think this V3 is a good choice?" Perhaps due to 3 years of habit, Lin Zhitong had grown quite reliant on Chen Mo for various matters. Though no longer overly deferential as a classmate, Chen Mo did not wish to overstep. He glanced at the screen and replied, "Not bad." Yet internally, he mused, "Rebirth is splendid, but I can no longer relish the marvels of smartphones and the internet age." "If you think it's good, then I'll buy it," Lin Zhitong declared, seemingly pleased with Chen Mo's validation. "Shall we have lunch together?" "No, I have something to do." Having no desire to linger, Chen Mo attempted to leave, only to find Fang Yongming standing up as well. "Chen Mo, my mom plans to buy me a Nokia 6680. What about you? With school starting in less than a month, what will your family get you?" "I have no money, so I'm not buying anything. Upon hearing this, Fang Yongming felt a surge of superiority, intending to brag further, but realized Chen Mo had already walked away. Only Luo Buotao remained, entranced by the image of the 6680. Buotao, which phone are you planning to buy for school? Luo Buotao snapped back to reality and hesitated before answering. I haven't decided yet. With that, he hurried over to Chen Mo, leaving behind a bewildered Lin Jitong and a smug Fang Yongming. Xiao Mo, that 6680 is fantastic. I've heard it's a brand new release from Nokia this year, Luo Buotao remarked, his face filled with yearning. Do you like it? Chen Mo inquired with a smile. Of course. I absolutely love it. If you like it, then gaze upon it a little longer. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Luo Buotao sighed wistfully. My mom said I should use the outdated brick phone at home for now. She has no plans to buy me a new phone. Having something to use is already fortunate. What more could one desire? Chen Mo replied. What about you? What style are Uncle Chen and Aunt He considering for you? Luo Buotao knew that Chen Mo was merely deflecting Fang Yongming's attention. I haven't said anything yet. They might not even buy me one. In truth, during lunch, He Yinlan had mentioned purchasing a phone, but Chen Mo refrained from disclosing this to spare Luo Buotao from disappointment. Moreover, he seemed to understand why Luo Buotao's family was reluctant to purchase him a new phone. Sure enough, upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Luo Buotao appeared considerably reassured. Ready to play some games? Come, I'll create a map. Not yet. Let us wait a moment. Chen Mo was estimating the time Qin Xiaojun would take to make the call, expecting a response shortly. As anticipated, it wasn't long before Qin Xiaojun appeared at the stairs. Chen Mo, come here for a moment. All right. Accompanied by Luo Buotao, they returned to the office on the second floor. Before Chen Mo could speak, Qin Xiaojun exclaimed with delight, Chen Mo, your new configuration list is simply remarkable. My friend, who has been in the computer assembly business for years, was astonished by such an excellent pairing scheme. As he spoke, Qin Xiaojun excitedly shook Chen Mo's hand. You've truly helped your uncle immensely this time. Now tell me, what do you wish to eat for lunch? Don't hesitate to ask. Before Chen Mo could respond, Luo Buotao interjected with enthusiasm. Uncle, the new self-service barbecue that opened in Dongguan is quite good. I heard it's only 88 yuan per person. In 2005, an average of 88 yuan for a buffet was no small sum. 3 people would amount to 264 yuan. Qin Xiaojun couldn't help but admire his bold nephew, Luo Buotao, for his audacity in making such a request. However, the configuration plan that Chen Mo provided today is worth far more than 264. It is nothing short of a lifeline for the internet cafe. All right, let us indulge ourselves, he declared, ready to lead the two of them away. Yet, Chen Mo showed no inclination to move and halted Qin Xiaojun. Uncle, how many new machines do you intend to purchase this time? Approximately 80 units, I suppose. We'll replace all the machines on the first floor and a portion on the second. Qin Xiaojun winced at the thought. How long will it take for the new computer hardware to arrive? Chen Mo inquired further. My friend mentioned that the fastest would be a few days, and at most a week. Why? Do you have a supply channel as well? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's mind raced. He was finally able to articulate his true intentions. I'm not particularly interested in the procurement of computers, but could you entrust the assembly work to me? In truth, Chen Mo was not disinterested in the procurement itself, but rather lacked the time to manage it. The configuration plan he provided to Qin Xiaojun was entirely based on the knowledge he had gained from his previous life while working in Yang City. Yet, having been reborn, he had no understanding of the local market conditions. Even if the prices were somewhat similar, finding a reliable supply channel was no simple task. Moreover, he would not need to handle after-sales service. You can assemble computers? Luo Buotao exclaimed incredulously. Chen Mo ignored him and focused on Qin Xiaojun, who harbored no doubts about Chen Mo's ability to assemble computers, especially after the significant help he had offered. After all, who wouldn't want to profit? It was better to benefit one's own people. All right, how much do you charge for assembling one? Qin Xiaojun asked tentatively. What is the market price? Chen Mo would not be the one to suggest a price. Typically, our area charges about 70 yuan for bulk assembly, debugging, and system installation per unit. I'll only charge 60, and I guarantee both quality and speed. Upon hearing Chen Mo's proposal, Qin Xiaojun, not one to dither, made a swift decision. All right, it's settled then. After lunch, bidding farewell to Qin Xiaojun, Luo Buotao, clutching his almost bursting stomach, remarked thoughtfully, Xiao Mo, I just calculated that even if Uncle only purchases 80 computers, you could earn 800 yuan at once. Chen Mo smiled, thinking to himself, this is merely a quick profit before the school year starts. Compared to future earnings, it barely counts as a fraction. Observing Luo Buotao's envious expression, Chen Mo said, Luo, I could use a helping hand. If you're free, join me, and I want to let you work for nothing. Me? I wouldn't mind working for free, but I don't know anything. Having hands is enough. Fine, I'll help you, but I want to accept payment. Hearing Luo Buotao's agreement, Chen Mo patted his shoulder and smiled. Luo, rest assured, as long as I have food on my plate, you'll have a bowl to wash. Chapter 009, Bubbles in the Mortal World, Reply. Now all that remained was to await the arrival of Qin Xiaojun's computer hardware. Thus, in the following days, Chen Mo found himself unoccupied, retreating into his home to either catch up on the news or revisit the television series Chinese Paladin. Luo Buotao inundated him with QQ messages, even calling several times, inviting him to play games or go out, yet Chen Mo declined every offer. Lin Zhitong, on the other hand, did not call him but sent a few messages, which Chen Mo couldn't be bothered to read. Fang Yongming, that ostentatious fellow, did not purchase the 6680 as he boasted he would, but instead acquired a cheaper model and flaunted it in the class group, relishing in the envious remarks. Occasionally, he would respond to messages from teammates and other classmates. But overall, everything remained as usual. Gradually, Chen Mo adapted to his rebirth, blending into the present world. As Friday evening approached, the family of three enjoyed dinner together, engaging in light conversation. Son, tomorrow is the weekend, your father is off work, and I happen to have a morning off too. Let us go look at some mobile phones. If you find one you like, we'll buy it for you. Upon hearing his mother mention the phone again, Chen Mo promptly replied, No need, Mom. I'll handle the phone situation myself. You'll handle it yourself? Where will you get the money? Chen Guijing queried. Chen Mo had never intended to conceal his money-making endeavors from his parents, so he recounted his arrangement to help Qin Xiaojun assemble new computers. Initially, Chen Guizheng and his wife were taken aback, especially the typically cautious Chen Guizheng. Xiao Mo, are you certain about this? Those new computers aren't cheap. Damaging even one would cost quite a bit. Don't worry, Dad, I'm confident. Seeing Chen Mo's nonchalant demeanor, Chen Guizheng felt somewhat reassured. He understood his son well. Often, the more carefree he appeared, the more certainty he had in his plans. Besides, this money was earned legitimately. However, He Yunlan's focus lay elsewhere as she gazed at Chen Mo. If what you're saying is true, by the time you finish, you could earn around 5,000 yuan. Roughly speaking, yes. Goodness, that's equivalent to over 2 months of my salary for just one job. It seems we need to cover the phone expenses after all. That's splendid. Seeing his mother's calculating expression, Chen Mo deliberately made a disdainful face. In truth, both He Yunlan and Chen Guizheng were not stingy by nature. As long as it was within their means, they always provided Chen Mo with the best. Moreover, throughout his 3 years in high school, the total prize money he earned from competitions was no small amount. They had never once inquired about it. In fact, Chen Mo had almost spent all of that money on Lin Zhitong, and they had never uttered a word of complaint. At this moment, witnessing Chen Mo's disdainful gaze, He Yunlan remarked, Is there anything else that requires no capital but can earn money? If so, go ahead and pursue it. It would be best if you could also earn your tuition for this year. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo nearly spat out the water he had just sipped. Mom, your calculations are so precise that even my grandfather in the countryside could hear them. I'm merely expressing my confidence in you, He Yunlan explained. Chen Mo rolled his eyes again and replied, As for this year's tuition, I truly cannot manage it. In the future, you and Dad have to cover it for me. He Yunlan immediately exclaimed, I was just joking, and you're getting all worked up? Chen Mo, I'm telling you, when you get to university, Focus on your studies and secure a good job after graduation. Don't entertain any schemes. Hearing his mother's anxious words, Chen Mo realized he must remain obedient for a while after school started. His money-making plans could only be set in motion once he had stabilized at school. Otherwise, Yunlon would surely strip him of his skin. Thus, he quickly responded, "I was just joking. I will definitely study hard." Upon hearing Chen Mo promise to study diligently, Yunlon finally felt at ease. By the way, speaking of your grandfather, once you finish with Qin Shao Jun's matter, make sure to visit them before school starts. Also, don't forget to drop by your grandparents' place. That's a must. I haven't received my enrollment red envelope yet, so I should definitely earn a little more before school starts, haha. Yunlon paused for a moment, then rolled up her sleeves and approached Chen Mo. Mom, I was just joking. Truly I was. Stop it, don't hit me, Mom. The sound of slaps and punches echoed continuously, interspersed with anguished cries and pleas for mercy. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean in a certain villa district of America, the desolate courtyard appeared to have not been swept for an age, littered with fallen leaves and dust, evoking a profound sense of desolation. Inside the spacious villa, the emptiness was palpable. The stove lay cold, the floor chilled, and even the air within bore an icy breath, as if no trace of human habitation lingered. Yet, from the second floor, an abrupt melody wafted through the air. My tea's gone cold. I'm wondering why I got out of bed at all. Accompanied by the incessant trickle of water from the staircase, which had spread across the wooden floor. At that moment, an urgent and jarring phone rang. In the overflowing bathtub, a young girl sat with vacant eyes, seemingly oblivious to the world around her. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, her lips devoid of color. The skin exposed above the water mirrored her pallor, her collarbone strikingly gaunt. Particularly her arms appeared alarmingly thin, with a black wrist brace encircling her joints. Lowering her gaze, she noticed blood streaming from her left wrist, staining the cascading water crimson, spreading in all directions. The girl was attempting to take her own life. The insistent and piercing ringtone continued for an indeterminate duration. Finally, after a sharp beep, it ceased, only to be replaced by the voice of a girl. Xiao Yu, you aren't answering your phone or the landline at home, so I'm leaving you a message. How have you been? Is school keeping you busy? How is the treatment going? Everyone misses you and hopes you'll return home soon. The girl's voice was imbued with deep concern, yet it seemed to fail in rousing the girl from her stupor, who continued to gaze blankly at the ceiling. Xiao Yu, my new visa is about to be issued. If you don't come back soon, I'll visit you by the end of this month at the latest. Promise me you'll take care of yourself, okay? Aunt Lu has arranged for you to be treated at the best hospital in the world. I believe you'll soon emerge from the shadow and face life anew. Still, regardless of the girl's earnest words, the girl in the bathtub remained unresponsive. Moreover, her already vacant gaze seemed to grow even dimmer, her pupils gradually losing focus, as if they could fade into darkness at any moment. By the way, Xiao Yu, your pen pal, who has been silent for so long, has finally written back. Aunt Lu has the letter. The girl's voice trailed off. Yet, at that moment, the girl in the tub stirred slightly. Her unfocused gaze began to coalesce, a flicker of light returning to her eyes. She murmured, pen pal. Oh, it's him, in the mundane world. Hadn't she just been on the verge of confessing? Hadn't it been over 3 months since she had heard from him? Wasn't it possible she would never receive his letter? Ah, yes. The last and only person who could penetrate the depths of her soul was no longer present. Wait, what did the voice on the phone just say? The girl murmured again, reply. Upon uttering the word, she suddenly sat up, her previously drifting pupils now converging, infused with a glimmer of hope. After a brief moment of recovery, it seemed she finally felt pain. Lowering her gaze, she saw blood still flowing from her left wrist. The letter. His letter. She muttered, abruptly standing. She first grasped her bleeding left wrist with her right hand tightly, then, drenched in her clothes, turned off the music. Stumbling, she approached the fax machine and pressed the speakerphone button. Sister Chi. The girl on the other end of the line seemed startled by the unexpected call. Taking a moment before responding with an emotional quaver, Xiao Yu, you finally answered. Are you all right? Why does your voice sound so weak? Sister Chi. You said he replied? The girl's voice was urgent, seemingly fixated solely on this matter. Yes, he did. He really did, the girl assured, sensing Xiao Yu's disbelief. What about the letter? Aunt Lu has already given it to me. I plan to mail it to you as quickly as possible. But the girl appeared unable to wait any longer, declaring, fax it to me right now. All right, I'll do it now. Okay. After hanging up, the girl fixated on the fax machine as sunlight streamed through the window. In that instant, she felt a flicker of light igniting in her otherwise dim existence. Yet, during the prolonged wait, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Finally, the fax machine emitted a sound. Moments later, a letter containing merely 4 words was printed. Yet, even those 4 words were recognizable as his handwriting. Confession unsuccessful. After reading the letter, the girl took a deep breath. Then, she pressed the redial button, and immediately the voice of the girl, named Chi-Chi, came through. Xiaoyu, did you see it? The girl showed no interest in the inquiries, simply stating, I want to go back to my country. I want to go to Wenchuan. Chapter 010. The fish amidst the smoke of war returning to the homeland. Qin Xiaojuan's friend indeed delivered, claiming that within a week, all 85 sets of new computer hardware purchased would arrive. However, an issue arose with the scheduled unloading workers, preventing them from arriving that day. A truck laden with packaged computer cases, motherboards, power supplies, and other hardware sat idle in front of the internet cafe with no one to unload it. With no other options, Qin Xiaojun was compelled to enlist his hefty nephew, Luo Buitao, as a laborer. Chen Mo, having heard the news, initially had no intention of joining but recognized the necessity of contributing. So after breakfast, he informed his parents and went over. Upon arrival, he found Qin Xiaojun and Luo Buitao, along with the duty manager, already drenched in sweat. Yet little progress had been made in unloading the truck. Since I'm here, I might as well join in, Chen Mo thought, quickly becoming part of the unloading team. Qin Xiaojun took charge of unloading from the truck, while Chen Mo and the other 2 focused on carrying items to the second floor to minimize disruption to the cafe's operations. After merely 2 trips, Chen Mo realized that while the items were not heavy, they were numerous and cumbersome, requiring careful handling. As noon approached, they had only managed to unload 2/3 of the cargo. The sweltering summer heat in northern China was oppressive, and while Chen Mo was faring relatively well, Qin Xiaojun and Luo Buitao were already exhausted. Nevertheless, Qin Xiaojun generously treated the 2 to a hearty meal after they finished. Upon returning to the internet cafe, just as Qin Xiaojun handed the food to the duty manager, he received a phone call regarding an urgent matter, prompting him to dash off. The duty manager, equally fatigued, excused himself, claiming the cafe was too busy to assist with unloading. Thus, only Chen Mo and Luo Buitao remained, the beleaguered duo facing the towering pile of goods. Looking at the mountain of items, Chen Mo sighed. At this moment, I truly wish for a wealthy benefactor to see through my bravado, allowing me to drop the facade and escort me into her grand 1,000-square-meter abode. Gritting my teeth and clutching the bed, anything is better than hauling bricks. Xiao Mo, are you spouting nonsense again? Do you truly wish to live off a woman? Luo Buitao scoffed disdainfully. Radish, never underestimate men who rely on the support of others. Their capabilities are often quite formidable. Suddenly, Chen Mo seemed to recall a novel she had read in her previous life, prompting her to ask, by the way, Radish, do we have any classmates this year who are not only beautiful and well-behaved, but also excel academically and possess an endearing naivete? Oh, and most importantly, they should come from affluent families, capable of casually borrowing 600,000 from their fathers as startup capital for my entrepreneurial endeavors. Luo Buitao scratched his head and replied, Xiao Mo, are you sure you're in your right mind? I haven't heard of anyone like that in our entire school. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but exclaim, damn it, the whimsical plots in those novels are indeed deceptive. Let's get back to work. After nearly 3 hours of labor, the 2 finally completed moving the remaining goods. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaojun, the ever-punctual one, returned to the internet cafe as if he had timed his arrival perfectly. Noticing Luo Buitao collapsed on the ground from exhaustion, he feigned concern before producing 400 yuan, handing each of them 2 bills. Upon seeing the money, Luo Buitao instantly sprang up from the floor. Chen Mo, feeling no need to be modest, accepted it without hesitation, thinking it was only fair given their labor. They decided not to let Qin Xiaojun treat them to a meal and agreed to meet the following morning to start assembling the machines. After exiting the internet cafe, they randomly found a place to indulge in a hearty meal, with Luo Buotao eagerly taking charge of the bill while Chen Mo didn't object. As they walked back, the city lights began to twinkle. They strolled leisurely, engaged in conversation. Xiao Mo, I suddenly feel like you've changed a bit lately, Luo Buotao remarked. It was indeed normal for a close friend to notice such changes, but Chen Mo would never admit to having been reborn. Besides, who would easily believe such a claim? Luo Buotao might even think he was losing his mind. It's nothing. I just feel that some things aren't quite as I previously perceived them, Chen Mo replied. Indeed, you spent 3 whole years with Lin Jitong, choosing to attend Kyoto Business School instead of Beijing Sports University or the Provincial Sports Institute. Yet in the end, she rejected you on the spot. I would have been affected too, Luo Buotao observed, attributing his own transformation to the shock of rejection. Chen Mo chose not to elaborate and continued walking. Luo Buotao caught up with her again, asking, Xiao Mo, we're about to start university. Do you have any plans? Plans? Of course, I intend to study diligently. Yes, study hard. My mother says I should strive to become a civil servant when I return to our hometown and find a wife who is equally entrenched in the system. That would secure my future. Chen Mo smiled at Luo Buotao, who still held the same aspirations as in his previous life. I want to work hard to earn money. Earn money? While in university? Indeed, Chen Mo replied candidly. Luo Buotao appeared even more astonished. How do you plan to earn money in university? Without any capital or connections? Are you joking? At this, Chen Mo turned to face him, gazing at the brother who had once helped him during his lowest times, and said earnestly, Radish, you must understand one thing. In this world, when you're at your lowest, it is your brothers who can lend you a hand, and it is your girlfriend who can assist you a few times. However, you cannot always rely on your brothers for a single lift, nor can you depend solely on your girlfriend for multiple supports. The hands that can lift you repeatedly are your own. With that, Chen Mo turned and walked away, leaving Luo Buotao standing there bewildered. Damn, I feel like you're spouting nonsense again, he muttered before quickly catching up with Chen Mo. At Kyoto International Airport, standing in the arrivals hall, Luo Jiechi attracted the attention of numerous men. Her porcelain-like complexion radiated a rosy glow, and her sparkling eyes held an enchanting charm. Particularly striking was her fitted Roman red dress, which accentuated her nearly perfect figure. However, Luo Jiechi seemed indifferent to the gazes, anxiously scanning the crowd. Upon spotting a tall, slender figure wearing a hat, she called out, Little fish, I'm over here. Little fish lifted his head and slowly approached, dragging his suitcase with great effort. Luo Jiechi hurriedly took the suitcase from him, her heart aching at his frail appearance, and frowned. Little fish, why did you rush back like this? Little fish did not respond to her concern, but instead asked, You didn't tell my mother, did you? His voice was perpetually cold. I wouldn't dare go against your wishes, she reassured him. Good, let us go. With that, Little Fish walked ahead, his steps unsteady and fragile. Luo Jiechi shook her head in disbelief and suddenly noticed something, hastening to catch up. Little Fish, why are you wearing a wrist brace on your left arm again? She asked anxiously. Little Fish glanced at his wrist, his expression unchanged, and replied, It's nothing. I'm just used to it. Luo Jiechi refrained from pressing further, well aware of the brace's origin. It had been sent to Little Fish by a pen pal 3 years ago as a memento after winning a high school league match, a request initiated by Little Fish himself. Since that incident, he had worn it almost constantly. Once outside the terminal, as they made their way to find a car, Luo Jiechi offered him a cigarette. Want one? No, I won't be smoking anymore, he replied, his tone still icy. Luo Jiechi did not insist, lighting one for herself as they continued on. After locating a black Heian, they settled into the car. Little Fish appeared exceedingly weak, his eyes closed, remaining motionless. Where to now? Luo Jiechi asked cautiously. First, let us find the nearest post office. I need to write him a reply. Mentioning this seemed to invigorate Little Fish slightly. And then, Luo Jiechi hesitated, wanting to inquire further. Little Fish took a deep breath and asserted, "My current physical condition cannot endure long travels. I need to recuperate for a few days. We should head to your place first, and once I feel a bit better, we can set off." It seemed this return flight home had taken a toll on him, leaving his health in a more precarious state than before. Though eager to act, reality simply did not permit it. "All right," Luo Jechi replied, starting the car and swiftly disappearing into the night. Chapter 011. The First Encounter of Foam and Fish. After about 4 days of relentless effort, Qin Xiaojuan's batch of new computers was finally fully assembled and positioned at their respective stations. All that remained was to power them on for a final round of testing in the afternoon before officially handing them over to Qin Xiaojun. Having worked tirelessly during this period, both Chen Mo and Luo Buotao, upon finishing their lunch, chose not to rush back to work immediately, opting instead to relax and chat outside the internet cafe. Perhaps truly feeling the weight of earning money, Luo Buotao sipped his cold drink and remarked, "Earning money is no easy feat, Xiao Mo. I'm exhausted to the point that I feel like my back is breaking." Chen Mo merely chuckled in response, saying nothing, but internally reflected, "This amount of work pales in comparison to my struggles back in Yanshan." Luo Buotao observed Chen Mo's silence, took another sip of his drink, and continued to lament. "Xiao Mo, if only there were a job where money rained down from the sky, I would gladly remain motionless, waiting for it to strike me." Chen Mo replied, "If that's the case, such a job indeed exists." "Really? Pray tell, what is it?" "It's the turtle in the wishing well." "Umph." Luo Buotao cast a sidelong glance at Chen Mo and fell silent. At that moment, a young woman passed by. She wore a pair of white sandals, and her 2 fair thighs were strikingly conspicuous, accentuated by a short brown skirt that hugged her waist. Her upper body was adorned with a light red tank top, the straps occasionally slipping off her shoulders, revealing her delicate shoulders and elongated neck. Her hair, dyed a vibrant red, was elegantly styled into an updo. From head to toe, she exuded a blend of fashion and allure. The only drawback was her heavy makeup. Although she was beautiful, one could only speculate about the truth concealed beneath the thick foundation. Nevertheless, her occasional adjustment of her shoulder straps was undeniably alluring. Chen Mo couldn't help but muse. What a classic example of slippery shoulders. Meanwhile, Luo Buotao was completely captivated, his gaze following the woman's every step. It was hardly surprising. What boy in his adolescence could resist the charm of a beautiful woman, especially one like her, who possessed a lethal allure? Chen Mo suddenly smiled, thinking, this guy shouldn't bear the surname Luo, but rather Chao. Intentionally, he remarked, "Luo, stop staring. Women of her age are as unpredictable as water. Even you wouldn't be able to handle them. You'd best live a few more years." Luo Buotao did not grasp the meaning behind Chen Mo's words. Chen Mo shook his head and goaded him further. "If you like her, why not strike up a conversation? What is the point of merely staring?" Upon hearing this, Luo Buotao shook his head as well, replying, "I wouldn't dare. I might end up with a couple of slaps." "Well, it turns out this guy has the heart of Meng Da, but lacks the ambition of a man," Chen Mo quipped, then stopped staring, wearing such a lecherous expression. "You'd better be careful she doesn't come over and slap you herself." "Where am I being lecherous? This is pure admiration. Furthermore, according to your logic, you're also looking, so you're being lecherous too," Luo Buotao retorted. Chen Mo chuckled, deciding to impart some wisdom to his endearing childhood friend. When men gaze at beautiful women on the street, if their eyes are raised slightly, it's admiration. If they lower their gaze, that's lecherous. Look at me. I've been focused on her face all along, hence it's admiration. And you? You've been fixated on her thighs, which undoubtedly qualifies as lecherous. Damn, I can't argue with you. The two bantered and laughed, watching as the woman gradually walked away. Chen Mo stood and stretched. "Let us go. We need to get to work. If we hustle, we might finish before evening." Luo Buotao replied, also rising. Just as they were about to enter the internet cafe, a sudden screech of brakes caught their attention, prompting them to turn back. A sleek black Porsche Cayenne had come to a halt across from the cafe, and from the driver's seat emerged a woman. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, her features as translucent as water, yet chillingly serene. Even though her black sunglasses obscured her eyes, they could not conceal her stunning visage, which radiated an extraordinary charm. She wore a fitted black dress that accentuated her graceful figure. One could not help but declare her a true gem of the human realm. Chen Mo glanced sideways at Luo Buotao, whose gaze was already glazed over, nearly drooling. He thought to himself, this guy must now find that earlier woman with the slippery shoulders utterly unappealing. Thus, he gave him a gentle tug and said, come on, look at the car she's driving. It's exquisite. We can't afford to daydream about it. We need to get to work. However, he found that his pull had no effect on Luo Buotao whatsoever. Chen Mo, puzzled, turned back to see the black-dressed beauty surveying her surroundings before her gaze settled on the two of them, gracefully approaching. Before long, she stood right before them. The beauty regarded the dazed Luo Buotao a few times, seemingly amused as she quirked the corner of her mouth. With her head slightly lowered, she revealed a pair of lovely eyes above her sunglasses and looked up at Chen Mo, who was taken aback. Hey there, young man. Could you tell me where the Xingfu community is? Her accent was unmistakably from Kyoto. Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Young man, you can't be that far off in age. He added, besides, even though I may look youthful, I assure you I have the heart of a true middle-aged man. Therefore, Chen Mo decided against responding earnestly, simply saying, Annie, no. I'm sorry, I don't know where that place is. The woman paused for a moment. Then a hint of displeasure flickered across her face. Auntie? Big sister? Are you blind? Or do I not look young and beautiful enough? How dare you call me that? Her tone had noticeably turned icy, her gaze sharp. Chen Mo, unfazed by her irritation, thought, why should I cater to your inflated ego? He maintained his feigned ignorance, responding, Big sister, I told you I don't know where that place is. The woman nearly spluttered in disbelief, yet she was unable to lash out, instead glaring daggers at Chen Mo. She then turned her attention back to the still-dazed Luo Buotao, but this time she was more tactful, saying, handsome boy, do you know how to get there? It took a moment for Luo Buotao to register her words, stammering, where? Clearly, he had missed everything up until now. The Xingfu community, she clarified. Luo Buotao swallowed hard before responding, yes, I know. From here, go straight for about 2 kilometers, then take a right, turn past Shuwang Road. He provided a detailed description, leaving no street or alley unmentioned, his directions clear and precise. The woman nodded in satisfaction, addressing Luo Buotao with a smile. Thank you, handsome boy. And no, it's my pleasure. Upon hearing the phrase handsome boy, Luo Buotao stammered again. After thanking him, the woman shot a fierce glare at Chen Mo before turning and striding back to her car. Luo Buotao continued to watch her intently, his gaze lingering until she had entered the vehicle, still entranced as it drove away, until it vanished from sight altogether. What could he do? In the tender throes of youthful infatuation, when a boy encounters a girl who captivates him, he often finds himself momentarily lost in reverie. The only distinction lies in the fact that some lose themselves for but a fleeting moment, while others become ensnared for a lifetime. Luo Buotao, though lacking in emotional intelligence, is no exception to this phenomenon. Yet, it remains uncertain whether his enchantment is transient or everlasting. The harsh realities of a rugged landscape breed cunning individuals, and it is enough to drive one to despair. For nearly 20 minutes since boarding the vehicle, Luo Jiechi has been venting her frustrations incessantly. As they wait at a red light, she pounds the steering wheel with fervor and exclaims in a fit of rage, Oh, I am utterly furious, this long-haired scoundrel. Seated in the passenger seat, Xiaoyuera remains silent, her heart a tumult of trepidation and excitement. 5 years. An entire 5 years. Finally, she has arrived in the city that once, and still does, hold the key to her soul's redemption through the boy she cherishes. Xiaoyuera is engulfed by a whirlwind of emotions, anxiety, exhilaration, and a tinge of guilt. After all, the mode of communication the two had once agreed upon was confined to letters, far removed from reality. Yet now, she finds herself in breach of that 5-year pact. A reality she cannot escape, for no one knows better than she that if this continues, she might truly depart this world in agonizing turmoil. Indeed, just days ago in America, had it not been for a letter that arrived nearly 3 months late, she might have found herself forever separated from everyone she knew. Thus, despite the breach of her promise, she felt compelled to come, not merely for the sake of her own survival, but to avoid a lifelong regret. After all, his reply had clearly stated, confession failed. In that moment, Xiao Yuer believed she had found her rationale for coming. Upon hearing Luo Jieqi's mention of the long-haired scoundrel, Xiao Yuer's heart fluttered, as she recalled that 2 years prior, a letter had described him as possessing long hair. It was then that she mustered the courage to speak, albeit with a tone as cold as ice. "What has he done to anger you?" Luo Jieqi, momentarily taken aback by Xiao Yuer's inquiry, retorted with indignation. "That long-haired imbecile dares to call me aunt and old lady. How could I possibly resemble either?" After venting her frustrations, she recounted the incident from earlier when they had asked for directions, neglecting to mention another boy who had appeared rather foolish. As Xiao Yuer listened, her expression shifted subtly. She noted that the manner of speech attributed to the long-haired scoundrel bore a curious resemblance to his written expressions, both imbued with a whimsical charm. "Oh," Luo Jieqi seethed further. "If I ever see him again, I shan't let that scoundrel off lightly." "Perhaps there would never be another opportunity," Xiao Yuer remarked coolly. Her words seemed to temper Luo Jieqi's ire, for it was indeed true that once her business was concluded, she would never return to this wretched place again. Approximately 10 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the Xingfu Li community. Luo Jieqi parked the car and declared, "You wait here. I shall inquire." "No," Xiao Yuer firmly replied. "You intend to go alone?" Luo Jieqi was taken aback. "Yes. Since we have arrived at his home, I must undertake this task myself." "Very well. Just take care of yourself," Luo Jieqi acquiesced, though her concern was palpable and she could not bear to hinder her. After unbuckling her seatbelt and donning her cap, Xiao Yuer stepped out of the car, her long shirt and trousers billowing in the breeze as she gazed upon the community where she had sent countless letters. Feeling a surge of emotion. After all, he truly resided here, perhaps even at this very moment, mere steps away from her. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she scanned her surroundings. On this sweltering afternoon, the entrance of the community appeared deserted. Just as she contemplated venturing further inside, she noticed a middle-aged woman cycling toward her. As the woman passed, Xiao Yuer mustered her voice, attempting to infuse warmth into her tone. "Hello, Annie." The woman halted her bicycle, curiosity flickering in her eyes. "What is it, dear?" After appraising the slender girl before her, a hint of compassion emerged. "This child is so thin, a gust of wind might sweep her away." The woman mused, noting the air of aloofness that enveloped Xiao Yuer. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yuer resolved to follow her course unwaveringly. "Andy, may I ask if you know the boy in Unit 501 of Building 1? Her inquiry was deftly articulated. "You mean that rascal, Chen Mo?" The woman blurted out without hesitation, though a flicker of wariness crossed her face. "What do you want with him?" Xiao Yuer detected the woman's caution and promptly replied, "We're classmates." "Oh, classmates, you say?" The woman seemed to relax slightly. In that case, but before she could finish, Xiao Yuer interjected, "Thank you, Annie," and without allowing the woman another word, she turned and departed. As she settled into the nearby car, the middle-aged woman shook her head in confusion, muttering, "How strange." "That was quick," Luo Jieqi remarked, astonished by Xiao Yuer's efficiency, which surpassed her own. "Did you find out?" "Yes," Xiao Yuer affirmed. Luo Jieqi, still somewhat apprehensive, suggested, "For safety's sake, perhaps we should ask a few more people, just in case that Annie was mistaken." "There could be no mistake," Xiao Yuer replied with unwavering certainty, convinced that she had found the answer she sought. "Chen Mo, there is absolutely no error." With Xiao Yuer's confidence established, Luo Jieqi ceased to press the matter, asking instead, "What now?" "We can return," Xiao Yuer replied. "Oh." Luo Jieqi started the car, preparing to head home. Just then, Xiao Yuer grasped her left wrist and said, "Chi-chi jia. Once we return, please, by any means necessary, ascertain which city and program Chen Mo, a graduate of Wonxia No. 1 High School, has applied to." Chapter 013. The Enigmatic Girl and the Reply from Fish. In truth, Xiao Yuer could have easily inquired about the school address in her letter, or even discovered it once he officially commenced his studies, but she was reluctant to raise any suspicions, nor could she afford to wait until the school year began. Xiao Yuer had meticulously devised a comprehensive plan for the path ahead, merely requiring her to implement it step by step. At this moment, Luo Jiechi nodded in response to Xiao Yuer's instructions. Very well, I shall take care of it upon my return, ensuring you receive a response in the shortest possible time. Xiao Yuer remained silent, removing her hat and leaning back against the chair to rest her eyes. She was still exceedingly frail, so weak that even basking in the sun for a brief moment or taking a few steps felt like a considerable strain on her body. Thus, the next priority was to swiftly regain her strength, especially with the academic term looming just half a month away. As evening approached, Chen Mo finally completed the debugging of the last computer, gazing at the newly assembled machines, which were functioning flawlessly without any issues. Qin Xiao Jun felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He could already envision the prosperous business of the internet cafe, with a steady influx of revenue. All of this stemmed from the new configuration plan that Chen Mo had provided him, which not only saved him money, but also helped him avoid pitfalls. At that moment, Chen Mo emerged after washing his hands, and Qin Xiao Jun, with a smile, remarked, "Chen Mo, I truly appreciate your hard work over these past few days." "You flatter me, Uncle," Chen Mo replied modestly. Having navigated the complexities of society for many years, Qin Xiao Jun understood that genuine sincerity often surpassed mere pleasantries. Thus, he withdrew a pre-prepared envelope from his pocket and presented it to Chen Mo. As the saying goes, kinship is one thing, but finances are another. Moreover, this was an arrangement they had previously agreed upon, so Chen Mo did not feign reluctance. He accepted the envelope directly from Qin Xiao Jun, only to find its thickness somewhat unexpected. Upon extracting the cash inside and counting it, he discovered that the amount exceeded expectations, 6,000 yuan in total. "Uncle, we had agreed on 60 yuan per unit. So for 85 units, it should be 5,100. You've given me too much," he stated, already pulling out 9 bills to return. Qin Xiao Jun, however, did not accept them, stating, "Chen Mo, the value of that configuration list you provided is undoubtedly worth more than 900. Had my investment not been substantial this time, I would have given you even more. 900 is not an insignificant amount. Let us not dwell on it further." Through these days of close interaction, Chen Mo acknowledged that Qin Xiao Jun was indeed a generous individual, so he refrained from further protest. "But uncle, I've been quite exhausted these past few days. Even if I haven't contributed significantly, I surely deserve a little recognition for my efforts, don't you think?" Upon hearing his nephew's plea, Qin Xiao Jun seemed prepared, promptly extracting a thick wad of cash that appeared to be even more than what he had given Chen Mo. Luo Buitao's eyes lit up with envy as he fixated on the stack of money. Yet little did he know that Qin Xiao Jun merely withdrew 5 bills from it and presented them to him. "Here, this is your compensation for your efforts." Luo Buitao was momentarily taken aback, failing to accept the 500 yuan, his eyes still gleaming with desire for the entire stack. Qin Xiao Jun shot him a glance and quickly stowed the money back into his pocket, saying, "You needn't dwell on that. I need to pay the dedicated internet fee tomorrow, and if you don't take this 500, I might not even have 5 to spare later." "I'll take it," Luo Buitao exclaimed, snatching the 500 yuan eagerly. Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle for a while, subsequently offering half of his own earnings to Luo Buitao. "Luo, I've said before, as long as there is food on my table, you'll have a bowl to wash. You should take this money." However, to his surprise, Luo Buitao, unlike when he had asked Qin Xiao Jun for money, pushed it back without a second thought. "Xiao Mo, I also said I'd work for you for free, so I won't take a single cent. That's simply won't do. I must uphold my word. Then I must also uphold my word." The two engaged in a playful back and forth, with Luo Buitao resolutely refusing to accept the money. Chen Mo chuckled again and ultimately reclaimed the cash, having his own plans in mind. With all matters settled, they departed without lingering, each heading home. Although Chen Mo possessed greater physical stamina than most, he had indeed exhausted himself over the past few days. Thus, upon arriving home, he flopped onto the sofa, like a weary elder. Comrade He-Yunlon watched him with a mix of disdain and concern, tossing him cushion. Chen Mo placed the cushion beneath his head, finally feeling somewhat at ease. Just rest for a bit. I've kept your meal warm on the stove, she added. Oh, then I'll eat first. Chen Mo, having not only exhausted himself, but also feeling quite famished, sat up again. Seeing this, He-Yunlon hurried to the kitchen to bring him his meal. Chen Mo, sitting upright and ignoring the need to wash his hands, began to devour the food ravenously. Slow down, don't choke. I'm fine, Chen Mo replied, continuing to feast. With a lengthy burp, he finally felt satisfied. Mom, where's Dad? He went to the bedroom after dinner. It seems he has some work to attend to. Oh, then I'll head to the bedroom as well. With that, Chen Mo made to leave. Wait. Upon hearing He-Yunlon call out to him, Chen Mo turned back, puzzled. What's the matter, Mom? He-Yunlon, seemingly in no rush to tidy up the dishes, appeared somewhat perplexed as she inquired, Do you have any classmates from out of town who are studying here? Particularly female classmates? Studying here? Female classmates? Although it had been a full 17 years since he last saw many of his old classmates, Chen Mo was certain that no one from outside had come to study at Wen County No. 1 Middle School, especially not a girl. No, I don't. Why do you ask, Mom? Well, that's rather strange, He-Yunlon remarked, her expression filled with confusion, which only deepened Chen Mo's curiosity. What is going on? After a moment of contemplation, He-Yunlon continued, This afternoon, as I returned home from work, a tall, slender girl with a distinct Beijing accent approached me and asked. Once He-Yunlon finished recounting her encounter from the afternoon, Chen Mo found himself utterly baffled. He-Yunlon went on, That girl was so thin. I didn't dare to breathe too loudly, fearing I might blow her away. Chen Mo thought his mother was exaggerating. In this day and age, who was still so malnourished as to appear that frail? Thus, he casually asked, What did she look like? Was she pretty? I didn't get a good look. Her hat was pulled low, as if she didn't want anyone to see her face. Oh, Chen Mo shrugged it off, reasoning that it might just be a prank from some bored classmate. After all, what were the odds that they would seek out his mother to inquire about him, especially without revealing their identity? Indeed, where there's smoke, there's fire. It must be some idle classmate who's just messing around, he thought. As he prepared to retreat to his room, He-Yunlon, still perplexed, suddenly exclaimed, I say, Chen Mo, you haven't done anything unspeakable, have you? Is that why some girl is looking for you? Chen Mo was taken aback by his mother's train of thought, replying disdainfully, As if I have the audacity for that. He-Yunlon nodded in agreement, stating, That's true. Someone as timid as you wouldn't commit any atrocious acts. Otherwise, the first victim would certainly be Lin Jitong. Mom, he exclaimed, realizing he had spoken out of turn. Chen Guozheng emerged from the bedroom, uttering no further words apart from a simple inquiry. Is everything ready? Chen Mo tossed the envelope from her pocket onto the dining table, replying, Yes, all is well. Upon seeing the envelope, Chen Guozheng, without glancing at its contents, promptly returned to the bedroom. Comrade He-Yunlon also noticed it, picked up the envelope, felt its thickness without opening it, and smiled radiantly, exclaiming, This is wonderful. Not only have I saved on the mobile phone expenses, but it seems I also need to provide your living expenses for half the semester this year. Mom, are you sure I'm your biological child? She joked. Just as the mother-daughter duo engaged in playful banter, Chen Guozheng reappeared from the bedroom, extending the envelope to Chen Mo. I retrieved this for you from the security room after work. Chen Mo accepted it and, upon examination, noticed it was signed by the fish in the smoke. After exchanging greetings with her parents, she headed to her room. Whose letter is that? He-Yunlon inquired. Who else could it be? Obviously, it's from her pen pal. She replied while closing the door behind her. As she began to open the letter, Chen Mo mused, Why did it arrive so quickly this time? It used to take nearly a month. Soon enough, she had the letter opened. To her surprise, it mirrored the brevity of her previous correspondence, yet was written in English. Wise men say, Only fools rush in. Chapter 014. Preparations before school commences. Upon reading this response, Chen Mo found it quite intriguing. In her past memories, their exchanges had typically been lengthy. However, due to her initial uncertainty upon her rebirth, she had sent a mere 4 characters, which prompted a reciprocation of brevity. She thought to herself. It seems we've grasped the essence of communication. What began as letters has transformed into text messages. As for the content, with her basic understanding of English, Chen Mo translated it directly, which roughly conveyed, "Wise men say, only fools fall into love." Coupled with her earlier letter's mention of failed confession, the precise and succinct translation should be, "The wise do not fall in love." Indeed, you understand me. Chen Mo sighed, tucking the letter away. Initially inclined to respond immediately, she found herself at a loss for words. After all, this was not some unscrupulous author's novel where one could meander through words to deceive readers. Writing letters required a certain sentiment to inspire the pen. Ultimately, Chen Mo resolved to assess the situation before replying. She opened her computer and casually browsed some information before retiring early for the night. Having been weary for several days, she intended to sleep soundly, yet was unexpectedly roused in the middle of the day by He Yunlan pulling her from the covers. Rubbing her eyes as she entered the living room, she discovered her father was home as well. Alongside the envelope that had remained untouched on the dining table since the previous night. Hurriedly, she washed her face and tidied her hair as He Yunlan busied herself with meal preparations. Emerging from the washroom, she found her parents already seated. Drowsily, Chen Mo approached the dining table, nearly eating with her eyes shut. He Yunlan shot her a disapproving glance, remarking, "Ever since your retirement, you've become increasingly lazy." "Mom, why don't you mention how exhausted I've been these past few days?" He Yunlan, uninterested in further debate, got straight to the point. "Your father and I have discussed it and plan to take you to visit your grandparents this weekend. Therefore, this afternoon, you should buy some decent clothes and tidy up your appearance." "Oh, understood." At that moment, He Yunlan suddenly produced a stack of money and placed it on the table. Continuing, she stated, "Despite our previous disagreements, we have prepared your tuition and living expenses, which you will receive before school starts. You really don't need to. Didn't I earn enough for the phone on my own? What's yours is yours, and what we give is ours. It's not the same." Aware that she was no match for comrade He Yunlan, Chen Mo turned her gaze towards Shun Guizhen. "Take it. Your mother and I have already agreed upon this." Realizing that further protest would be futile, Chen Mo accepted the inevitable. Once her parents departed for work, Chen Mo quickly gathered her things, took the money, and set off. However, she only took the 6,000 yuan she had earned from Qin Shaojun and her dwindling competition prize, leaving her parents' money untouched on her desk. Initially, Chen Mo contemplated cutting her long hair as a farewell to the past, but she soon dismissed the notion, realizing that her hair had no bearing on her history. Instead, she headed straight to the largest mall in Wonxian. "Hey, who is it?" "It's me." "Xiao Mo, what's up? Are you calling me to play games?" "It's a basketball game. I'm at the public phone booth outside your neighborhood." "Hurry down." "Okay, I'll be right there." After hanging up, Luo Buitao dashed to the neighborhood's entrance, spotting Chen Mo amusing a dog by the roadside. "What is up? Why aren't you coming into my house?" Hearing Luo Buitao's voice, Chen Mo stood up. "Luo, have you tried that brick yet? How is it working for you?" At the mention of the phone, a hint of embarrassment crossed Luo Buitao's face. As college approached, who wouldn't want the latest model? Yet, not every family could afford the finest phone available. In truth, Luo Buitao's family could have afforded a new phone, but based on memories from his previous life, his grandfather had fallen ill earlier that year. The medical expenses had nearly depleted the family savings, necessitating a more frugal lifestyle. Chen Mo didn't wish to tease his best friend any longer and directly pulled a box from his bag, handing it to Luo Buitao. "Luo, don't refuse the money. You must accept this." Luo Buitao's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the box, for it contained the Nokia 6680 he had yearned for day and night. Once he regained his composure, however, he pushed it back. "Xiao Mo, I know this phone retails for 3,850 yuan. It may be even pricier in our county. You've only earned 6,000. I can't accept this. Come on, don't be polite with me. I told you I wouldn't let you work for nothing, and you also said you didn't want any money. So, I'm giving you the phone. It's as if neither of us has broken our word." Chen Mo insisted, pushing it back towards him. Admittedly, the phone's price tag of 4,050 yuan did make Chen Mo wince internally, thinking to himself that he could use that 3,000 yuan instead. Nevertheless, since Luo Buotao genuinely desired it, he felt compelled to buy it for his brother. It was a matter of reciprocity and settling debts. Yet Luo Buotao still hesitated, saying, Xiao Mo, my uncle and the elders gave me a red envelope for school. My mom said she would add some money when I returned during the National Day holiday to buy me the latest phone. Seeing Luo Buotao still not accepting, Chen Mo's patience wore thin. Come on, why are you being so pretentious? Use your school red envelope for your own expenses. Take this, or I swear I'll just throw it away. As lifelong best friends, Luo Buotao understood Chen Mo's stubborn temperament and reluctantly accepted it, tears welling in his eyes. Upon seeing this, Chen Mo immediately broke into a smile. Enough. Stop weeping like a damsel. It's utterly disgraceful. One might think I've mistreated you, Luo Buotao exclaimed, wiping his tears and seemingly resolved, his demeanor imbued with a newfound determination. One day, I too shall earn my living through my own endeavors and acquire the things I cherish. Indeed, that is the spirit of a true man, he affirmed, nodding with conviction. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Upon uttering these words, Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, and then, in a sudden gesture of respect, he bowed deeply to Luo Buotao. Initially, he considered bowing again, but thought it would bring bad luck and decided against it, having no banquet to attend. What are you doing bowing? Luo Buotao asked, bewildered. Nothing, I was just momentarily filled with admiration for you, Chen Mo replied. The two then chatted for a while before parting ways to return home. Subsequently, Chen Mo spent a couple of days at Qin Xiaojuan's internet cafe, not for leisure, but rather to ensure the machines he had assembled were functioning properly, as he felt a sense of responsibility for after-sales service. During this time, he received invitations from his coach and former teammates to attend a gathering, marking a farewell with the brothers heading off to further education or sports schools. The weekend swiftly approached, and the family visited both sides of their hometown. Just as Chen Mo had predicted, the two trips proved fruitful, yielding small profits. By Sunday evening, the family of three returned home, with merely 2 days remaining before the commencement of school. A brief family meeting was called to discuss Chen Mo's official departure for enrollment. Chen Guizheng and his wife advocated for taking a day or two off to accompany Chen Mo to school, considering the short distance from Wenxian to Kyoto, which was merely a 2 to 3 hour drive, provided that the entry permit was secured without complications. However, Chen Mo steadfastly disagreed, refusing to compromise despite his parents' arguments. This led to He Yunlan nearly delivering a sharp reprimand to Chen Mo. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his desire to report to school independently. Ultimately, the head of the family, Chen Guizheng, despite the risk of incurring his wife's displeasure, acquiesced to Chen Mo's wishes. Chapter 15, The Companions on the Journey, August 30th, 2005, marked the official reporting date. Upon opening his bedroom door, Chen Mo found his parents seated in the living room, a table laden with his favorite dishes prepared for breakfast. They had reached a compromise that, although Chen Mo insisted they not accompany him to school, they would see him off to the bus station. So both parents took half a day off. Without giving it much thought, Chen Mo headed straight to the bathroom. When he returned to the dining table, he noticed that his mother, He Yunlan, appeared fatigued, as if she had stayed up all night, her eyes rimmed with red. The saying goes, a mother worries when her child travels 1,000 miles, and Chen Mo understood this sentiment, feeling a warmth in his heart. He playfully remarked, Mom, if you truly can't bear to see me go, I'll skip school and stay home with you every day. You dare, He Yunlan retorted, her mood shifting from sorrow to anger. Upon realizing her son was jesting, her eyes reddened further. What time is it to be arguing with your mother? Chen Guizheng interjected, playing the role of a doting husband to lighten the mood. In truth, Chen Mo felt a pang of reluctance, but was determined not to reveal this to his parents. Mom, I promise I'll return during the National Day holiday if nothing comes up. You must prepare my favorite dishes then. This statement elicited a mix of amusement and frustration from He Yunlan, easing the atmosphere considerably. Very well, I shall fulfill that promise. After breakfast, it was time to depart. Yet, He Yunlan, still uneasy about her typically carefree son, insisted on checking his room to ensure he hadn't forgotten anything. However, Chen Mo stopped her before she could open the door. Heavens, the child is grown. Some matters need not be overly meddled with. Just as they reached the ground floor, Yunlon gasped, I think I left my phone at home. I must go back to retrieve it. Mom, no need for that. The bus is about to depart. You and Dad will return shortly, Chen Mo urged. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Yunlon acquiesced, thinking it was indeed more important to catch the bus. Consequently, they loaded their luggage into an old Santana borrowed from Chengguizheng and headed straight for the Wenxian bus station. Upon arrival, the station was already bustling with a sea of people, predominantly parents and students, many of whom were either traveling alone or without a car to send their children off to school. As soon as Chen Mo alighted from the bus, he spotted Luo Boitao waving at him from beside the bus, rushing over immediately. Originally, his school's reporting date was set for the following day, but upon learning that Chen Mo intended to travel independently, he decided to accompany him a day earlier. In fact, Lin Jitong had been sending Chen Mo numerous messages on QQ over the past few days, inquiring about his plans for reporting to school. Yet he had not responded to any. At that moment, Luo Boitao approached and greeted, Hello, Uncle Chen, and he, after exchanging pleasantries, he took the initiative to carry Chen Mo's luggage. Boitao, it gives us peace of mind knowing you're traveling with Chen Mo to Kyoto, especially since you're a bit older. Do take good care of him, Yunlon remarked. Chen Mo chuckled at this. Older? In truth, I'm twice his age. Luo Boitao also laughed, recognizing that Yunlon's comment was merely a polite gesture. Setting aside their past, particularly recent events, in terms of maturity, Luo Boitao felt that Chen Mo had been more composed than even his own father. Yet he replied, Rest assured, Aunt he. At that moment, Luo Tianbiao and his wife approached, prompting Chen Mo to greet them promptly. Luo Tianbiao and Chen Guizheng stood by, smoking, while Qin Xiaorong grasped Yunlon's hand. Expressing her concerns, these two children are embarking on such a long journey alone for the first time. My heart is simply unsettled. Yunlon shared her sentiments, but had chosen to respect Chen Mo's decision and refrain from dwelling on it. Children must grow up. Eventually, one must let go, whether sooner or later. Though I say this, my heart is still uneasy. While the two women exchanged their worries, Chen Mo and Luo Boitao finished loading their luggage. Meanwhile, a Toyota Accord pulled into the bus station and parked beside them. As a passenger door opened, a girl stepped out, and Chen Mo was startled to recognize Lin Jitong. Today, she wore a mid-length cotton linen floral dress, carrying a large bag on her back. Her white shoes accentuated her graceful stride. Her long, dark hair was styled into a high ponytail, with bangs neatly arranged to frame her face, revealing a smooth forehead akin to polished jade. And she appeared to have applied a hint of light makeup. Under the bright sun, her delicate features and slender neck radiated charm. Her appearance immediately captivated the attention of many travelers at the station. Shortly thereafter, a well-dressed man stepped out from the driver's seat, the father of Lin Jitong, Lin Guodong, who began unloading a multitude of bags from the trunk. Chen Mo felt a flicker of surprise and turned to Luo Boitao, who sheepishly scratched his head. Damn it, I considered you a brother, yet you betrayed me. Wenxian is such a small place. The adults here are all acquainted. Upon encountering the numerous pieces of luggage that Lin Guodong had unearthed, both Luo Tianbiao and Chen Guizheng, constrained by a sense of propriety, lent a hand. At that moment, Lin Jitong, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, approached. Standing at 168 centimeters, she looked up at Chen Mo and instinctively removed her bag, offering it to him. Chen Mo, feigning ignorance, averted his gaze, which immediately rendered Lin Jitong exceedingly awkward and distressed, reminding her of her previous rejection of Chen Mo's confession. She thought to herself, has he been so affected for all this time? Hadn't they agreed to maintain their prior relationship? Why can't he seem to let go? Gradually, the sense of grievance within Lin Jitong intensified, and she began to harbor a slight resentment, contemplating, if this continues, I will truly be upset. On the sidelines, Luo Boitao observed the expressions of the two and was about to take Lin Jitong's bag when suddenly someone shouted from the bus, Jitong, are you also taking the bus to report? No sooner had the words left their mouth than Feng Yongming, emerging from seemingly nowhere, hurried toward Lin Jitong and snatched the bag into his grasp. Chen Mo paused in surprise, then glanced at Luo Buitao, silently inquiring with his eyes. Did this fellow also take the exam for Kyoto? Luo Buitao responded with a similar gaze, indicating he was unaware. After all, Chen Mo had not attended university in his previous life and had subsequently severed ties with all classmates except for Luo Buitao. However, it mattered little. It had no bearing on him. Soon, the departure time approached. The children bidding farewell to their parents evoked a wave of nostalgia. Lin Guodong deliberately approached, saying, Chen Mo, I originally intended to send Jitong to school, but this girl insisted on going alone. Though I am concerned, knowing you and Buitao will accompany her brings me some comfort. Also, since Jitong will be at the same school as you, please look after her for me and your aunt. Feeling the weight of parental expectations, Chen Mo intended to respond perfunctorily. However, before he could speak, Fang Yoming interjected, Uncle Lin, Jitong, and I are classmates. You needn't worry. I will certainly take good care of her on the way. Oh, then thank you, Lin Guodong replied, casting a glance at Chen Mo, though the latter remained silent. Lin Guodong accepted this as tacit agreement, well aware that Chen Mo had accompanied and protected his daughter throughout high school for 3 whole years. 5 minutes later, the bus officially departed. Chen Mo, seated by the window, turned around only when he could no longer see his parents. As the vehicle merged onto the highway, a wave of excitement washed over him. At last, he was embarking on the journey of education in this lifetime. Chapter 016. The little fish sets off as well. Let us go. The bus has disappeared from sight. Chen Guizheng gently urged his wife, who was gazing longingly ahead. Since the bus had started, he and Lan, who no longer needed to maintain her facade, was already teary-eyed. The sorrow was not hers alone. Qin Xiaorong was similarly choked with emotion, and the two leaned on each other, sharing their anguish over their children. After much coaxing from Chen Guozheng and Luo Tianbiao, the 2 women were finally consoled, and each returned home. Upon entering their house, he and Lan was struck by another wave of sadness and immediately walked into her son's bedroom, observing the unmade bed. She shook her head. Just as she was about to straighten the covers, she noticed a brand new Nokia N70 phone, a wad of cash, and a note lying on the bed. He and Lan sensed something and promptly called out, Old Chun, come here for a moment. Hearing her call, Chen Guozheng hurried in from the living room, puzzled. What is wrong? Did our son forget something? Without uttering a word, he and Lan handed him the note. Chen Guozheng took it and read aloud, Mom, I will handle this semester's tuition and living expenses. You and Dad need not worry about the money you gave me that day. The phone is a gift for you, bought with my own earnings, so you must accept it. Please tell Dad not to be jealous. I will buy him one when I earn more. To be brief, you and Dad must take care of your health at home. Forever loving you, your son, Chen Mo. After reading the note, even the stalwart Chen Guizheng felt his eyes prick with emotion, saying, I asked him the other day if he had bought the phone, and he said he did, but hadn't he shown it to me yet, mentioning he would tell me the number after getting a card in Kyoto. Just before he left, he wouldn't let you into his room or allow you to look for the phone. So that was it. He and Lan had anticipated this and turned to him. Choking back tears, our son has truly grown up. In Kyoto, on the West 5th Ring Road, a smoothly gliding Maybach 55T62S carried a pair of passengers in the back seat. Xiao Yuer, her face shaded by the brim of her hat, sat beside Luo Jiaqing. Eyes closed, lost in thought. However composed she may appear on the surface, she could not mask the tumult of feelings within her. Was it excitement, anxiety, or perhaps nervousness? Xiao Yuer herself could not articulate it. After all, she was about to meet someone with whom she had shared 5 years of acquaintance and understanding in reality. Surely, no one could remain entirely unruffled under such circumstances, especially since she had broken a promise. Yet, Xiao Yuer was resolute in her decision to meet him, for no one knew better than she that despite her nerves and trepidation, since making this choice, her heart had found a deeper sense of peace. Life, too, had gradually begun to take on a more positive hue. Although her diet had not improved significantly, she was at least forcing herself to eat. Most importantly, Xiao Yuer realized that as long as she thought of him, The persistent anxiety that had once felt like an endless abyss had alleviated considerably, and the extreme thoughts that plagued her gradually diminished. It was akin to the feeling she experienced each time she received a letter from him. As her closest friend, Luo Jiaqing, who had grown up alongside Xiao Yuer, seemed to sense the recent changes in her, including this unusual demeanor. She never imagined that after the accident, Xiao Yuer, who had always treated everyone and everything with indifference, would exhibit such behavior. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Luo Jiaqing cautiously asked, "Are you all right, Xiao Yuer?" Xiao Yuer slowly opened her eyes. "I'm fine." Although it was a mere two-word response, Luo Jiaqing was further convinced of her suspicions. Compared to the time shortly after returning to the country, Xiao Yuer's tone was no longer as cold. No, it appeared that she had started to change gradually after returning from one county. Her character was evolving, and she was making an effort to improve her health. Even though her body remained frail, she no longer spoke with the same weakness. Observing the astonished expression on Luo Jiaqing's face, Xiao Yuer quietly declared, "Sister Chi-Chi, I want to reclaim my true self, or rather, I'm striving to change my current situation." At this declaration, Luo Jiaqing was once again taken aback. The original Xiao Yuer, the one who was once gentle as water and vivaciously intelligent, it seemed that since the accident, she had not been seen for a long time. Could all these changes truly be because she was about to meet him? Luo Jiaqing did not explicitly express her thoughts, yet deep within, she harbored a fervent hope for Xiao Yuer to soon return to her former self. Xiao Yuer, however, chose not to pursue the topic further and instead remarked, "Sister Chi-Chi, did I not tell you to refrain from being too ostentatious? Why have you arrived in such a flashy car to pick me up?" Upon hearing this, Luo Jiaqing immediately felt compelled to clarify, "Oh, spare me. How was I to know that the Qian had a flat tire last night? I feared it would delay your arrival. Hence I asked Uncle Li to drive me to fetch you." Indeed, Luo Jiaqing was not lying. She had intended to drive Xiao Yuer to her registration herself that day, but the unforeseen flat tire on the Qian had thwarted those plans. Concerned that changing the tire might cause her to miss the scheduled time with Xiao Yuer, she had no choice but to take the only vehicle left in the garage, an S62. However, this car required an A1 license, which necessitated bringing along her father's chauffeur as well. Upon hearing Luo Jiaqing's explanation, Xiao Yuer chose not to comment further. "Once we arrive, just drop me off in a less crowded area," she suggested. "All right, we'll see how it goes," Luo Jiaqing responded, wishing to ensure that Xiao Yuer was settled before departing. By the way, she inquired, "What's up?" Luo Jiaqing, puzzled, listened intently. "You haven't mentioned anything to them, right?" "No. But the other night when we went racing, Meng Lingtao and his gang inquired about you again. I didn't dare to tell them you were back." Xiao Yuer nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Yes, unless absolutely necessary. Let us keep it under wraps for now. But everyone misses you dearly, especially that little imp, Tao Tao. She has been clamoring for us to organize a trip to America to see you," Luo Jiaqing remarked. The mention of Tao Tao sparked memories in Xiao Yuer's mind of that little girl who had always been at her heels, begging to learn how to ride a motorcycle. It felt like ages since they had last seen each other. Reflecting on the swift passage of time, she mused, that little girl must be preparing for university by now. Although Xiao Yuer felt a twinge of nostalgia for her friends, she still insisted, "If they ask again, just tell them I've changed my address and you don't know the specifics." "Understood, I'll follow your lead." With Xiao Yuer's wishes clear, Luo Jiaqing refrained from further discussion. Yet, she suddenly recalled something and continued, "By the way, I recall that Meng Lingtao's new campus is also in LX University Town. If he happens to run into you, please don't let it slip that I let the cat out of the bag. Given the vastness of a university town, it's unlikely we'll cross paths, and besides, I won't be wandering outside the campus," Xiao Yuer assured her. Luo Jiaqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Xiao Yuer seemed to sense something and abruptly turned to ask, "Are you still racing with them?" "Hee, I just enjoy the thrill of the crowd. But I can no longer witness your former dominance over those rascals." "It certainly diminishes the excitement," Luo Jiaqing replied, tinged with a sense of regret as she reminisced about the past. Xiao Yuer also found herself reflecting on those days. By the way, Sister Chi-Chi, she said thoughtfully. What is it? Luo Jiaqin inquired. My Morbidelli is parked in my family's underground garage. If you like, feel free to take it. The keys are hanging on the wall in my room. Upon hearing the name Morbidelli, and particularly that of Xiao Yuer's own, Luo Jiaqin was utterly astonished. It was not that she could not afford a Morbidelli, but rather that she could not acquire Xiao Yuer's specific model. After all, that sleek black Morbidelli had once swept through the racing scene in Kyoto, undefeated. Was it just an ordinary Morbidelli? No, it was a legend within the Kyoto racing circles. Stammering, Luo Jiaqin asked, Are you sure I can take it? Yes, Xiao Yuer confirmed. That was your most glorious racing machine. Luo Jiaqin exclaimed in disbelief. It matters not. If there are other cars in the garage that catch your fancy, feel free to take them as well. The keys are all on that wall. It took a while for Luo Jiaqin to compose herself from her excitement, and she clapped her hands in glee, saying, I don't need anything else. I only want that Morbidelli. Oh, Xiao Yuer, I can already picture the envious expressions on those little rascals' faces when they see me riding it. Luo Jiaqin was genuinely thrilled for quite some time before noticing Xiao Yuer's silence. She turned to look at Xiao Yuer's calm expression and cautiously asked, Xiao Yuer, how did Aunt Lu agree to your return from America? And why did you choose to enroll in such a regular university to start over as a freshman? My mother didn't say much and didn't return from abroad. She merely arranged for everything at the school and paid the necessary fees in advance. As for the accompanying staff, I declined, Xiao Yuer explained. Indeed, Luo Jiaqin mused. Given Xiao Yuer's current situation and Aunt Lu's busy schedule, she could only imagine that her feelings mirrored her own. As long as Xiao Yuer was safe and sound, without any further mishaps, she would comply with whatever she wished. Chapter 017. The attempt to impress backfires. 2 hours prior, aboard a bus heading towards the capital, Chen Mo finally no longer needed to feign sleep. He gazed out at the scenery while engaging in quiet conversation with Luo Buotao from time to time. Not long after they boarded, Lin Jitong had approached their seats with a clear intention. She wanted to swap places with Luo Buotao to sit next to Chen Mo. The moment Chen Mo noticed Lin Jitong leaving her seat, he began to pretend to be asleep, clutching Luo Buotao's shirt to prevent him from moving. Even Luo Buotao, with his low emotional intelligence, could decipher Chen Mo's intentions and, feigning concern for waking Chen Mo, opted not to switch seats. At this moment, the bus rolled steadily along the road, and many passengers began to drift into slumber. Chen Mo cast a glance at Lin Jitong ahead before finally allowing himself to awaken. The journey continued until they reached the outskirts of Kyoto. Suddenly, the driver halted the bus, announcing a restroom break. Chen Mo, feeling the urgency himself, followed the crowd with Luo Buotao to relieve themselves. However, upon returning to the bus, Chen Mo discovered Lin Jitong standing beside their seats, and he inwardly mused, She is truly relentless. Unlike trains, buses do not have fixed seating arrangements. Chen Mo soon spotted a pair of empty seats and pulled Luo Buotao along with him, only to find that Lin Jitong was quicker, having already claimed one of the seats. Chen Mo, realizing that all pairs of seats were now taken, glanced back at Luo Buotao, who had settled into a seat across from him, casting a sympathetic look his way. Chen Mo cursed under his breath, damn. Even this thick-browed fellow has betrayed the revolution. With no other option, Chen Mo decided to move to the front of the bus and engage the driver in conversation. Lin Jitong, feeling genuinely upset, reflected on how she had previously overlooked Chen Mo's shortcomings, considering the 3 years he had spent accompanying and caring for her. She had repeatedly provided him with opportunities to apologize, but even now, Chen Mo showed no signs of remorse, nor did he express any gratitude. What is this? You don't cherish the chances given to you, do you? Fine, let us see who breaks first. At this moment, Lin Jitong resolutely decided to only feign a friendship with Chen Mo, refusing to offer him any further means of retreat. Based on her experiences over the past 3 years with other suitors who had confessed their feelings to her only to be rebuffed, she was certain that it would not be her who ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. Chen Mo would undoubtedly not escape this fate either. Seeing Chen Mo dash to the front of the bus, Fang Yongming seized the opportunity to plop down beside Lin Jitong. Finally, he could sit next to his goddess. His expression a blend of smugness and delight. Eager to strike up a conversation with Lin Jitong, he initiated a topic. Jitong, last time you mentioned wanting to buy a Motorola V3. Did you get it? Though Lin Jitong was miffed and initially reluctant to engage, she didn't want to appear dismissive. I did. What about you? Didn't you say you liked the Nokia 6680? Did you buy it? In truth, Fang Yongming had already boasted about his new phone in their class group chat a few days prior, but Lin Jitong had unconsciously filtered out any messages from him. Meanwhile, aboard the bus, other students heading to university in Kyoto, albeit from different classes, were also present. For these students, Lin Jitong and Chen Mo were well-known figures, one recognized as one of the three beauties of the school, and the other a celebrated athlete in both the school and county sports teams. They were familiar with both their names and their reputations. As Lin Jitong mentioned Fang Yongming's Nokia 6680, a lanky boy exclaimed, "What? Fang Yongming, you bought the 6680? Damn, I wanted that phone for ages. But my mom wouldn't buy it for me. Hurry, show me the real thing. How is it?" Fang Yongming turned to glance back, recognizing the lanky boy as someone familiar, and cautiously asked, "What did you get?" "Oh, the 3100, an outdated model," he replied. "That is still better than mine. I only managed to get a low-end Sony Ericsson." Another classmate chimed in. Upon hearing that the two had purchased the 3100 and a Sony Ericsson, Fang Yongming's nervous heart settled considerably. "Well, I didn't actually buy the 6680. Why try the demo? It felt just okay. In the end, I opted for a 3250, which has a better feel." In reality, he hadn't been dissuaded by the 6680's merits, but rather by his limited finances. The 3250 was a result of begging his father for 2 days. Wow, even though it's a bit cheaper, the 3250 is still quite good. Indeed, it's rather impressive, especially as a music phone. Hearing the compliments, Fang Yongming beamed with pride, almost wishing he could set off fireworks on the bus to express his joy. But didn't he end there? He turned to Chen Mo and asked, "What phone did you get?" Chen Mo merely glanced at him without acknowledging his presence. Fang Yongming, aware of the tension between them and not wanting to provoke him further, shifted his attention to Luo Buitao, boasting, "Buitao, did you get a new phone?" This was purely an act of bravado. He had overheard Luo Buitao at an internet cafe days ago, confiding to Chen Mo that his family wouldn't buy him a new phone. His question was a transparent attempt to flaunt his own superiority. Unexpectedly, Luo Buitao grinned and replied, "I did." "Really?" Fang Yongming could hardly believe his ears. "Didn't you say you weren't going to buy one?" Was he just trying to save face? Convinced that Luo Buitao was merely posturing, he pressed on, "Oh, you got one. What model?" 6680, Luo Buitao stated matter-of-factly. "What?" Fang Yongming exclaimed in disbelief, unable to accept that Luo Buitao had actually acquired the coveted 6680. The two classmates nearby were equally astonished and craned their necks to see. Even Lin Jitong turned her head to look. Fang Yongming quickly composed his surprise, fixing Luo Buitao with a skeptical gaze. "Are you sure?" "Yup." Despite Luo Buitao's calm demeanor, Fang Yongming remained convinced he was merely putting on a show and wouldn't be able to produce the actual phone. "Is that so? Show it to me." He thought to himself, "Since you're so good at pretending, don't blame me for exposing you in front of everyone." To his astonishment, Luo Buitao actually rummaged through his bag and produced a brand new phone. Fang Yongming's heart raced as he laid eyes on it. It was indeed a Nokia 6680. No way. It must be fake. A dummy model. He snatched the phone from Luo Buitao's hands and pressed the power button. However, when the iconic Nokia tune played, Fang Yongming was left utterly dumbfounded. The phone was genuine. Lin Jitong and the other classmates shared in the shock of the revelation. But that was all. As Luo Buitao reclaimed the phone from Fang Yongming, he cheerfully remarked, "It was a gift from Xiao Mo." If unveiling the 6680 alone had shocked everyone, the revelation that it was a gift from Chen Mo left the entire group in stunned silence, their gazes fixed forward. Yet Chen Mo appeared oblivious, not even turning his head. Fang Yongming, still dazed, turned back to Luo Buitao and asked, "Are you certain this is a gift from Chen Mo?" Luo Buitao had switched off the phone and placed it back in his bag. "What is there to doubt?" Fang Yongming slumped back in his seat, feeling as though he had been soundly slapped in the face. No, 2 slaps. His previous bravado faded, leaving him feeling thoroughly embarrassed. At that moment, Chen Mo, who had been at the front of the bus, suddenly turned back and said to Luo Buitao, "Get ready. We've arrived at the bus station." As Chen Mo's voice resonated, there was a stir among the passengers who began to look out the windows. Soon, many were gathering their belongings. Before long, the bus circled the station and came to a stop, with the ticket attendant announcing, "We've arrived. Please ensure you gather your belongings before disembarking. Those with items in the luggage compartment, please follow me to retrieve them. Also, remember, our departure is at 4:20 p.m., so don't be late." As the attendant's voice echoed, Chen Mo and Luo Buitao were the first to disembark. Shielding his eyes from the sun, Chen Mo stretched widely. "Kyoto, here I come." Following this, everyone gradually exited the bus. Once the attendant opened the luggage compartment, Chen Mo slung both his large and small bags over his shoulders. Luo Buitao carried only a sizable suitcase and a small shoulder bag, which wasn't too heavy. Thus, both individuals appeared to be traveling light. However, Lin Jitong was not so fortunate, as she brought along 2 large suitcases and an additional sizable bag, which Fang Yongming had already retrieved for her. Chen Mo glanced around, and, upon spotting the sign for the Kyoto University of Commerce freshman reception, he turned to Luo Buitao and said, "Let us first check out our school's reception area. I'll accompany you to Jinglin afterward." "All right," came the reply, and the two set off. Yet, barely after taking a few steps, they heard someone call out from behind. "Xiao Mo, are you abandoning me?" Lin Jitong, who had intended to leave Chen Mo momentarily, found herself unable to do so due to the sheer volume of her luggage. Although Fang Yongming had been close at hand, he too was burdened with his own belongings and could only assist Lin Jitong with 1 suitcase. Reluctantly, Lin Jitong called out to Chen Mo, already aware of the situation, shook his head in resignation. At that moment, however, Luo Buitao stepped forward and lifted Lin Jitong's heaviest suitcase. Chen Mo silently praised him. A true brother, regardless of emotional intelligence, knows one well. With Luo Buitao taking charge of the luggage, Chen Mo felt a sense of lightness. Just as he was about to turn towards the reception area, a pink bag flew towards him. Instinctively, he caught it, only to realize it belonged to Lin Jitong. Prompting a sigh, "This girl truly doesn't regard me as a stranger." He then hung Lin Jitong's bag around Fang Yongming's neck. The station was bustling with new students arriving in Kyoto, each filled with a mix of excitement and anxiety. The thrill stemmed from the imminent commencement of their long-cherished university life, while the anxiety arose from leaving their hometowns for this unfamiliar city. Among them were Lin Jitong, Luo Buitao, and Fang Yongming, who closely followed Chen Mo, their expressions taut with tension. In his previous life, Chen Mo had ventured into the foreign city long ago, rendering him somewhat numb to the feeling of leaving home. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of excitement. After all, he was about to rectify the regrets of his past life. At this moment, Chen Mo, standing an impressive height of 187 centimeters, towered over the crowd, especially with his flowing long hair, making him all the more conspicuous, drawing the attention of nearby students, particularly the females. While his handsomeness remained somewhat ambiguous, his height and lustrous hair were undeniable. After meandering about, they finally reached the reception area of the Kyoto University of Commerce. 2 senior students in charge of reception approached them. Chen Mo and Lin Jitong presented their admission letters. One of the seniors examined them closely and, confirming their authenticity, said, "Welcome, freshmen, to the University of Commerce. Please set your luggage down and take a moment to rest at the side. There's mineral water available on the floor. Once Brother Yi returns, he will assist you with the shuttle to the university." Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle, thinking this guy, despite being a legitimate university, operates with a gang-like flair, referring to himself as brother. Still, he followed the senior's gesture towards the temporary resting area and inquired, "Do you know where the reception area for Kyoto Forestry University is?" "It's in the northwest corner. You'll see it shortly after departing from here," came the reply. "Thank you," Chen Mo said, then turned to Luo Buitao. "Let us go find your school's reception area." He placed his luggage on a nearby table, ready to accompany Luo Buotao, only to be stopped as Luo Buotao grasped his arm, saying, Chen Mo, I'm actually older than you. I can't have you handling everything for me. I'll find it myself. Having gleaned the experience of locating the reception area from Chen Mo, Luo Buotao intended to go alone. Chen Mo reflected on the necessity of granting Luo Buotao some independence and, not wanting to insist, merely advised, be cautious in the crowded station. Once you arrive at school, get a SIM card and let me know your number on QQ. He spoke to Luo Buotao with the earnestness of a father addressing his departing son, imparting numerous reminders. Luo Buotao acknowledged him and set off with his luggage. Chen Mo watched until his friend vanished into the throng before sinking down to wait in the resting area for the so-called Brother Yi to return and arrange their transport to the university. Fang Yongming, feeling somewhat guilty, had initially wanted Chen Mo, with his towering stature, to accompany him to find his own school's reception area, but lacked the courage to ask. After much contemplation, he ultimately bid farewell to Lin Jitong and hurriedly departed. Lin Jitong, still miffed, took a seat beside Chen Mo, continuing to ignore him. At that moment, a newcomer, emboldened by his interest in Lin Jitong, approached to request her contact information, only to be summarily rejected. Being a fresh-faced newcomer himself, he did not persist after being turned down. Witnessing this, the other male students refrained from approaching Lin Jitong, deterred by her demeanor. Although Lin Jitong sat next to Chen Mo, unwilling to engage with him, a pressing thought weighed heavily on her mind, prompting her to ask, Chen Mo, did you really buy that phone for Buotao? Ah, Chen Mo replied casually, unaware of the storm brewing within her. However, that single utterance ignited Lin Jitong's ire. Why was Chen Mo buying a phone for Luo Buotao? While she had never anticipated receiving such a gift herself, she could not abide his generosity toward another. Chen Mo's care and attention, in her mind, ought to be exclusively reserved for her, Lin Jitong. The more she pondered, the more discontent swelled within her. Fine, continue to provoke my ire. I shall let you reflect upon this for a while. Meanwhile, Chen Mo remained blissfully unaware of Lin Jitong's self-directed mental drama, akin to a grand soliloquy of self-inflicted emotional turmoil. Chapter 19. The Rogue Senior Sister. Junior, do you play basketball? Chen Mo reclined comfortably at the reception area, engaging in casual conversation with a few fellow freshmen. After approximately 5 minutes of waiting, a girl emerged from the crowd, gradually making her way towards them. Upon noticing her, the senior who had previously assisted them turned to the newcomers and announced, Brother Yi is back. All the freshmen, including Chen Mo, turned to look. The girl stood at about 160 centimeters, clad in a light blue t-shirt and a knee-length skirt. Her ebony hair was tied into a spirited ponytail, swaying as she walked with an air of confidence. Her complexion was neither exceptionally fair nor particularly dark. Her features were well-defined, exuding a vibrant energy. Before long, she had arrived at the reception area. The senior promptly greeted her, Brother Yi, you're back. The so-called Brother Yi did not respond, but continued onward until she reached the temporary resting area for freshmen, where she fixed her gaze on Chen Mo and commanded, Stand up. Chen Mo, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny, was taken aback by the demand, thinking to himself, no way, is she really part of some gang? Despite his inner musings, he complied and stood up. After all, her current identity is that of a senior, so it is prudent to feign compliance for the time being. When Chen Mo finally rose to his feet, the formidable Yilao Da's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of golden light as she gazed intently at him for an extended duration, before circling him twice. During this time, she playfully ruffled his hair, pinched his arms, and even jabbed at the hidden muscles beneath his t-shirt. This series of actions left Chen Mo utterly bewildered, cursing internally. Damn, this is hardly the demeanor of a formidable gang leader. It feels more like encountering a female ruffian. And here he was, shamelessly taken advantage of. Where is my dignity? I haven't even started my studies, and my reputation is already tarnished. In truth, Chen Mo was not alone in his confusion. The other male freshmen were equally alarmed by Yi Lao Da's antics, huddling together for fear that they would be next. Fortunately, After having her fun with Chen Mo, Yi Lao refrained from targeting anyone else. Instead, she stood before him, gazing up at his towering figure, nearly 30 centimeters taller than her, and asked Junior, "Do you play basketball?" Huh. Chen Mo was once again taken aback by the query from this so-called Yi Lao. So, all this was merely a prelude to such a simple question? However, it soon dawned upon him that her persistent probing had a purpose. She was undoubtedly assessing his physical prowess through her playful groping. With an expectant look, Yi Lao continued, "You're so tall and fit. You must have been quite the basketball player in high school, right?" Realizing her ulterior motive, Chen Mo replied flatly, "Senior, I'm naturally clumsy when it comes to sports. I was born without any athletic genes. Don't even mention basketball. I can't even flick a marble." At this, Lin Jitong, who was nearby, turned her head with a look of confusion, but still remained silent, as she was still fuming. Although Chen Mo was earnestly joking, Yi Lao took him at face value, never suspecting that the innocent, charming freshman would dare to deceive her. With a heavy sigh, her face adorned with an expression of deep regret, she lamented, "What a pity. With your height and such a good physique, it's truly a shame you can't play basketball." Having said that, she disregarded Chen Mo and sauntered off towards the reception desk. The senior who had previously witnessed Yi Lao Da's disappointment offered some consolation. "Don't be so quick to despair, Yi Lao Da. Although today is the last day of the welcoming event, there is still some time left. Perhaps in the next wave of newcomers, you might find a promising talent." Yi Lao remained in a state of utter despondency, as if all hope had been extinguished. "What hope is there? I've been here for 3 whole days. 3 days. I've seen no promising candidates among these freshmen, whether early or late arrivals. Just when I finally spot someone today, it turns out to be a hopeless athletic imbecile. Had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have volunteered for this welcoming committee. I could have just stayed home and slept for 3 days straight." Her bold and audacious remarks left all the freshmen in shock once again. Even Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This girl certainly speaks with flair and bravado. She indeed has the makings of a gang leader. Disappointment aside, business must still be conducted. Yi Lao took a sip of water and turned to address all the freshmen. "Hello, everyone. My name is Yi Qian, a junior in the computer science department. You may call me Senior Yi or Yi Lao. It's entirely up to you. Now, please gather your belongings and board the first shuttle bus. We will depart for our university immediately." The already hot and restless freshmen erupted with excitement at her words, eagerly grabbing their bags and rushing towards the bus. Chen Mo followed suit, spotting other freshmen helping Lin Jitong with her luggage. He couldn't help but think, no matter where one goes, there are always sycophants aplenty. Leisurely, Chen Mo boarded the bus. Finally, the shuttle set off. After gazing out the window for a while, he began to rest his eyes. Barely had he closed them when he felt someone sit beside him, speaking, "Junior, are you really sure you don't play basketball?" Opening his eyes, he found that it was indeed the ruffian leader, Yi Qian. He replied, "Absolutely, Yi Lao." In truth, Chen Mo didn't wish to deceive her. He simply didn't want to divert too much of his focus. With his rebirth, his primary aspiration remained steadfast, to earn money and ensure a better life for his parents in their later years. Compared to this paramount goal, matters of love and charming young women could wait. Everything else was even less significant. Yi Qian, profoundly disappointed yet still unwilling to concede, pressed on, "Would you be interested in joining the basketball club at university? Honestly, it would be such a waste not to utilize your physical attributes for basketball. Senior, I can trip over my own feet when walking. My legs are a tangled mess when I run. Do you really think I can play basketball?" Chen Mo maintained his commitment to his primary goal. Yi Qian shook her head, letting out a long sigh. "It seems you truly are a bona fide athletic imbecile." Recognizing that further entreaties would be futile, she reluctantly stood up, but not before asking, "Junior, what is your name?" Chen Mo. With a dismissive wave, Yi Qian, still wearing a look of disappointment, moved to the front of the bus. After a bumpy ride, they finally arrived at LX University Town. As the golden letters spelling Kyoto University of Business came into view, all the freshmen erupted in cheers. Upon entering the campus, the bus halted in a spacious area. Yi Qian stood up and addressed the newcomers. "Now you may disembark." You can leave your luggage at the storage station not far ahead, where volunteers will assist you. Then proceed to the comprehensive building. All the counselors and student representatives from various departments and classes are there for check-in, so just find the one corresponding to your major. Also, there are signposts along the way. Surely, all of you who made it into Business University R&T directionally challenged, right? The eager freshmen, unable to contain their excitement, hurriedly exited the bus and spread out according to the signs. Chen Mo leisurely disembarked and walked away by himself. Lin Jitong, who had already enlisted the help of another eager beaver with her luggage, noticed Chen Mo leaving silently and glared at him with a mix of resentment and indignation, refusing to acknowledge him, having failed to enroll in the previous life. Chen Mo was filled with a sense of excitement as he stepped onto the university campus for the first time. After stowing his belongings, he decided to take his time and meander about. However, before long, as he rounded a corner, he heard a roaring sound growing increasingly closer. Turning to look, he spotted a black Maybach S62 barreling towards him. Chen Mo quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the vehicle as it brushed past his clothing, before it screeched to a halt at the roadside. If it weren't for his agility, he would have found himself in the hospital on the very first day of reporting. Chen Mo felt a surge of anger and was about to chase after the reckless driver. However, he noticed that the occupants of the car seemed to restart their engine upon realizing he was unscathed. To his astonishment, they simply sped away. Chapter 20. The Second Encounter of Foam and Fish. Uncle Lee, please drive quickly, commanded the driver. Uncle Lee, upon hearing the orders of his young mistress. However, he hesitated to ask, shouldn't we stop and check on that student? Look, he still seems eager to pursue us. It's evident that he is unharmed. So let's just leave, replied Chen Mo, who indeed appeared to be uninjured from Uncle Lee's vantage point in the rearview mirror. Thus, he resumed driving at a swift pace. Xiaoyu adjusted her hat, which had been askew from the abrupt stop, and calmly remarked, I told you to just drop me off at the entrance. There was no need to drive in. In truth, Xiaoyu had not observed the condition of the person nearly struck. She merely wished to avoid becoming the center of attention on her first day at school. Upon hearing her words, Luo Jiechi dismissed them, genuinely concerned that the frail Xiaoyu would struggle to manage her considerable luggage alone. I was merely trying to be discreet by rushing in. Besides, that long-haired fellow was clearly careless, suddenly darting out from around the corner. Ever since returning from Wang County, Luo Jiechi seemed to harbor a strong bias against boys with long hair. Xiaoyu shook her head and said, Sister Chi, why don't you and Uncle Lee drop me off in a less crowded area and then leave? The school is not that large. He might indeed come looking for you later. Luo Jiechi exclaimed in surprise. That S out of the question. Although your luggage isn't excessive, you still have 2 large suitcases. How will you manage them to your dormitory? Even if he does find me, it's not a problem. If he is truly injured, I wouldn't mind compensating him, whatever amount is necessary. Xiaoyu replied, not daring to overestimate her current stamina. Very well then. Let's find a less populated place to stop. I can report in first, and then have you take me to my dormitory, she concluded. All right, damn it. Driving a damn Maybach makes you special? I nearly got hit. Chen Mo cursed, initially intent on pursuing the offending black car. However, he reconsidered. He hadn't actually been struck, and even if he caught up, it would merely be to seek an explanation or an apology. In the sweltering heat, and with reporting still ahead of him, it hardly seemed worth the trouble, and thus he abandoned the idea, losing interest in further wandering. He gathered his reporting materials and headed to the comprehensive building. As he drew nearer, he encountered an increasing number of students completing their registrations. It must be said that the school had made the process exceptionally user-friendly, with clear signage indicating the registration points for each college, department, and class. Chen Mo swiftly located his class's registration desk. Before the desk sat 2 girls. One appeared quite youthful, embodying the essence of a student, dressed in very ordinary attire, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. The other, however, was quite different. She possessed a delicate and attractive face, adorned with a subtle touch of makeup. Beneath her finely arched eyebrows lay a pair of indifferent black pupils, complemented by a straight nose and ruby-red lips, her features harmoniously mature and enchanting. She wore a beige t-shirt, The lower half of her outfit was obscured by the table. Chen Mo did not dwell on it and approached directly. There were not many students from their class present, and once the two ahead of him finished their procedures, it was his turn. "Hello. I am a new student reporting for Class 2 of Business Administration." The two girls were engrossed in their paperwork, and the seemingly ordinary girl did not even look up as she replied, "What's your name?" "Chen Mo." With a sharp sound, a sheet of paper was slapped onto the desk. The girl instructed, "Fill out this form, then submit the relevant materials. Once done, you can head to your dormitory if you need to purchase bedding." Her words tumbled out like a machine gun, delivered in one breath without a glance upward. However, upon hearing Chen Mo's name, the exquisite girl suddenly lifted her head. Her interest piqued as she looked at him. "Are you Chen Mo?" "Yes," Chen Mo replied honestly. The girl stood up, scrutinizing him with an appraising gaze. "You are indeed quite tall." Chen Mo found her remarks puzzling. She seemed to recognize him. Yet he was certain they had never met. Noticing his bewilderment, she smiled and said, "Forgive me for not introducing myself earlier. I am your counselor, Lin Jinxian," extending her right hand in greeting. "Ah, so she's the counselor. That explains her knowledge of my name," Chen Mo realized and promptly responded, "Hello, Teacher Lin." He quickly shook Lin Jinxuan's hand in return. "You too. Please proceed with your registration," she said, withdrawing her hand. Thereafter, he smoothly completed his enrollment procedures. Chen Mo expressed his gratitude and turned to the finance office to pay various fees. As he departed, the ordinary-looking girl remarked, "Teacher Lin, you seem quite interested in this Chen Mo. Unlike the previous high, thin girl in the hat, you only stood up for these two when they arrived. Especially this Chen Mo, you even shook his hand," she added. Lin Jinxian smiled and said nothing in response. Exiting the comprehensive building, Chen Mo collected his luggage and made his way to the male dormitory. Coincidentally, as he passed an intersection, he spotted the black Maybach that had nearly collided with him speeding past. Chen Mo had no intention of pursuing it further, nor could he catch up. Instead, he raised a prominent middle finger in the car's direction. Upon reaching the dormitory, he presented his payment receipt to collect his newly purchased bedding and proceeded to room 313. Before he even entered, he could hear the raucous music blaring from within. After confirming, Chen Mo pushed open the door. The moment he opened it, the overwhelming volume of music assaulted his eardrums and enveloped him in a thick cloud of secondhand smoke. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had stepped into a concert. The song playing was familiar. It was Nirvana's Come As You Are. He recalled that a certain film-titled Sewing Machine Band had borrowed its theme song from this very tune. Navigating through the cacophony and haze, he stepped into the dormitory, where 8 pairs of eyes met his. Chen Mo cast a casual glance around. Closest to him, on the left side, sat a boy with a cigarette dangling from his lips, legs propped up on the desk, strumming a wooden guitar. This individual had hair longer than Chen Mo's, cascading to his neck and dyed a vibrant red, styled into an exaggerated peacock cut with gel. His face was equally flamboyant, decorated with smoky eye makeup and fiery red lips, adorned with an array of piercings, eyebrow, nose, and lip, while his left ear sported an entire circle of piercings. He wore a deliberately torn t-shirt and similarly tattered three-quarter pants, completed with a pair of Converse sneakers. This appearance undoubtedly embodies the quintessential shammate image. However, in 2005, the term shammate had yet to emerge or gain popularity, leaving Chen Mo perplexed as to the underlying joke this individual was playing. With a sigh of contemplation, he glanced at the other two individuals behind him. Their appearances and attire were decidedly more conventional. In Chapter 021, the 3 big smokers in the dormitory. A boy on the left, busy folding clothes, sported a classic 7-point haircut, clad in an all-black tracksuit, standing approximately 180 meters tall. To the right, in stark contrast to the shammate archetype, stood another boy with a crew cut, also dressed in sportswear, around 175 meters in height, rummaging through a suitcase. At that moment, upon seeing Chen Mo enter, the 3 of them expressed no surprise but paused their activities to face him. Notably, the shammate representative, upon recognizing Chen Mo, immediately silenced the blaring music, rising with a look of astonishment and exclaiming, "Wow, I initially thought old Jew was tall, but it turns out the last brother here is the real height champion. Damn, and here I am, the shortest. His words carried a distinct Beijing accent. Chen Mo assessed him. With his height and hairstyle, he might be around 180 meters, but without the hair, he was likely only 172 meters. The boy folding clothes approached, echoing, "Indeed, you're quite a bit taller than me." The boy rummaging through the suitcase remained silent. Chen Mo nodded at everyone, observing the dormitory companions with whom he would spend the next 4 years, and began his self-introduction. "Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chen Mo, from Wenxian, Jizhou." Upon hearing Chen Mo's somewhat streetwise introduction, the other three introduced themselves in turn. "I'm Zhao Xiaoshui, from Beijing, the Shamate representative. I am Zhu Han, hailing from a northeast Bincheng. I'm Kong Kai, also from Beijing." Chen Mo mentally noted their names. Given that it was their first meeting and they were all young, the conversation did not flow extensively after the introductions. Chen Mo, preferring not to pry into their lives yet, opted to remain reserved until they became more familiar. He took another look around the dormitory. The three had allocated him a bed by the window on the north side, which he accepted without concern, carrying his luggage and bedding over. Just as he was about to organize his bed, Zhu Han approached, offering him a cigarette. In a slightly accented Mandarin, he said, "Want a smoke? I brought these from home." In his previous life, while working in Yangcheng, Chen Mo occasionally accompanied others in smoking, but he had never genuinely indulged in it. Thus, in this life, he had no intention of picking up the habit, replying, "Thank you, but I don't smoke." Zhu Han was unfazed and turned to Zhao Xiaoshui and Kong Kai. "What about you guys?" Zhao Xiaoshui retrieved a cigarette from his desk, saying, "I prefer my own brand." He then resumed, strumming his guitar as he turned the music back on. "I'll take one," Kong Kai replied, accepting the offer. Chen Mo thought to himself, "If I had walked in just a moment later, I might have been engulfed in a cloud of smoke. It seems this dormitory is filled with smokers aside from myself." Yet, he refrained from making any fuss about it. After all, they were dorm mates and would need to adapt to one another over time. Fortunately, it was early autumn, and with the windows open, the smoke dissipated quickly. Chen Mo tossed his bedding onto the bed and was about to tidy up when he heard Zhu Han speak again. "Chen Mo, hold off on that for now. It's mealtime. Let us head to the cafeteria." Zhu Han's suggestion made Chen Mo realize he was indeed a bit hungry, having not eaten anything since morning. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoshui turned off the music, tossed aside his guitar, and volunteered, "I know which floor has the most beautiful girls at the cafeteria. I'll take you all there." "Are we really going to eat?" asked Kong Kai, who, like Zhao Xiaoshui, was also from Beijing. "Hurry up. Lead us to see." The four of them left the dormitory, making their way to the cafeteria. Along the way, they attracted numerous glances, eliciting a mix of admiration and curiosity, especially directed towards Chen Mo and Zhao Xiaoshui. There was no denying it. One tall with long hair, the other embodying the Shamate style. Particularly, Zhao Xiaoshui's unique appearance made it difficult for anyone to avert their gaze. As they walked, Chen Mo engaged in casual conversation, gathering insights about his new companions. Zhao Xiaoshui had arrived at school 2 days early, explaining his knowledge of where the most attractive girls could be found. Zhu Han took the overnight green train to arrive that morning. Interestingly, Kong Kai, also from Beijing, had arrived at a similar time as Chen Mo, even entering the dormitory just moments apart. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Chen Mo, Zhu Han, and Kong Kai planned to recharge their meal cards. "Let us worry about dinner later. Today's lunch is on me," Zhao Xiaoshui declared. Though they had just met, youth often brings a lack of concern over such matters, and with the meal card lines overflowing with freshmen, they followed Zhao Xiaoshui upstairs. After queuing, serving themselves, and swiping their cards, the trio found a pleasant spot to eat while watching the girls pass by. Meanwhile, due to Zhao Xiaoshui's eccentric style, they garnered quite a bit of attention from fellow students. As Zhao Xiaoshui had said, the cafeteria was indeed bustling with girls, most of whom were returning upperclassmen. After all, how would first-year students know which windows serve the best food so quickly? Their advantage came from Zhao Xiaoshui's earlier arrival. As more and more girls entered, Zhao Xiaoshui and Kong Kai found themselves nearly overwhelmed by the sights, especially Kong Kai, whose eyes seemed ready to pop out, afraid to miss a single attractive girl. Zhu Han displayed less interest in the beautiful girls, but occasionally glanced up. Chen Mo observed as well. But he found that the attractiveness of the girls passing by did not match Zhao Xiaoshuai's exaggerated claims, leading him to lose interest. After all, he was seeking a good partner, not merely a pretty face. Suddenly, Kong Kai exclaimed, "Wow." His outburst drew the attention of Chen Mo and Zhu Han. "What happened? Did you spot someone exceptionally stunning?" Zhao Xiaoshuai eagerly inquired. Following Kong Kai's gaze, they discovered no particularly breathtaking girls, prompting Zhao Xiaoshuai to chuckle and scold him. "Calm down. You're acting like you've never seen anything before." Continuing his search, Zhao Xiaoshuai resumed his self-appointed duty of scouting. Kong Kai, however, remained fixated, declaring, "Look, that girl who just walked in wearing a hat is really tall, but she is so skinny she looks like she might topple over." Zhao Xiaoshuai, only interested in beautiful girls, ignored Kong Kai's remarks. Chen Mo, now indifferent to everything around him, focused solely on his meal. Only Zhu Han, upon hearing Kong Kai, turned to look and was suddenly struck with surprise. "Goodness gracious, how tall and slender she is." This remark piqued Chen Mo's curiosity. He wondered just how thin a girl must be to elicit such astonishment from her two roommates. Thus, he followed their gaze. Not far from the staircase, indeed, there was a tall and slender girl heading towards window number 3 to fetch her meal. She stood at least 172 meters, likely only accounting for her bare height. Her attire was rather peculiar, unlike the other girls around her who seemed content to don nothing more than a mere sack. She wore a long tunic and trousers even in the sweltering heat. Yet, despite her long garments, they could not conceal her almost insect-like physique, as she walked with a swaying gait, as if she might float away at any moment. Above her, her features were entirely obscured. A black baseball cap sat atop her head, its brim seemingly manipulated to sit exceptionally low. Notably, long bangs cascaded down the sides of her face, completely shrouding her visage. The only glimpse one could catch was a high ponytail peeking from the back of her cap when she turned. At that moment, as Chen Mo beheld this tall and slender girl, he suddenly recalled a comment made by He Yunlan during his recent visit home. He mused to himself. Indeed, Mother was not exaggerating. There truly exists a girl so light that she could be blown away with a single breath. Chapter 022. The Stick-Thin Girl Who Eats Fish Food. Just as Chen Mo and his companions were fixated on the stick-thin girl, Zhao Xiaoshuai suddenly let out an exclamation. It was immediately apparent that he had spotted something significant. Kong Kai was the first to react, hastily inquiring, "Where? Where?" As he followed Zhao Xiaoshuai's gaze, he too gasped, "Oh my, she is indeed a rare beauty." Their exclamations prompted Chen Mo and Zhu Han to turn their heads in curiosity. At window number 2 in the cafeteria, a girl who had just finished getting her meal was searching for a place to sit. Compared to the surrounding girls, her appearance and height indeed set her apart, warranting the admiration from both Zhao Xiaoshuai and Kong Kai. Moreover, it seemed she had captivated the attention of more than half the boys in the vicinity. However, Chen Mo merely glanced at the girl's mid-length floral cotton linen dress before turning back to his meal. At that moment, Zhu Han also turned to him and remarked, "She is indeed pretty, but why does she always wear such a forlorn expression?" "That is just how she is," Chen Mo casually replied. "Do you know her?" Zhu Han asked, puzzled. Chen Mo smiled, but offered no answer. "She is truly beautiful. Were it not for that ever-present look of deep sorrow, she would surely be even more attractive," Kong Kai commented, also turning away. "I think she looks good no matter what," Zhao Xiaoshuai chimed in, his gaze still fixated on the girl, his neck nearly twisting in the process. At this juncture, Zhu Han declared, "I'm done eating." "I'm done too." Chen Mo followed suit. "I'm done as well," Kong Kai said, placing his chopsticks down. "How about we 3 head out first? I still need to tidy up my bed." "All right, I need to go back and clean up too," Chen Mo agreed. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoshuai quickly turned around. "Hold on. Guys, wait for me. I'll be right there." Since he had been preoccupied with searching for beautiful girls since the meal began, he had barely touched his food. Upon hearing Chen Mo and the others plan to leave, he frantically shoveled a few bites into his mouth. Moments later, Zhao Xiaoshuai tossed his chopsticks aside and announced, "Let's go." Seeing this, Chen Mo and his companions were taken aback. This was a stark contrast to his earlier nonchalance. as he now devoured his meal with the speed of a rocket. The four stood up, preparing to return to their dormitory. As they passed the table where the stick-thin girl had been eating, she was just then rising to leave. Chen Mo casually glanced at the remnants of her meal and couldn't help but ponder. My goodness, for someone so thin. It seemed she barely touched her portion of plain noodles, having only taken a couple of bites, leaving the rest untouched. While others might indulge in cat food, she seems to be dining on fish food. To avoid inadvertently blowing away the stick-thin girl with a gust of wind, the four hurriedly distanced themselves. Once outside the cafeteria, Kong Kai, having been the first to spot the stick-thin girl, suddenly remarked, "That girl is really skinny. I've never seen anyone so thin in my life. But she's quite tall. When she wears shoes, she is almost as tall as I am." Zhu Han nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, she is practically skin and bones. I was so startled when we passed by that I hurried to keep my distance. If I bumped into her, it could easily result in a broken leg or arm. All right, while she is indeed thin, it's not as exaggerated as you claim." "I thought it looked like a famine situation," Chen Mo interjected. The girl was certainly thinner than most, but not so emaciated as to warrant such dramatic descriptions. Upon hearing this, Zhu Han nodded in agreement, but then suddenly inquired, "Did you give her the nickname Stick-Thin Girl?" Chen Mo inadvertently revealed his description of the girl. Zhu Han and Kong Kai both gave him a thumbs up, simultaneously exclaiming, "What a fitting description." At that moment, Zhao Xiaoshui piped up, "I wonder what her face looks like. If she is pretty, I could probably overlook it." His fixation on beauty overshadowed all other considerations. "Damn!" Chen Mo and the others simultaneously raised their middle fingers at him. As they chatted leisurely, they passed by a temporary business point for a mobile company. After Chen Mo and Zhu Han each acquired a card from the dynamic zone, they proceeded directly back to their dormitory. Upon entering, the three immediately lit up cigarettes. Chen Mo took out his phone and inserted the new card on the balcony. The first call, of course, was to his mother, He Yunlan. The call connected almost instantly, and immediately, He Yunlan's voice rang out with reproach. The reasons for her admonishments were simple. First, Chen Mo had unilaterally decided to leave the money she had given him at home. Second, she chastised him for purchasing such an expensive new phone. Chen Mo refrained from explaining, but he could tell that despite her scolding tone, her heart was undoubtedly sweet as honey. After finally placating his mother, he called his father, Chen Guizhong, who was already at work. The conversation between the two was brief, and soon they ended the call. Returning to the room, he found the other two had finished smoking and were occupied with their own activities. Chen Mo said nothing and began to tidy up his bed and storage cabinet. After over an hour of organizing, he finally completed the task. Having listened to over an hour of the songs Zhao Xiaoshui had been playing. Yet, no matter how good the music was, it could not compare to the videos of alluring girls in revealing outfits flaunting their figures that he had seen in a previous life. However, this era had its own advantages. For instance, many music streaming apps, such as Dog and Quiet Listening, offered free services with abundant resources. Chen Mo vaguely recalled a few of the songs Zhao Xiaoshui was playing. Bon Jovi's It's My Life, Guns N' Roses' Don't Cry, Queen's Bohemian Rhapsody, Linkin Park's In the End, and the recently charted Boulevard of Broken Dreams by Green Day have collectively led Chen Mo to ascertain that Zhao Xiaoshui's musical inclinations predominantly lean towards Western heavy metal and hard rock, with occasional forays into hip-hop and rhythm and blues. During the discourse surrounding music, Zhu Han and Kong Kai also engaged in the conversation. Zhu Han emphasized classic rock bands and folk musicians from Xia country, such as Beyond, 0 Point, Tang Dynasty, Lao Chui, Do Xiener, Lao Lang, and Bushu. He even showcased his vocal talents by singing a few lines, demonstrating a commendable ability. Kong Kai expressed his admiration for contemporary pop artists like Jay Chou, Wang Lihong, and Tao Zhe, also attempting to sing, albeit with a voice that resembled a broken gong. At this juncture, upon seeing Chen Mo descend from his bed, Zhu Han inquired, "Chen Mo, what kind of music or which artists and bands do you favor?" Chen Mo replied, "I have a rather eclectic taste in music. I enjoy a bit of everything." Zhu Han nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Zhao Xiaoshui, suggesting, "Xiaoshui, I notice you often fiddle with that guitar. Why not play us a tune while we have the time?" Zhao Xiaoshui reduced the volume slightly, scratching his head, and replied, "Heh, I haven't quite mastered it yet." Kong Kai retorted dismissively, "What is the point of holding it if you can't play?" Zhao Xiaoshui, unfazed, countered, "You don't understand. The guitar is affectionately known as the love assault rifle. To attract beautiful girls at school, I must learn to play it eventually. Just imagine, under the moonlight at dusk, strumming love songs with a throng of admirers listening intently, lost in the moment. Ah, what an exhilarating scene to envision." Following Zhao Xiaoshui's self-indulgent musings, Zhu Han and Kong Kai responded with gestures of disdain. Chen Mo lamented, "What a shame for that Truman guitar with such fine sound quality." After a collective display of scorn, Zhu Han remarked, "I'll take a break. Remember to call me for dinner later." He then climbed into bed. As the saying goes, spring drowsiness, autumn fatigue, summer naps, and the unending slumber of winter. Having exhausted himself throughout the day and with a class meeting to attend in the evening, Chen Mo sought rest as well. Kong Kai ventured to another dormitory to find friends for a gaming session. Observing the two lie down, Zhao Xiaoshui turned off the music and began reading a novel titled How Bad Eggs Are Made. Chapter 023, To My Surprise. We're in the same class as the praying mantis girl. "Wake up, Chen Mo, it's time to rise." After breakfast, we have our first class meeting to attend. Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes to find not his roommate, but a boy with hair styled into braids and a somewhat delicate appearance. "Who is this?" Chen Mo pondered, scrutinizing the boy without recognition. At that moment, the already awake Zhu Han interjected, "No need to stare. It's Xiao Shui." Zhao Xiao Shui? Goodness. It's like he has transformed into someone else entirely. Zhao Xiaoshui chuckled and explained, "Well, it's not my first class meeting, so I didn't want to draw too much attention. I removed my makeup and dyed my hair back to black. The key is..." He paused, adopting a love-struck expression. "The key is that I want to see our class as enchanting female counselor." Now it makes sense. To be fair, without the makeup, Zhao Xiaoshui was indeed quite handsome. As for the enchanting female counselor he mentioned, she was passable at best. They proceeded through the cafeteria, lining up, getting their meals, swiping their cards, and eating. Upon exiting, the four engaged in a discussion, deciding it prudent to arrive early for the first class meeting. As they shared hearty laughs, the conversation veered toward automobiles, a common topic of interest for most boys, as girls and cars are timeless subjects of fascination. However, amidst their discussions of preferred car models, Kong Kai suddenly interjected, "By the way, did any of you spot a black Maybach S62 on campus this morning?" "What? S62? Zhu Han, who prided himself on his automotive knowledge, exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes, that S the one, possibly the 2005 model 55T version." Upon hearing Kong Kai's words, Zhu Han's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Zhao Xiaoshui, who typically showed little interest in cars and only cared for beautiful women, chuckled at Zhu Han's excitement, stating, "What is the big deal? It's just a car." "Just a car? Do you have any idea how much that costs? Especially the 2005 55T Maybach." Zhu Han retorted, "How much? Is it worth more than my life?" Zhao Xiaoshui scoffed, still unimpressed. Zhu Han shot him a glance of disbelief and explained, "The official price for a 2005 55T Maybach S62 is over 600,000. With options, it's likely to exceed $1 million." He continued, "So my friend, how many lives do you think it's worth?" Wow. After absorbing Zhu Han's revelations, Zhao Xiaoshui gasped, blinking in disbelief before exclaiming, "Is it really that expensive?" "So, my life is worth just a couple of wheels? One is probably sufficient," Zhu Han responded. "Exactly," Kong Kai chimed in. Yet Zhao Xiaoshui remained undeterred, insisting, "You guys are all talk. Do you think that car is a gift for students?" Zhu Han, having not seen the car himself, turned to Kong Kai, the conversation starter. "For clarification, it must be a gift for students, and most likely for freshmen. Was it a boy or a girl?" Zhao Xiaoshui inquired eagerly. Although he and T seen clearly through the tinted windows, he was certain that at least 2 girls occupied the back seat. "Even if I'm mistaken, there has to be one." "Really?" "Absolutely," Kong Kai confirmed emphatically. Zhao Xiaoshui's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Looks like our batch of students is truly extraordinary. If they're girls, What do you think would happen if I pursued one? Would that mean I'd never have to struggle again in life? As if you're worthy, both Kong Kai and Zhu Han retorted in unison. Zhao Xiaoshui, still unconvinced, pouted, "You guys don't understand anything. Life must be filled with aspirations. What if they come true?" Just as Zhao Xiaoshui concluded his thought, Zhu Han and Kong Kai each raised a middle finger in response. As the trio continued their lively banter, Zhu Han noticed Chen Mo as silence and asked, "Chen Mo, you and Kong Kai registered around the same time. Did you see that car? Did I see that car? I almost got hit by it." Chen Mo replied, frustration evident in his voice. In fact, that car sped off. Truth be told, when Kong Kai mentioned the Maybach S62, Chen Mo had felt a surge of irritation, but chose to abstain from engaging in such a trivial conversation. Even now, Zhu Han casually remarked to himself, as if he had seen something but failed to discern it clearly. The four of them chatted as they walked, eventually arriving at the designated floor for their class. Just as they were in the corridor, coincidentally, Lin Jitong was also on her way to hold a class meeting. However, despite being in the same major, she and Chen Mo were not assigned to the same class. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoshui caught sight of Lin Jitong once more, and his eyes lit up, fixated upon her. During their high school years, Lin Jitong had long grown accustomed to such attention. With a sidelong glance at Chen Mo, she sauntered towards them, pondering, "Humph, now that we are at school, are you still able to maintain your composure? Aren't you going to find a way to have lunch or dinner with me? Fine, let us continue to play this game. I want to even tell you my new phone number. Let us see who cracks first." Lost in thought, Lin Jitong had already passed by Chen Mo, her perpetually sullen face now tinged with an even deeper resentment as she shot him a fierce glare before heading straight to the classroom of Class 1 for Business Administration. "Wow, the stunning beauty we saw at lunch is actually in our major," Zhao Xiaoshui exclaimed, but his remark fell on deaf ears as the others ignored him. However, the next statement made by him caused everyone's patience to wear thin. With a foolish grin plastered across his face, he declared, "Did you see that? The beauty just threw me a flirtatious glance." "TCH," the three replied in unison, disdainfully. Clearly, it was a glare, yet this fool insisted on calling it a flirtation. It was utterly infuriating. After this minor episode, the four prepared to head to the classroom of Class 2. On the way, Zhu Han exchanged a meaningful glance with Chen Mo. Upon entering through the back door, they discovered that nearly all the students shared the same sentiment. Placing significant importance on their first class meeting, almost everyone was present. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaoshui intended to stroll to the front to scout for any beautiful classmates, and Kong Kai was inclined to follow suit. However, Chen Mo and Zhu Han were disinclined to partake in such ostentatious behavior, opting instead to enter through the back door and find a secluded corner to hide away. Upon seeing their disinterest, Kong Kai and Zhao Xiaoshui lost much of their enthusiasm and joined them in their retreat. Initially, the classroom was relatively quiet, as almost everyone hailed from different regions and were unfamiliar with one another. Yet, as youth would have it, within half an hour, the classroom transformed into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling poultry market, filled with whispers and chatter. Meanwhile, on the side of Chen Mo, Kong Kai, who was naturally sociable, and the flamboyant Zhao Xiaoshui had already mingled with the female classmates in front of them, their conversation rife with playful banter and exuberance. Chen Mo, finding himself bored, was busy contemplating his next plans. Zhu Han, equally uninterested, was merely stretching his neck to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, Zhu Han seemed to have spotted something or someone peculiar, nudging the pensive Chen Mo and saying, "Chen Mo, do you see who that is over there?" Chen Mo snapped back to attention, following Zhu Han's gaze, and immediately recognized the girl from the cafeteria, the one he had dubbed the cockroach girl, who was now seated quietly in a corner by the window. Chapter 024, The First Class Meeting. Though it may seem coincidental, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel that the encounter was a tad too fortuitous. The girl wore a black baseball cap pulled low, and she remained silent with her head bowed, starkly contrasting with the animated girls surrounding her. After a few glances, Chen Mo seemed to recall something and turned to Zhu Han, saying, "I can't believe she's in the same class as us. Please don't let anyone know the nickname I gave her." "Don't worry, I won't say a word, Zhuhan assured him. Chen Mo then glanced over at Zhao Xiaoshui and Kong Kai, who were still engrossed in conversation with the girls, utterly oblivious to Chen Mo and Zhuhan. Shaking his head, Chen Mo intended to remind them again when, at that moment, a girl entered the classroom. However, instead of heading towards the students, she made straight for the podium. Soon enough, someone noticed her arrival, and a hush fell over the room. Chen Mo recognized her as Lin Jinxian, the counselor who had spoken to him during registration. He quickly nudged Zhao, Xiaoshui, and Kong Kai, who were still bantering away. In an instant, the previously raucous classroom fell silent. Lin Jinxian was now dressed in a navy blue silk knitted sleeveless dress, elegantly designed with drawstring details. Although it wasn't a form-fitting dress, it still accentuated her remarkable figure. Her hair was styled into a neat bun, enhancing her youthful allure. Without prior knowledge of her role as a counselor, one might easily mistake her for a fashionable senior who had accidentally wandered into the wrong classroom. Standing at the podium, Lin Jinxian surveyed the room and nodded, saying, "Hello everyone, I am Lin Jinxian, the counselor for Class 2 of Business Administration. I believe most of you have seen me during registration. Nonetheless, I would like to once again extend a warm welcome to all of you at Kyoto University of Commerce and to our Class 2. At this point, Lin Jinxian paused and raised her hands to applaud. The students promptly followed suit, clapping in unison. Chen Mo, thoroughly familiar with this routine, joined in with a few claps. Once she ceased clapping, the classroom returned to silence. Classmates, I just counted, and it seems all of you are present today. Lin Jinxian continued, glancing around the room. The silence was palpable. All the students, freshly transitioned from high school to university, were still adjusting to this new environment and had little idea of how to interact with their counselor. Furthermore, they had yet to gauge Lin Jinxian as personality, and none wished to be the first to break the ice. Lin Jinxian continued, "This is our first class meeting, and I imagine many of you are still unfamiliar with one another, including myself. Although we met during registration, I'm a few years older than you, and my memory may not be as sharp as yours." Laughter erupted from the students. It must be said that Lin Jinxuan's opening remarks, while somewhat cliched, contained a hint of innovation, effectively bridging the gap between her and the students. Therefore, I would like each of you to come up one by one to introduce yourselves and write your names on the blackboard. Upon hearing this, the students exchanged glances, yet none were willing to take the initiative. Just then, a girl of average height suddenly stood up and walked directly to the podium, turning to address the class. "Hello everyone, my name is Wang Xiaohan, and I am from Guangzhou. You should have seen me during registration." After stating this, she turned to write her name on the blackboard. Chen Mo recognized her as the girl who had spoken nonstop during their registration, barely lifting her head. However, after writing her name, Wang Xiaohan did not leave the podium, but continued speaking. "I am delighted to gather with all of you in Class 2 of Business Administration. Having served as the class monitor since middle school, I aspire to continue in that role here at university. I sincerely hope each of you will consider casting your vote for me when the time comes. Should I be elected, I promise to serve you with enthusiasm and remain open to your supervision. Thank you all." Ah, how amusing. Wang Xiaohan's self-introduction is merely a guise, a pretext to garner support for her candidacy as class monitor. Once she stepped down, a bespectacled young man approached the stage and began his introduction. "Hello, everyone. My name is..." At that moment, Zhu Han nudged Chen Mo and remarked, "Wang Xiaohan speaks with such intent, clearly calculating. Otherwise, she wouldn't have arrived early to establish rapport with the counselor and assist with the registration process. It's telling that she barely acknowledged anyone during the sign-in." Indeed, Chen Mo concurred, then added, "Count how many of us there are in total and what the male-to-female ratio is." "No need to count. We total 53 with 21 boys." Zhu Han had evidently already taken note during his earlier observations. "All right, this evening, if we have time back at the dorm, let us hold a small meeting, gentlemen." "Sound good." After more than half an hour, the number of students who had introduced themselves exceeded the halfway mark. Zhao Xiaoshui, seated next to Chen Mo, gritted his teeth in frustration and muttered, "Chen Mo, look at our class's girls. They're all rather plain and unremarkable, not even close to the beauty from Class 1. This is truly disappointing." Indeed, not a single standout among them, Kong Kai chimed in. Chen Mo chuckled, initially reluctant to engage with the two, yet he remarked, "Don't be hasty. History teaches us that one must never give up until the final moment." "I think the chances are slim," Zhao Xiaoshui replied, increasingly despondent. However, almost immediately after voicing that sentiment, he was rudely awakened by reality. A girl rose from her seat toward the right side of the classroom. She stood approximately 165 centimeters tall, clad in a striking red off-the-shoulder dress that cinched at the waist, with the hem grazing her knees, revealing her elegantly long legs. On her feet were high platform sandals, her toes pristine and adorned with deep red nail polish. As she turned to face the audience on the stage, a collective gasp escaped more than two-thirds of the male students. The girl sported a chic, shoulder-length haircut, the ends gently curled, accentuating her delicate collarbone and her impressive 36D figure. Her lips were painted a soft shade of red, complementing her fair, rosy complexion. And beneath well-groomed brows were a pair of bright, captivating eyes that sparkled with life. "Hello, everyone. My name is Zhang Jiai, and I hail from Suzhou. I am honored to become a member of Class 2 in Business Administration, and I look forward to your guidance." Her speech was brief. After writing her name on the board, she exchanged a nod with Lin Jinxian before gracefully descending from the stage. With each step she took, the gazes of the majority of the boys followed her until she returned to her seat. "I take back what I just said. Our class does indeed have someone exceptional. Someone truly remarkable," Kong Kai exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Zhu Han nodded in agreement, inquiring, "What do you think, Chen Mo?" "Absolutely. She is undoubtedly the class beauty," Chen Mo replied candidly. Zhu Han stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. "Indeed, not only the class beauty, but I suspect she could also contend for the title of department beauty. As for the campus belle, that remains to be seen. I believe she could even vie for the campus belle title," Kong Kai added. As the trio conversed, they suddenly sensed something amiss. Wasn't it supposed to be Zhao Xiaoshui's moment to shine? Why had he not uttered a single word? With curiosity, they turned to look at him, and laughter erupted. It turned out that he had been fixated on Zhang Jiai's retreating figure, his eyes unblinking. Chapter 25. "Hello, my name is Sun Yuxiao. I look forward to your support. Hey, wake up. The students in front have nearly finished their introductions. It's almost our turn." Kong Kai called out to Zhao Xiaoshui several times, even giving him a light slap to rouse him from his stupor. What happened?" Zhao Xiaoshui asked, bewildered. "What do you mean, what happened? It's almost our turn to introduce ourselves, and you're still dazed," Kong Kai teased. Zhao Xiaoshui shook his head, slowly regaining his composure. Damn, Class 2 is truly the best. How quickly he had shifted allegiance. Next, Kong Kai and Zhu Han took turns to introduce themselves. They maintained a rather conventional approach during their introductions. When it was Zhao Xiaoshui's turn, however, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Eager to impress the lovely newcomer, he unleashed an array of self-promotions. His diverse interests, unwavering loyalty in relationships, athletic prowess, and academic excellence flowed from his lips with ease. To further showcase his advantages in vying for romantic attention, he shamelessly proclaimed himself a virtuoso on the guitar. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoshui transformed into a relentless barrage of words, akin to a rapid-fire weapon, leaving the nearest girl shielding her head with her hands. Chen Mo found the situation increasingly amusing, unable to contain his laughter as he remarked, "This kid has gone mad. Is it just madness?" "He is being utterly foolish." Kong Kai expressed concern. "I share your worries," Zhu Han replied, equally apprehensive. Before long, Zhao Xiaoshui swaggered down from the stage, a self-satisfied grin plastered across his face. "Hey, guys, how do you think I performed?" In unison, Chen Mo and the others raised their thumbs and exclaimed, "Impressive." Finally, it was Chen Mo's turn to take the stage. Still caught in a self-indulgent reverie, Zhao Xiaoshui patted Chen Mo on the shoulder, saying, "Just follow my lead and introduce yourself well. Don't even think about competing with that stunning beauty. She smiled at me at least 5 times during my dazzling speech. So she must have a soft spot for me. But don't lose heart. If you perform decently, perhaps some of the other girls will notice you." With a wry smile, Chen Mo chose to ignore him and strode confidently towards the stage. Introducing oneself had become second nature, particularly in front of a group of young students, so he felt no nerves. He marched directly to the podium, not bothering to turn around immediately. Instead, he picked up the chalk from the desk and inscribed his name on the blackboard. Chen Mo, turning to face the audience, he surveyed the youthful assembly before him, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Had the events of a past life not transpired, this would be a moment of re-encounter with everyone. As he prepared to introduce himself, he noticed the girl in the corner, often referred to as the praying mantis girl, had lifted her gaze towards the blackboard. Yet, her face remained obscured by the low brim of her modified hat and the bangs that shielded her cheeks. No longer hesitating, Chen Mo spoke. "Hello, everyone. My name is Chen Mo, and I come from Jizhou. I look forward to your support." Having spoken, she nodded slightly at Lin Jinxian beside her, preparing to turn and descend the stage. In that fleeting moment, as she turned back, Chen Mo caught sight of the praying mantis girl facing him. Since her hat still cast a shadow over her face, he gave it little thought and proceeded down the stage to his seat. Once settled, Zhao Xiaoshui, with a face full of disappointment, remarked, "I might as well not have reminded you, Chen Mo. Your self-introduction was far shorter than both Zhu Han and Kong Kai's. If you don't showcase your strengths, how can you expect a fine girl to take notice of you? Just wait and see. You'll be single throughout your 4 years of university." Chen Mo chuckled softly, replying, "A good girl is something one can only hope to encounter." Following this, 4 more classmates took the stage for their introductions, after which no one else stepped up. However, Lin Jinxian did not make a concluding remark. "Is that everyone?" Kong Kai asked curiously. "Not yet. There's still one left," Zhu Han replied. At this moment, Chen Mo's gaze was directed towards a specific spot as he murmured, "Yes, we still await her." Just as the words left his lips, in a corner by the windows, a tall, slender girl wearing a hat and clad in black trousers stood up. She then glided gracefully towards the podium. Along her path, whispers began to circulate in the classroom. "That girl is so tall, especially her legs. I suspect they are longer than my life," one student commented. "Indeed, she's quite tall. And it seems her hat has been adjusted to sit so low that her face is completely obscured," another added. "Look at her, she's so thin. She walks as if she's floating. Is she malnourished?" A third voice chimed in. The 4 from Chen Mo's group were also speculating about the girl ascending the stage when Kong Kai suddenly exclaimed, "So she is the praying mantis girl." "Indeed. She was the last one," Zhao Xiaoshui casually remarked. "Let's not mention those 4 words again," Zhu Han cautioned. Chen Mo, however, remained silent. He was uncertain why his attention was persistently drawn to that girl. At that moment, the praying mantis girl had reached the podium and, much like Chen Mo during his introduction, she picked up a piece of chalk and gently inscribed 3 characters on the blackboard. Perhaps due to her light grip, some strokes were unclear. Zhao Xiaoshui squinted for a long while and muttered, "Xiao Huanao? Is that her name? What a peculiar name." Kong Kai, having discerned a semblance of the characters, interjected, "No, it's Sun Huaxiao." Hearing their exchanges, Zhu Han rolled his eyes and corrected, "She wrote Sun Yuxiao. You two really need to pay attention." "Zhu Han, do you think we can't read?" retorted Zhao Xiaoshui, though her writing isn't very clear. "The middle character is undoubtedly Hua." "Exactly. How could it be pronounced you?" The two continued their debate. Chen Mo, unable to bear it any longer, retrieved a pen from his pocket and wrote the character in large letters on the desk, marking the pinyin above it with the correct tone. Zhao Xiaoshui and Kong Kai appeared enlightened, with Zhao Xiaoshui saying, "Actually, I used to know how to pronounce this character. I just hadn't seen it before." Kong Kai added, "Oh, so it's pronounced you. I always thought it was when I read Romance of the 3 Kingdoms regarding Chao Chao as strategist." At this point, Chen Mo and Zhu Han were left puzzled, their minds filled with questions. After writing her name, the girl turned to face the audience, her hat still pulled low, her bangs perfectly obscuring her features. Whether intentional or not, her gaze singularly landed in Chen Mo's direction. "Hello, my name is Sun Yuxiao. I look forward to your guidance." Chapter 026. Despite everything, I am still overjoyed. Almost all the classmates realized that the girl's introduction was noticeably awkward, but they attributed it to her nerves and paid little heed. Sun Yuxiao nodded at Lin Jinxian before stepping down from the stage. With that, all students from Class 2 of Business Administration had completed their self-introductions. Lin Jinxian returned to the podium to speak, her remarks both official and straightforward, primarily concerning the school's management policies and matters of note. After discussing military training and the welcome party, she declared the first class meeting concluded, neglecting any mention of the class leader and other positions. After the class meeting, the four from room 313 slipped out from the back. As Zhao Xiaoshui rushed to the restroom, Chen Mo and the other two waited downstairs in the teaching building. Zhu Han and Kong Kai engaged in a smoke-filled chat, while Chen Mo idly counted the stars in the sky. Suddenly, a bright light flickered in the distance, illuminating the entire road ahead as if it were day. The roar of an engine followed, a thunderous sound that caught the attention of many new students dispersing from the meeting. Chen Mo and his companions turned their gaze towards the source of the commotion. Zhu Han, with some knowledge of vehicles, observed for a while before commenting. That motorcycle has quite a large displacement. It seems rather sizable, too. Just as Chen Mo finished speaking, the lights in front began to move closer, swiftly passing by the three of them before vanishing without a trace. Although the speed wasn't excessive, the night combined with the blinding headlights rendered the model and rider merely a vague silhouette, likely a young girl. Nonetheless, Zhu Han exclaimed, "Harley-Davidson Road King Classic, impressive." Chen Mo, not particularly versed in motorcycles, remained silent. Kong Kai continued to gaze at the departing bike until all lights disappeared, then asked, "Is that motorcycle expensive? It must be worth half of Xiao Shuai's life." At that moment, Zhao Xiaoshui, who was in the restroom, let out a loud sneeze, his face filled with confusion. After the class meeting disbanded, Sun Yuxiao did not return to her dormitory, but instead went to the department office. Upon meeting her advisor, Lin Jinxian, she bowed her head and inquired, "Teacher Lin, did you call for me?" Lin Jinxian glanced at the tall, slender girl whose face was perpetually hidden beneath her hat and gestured to the chair beside her, saying, "Please take a seat." Sun Yuxiao gracefully walked over and sat down naturally. Lin Jinxian turned to face her directly and said, "Yuxiao, I have reviewed your file thoroughly. While I am extremely curious and puzzled about why you chose to withdraw from such a prestigious institution and downgrade to attend our university as a freshman, I must respect your privacy and refrain from probing further." This was the art of conversation. Lin Jinxian repeatedly asserted her disinterest in Sun Yuxiao's transfer and demotion, yet she was desperately hinting at her desire for clarification regarding her questions. Sun Yuxiao appeared to ignore this cue entirely, continuing with the topic, "Teacher, what did you need to discuss with me?" Lin Jinxian was momentarily taken aback, quietly marveling at Sun Yuxiao's indifference and composure, and inwardly sighed. This girl is indeed remarkable. "Ah, I see." Lin Jinxian took a sip of water and continued speaking. "Given your physical condition, you need not participate in the upcoming 2-week military training starting the day after tomorrow, and your credits will be fully accounted for." Upon hearing Lin Jinxian's words, Sun Yuxiao had already discerned who was orchestrating matters behind the scenes. Nevertheless, she replied, "Teacher Lin, I would like to participate." "Are you certain?" Lin Jinxian seemed somewhat taken aback by Sun Yuxiao's response. Indeed, Sun Yuxiao's tone was resolute. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jinxian stated, "Very well. Since you wish to participate, I shall not deter you too much. I will also inform the authorities." "Understood. However, I must emphasize that if any health issues arise during the training, you may withdraw at any time," Lin Jinxian cautioned. "All right. Is there anything else, teacher?" Sun Yuxiao seemed to focus solely on the essentials, reluctant to elaborate further. "No, you may leave now. Goodbye, teacher." With that, Sun Yuxiao rose and exited the office. As she stepped outside, a female teacher, sitting beside Lin Jinxian, murmured, "Is this the student rumored to have an impressive background?" Lin Jinxian nodded and replied softly, "Yes. That's her, and the school administration has expressly warned against discussing her." "I understand, as there's no one else in the office." The female teacher resumed organizing her desk, but moments later turned back to ask, "Does your class have another rather special student?" At this, Lin Jinxian silently nodded, a figure coming to mind. Yes, that student indeed possesses a rather legendary aura. Upon leaving the teaching building, Sun Yuxiao returned directly to her dormitory. "You're back, Yuxiao," Zhang Jia greeted with a smile. During this time, Sun Yuxiao had been striving to adjust her speech to sound more normal. Yet, despite her efforts, she still appeared somewhat aloof and detached. Zhang Jia, however, paid no mind, as they had only just met, and assumed her demeanor was naturally cool. So, like the other two roommates, she continued to organize her belongings on her bed. Sun Yuxiao changed in his slippers under her bed and unlocked the second drawer on the left side of her desk. From the depths of the drawer, she retrieved a pre-measured pillbox, locked the drawer again, and proceeded to the bathroom. Upon emerging, she did not head straight to bed, but instead placed her toiletries down and sat at her desk. Turning on the desk lamp, she took out a notebook from the first drawer. In that moment, Sun Yuxiao could finally shed all pretenses she had maintained before others, including him. She glanced at the black wristband, now resting on her desk in plain sight, and gently inscribed in her notebook, "I have envisioned countless scenarios of our meeting. Whether it be a cool, misty morning with the morning sun pouring down and wispy clouds drifting, or a summer afternoon where the sun shines just right and the breeze is gentle, or amidst the fluttering willow fluff under the midnight moonlight. Yet, despite not being any of these, the instant I first beheld you, you remained a vibrant bubble dancing in the brilliant sunlight. That moment shone brightly in the depths of my eyes. Even as but a small fish swimming amidst the smoke and chaos, I found boundless joy. Perhaps this is for the best, devoid of miracles, surprises, doubts, or reasons." Chapter 027. How to describe a well-formed woman. Indeed, this was the scene Sun Yuxiao had painstakingly prepared for over 10 days, eagerly anticipating the moment she would meet him. It was not amidst the morning sun's gentle rays, nor during the pleasant summer afternoon, nor under the moonlight with drifting willow fluff. It was simply within an utterly ordinary class meeting. The moment the bubble ascended to the podium, all of Sun Yuxiao's attention was focused solely upon him. And at the instant he wrote and pronounced his name, a wave of joy surged within her. All her previous anxieties, turmoil, and nervousness seemed to vanish without a trace in that fleeting moment. Later, when it was Sun Yuxiao's turn to introduce herself, she still directed her entire focus upon the bubble, stating, "Hello, my name is Sun Yuxiao. I look forward to your guidance." Indeed, Sun Yuxiao had spoken truly. Her gaze was fixed solely on him, addressing him alone. After setting the notebook aside and locking it, Sun Yuxiao returned to her bed, lay down, drew the curtain, and removed her hat, preparing to force herself to rest early. At that moment, Zhang Jia and the other three roommates had completed their tidying and began to engage in casual conversation. One of the local students named Yi Xiaoning remarked, "Hey ladies, did you notice the boys in our class during the meeting today?" Li Dongdong, a slightly plump student from Jingchu, immediately chimed in, "I saw them. They seemed rather average, though there were a few tall ones. Among the last few introduced, one had long hair, and another, I believe, was named Juhan, seems to be from Binzhou." "Oh, Dongdong, your comments are clearly biased. You referred to one as the long-haired one and addressed the other by name, even recalling where he is from. Tell me, do you perhaps have a crush on that Juhan?" Feeling her secret exposed, Li Dongdong quickly retorted, "Xiaoning, you're talking nonsense. I'm not interested in him." Not wishing to dwell on the matter, Yi Xiaoning replied, all right, you're right, I'm just joking." She then turned her gaze towards Sun Yuxiao's bed and asked, "Yuxiao, which boy do you find appealing?" "I didn't notice," Sun Yuxiao replied with a lie. "True, you were looking down the entire time." In reality, from the moment Sun Yuxiao entered the dorm, everyone had noticed her extraordinary attire and distant demeanor, seemingly disinterested in everything and indifferent to everyone. She dined and attended class alone, and her frail physique appeared to reflect malnourishment. Furthermore, that hat, she wore it constantly, never removing it except while sleeping. However, since she chose not to speak, Yi Xiaoning and the others refrained from prying further. After all, everyone has their own privacy. At that moment, Yi Xiaoning shifted her attention to Zhang Jia, inquiring, "Jia, you certainly stole the spotlight today in class. When you were on stage, all the boys were staring at you. Did you notice any appealing boys?" Upon hearing Yi Xiaoning's question, Zhang Jiai, who had been lying down, suddenly sat up. Contemplating for a moment before responding, I think that guy named Chen Mo is quite impressive. Chen Mo? I don't remember anyone named Chen Mo, Li Dongdong replied, puzzled. Ah, are you referring to the long-haired one Dongdong mentioned earlier? Yi Xiaoning deduced. Zhang Jiai nodded, unabashedly affirming, yes, that SM. TCH, Li Dongdong scoffed. I really don't see what's so special about him. That long hair covers half his face. He is merely the tallest among them. Zhang Jiai refrained from engaging in an argument, merely stating in a nonchalant manner, you are unaware that when I took the stage, nearly all the male classmates turned their gaze towards me, and indeed, some displayed less than pure intentions. Yet uniquely, Chen Mo did not cast a single glance in my direction from the moment I ascended the stage until I returned to my seat. She paused momentarily before continuing, moreover, have you not sensed that he possesses a certain distinctiveness? Distinctiveness? In what way? He is just like anyone else, with a nose and two eyes. His introduction was utterly commonplace. Yi Xiaoning remarked with a chuckle. Li Dongdong, still unimpressed, added, exactly what is so special about him? The fact that he didn't look at you might just be his way of trying to attract your attention by acting aloof. Li Dongdong's comment elicited a laugh from Zhang Jiai, who shook her head and replied, clearly, you truly do not comprehend. Thereafter, she declined to provide any further explanations, despite their persistent inquiries. Unwilling to relent, Li Dongdong contended, with long hair, Chen Mo is even less impressive than that Zhao Xiaoshui. During his self-introduction, he was nothing short of spectacular, a veritable all-rounder, especially with his remarkable guitar skills. Zhang Jiai could not help but laugh at the infatuated expression on Li Dongdong's face when he mentioned Zhao Xiaoshui, prompting Yi Xiaoning to join the laughter. After a considerable while, Zhang Jiai managed to quell her amusement and said, he is merely a goof. No, he should be classified as a fool. Yi Xiaoning's evaluation of Zhao Xiaoshui seemed even more fitting. At that moment, Sun Yuxiao, who had intended to force himself to sleep early, found himself utterly wide awake. With even the sleep aid he had taken offering no respite. The reason for this was the rapid emergence of attention towards Chen Mo, particularly from Zhang Jiai. When girls discuss boys in their dormitory, it is inevitable that boys will converse about girls as well. In the boys' dormitory, room 313, Zhao Xiaoshui was as agitated as a lovesick teddy bear, restless and fidgety. Ever since returning to the dorm, he had been incessantly exclaiming Zhang Jiai's name, referring to her as a stunning beauty. He exhausted every adjective he could recall from his years in school to describe beautiful girls, culminating in a flurry of words without a coherent thought, before turning to Zhu Han and Kong Kai and asking, brothers, what phrase could perfectly encapsulate the figure of a stunning beauty, especially someone like Zhang Jiai? Kong Kai reflected on Zhang Jiai's figure and suggested, from a distance, it resembles a range of mountains, and up close, it appears as a peak. Too vague, Zhao Xiaoshui retorted, dissatisfied. I once read a phrase in a magazine that stated, a woman who cannot see her toes when she looks down is a rare beauty of this world, Zhu Han offered. Still not satisfactory, as it only describes the upper half, Zhao Xiaoshui persisted. At that moment, Chen Mo emerged from the bathroom, towel drying his hair, as he remarked. A girl with a good figure should embody this. Before she arrives, her breasts precede her. After she departs, her posterior remains. As soon as he finished speaking, all three turned to look at him, with Kong Kai giving a thumbs up in admiration. Brilliant, Chen Mo, he exclaimed. Indeed, this time encompasses both the top and bottom. Zhu Han concurred, especially as Zhao Xiaoshui grinned widely and said, dude, that's impressive. It's straightforward and aptly describes the three-dimensional allure. With that, he began to fidget restlessly again. Chen Mo smiled inwardly, thinking to himself, a bunch of naive youngsters. They have no idea how far they have yet to go. Were it not for my desire to bide my time, I would surely show them what it means to be well-versed and knowledgeable. Suddenly, Chen Mo was taken aback, pondering why he felt his own thoughts were somewhat juvenile. Could it be that being around young people had influenced him? At this moment, Zhu Han approached Chen Mo and casually inquired, when do you plan to commence? Chen Mo understood that he was referring to the small meeting and replied, I shall wait until certain individuals regain their composure. Zhu Han glanced at Zhao Xiaoshui, who was still behaving like a lovesick teddy bear, and shook his head. He has yet to endure the trials of love. It seems you have a story, Chen Mo remarked, having long suspected that Zhu Han had his own issues, although he had refrained from mentioning it. You seem to have one as well, Zhu Han replied. They exchanged knowing smiles, sharing a moment of unspoken understanding. Kong Kai, hurry up and open the door. Upon hearing the call, Kong Kai sprinted to the door and opened it. A medium-built boy entered, dressed in a tank top and shorts. His body hair was quite thick, and his smile was lined with creases, presenting an image that could serve as a perfect counterexample to Darwin's theory of evolution. My buddy, Zhang Tsong from the Zhoko shop. Nicknamed Monkey, Kong Kai introduced. After the introduction, Chen Mo and Zhu Han exchanged amused glances, both thinking, no doubt about it, the origin is accurate, and the nickname is fitting. Zhang Tsong wasted no time, greeting everyone with, Good evening, brothers Chen Mo, and the others responded in kind. After the customary pleasantries, Zhang Tsong turned to Kong Kai, saying, What is the holdup? Let us go. Where to? Kong Kai asked, puzzled. What do you think? During our earlier chat, didn't we agree to hit the internet cafe tonight? Kong Kai smacked his forehead and exclaimed, Oh, I completely forgot. Just give me a moment. With that, he quickly got dressed again and turned to Chen Mo and the others, declaring, I'm heading to the cafe tonight, so don't miss me. The others dismissed him with a wave. Once Kong Kai was ready, he prepared to leave with Zhang Tsong when Chen Mo interjected, Wait for me. I'm coming too. You're going to pull an all-nighter too? Zhu Han asked, bewildered. I'm just going to the internet cafe to pick up some things. I'll be right back. Upon arriving at the internet cafe, Kong Kai and Zhang Tsong dove straight into an all-nighter, while Chen Mo only set up a temporary internet account. Logging onto QQ, he predictably received a flurry of messages, particularly from his high school class group, where most were abuzz with excitement over their new university lives. Additionally, his QQ was filled with ongoing discussions. Chen Mo paid little mind, continuing to open chat windows. As expected, Luo Buitao sent him his newly acquired phone number, which Chen Mo noted down. There were also private messages from several classmates with whom he had a good rapport, sharing their phone numbers as well. Among them was Lin Zhitong's message, which contained nothing but a string of digits. Chen Mo replied to each message, except for Lin Zhitong's, which he promptly closed and blocked. After skimming through the news for a while, he logged off. However, he did not leave, but instead continued to roam the cafe. Gradually, his previously devised plans for making money began to take clearer shape, although the time for actual implementation had yet to arrive. Firstly, he had just arrived at school. Without official classes and with some interpersonal relationships still unestablished, he could not afford to act recklessly. Secondly, Chen Mo required startup capital, which, while not a significant sum, would need to be accumulated incrementally. Having pondered this, he bid farewell to Kong Kai and Zhang Tsong before returning to school. Along the way, Chen Mo dialed a call to Luo Buitao. Although they had been apart for barely a day, the thought of Luo was almost driving Chen Mo to despair. He understood, of course. It was the first time in his life that he had ventured away from home to an entirely unfamiliar place, a situation that would instill fear and loneliness in anyone. Especially for someone with Luo Buitao's temperament, adapting would take time. Chen Mo transformed into a sage father figure, offering words of comfort to Luo. They ultimately agreed to meet after the military training, coinciding with the Mid-Autumn Festival, at a designated spot in Kyoto. Before the dormitory curfew, Chen Mo returned to his quarters. Zhao Xiaoshui was still in a frenzy, while Zhu Han had already retired for the night. Consequently, Chen Mo decided to rest early as well. The following morning, Kong Kai returned to the dormitory, fatigued and with dark circles under his eyes, yet his spirit remained high, for he was young. As he opened the door, the noise he made stirred Chen Mo and the others from their slumber. He immediately dashed into the bathroom, emerging moments later, his face alight with a mischievous grin, as if he were harboring an amusing tale. What's got you so cheerful? Did you play all night? Zhu Han inquired. Kong Kai continued to chuckle uncontrollably before finally divulging. Do you know what the most outrageous thing about an all-nighter is? Playing video games all night? Watching adult films? Flirting with girls? After listening to the guesses from his dorm mates, Kong Kai scoffed. You're all mistaken. Then spill it already. Don't keep us in suspense. Zhao Xiaoshui urged. As he wiped his face, Kong Kai proclaimed, Last night I saw a guy scanning for malware on his computer all night long. And I was right there watching these two fools. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo and the others burst into laughter. The absurdity of someone spending an entire night scanning for malware indeed warranted such mirth. But that was not the end of it. Kong Kai continued. Do you think that that's the craziest part? You're wrong again. The real kicker is that there was an idiot who watched him scan all night long. I was just sitting there, watching these two buffoons. His laughter rang out like a resounding bell, echoing through the room. However, he soon detected an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Why was it that only he found this amusing? The others remained silent. Not even a chuckle escaped their lips. Were they not entertained? With a sense of confusion, he tossed aside his towel and turned to his roommates, only to find them gazing at him as if he were a complete fool. At that moment, realization dawned upon him, and he let out a single, soul-piercing exclamation. Damn. Chapter 29. Should we fetch water for the widow? After finishing their morning routines, Zhu Han spoke to the already dressed Chen Mo. What should we do? Chen Mo glanced back to see Kong Kai sprawled across his bed, sleeping like a log. Zhao Xiaoshui was also deeply engrossed in his slumber. What can we do? Let us go get our uniforms, Chen Mo decided. Once they had queued up and collected their military training attire, it was nearly noon. After a leisurely stroll and a meal in the cafeteria, they returned to the dormitory. Zhao Xiaoshui was nestled in his blankets reading, while Kong Kai remained in his deep slumber. Seeing Zhu Han's lunchbox, Zhao Xiaoshui excitedly snatched it and began to eat. Realizing Kong Kai was impossible to rouse, they chose to leave him be. In the afternoon, Chen Mo and Zhu Han ventured out again, returning only by evening. Chen Mo noticed that Zhu Han's eyes appeared slightly reddened, but refrained from asking any questions. By this time, Kong Kai had awakened and polished off the remains of the lunch they had left over. Thus, it was only Chen Mo, Zhu Han, and Zhao Xiaoshui who headed to the cafeteria. The formal military training was set to commence the following day. The four planned to retire early, each settling in a bed. Outside, the moonlight shimmered like water, while the cicadas chirped noisily in the night. Yet, sleep eluded the four young men as they tossed and turned restlessly. It was uncertain who initiated the first conversation, but soon it spiraled into an uncontainable flow of dialogue. They traversed topics from studies to games, from games to life, and then from life to personal interests. Inevitably, the ultimate topic of discussion circled back to the subject of girls. However, it was primarily Zhao Xiaoshui and Kong Kai leading the discourse, with Chen Mo and Zhu Han chiming in occasionally. Zhao Xiaoshui was fixated on Zhang Jiai, while Kong Kai expressed his own philosophy on love. According to him, while admiring girls in college was fine, he wasn't too keen on rushing into a relationship, preferring to enjoy life for a few more years first. After hearing his perspective, Chen Mo offered a simple piece of advice. Kong Kai, have you ever considered a real-life scenario? What scenario? Kong Kai asked, bewildered. The question is, if you play around for a few more years, won't your future wife also be courted by someone else during that time? Damn, that is our brother, Kong Kai exclaimed, bolting upright with an epiphany. In that case, I must act quickly. Even if it doesn't work out, while others are wooing my future wife, I can't just stand idly by. Yes, I'll make my move tomorrow. The group marveled at Kong Kai's thought process. The next morning, the four friends donned their military training uniforms and arrived early at the assembly point on the school playground. Upon arrival, they discovered they were nearly the last group to arrive. Fortunately, it wasn't tea for a meal. Otherwise, they would have missed out on the warm food. Wang Xiaoan, self-assumed as the temporary class leader, was busy organizing the queue. His demeanor towards the girls was exceptionally caring, while he barked orders at the boys with a commanding tone. Once the assembly was complete, Lin Jinxian and a young officer arrived simultaneously. Wang Xiaoan promptly approached them, adorned with a beaming smile and a respectful demeanor. The school leaders took their seats at the podium, delivering their customary speeches filled with formalities. Subsequently, the military training officially commenced. The initial exercises were quite basic. encompassing standard commands such as standing at attention, resting, and turning left or right. The sun blazed overhead, mercilessly scorching the flowers below. The early September sun was still unbearably hot, and today, as weather was unusually pleasant. Before long, some began to feel overwhelmed, but no one dared to voice their discomfort. Chen Mo, too, was feeling the heat, beads of sweat streaming down his face and soaking into his collar. What was more troubling was the persistent sensation that someone was watching him from behind. It sent a chill down his spine, reminiscent of a horror film. When he turned to glance behind him, he found all the girls had also turned away, leaving him none the wiser regarding who had been observing him. It's just my imagination, Chen Mo repeatedly reassured himself. Finally, the command for a break was issued, and everyone hastily sought refuge in the shade. Much like ducks being herded to water, Chen Mo, parched and overheated, wiped his sweat as he reached the resting area and opened a bottle of mineral water. Gulping it down eagerly. "Ah, refreshing," he exclaimed as he removed his cap, revealing tousled hair beneath. Just as Chen Mo was about to toss something away, a full bottle of mineral water suddenly appeared before him. Puzzled, he turned to see Zhang Jiai, Zhao Xiaoshuai's goddess, extending the bottle towards him. "What's wrong?" Chen Mo feigned ignorance. "Could you please help me open this? I can't seem to manage it." Indeed, such a cliched scenario had unfolded. Deep down, Chen Mo was aware of the truth. Never trust a girl who claims she can't twist off a bottle cap. When she's angry, she could easily unleash her fury upon you. "I can't possibly believe that," he thought, but with the bottle practically thrust in his face, how could he refuse? However, he still hesitated to take it and instead called out, "Xiao Shui." Instantly, Zhao Xiaoshui accelerated like a sprinter and skidded to a halt before Chen Mo, snatching the mineral water from Zhang Jiai's hand. With remarkable grace, he twisted off the cap and presented it back to her. One had to admit, the fluidity of his movements was utterly mesmerizing, captivating not only Chen Mo, but all their peers as well. Zhang Jiai seemed momentarily taken aback, but ultimately accepted the water from Zhao Xiaoshui, seeing that he had successfully facilitated his friend's chance to impress a girl. Chen Mo intended to slip away, modestly concealing his contributions. Just as he turned to leave, he noticed the praying mantis girl standing there with her own bottle of water. Curiously, while everyone else wore military caps, she alone sported a hat that appeared specially designed to obscure half of her face. Her deliberately styled bangs veiled her cheeks, reminiscent of a ghostly figure, and although her full visage remained hidden, the fine beads of sweat on her pale neck signaled her discomfort in the heat. So slender and frail did she look, swaying like a delicate willow in the breeze, prompting Chen Mo to think, what on earth is someone like her doing in military training? Nevertheless, he shook his head and, without hesitation, took the mineral water, twisted off the cap, and handed it to her. Sun Yuxiao slightly raised her head, cautiously glancing at Chen Mo as she accepted the bottle. "Thank you." Her voice, though soft, struck a pleasing chord with him. "You're welcome." Afterward, he took a sip of water and approached Zhu Han, who greeted him with a smile. "Why did you refuse to help Zhang Jiai open her bottle?" Chen Mo sensed the underlying meaning in Zhu Han's words and replied, "A gentleman does not seize what belongs to others, haha." Zhu Han paused, then remarked, "So you let Xiao Shui take care of that task instead?" Chen Mo smiled without a word. Zhu Han nodded thoughtfully. "I must say, you're quite the loyal friend." "Of course, that's what brothers are for," Chen Mo declared, embodying a spirit of camaraderie. "But why did you help someone else open a bottle cap?" Zhu Han pointed out Chen Mo's subsequent assistance to Sun Yuxiao, because she genuinely couldn't open it. As the two conversed, more and more people gathered around, including the very subjects of their discussion, Zhao Xiaoshui and Zhang Jiai, prompting them to shift topics. "By the way, where's Kong Kai?" Chen Mo inquired. "He vanished the moment we were dismissed. No idea what he's up to." At that moment, Zhang Jiai chimed in. "Chen Mo, do you like small animals?" Having already been somewhat rude by not helping her earlier, Chen Mo replied, "Absolutely love them." "Really?" "I love them too." Zhang Jiai's face lit up with excitement. "To what extent?" Chen Mo pondered for a moment before responding. "Let me put it this way. I can't go a meal without them." "Huh?" Zhang Jiai was momentarily stunned by his reply. Meanwhile, Zhu Han, xiaoning, and the others erupted in laughter. Even Sun Yuxiao chuckled while adjusting her hat. Yi Xiaoning, in particular, laughed uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Chen Mo, you're hilarious. In this heat, you almost made me lose my padding. I firmly support the fight against padding deception." Chen Mo thought to himself, "If only I were more familiar with you all, I'd have you laughing so hard you'd lose your bra." Seeing Chen Mo steal the spotlight, especially with the new glances Zhang Jiai cast his way, Zhao Xiaoshui could no longer tolerate it. He turned to Zhang Jiai and tentatively asked, "What type of boy do you like?" Without even glancing at him, Zhang Jiai stated, "I like the bad boys." Clearly, Chen Mo's earlier remarks had established him as quite the rogue. Zhao Xiaoshui, feeling the pressure, quickly added, "Why not consider me? I'm definitely not a good guy." Laughter erupted once more, but the effect Zhao Xiaoshui had was not nearly as impactful as Chen Mo's. Yi Xiaoning teased him, "Zhao Xiaoshui, is your goofy personality a natural gift, or did you level up later on?" The group burst into laughter. Meanwhile, not far away, a pair of beautiful eyes gazed enviously in their direction, especially upon witnessing how Chen Mo had everyone doubled over with laughter. A pang of discomfort surged within her. Once upon a time, Chen Mo had been her exclusive source of warmth. How had he suddenly become the jester for everyone? Didn't he notice the phone number she had left for him on QQ, considering whether to extend him another chance for redemption? She contemplated how to make him truly recognize his mistakes. Meanwhile, Chen Mo and the others were still engaged in their banter when Wang Xiaoan approached. She first concocted an excuse to disperse Zhang Jiai, Yi Xiaoning, and the others, then turned to Chen Mo and the other boys with a commanding tone. "Can you please show some discipline? You are the loudest group in the entire training field." With that, she stormed off in a huff. "Damn, is this girl crazy?" Zhao Xiaoshui muttered. Zhu Han also felt Wang Xiaoan was being rather presumptuous and looked at Chen Mo, saying, "Just as we suspected from the beginning." Chen Mo nodded in silence, his mind already made up. Zhu Han, unaware of his thoughts, asked, "So what now?" "We'll discuss it later," Chen Mo replied. "All right." After a brief intermission, everyone returned to the grueling military training. At that moment, a pair, a male and a female, strolled in from the western side of the playground. The young man stood an impressive one. 90 meters tall, his physique robust and powerful, akin to a great mountain. In contrast, the young woman was petite, measuring around 160 meters, yet she walked with an air of spirited elegance. Together, they created a striking visual disparity. "Captain, there's no need to continue looking. I have been stationed at the new student reception point at the bus station for a full 3 days. And other members have similarly kept watch in various locations for the same duration. We have already registered any new students with even a hint of talent. You need not come to the military training site to search," spoke the girl, none other than the mischievous senior who had welcomed Chen Mo, Yi Qianqian. She currently held 2 additional roles at the school, the new president of the basketball club and the manager of the basketball team. The young man, Wu Xiqing, captain of the university's basketball team, appeared to ignore Yi Qianqian's words, continuing to scrutinize the throngs of freshman students, as if fearful of missing someone significant. Yi Qianqian shook her head and followed suit, sighing, "Captain, you truly are quite stubborn." Upon noticing the forlorn expression on Yi Qianqian's face, Wu Xiqing finally spoke. "Yi Laoda, although you and the others have been stationed at various reception points for 3 entire days, there's a chance you may have overlooked someone. The individuals we seek are not those who arrived by bus, but rather those who drove here." "Impossible," Yi Qianqian asserted with utmost certainty. "I have meticulously examined all the registered data, including those students who arrived in private vehicles. I would never overlook anyone." With that, she sighed once more, lamenting, "Alas, there isn't a single promising candidate. Truly, heaven does not favor our university." Wu Xiqing, unfazed by her lamentations, continued his search as he spoke. "Yi Laoda, recently I assisted the school in organizing new student files. By chance, I stumbled upon a batch of new student information. Do you know what one the entry stated?" "What?" Yi Qianqian replied nonchalantly. Wu Xiqing's demeanor grew serious, his eyes glinting with hope as he said, "One male student's record indicated. Key player of the county basketball team, specially recruited player for the provincial team, Beiti." Upon hearing this, Yi Qianqian's previously indifferent expression transformed into one of astonishment. She halted in her tracks, stunned for a moment, before hastily catching up with Wu Siqing, exclaiming, "Captain, is what you said true? The records can't be fabricated, can they? Goodness. Then what have we missed during those 3 days?" Chapter 031. Goodness, is this a scam? As Yi Qianqian marveled at the revelation, Wu Siqing had already moved several paces ahead, continuing to scrutinize the multitude of freshmen. Consequently, Yi Qianqian hurried to catch up. "Captain, if that's the case, even if he doesn't reach the level of a professional player, he would still likely surpass any ordinary college athlete." "Exactly. At least he should have Cuba-level skills, if not higher." "Goodness," Yi Qianqian exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Who would have thought that our university would recruit such a prodigy? If that's the case, we're bound to win the upcoming friendly matches. Even the LX University Town Basketball League. Wouldn't we easily clinch first place?" Observing Yi Qianqian's exuberance, Wu Siqing merely shook his head, continuing to search the playground. "Yi Laoda, I admit we may have erred by missing a true talent. But you saw the records. Why are we still here searching?" Upon hearing this, Wu Siqing's face fell with regret. "You know that new student records cannot be casually accessed, so I only caught a glimpse of some details before they were promptly taken back. Since I saw it inadvertently, it's not technically a violation. However, what is crucial is the name of that individual." With a wistful expression, he added, "The problem lies here. I only saw the words Beiti before it was taken away. I hastily attempted a glance at the name, but I was too late. I only caught a fragment of the name, just the left radical." "What? Only a radical?" "Indeed. So this person could be surnamed Tao, Wan, Liu, or Chun." Upon hearing Wu Siqing enumerate so many surnames, Yi Qianqian felt overwhelmed. This meant that even checking the freshman roster would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It would be impractical to sift through them one by one, given the time constraints. Thus, the most efficient approach would indeed be to observe the military training site directly. If all else fails, we may have to seek out the school authorities to see if they can disclose any information about this individual. Wu Siqing sighed again. Just then, he seemed to spot something, staring intently at a particular area for an extended time before turning to Yi Qianqian. "Look at that young man at the back of the second-to-last squad." Excitedly, Yi Qianqian followed Wu Siqing's gaze, but her enthusiasm quickly waned into disappointment. She shook her head, saying, "It can't be him. I personally attended to him, and I even asked him questions. He is utterly clumsy in sports. He once tripped over his own feet while walking and runs as if his legs are twisted into a pretzel. A person with such athletic ineptitude could hardly be a basketball player." Despite Yi Qianqian's assertions, Wu Siqing appeared unfazed and merely inquired, "Do you know his name?" After thinking for a moment, Yi Qianqian replied, "I believe it's Chen Mo." As soon as the name Chen Mo escaped her lips, Yi Qianqian froze. Her expression exaggerated as she exclaimed, "Goodness, his surname is Chun." Seeing the expression on Yi Qianqian's face, Wu Siqing couldn't help but chuckle. "It seems you may have truly misjudged him." However, after a brief moment to gather herself, Yi Qianqian suddenly became exceedingly irate, shouting, "Damn it. If he dares to deceive me, I'll make sure to break his back." With that, she rolled up her sleeves, ready for a confrontation. Wu Siqing sighed, realizing that Yi Laoda's reputation was no laughing matter. He swiftly restrained her, saying, "Calm down. It's merely a coincidence with the surname. He might not even be the one we're looking for. We still need to observe the other freshmen in the squads." Still seething, Yi Qianqian retorted, "Does that mean I absolutely must find him? Is that even a question? First, check the new student reception records to find out which major and class this Chen Mo belongs to, and then I'll go with you to seek him out." "Understood. I'll take care of it right away." At that moment, Chen Mo was inwardly cursing his predicament. He finally understood why military training required such incessant turning. It ensured an even tan, completely 360 degrees with no angle left untouched. Whenever he turned to face the instructor, Chen Mo felt as if a pair of piercing eyes were relentlessly fixed upon his back. Thus, the current situation was as follows. Sweat streamed down his forehead under the scorching sun, while an unsettling chill crept up his spine, an eerie sensation that sent shivers through him. It was a stark contrast a tumultuous blend of heat and cold. Amidst his grievances, he heard the instructor command, "Turn around," prompting Chen Mo to swiftly adjust his posture and pivot. Suddenly, he collided with something solid, followed by a dull thud as an object fell to the ground. Almost immediately, a girl nearby exclaimed in alarm, "Someone has fainted!" Chen Mo quickly lowered his gaze and was taken aback to see a girl lying motionless on the ground. After all, he was the one who had inadvertently caused it. Instantly, the entire formation erupted into chaos, with many rushing to the scene. Even Lin Jinxian, the counselor seated at a distance, hurried over, her face etched with concern. "What happened?" she inquired. "Someone has fainted," Wang Xiaohan promptly replied. "Who is it?" Lin Jinxian pressed. "It's Sun Yuxiao," Zhang Jiai chimed in from the crowd. Upon hearing the name Sun Yuxiao, Lin Jinxuan's anxiety seemed to escalate. She pushed her way through the throng and immediately spotted the instructor attending to the fallen Sun Yuxiao. "It's nothing serious, just a fainting spell," the instructor remarked, then turned to Lin Jinxian with a hint of reproach. "Ms. Lin, how can this student have such poor health and still participate in military training? It's sheer folly." Lin Jinxian hardly paid attention to the instructor's complaints. Instead, she stepped forward, her voice laced with urgency. "What on earth happened?" At that moment, Li Dongdong whispered from the side, "I saw Chen Mo knock her over." Chen Mo's anger flared upon hearing this. Damn it, she didn't even follow the command to turn around. How can I be blamed for this? If anything, it felt like she was trying to pull a fast one. Lin Jinxian, however, was unfazed and shouted at Chen Mo, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and carry her to the infirmary." In that moment, Chen Mo felt as though he had fallen into a pit of misfortune. Here he was, minding his own business during military training, and now he was embroiled in this predicament. He contemplated retorting, but decided against it, letting out a resigned sigh. "Fine, I'll do it," he muttered. Without further hesitation, he bent down and hoisted Sun Yuxiao onto his back. In that instant, he was struck by a surprisingly delightful fragrance emanating from her, one he had never encountered before. Moreover, she felt incredibly light, even lighter than a bag of cement. Yet, despite her slightness, she appeared rather pale and weak. However, the soft contours pressed against his back were quite pleasant. It seemed even withered trees could bear fruit. Sun Yuxiao was simply too thin. If she were to gain a bit more weight, she would surely rival Zhang Jiai in beauty. "Chen Mo, speed up," Lin Jinxuan's voice urged from behind. Snapping him out of his reverie, he quickened his pace, even breaking into a run. Given his height and physique, coupled with Sun Yuxiao's lightness, he found it effortless to dash forward, almost as if he could soar. The distance between him and Lin Jinxian quickly widened. Guided by Lin Jinxian, they finally arrived at the school infirmary. After gently placing Sun Yuxiao on a bed, the school doctor hurriedly began his examination. "Doctor Hu, how is the student?" Lin Jinxian panted. "Ms. Lin, please don't worry. It's not serious. This student has a weak constitution and fainted due to anemia," Dr. Hu reassured her. With those words, Lin Jinxian felt her anxieties lift, her heart finally at ease. As Dr. Hu continued to treat Sun Yuxiao, Lin Jinxian took a moment to collect herself and turned to Chen Mo. "What exactly happened? Why are people saying you knocked Sun Yuxiao over?" Chen Mo felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, as if he were being wronged far beyond measure. Clearly, it was Sun Yuxiao's frail constitution that had led to this incident. Yet all the blame had fallen upon him. Yet, he understood the weight of public opinion. The more people spoke, the more distorted the truth became. Thus, he attempted to explain, "Ms. Lin, I was simply practicing normally." However, just as he began to speak, Lin Jinxuan's phone rang. She glanced at her phone, her brow furrowing as she muttered, "Word travels fast." As she stepped outside to take the call, she immediately answered, "Principal Li, please hold on. Here's what happened." Chen Mo, left in a state of confusion, remained rooted in place, unsure of what to do. As the atmosphere settled, he considered sneaking a glance at Sun Yuxiao, whose face was perpetually obscured by her cap, but Dr. Hu's presence obstructed his view, so he abandoned the idea. "I'll wait until she wakes up," he decided. However, he did notice something intriguing. On the slender wrist of Sun Yuxiao, a black wristband bore a striking resemblance to one he kept as a memento at home. Before long, After some medical intervention from Doctor Who, Sun Yuxiao finally regained consciousness, her first words being, "Where's my hat?" Doctor Who paused for a moment before responding, "It's right next to you." Sun Yuxiao swiftly retrieved her specially modified cap, settling it low over her brow. At that moment, Lin Jinxian returned from her call, and upon seeing Sun Yuxiao awake, she exhaled a sigh of relief and approached with concern. "How are you feeling, Sun Yuxiao?" "I'm fine now," Sun Yuxiao replied, sitting up and casting a glance at Chen Mo before falling silent. Lin Jinxian, still apprehensive, inquired about Sun Yuxiao's condition. "It's nothing serious, just severe anemia, which caused the fainting spell. This child has a remarkably weak constitution, and military training is simply unsuitable for her." Lin Jinxian nodded in resignation. She was well aware of Sun Yuxiao's unsuitability for military training and had previously advised her against it. However, Sun Yuxiao had outright rejected her good intentions at the time, and given the directives against forcing her, Lin Jinxian found herself at a loss. With a sigh, she glanced at Chen Mo. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and carry Sun Yuxiao back." Chen Mo silently cursed his luck once more, reflecting on his unfortunate predicament. Though he thought it, he dared not voice it. After all, one must learn to endure beneath a low roof. Upon exiting the infirmary and arriving at a cooler spot, Lin Jinxian turned to Sun Yuxiao and asked, "You won't be participating in military training anymore, will you?" Her intentions were good, but to her surprise, Sun Yuxiao glanced at Chen Mo and firmly replied, "No, I still want to participate, even if it's just to watch from the sidelines." Hearing her words, Chen Mo felt a newfound admiration for her stubbornness. How can this child be so resolute? If I were given the chance to opt out of military training, I would gladly bow in reverence to the Buddha in India. Lin Jinxian, feeling equally helpless, wore a troubled expression and pondered her response. "Perhaps it would be best if I arrange for a fellow student to look after you. I shall also give the instructor a heads up in advance. If you feel even the slightest discomfort, you are free to leave at any moment." How's that sound? The words of Lin Jinxian left Chen Mo utterly astonished. He thought to himself, is this truly the utterance of a counselor? Goodness, the tone is entirely akin to a negotiation with Sun Yuxiao, even seeking her consent, and she offering to assign a student to attend to her. The audacity to suggest she could come and go as she pleases? Why not just let her ascend to the heavens and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Sun Yuxiao, however, did not hesitate and replied promptly, "No need, Teacher Lin. I can manage on my own." "Absolutely not. It is imperative that someone is designated to care for you. Just point out whom you deem suitable, and I shall handle it." Chen Mo was once again convinced. Meanwhile, he silently applauded Lin Jinxian. Observing Lin Jinxuan's unwavering determination, Sun Yuxiao pondered for a moment and then suddenly pointed at Chen Mo, who had initially failed to notice. Upon catching Lin Jinxuan's peculiar gaze, he instinctively turned his head. In an instant, he was left dumbfounded, internally cursing, "Oh my, Sun Yuxiao, this is more than mere opportunism. You're intent on extorting me completely." Lin Jinxian was equally taken aback. She had never anticipated that Sun Yuxiao would choose Chen Mo. Looking back at Sun Yuxiao, she noted that she had yet to suggest anyone else, and with a resigned sigh, Lin Jinxian remarked to Chen Mo, "Indeed, since you were the one who knocked her down, it is only fair that you take responsibility. Conveniently, I needn't reiterate my previous comments. Since you have been selected, you shall be in charge of Sun Yuxiao's daily arrangements during this military training period, aside from her basic needs. This includes, but is not limited to, accompanying her during training, meals, and study sessions. You shall pick her up in the morning, drop her off in the evening, and follow her instructions at noon. In any case, you shall do as Sun Yuxiao directs. As a reward, regardless of your performance in military training, you shall receive full credits." At this moment, Chen Mo, who had already been bewildered countless times, found himself utterly flabbergasted once more. Am I here for school, or am I destined to be a mere lackey? Teacher, this seems rather illogical, does it not? Chen Mo made one final attempt at resistance. Illogical or not, it is settled. Chapter 033. Why does being a lackey seem rather appealing? While Chen Mo was still in a state of confusion, Lin Jinxian received a phone call and hurried away. leaving only Chen Mo and Sun Yuxiao. At this juncture, Chen Mo, unwilling yet compelled to accept his fate, sighed deeply and asked, Sun Yuxiao, what shall I do for you now? Shall I carry you? Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Sun Yuxiao seemed to stifle a laugh and replied, I'll follow your lead. Huh? Wasn't he, I suppose, to follow her lead? How did the dynamic shift so abruptly? Are you certain? Yes, I am certain. Wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you. Whatever you desire, I shall comply. Chen Mo scratched his head, and a sudden thought struck him. Can I say I'm leaving first? Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxiao touched her head and, in a voice as delicate as a flower, said, Oh dear, I feel dizzy. If I'm dizzy, then I shall go with you back to the dormitory to rest. Chen Mo, do you think calling Teacher Lin would alleviate my dizziness? All right then, this is quite the bind. I assent it. Chen Mo resigned himself to his fate. Thus he inquired, on this sweltering day, shall we first go for a cold drink, or perhaps some ice cream? I'll follow your lead. You'll follow my lead? I wouldn't trust you. Carrying a heart full of grievances, Chen Mo and Sun Yuxiao made their way to the school's convenience store. Can I set you down now? Chen Mo inquired. It's fine. Setting Sun Yuxiao down, Chen Mo boldly entered the store. Upon stepping inside, the rush of cool air enveloped him, making him feel as if he had entered paradise. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxiao tightened her clothing. Chen Mo was already aware of her frail constitution, and feeling hot himself, he removed his military training uniform and tossed it to Sun Yuxiao. If you feel cold, put this on, I'll go buy something. I assume you can't eat ice cream in your condition, but you can have a room temperature drink. What would you like? Sun Yuxiao lowered her head and replied, Since you are attending to me, you shouldn't spend any more money. Please sit and wait for me. Although Sun Yuxiao quickly rephrased her words, Chen Mo still caught the subtle shift and internally scoffed. What a fitting term, attending to, how perfectly appropriate. Fine, since I am attending to you. It is only fair you pay. Consider it a service fee. I certainly won't let myself incur losses. All right, I shall wait for you. Chen Mo, feeling no need to be polite, casually found a spot to sit down. Sun Yuxiao donned Chen Mo's shirt and went to purchase items. In a short while, she returned, hands laden with a bag. Chen Mo opened it and was taken aback. There were ice cream, drinks, and even snacks. In truth, there was nothing particularly surprising about these items. What astonished him was that they were all his favorite brands and varieties. He chuckled. I can't help but feel that attending to you isn't so bad after all. Immediately after uttering this, Chen Mo felt a pang of guilt, even sensing a slight twinge of shame. Sun Yuxiao, her face obscured by her cap, revealed no expression and simply stated, Feel free to eat. If it's not enough, I'll go buy more. And you? Ikante etan. With that, Sun Yuxiao, as if performing magic, produced a small white cup from her shirt pocket. The cup was indeed small, likely only capable of holding 150 milliliters of liquid. Sun Yuxiao attempted to open it, but, due to her feeble strength and the effects of heat expansion and cold contraction, found it impossible to twist open. Observing this, Chen Mo stepped in to assist, and upon opening it, he noticed steam still rising from the water inside. As he handed it over, he inadvertently brushed against her hand and took a closer look. Although she remained slender, Sun Yuxiao's hands were exceptionally fair, delicate, and elongated. If only they had a bit more flesh, they would undoubtedly be extraordinarily beautiful. Sun Yuxiao accepted the cup and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. You're welcome. It is my duty. Following this, Chen Mo unabashedly retrieved drinks and ice cream from the bag, consuming them as he went. Sun Yuxiao sat across from him, particularly quiet, merely observing him in silence. With a heart as unyielding as a dog, Chen Mo felt no embarrassment under her gaze. Instead, he was inspired to tease Sun Yuxiao a bit and remarked, Would you like to try the flavor of this ice cream? It's absolutely delicious. Knowing she had just stated she couldn't eat, he deliberately sought to provoke her. Moreover, upon noticing Sun Yuxiao's lack of reaction, his resolve only strengthened. After taking a sip of his drink, he was about to continue eating when, unexpectedly, she leaned in and took a small bite from the area he had just bitten. Then she returned to her seat. shivering slightly as she delicately chewed that tiny morsel of ice cream. Once again, Chen Mo found himself utterly bewildered. She actually took a bite from where he had eaten? Does this child not maintain hygiene on a regular basis? Doesn't she mind the saliva lingering on her lips? Regardless, Chen Mo dared not tease her any further and continued to indulge in her favorite delicacies. Before long, the food was nearly consumed. Chen Mo stood up, and Sun Yuxiao followed suit. Where to now? Shall I escort you back to your dormitory for some rest? She mused. Oh dear, I feel a bit dizzy again. Chen Mo rolled her eyes, conceding to Sun Yuxiao's obstinacy. It was evident she did not wish to return. With a task at hand, she altered her proposal. Why don't we get something to eat first? Whatever you say, whatever I say, and you're listening to me? Another round of eye-rolling ensued. But since Sun Yuxiao had seemingly agreed to dine, Chen Mo led her to the cafeteria. At that moment, the morning military training session had not yet concluded, leaving the cafeteria sparsely populated with a few upperclassmen who had returned early. Chen Mo guided Sun Yuxiao to the food station previously recommended by Zhao Xiaoshui, stating, You treat me to drinks and ice cream, and with all these snacks left, let me treat you to a meal. Just tell me what you desire, and I shall fetch it. Wait for me. I can go myself. Without waiting for Chen Mo's reply, Sun Yuxiao made her way to the counter. Go ahead. Be my guest. As the temporary servant, Chen Mo felt no inclination to argue and settled into a relatively clean spot, waiting. Shortly after, Sun Yuxiao returned, laboriously balancing 2 trays of food. Chen Mo was taken aback upon seeing that the tray pushed toward her contained dishes she typically enjoyed. At this moment, she could not help but grow cautious. This was the second instance where, despite having no prior acquaintance, the other party seemed to know her culinary preferences all too well. What a coincidence! Chen Mo narrowed her eyes and cautiously inquired, We bear no grudges, do we? Sun Yuxiao appeared momentarily taken aback, replying no. Why? Then how is it that you seem to know me so well? You're aware of what I eat? Oh, do you like these? I just picked at random. Although Chen Mo was skeptical, the casualness of Sun Yuxiao's tone left her with little room for doubt. Are you certain? Chen Mo, I've only just met you. How could I possibly know your eating habits? I assure you it was random. What a coincidence. You're not secretly poisoning me in my food, are you? Chen Mo still harbored some doubts. Impossible. We have no enmity. Hearing Sun Yuxiao's insistence on normalcy, Chen Mo finally relaxed a bit. Fine, even if it were poison, I would still eat it. Chapter 034. Then I suppose I am depending on you now. With her doubts laid to rest, Chen Mo began to eat, though she stole a glance at Sun Yuxiao's tray. Just like last time, she had only taken a small bowl of plain noodles, and, after merely 2 bites, set her chopsticks down again. Chen Mo thought to herself, no wonder she is so thin. She barely eats even when offered fish. Seeming unable to bear it any longer, she remarked, Sun Yuxiao, you cannot continue like this. You are not eating enough. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxiao attempted to pick up her chopsticks to take a few more bites, yet ultimately could not eat anymore. Chen Mo shook her head and continued, Eating only plain noodles has no flavor and provides no nourishment. With that, she transferred a piece of beef from her tray into Sun Yuxiao's bowl. Since the child was evidently not meticulous about hygiene, Chen Mo did not bother with her chopsticks or serving utensil. Upon seeing the piece of beef, Sun Yuxiao did indeed pick it up, but after sniffing it near her mouth, she returned it to the bowl. Chen Mo thought, Come on, I refuse to believe this. Even if she did not wish to eat, she had to force herself, otherwise her health would suffer. With that, she picked up another piece of beef. However, this time, Chen Mo did not place it in Sun Yuxiao's bowl, but instead held it directly to her lips. The reasoning? After all, the child was not particular about hygiene. Sun Yuxiao seemed momentarily stunned, hesitating for a moment. Yet, in the end, she surprisingly opened her mouth and accepted the piece of beef. At that moment, Chen Mo felt akin to a foraging sparrow, feeding a fledgling in its nest. Remarkably, Sun Yuxiao began to chew on the morsel. Although the movement was slight and slow, she was indeed chewing. After some time, she gradually swallowed it down. Chen Mo, sensing the amusement in this newfound dynamic, offered another piece, and once more, Sun Yuxiao opened her mouth, accepting it, chewing and swallowing it down. Chen Mo found the entire situation increasingly delightful and offered a third piece, which Sun Yuxiao again consumed. However, when Chen Mo reached for a fourth piece, Sun Yuxiao resolutely refused to open her mouth, appearing quite distressed. I truly cannot eat anymore. Although Chen Mo could not see her expression clearly, she reflected, of course, given how little she usually eats and her preference for such plain fare. Suddenly consuming too much meat would likely overwhelm her stomach. Nevertheless, it was reassuring to know that she could indeed eat meat. She merely needed time to adjust. No worries. We shall improve this gradually. Before long, I shall have you plump. This was a statement Chen Mo uttered without a second thought, yet to her surprise. Sun Yuxiao responded instantly, Are you serious? How could I be anything but? Chen Mo assumed she was referring to the matter of meat versus vegetables. Sun Yuxiao slightly raised her head, fixating on Chen Mo's chest, articulating each word deliberately. Are you sure? Yes, I'm certain. Chen Mo responded, oblivious to the nuance. Sun Yuxiao's lips curled into a subtle smile, seemingly pleased, as she said, All right, then I shall depend on you. Chen Mo was taken aback, exclaiming, What did you say? I said, I'm depending on you. At this point, Chen Mo was already accustomed to her bewilderment, yet she still felt the need to clarify. Is that what you think? I don't care. You just clearly said sure, so I took you at your word. With the conversation having reached this point and recognizing Sun Yuxiao's stubbornness, Chen Mo chose not to elaborate further. Yet she still innocently believed that her servitude would only last for the duration of military training. As Chen Mo finished her meal, the cafeteria began to fill with more people, indicating that the morning training session had likely concluded. Observing the ravenous crowd converging upon the cafeteria, Chen Mo chuckled. Go ahead and fight over it. I'm already full, ha. Where next? Chen Mo inquired of her newly appointed master. You decide, Sun Yuxiao replied. Her classic first response. Chen Mo pondered for a moment and cautiously asked, Shall we head back for a nap? Sun Yuxiao checked the time and said, I'll follow your lead. Oh, Chen Mo was surprised, thinking to herself that this time, she was quite compliant. She then stood up and declared, Let us go. I'll escort you back. All right. Sun Yuxiao returned Chen Mo's military training uniform, and the two of them rose to leave. As they exited the cafeteria, they happened to encounter Zhu Han, Zhao Xiaoshui, and Kong Kai, who were also ravenously hurrying in. Upon spotting Chen Mo, Zhu Han called out, Chen Mo, where are you headed? Chen Mo glanced at the already ahead Sun Yuxiao and replied, Executing a mission. Aren't you eating? Kong Kai inquired. I've already had my meal. Chen Mo said, leaving the trio from room 313 in a state of bewilderment as he gracefully departed. Upon reaching the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Building 1, Chen Mo suggested, If you have nothing else to do this afternoon, you might as well rest in the dormitory. And what about you? Sun Yuxiao asked. As for me, I reckon I will head back to military training to experience it once more. Although the training is quite arduous, I still believe in embracing a complete university life. Of course, if I find it excessively exhausting or sweltering, I might reconsider the completeness of that experience. Then I shall accompany you, Sun Yuxiao insisted. With that mindset, why not just lie down in the dormitory instead? Chen Mo urged. No, I too wish to experience it, Sun Yuxiao asserted with determination. All right. Your lofty ideals are impressive. Is that satisfactory? Chen Mo conceded reluctantly. Very well, let us meet at the playground in the afternoon. If you feel unwell, then let me know. You can come to fetch me to go together, Sun Yuxiao cheerfully proposed. What? What did you just say? I said you should come pick me up, Sun Yuxiao reiterated. Goodness, have you truly become addicted to this? Ignoring Chen Mo's thoughts, Sun Yuxiao simply commanded, Hand over your phone. With no other choice, as orders from above were absolute, Chen Mo retrieved his old-fashioned mobile phone and handed it over. Sun Yuxiao examined it, painstakingly unlocked it, and dialed a series of numbers. Once her phone rang from her pocket, she returned it to Chen Mo, stating, This is my phone number. Come pick me up this afternoon. Understood, my esteemed master. Chen Mo acquiesced for the time being. Sun Yuxiao appeared to smile slightly and said, You may now return to rest. Remember to take a nap. At your command, Chen Mo replied, finally able to reclaim a moment of freedom. swiftly darting away without a trace. Only when he could no longer see Chen Mo's figure did Sun Yuxiao turn to leave. Chapter 035. Life is illuminated. I wish to illuminate you too. Sun Yuxiao adjusted the brim of her cap and re-entered the dormitory building. After taking a quick hot shower, she gazed into the mirror at her pale and gaunt face, murmuring, "Will I truly be able to recover?" Drying her hands, she sat at her desk, first taking her medication, then retrieving a notebook from the left drawer. She gently wrote, "Foam. To be honest, I have felt somewhat anxious since last night. For even in such a brief span, someone has already taken notice of you. Yet, I have not prepared how to utter my first words to you, nor how to initiate our first greeting. I merely wish to stand quietly behind you, observing you from a distance, awaiting the right moment. Unexpectedly, you took the initiative to open a bottle for me. That was quite a delightful surprise. However, I foolishly fainted. Ironically, that moment of fainting happened to coincide with our encounter, resulting in you bearing the blame. Don't ask how I know, though I was unconscious. I still retain some awareness. Regardless, I owe you an apology. Hee hee. Foam. Isn't it a curious coincidence? You were the one who carried me to the infirmary. Thankfully, it was you. But why do I feel like you were somewhat reluctant at that moment? Oomph. Regardless of your willingness, you bore the burden. Moreover, I genuinely enjoy the feeling of resting on your back. It brings me a sense of security and peace. It seems you're not too keen on accompanying me, huh? Fortunately, external pressures intervened. You had no choice but to comply. Thus, I can only go with the flow, reluctantly accepting my fate. It's fortunate that I possess the ability to faint at any time, so you must obediently heed my whims. Hee. It feels like ages since today. I had ice cream for the first time in a long while, and also beef after quite some time. Honestly, I cannot recall why I chose to eat. Perhaps it was simply because you offered it to me. And yes, I know you're perplexed as to how I am aware of your dietary preferences. Naturally, it is gleaned from our correspondence over the past 5 years. However, I truly cannot divulge this information to you now. If, and I emphasize if, I can ascertain that I will no longer encounter issues or tendencies in the future, I wish. There may come a time when I can share this with you. In this moment, I only wish to quietly remain by your side. For I have come to realize that only when you are present do I find peace. It is then that I feel the existence of beauty in this world. Foam. You once mentioned in your past letters, life is illuminated. This phrase has sustained me through my darkest days. With you here, I am truly unafraid, and I no longer feel panic. Therefore, I too wish, before my light extinguishes, I hope to illuminate you just a little. This is all I can do. Henceforth, regardless of what the future holds or what our relationship may be, I simply hope for this. I wish for this time to last as long as possible. Foam. Though today is exceedingly hot, the scorching sun penetrates my very heart. It is truly warm, so very warm. After completing her musings, Sun Yuxiao glanced at the time, anticipating her roommates would be returning shortly. So she quickly tidied up and lay down. She forced herself to rest for a bit, hoping to regain some energy in anticipation of his arrival. Just as she settled in, the dormitory door swung open, and Zhang Jiai, Yi Xiaoning, and Li Dongdong entered, their faces flushed from the heat. Upon entering, they immediately spotted Sun Yuxiao lying on the bed. Though the bed curtain obscured her, Zhang Jiai still inquired with concern, "Yuxiao, are you feeling all right?" "Nothing serious," she replied. "What about Chen Mo? Is he okay?" Zhang Jiai seemed to ask this intentionally. "He's fine as well." "That's good," Zhang Jiai said, and Yi Xiaoning eagerly asked, "Have you eaten?" "Yes," Sun Yuxiao answered calmly. Li Dongdong, however, remained silent and dashed straight into the bathroom to shower. Since Sun Yuxiao was all right, Yi Xiaoning and Zhang Jiai, waiting for their turn to shower, began to chat. "Jiai, Chen Mo had me in stitches this morning, especially that line about firmly supporting the crackdown on the use of padded bras. It's still amusing to think about. I can't stop laughing." "Ha ha ha," Yi Xiaoning chuckled as she pulled out a padded bra. Zhang Jiai also joined in the laughter, though her expression hinted at a tinge of resentment. "You know, Xiaoning, I initially believed he genuinely adored small animals, only to discover he relishes consuming them instead. Indeed, that remark had me in stitches as well, ha ha." Yi Xiaoning, observing Zhang Jiai's demeanor, gradually leaned in, adopting the guise of a meddler as she inquired, "Jiai, I distinctly saw you take the initiative to ask him to help you unscrew a bottle cap, didn't I? You're talking nonsense. I didn't intentionally approach him." "Ah, I never claimed you did so on purpose. You inadvertently confessed." Zhang Jiai felt she had fallen for Yi Xiaoning's ploy, her cheeks flushing slightly. It was true that she had deliberately sought Chen Mo's assistance to open her bottle of water, but she had not anticipated his utter lack of gratitude, even going so far as to send someone else to assist her. With this thought, her mild resentment deepened. Just then, Li Dongdong emerged from the shower, towel drying his hair as he remarked, "That Chen Mo is quite the smooth talker, utterly lacking coherence in his speech." He even managed to collide with Sun Yuxiao while practicing formations. Li Dongdong seemed to harbor a strong bias against Chen Mo. Earlier that morning, she had reported to Lin Jinxian that Chen Mo had knocked into Sun Yuxiao. Zhang Jiai and Yi Xiaoning exchanged glances, remaining silent. Li Dongdong continued to ramble. "I find Zhao Xiaoshui far more humorous than Chen Mo. He is proactive too, especially when he fetched water for Zhang Jiai. Such a charming gesture. That silly fellow is indeed rather amusing." "He is not silly at all. Xiaoning, please refrain from saying that in the future." All right, I want to mention it again." Yi Xiaoning, disinterested in debating further, took her toiletries and headed into the bathroom. Zhang Jiai and Li Dongdong found themselves at a loss for words, seated in their chairs as they organized their belongings, when suddenly Zhang Jiai recalled something. "Are you asleep, Yu Xiao?" "No, what is up? Are you still going to military training this afternoon?" "Of course." "Ah," Zhang Jiai exclaimed, somewhat startled. "Is your body up for it? Why haven't you discussed this with the teachers or the school?" Sun Yuxiao turned her face, speaking quietly. "There is no need. I'm perfectly fine." Zhang Jiai shook her head, letting out a sigh. "In that case, this afternoon, both Xiaoning and I will accompany you. If you feel any discomfort, we'll go request a leave of absence for you." Hearing Zhang Jiai's words, Sun Yuxiao felt a flicker of gratitude. It had truly been ages since she had experienced such a sentiment. Yet, throughout her past, she had not been devoid of affection. Countless individuals had shown her endless concern and care. However, during that period, Sun Yuxiao seemed to have lost the ability to feel loved, remaining in a state of self-imposed isolation. But now, everything felt different. She gradually began to experience the joy of connecting with others. Furthermore, she discovered that she could slowly communicate with others in a normal tone and manner. Perhaps all these changes stemmed from her genuine interactions with Chen Mo in reality. Sun Yuxiao contemplated and decided to be transparent with her roommates. "There is no need. Teacher Lin has already made arrangements." "Ah, Teacher Lin has arranged everything? How did she arrange it?" Zhang Jiai asked. Sun Yuxiao succinctly explained how Lin Jinxian had designated Chen Mo to assist her during military training. Once she finished, Zhang Jiai remained silent, while Li Dongdong chimed in. "Teacher Lin's arrangements are perfectly reasonable. After all, Chen Mo did knock you down, so he must take responsibility." Zhang Jiai still said nothing, instead gazing at Sun Yuxiao's bunk with a look of confusion. Chapter 036. Brothers like flesh and blood, women like garments? Chen Mo returned to the dormitory and promptly took a shower. Upon seeing Zhu Han, Zhao Xiaoshui, and Kong Kai returned to the dormitory, drenched in sweat. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Damn, it was scorching hot this morning. Zhao Xiaoshui immediately began to complain as soon as he stepped inside. Indeed, not only was it hot, but exhausting too. Heaven truly seems to favor us with such lovely weather, Kong Kai concurred. After spending 2 days together, Chen Mo had finally grasped the roles of Zhao Xiaoshui and Kong Kai within dormitory 313. These two brothers were quintessential comedians. One was the Joker, while the other played the straight man. Zhu Han wiped his sweat and turned to Chen Mo, asking, "What happened this morning?" "It all took me by surprise, and I didn't even get a chance to check on you. Later during training, I had no opportunity to call you." Chen Mo did not withhold any details, recounting the morning's events while skillfully avoiding the more sensitive aspects. Upon finishing, Zhao Xiaoshui looked at him with sympathy. "Chen Mo, so you've become that knife-wielding girl as personal servant, huh? Though he refrained from using those 4 words in public, within the dormitory, there were fewer reservations. Chen Mo shrugged his shoulders, indicating his helplessness. Yeah, you've essentially been completely taken advantage of by her. Kong Kai humorously chimed in. Chen Mo chose not to clarify further. Zhu Han pondered for a moment, deciding not to further dishearten Chen Mo, and turned to Kong Kai, saying, by the way, Kong Kai, why do you always vanish during every break? What do you do? Upon hearing Zhu Han bring up this topic, Kong Kai's previously sympathetic expression transformed into one of deep sorrow. Don't even get me started. Seeing his forlorn demeanor, Chen Mo chuckled. What's wrong? Is there something troubling you? Share it with us. Let us have a laugh. Yeah, I'm incredibly irritated right now. Hurry up and lighten my mood. Zhao Xiaoshui joined in the teasing. As they were all dormitory buddies, Kong Kai didn't mind their banter and replied, well, after hearing Chen Mo's advice yesterday, I decided to alter my previous views on love and aim to find someone soon. However, I didn't want to date someone within our circle, so during breaks, I checked out other freshman S formations. At this point, Kong Kai suddenly paused, seemingly reluctant to delve into that disheartening experience. Zhu Han laughed. What do you mean by not wanting to date within our circle? It's because our class's most attractive girl, Zhang Jiai, called Zhao Xiaoshui Si. And you couldn't find anyone else you liked, right? That's true, Kong Kai admitted without reservation. After all, even if he had a crush on a girl his buddy liked, he wouldn't dare act on it. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoshui gave Kong Kai a hearty thumbs up. You're a true bro. Keep going. In contrast to praising Kong Kai, this rascal was more interested in hearing about his misadventures. Kong Kai shook his head and continued. You guys won't believe it. I actually encountered a few attractive girls, but after asking just 2, I was scared off. Get to the point. Stop dragging it out. Zhao Xiaoshui urged, feeling the build-up was too lengthy. Damn, the first girl was way too forward. Before we even connected, she wanted to meet my parents. That forward? Zhao Xiaoshui found it hard to believe. Kong Kai scoffed. I merely asked her if she wanted to go out this evening to stroll around campus and maybe catch a movie, and she bluntly replied she wanted to meet my mom. Seriously, who does she think she is? Haha. As Chen Mo had anticipated, Kong Kai's experience in pursuing girls was indeed laughable. What about the second one? Zhu Han chuckled while eagerly inquiring. The second one was even more outrageous. It involved the smuggling of human organs. I merely requested her QQ or phone number as a means of contact, only for her to retort, do you want my face as well? I dared not pursue it further. It was far too terrifying. Haha. In an instant, the entire 313 dormitory erupted in laughter. However, Kong Kai appeared despondent, sighing heavily. Chen Mo, observing his demeanor, offered a comforting smile. Brother, in the journey of love, smooth sailing is a rarity. Ultimately, those who end up together have weathered numerous storms. When it comes to pursuing a girl, you must possess patience. If you can manage to cast aside your shame, you've already achieved half the victory. Most importantly, always remember this mantra. Better to be a teddy bear than a castrated dog. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Kong Kai's eyes instantly sparkled with newfound confidence, and he stood with his hands on his hips, declaring emphatically, absolutely right. Better to be a teddy bear than a castrated dog. At this moment, Kong Kai's woes seemed resolved, and Chen Mo intended to return to his bed for a brief rest. After all, there was the task of servitude in the afternoon, and he needed to be in tip-top shape. Otherwise, if his master was displeased, he could not predict what unforeseen calamities might ensue. Zhu Han, seemingly recalling something, interjected, We are all brothers here. I feel that some matters are best laid bare. The other 3 turned their gazes toward Zhu Han upon hearing his statement. Zhu Han glanced at Chen Mo, then at Zhao Xiaoshui, and remarked, earlier it was mentioned that Xiaoshui has taken an interest in Zhang Jiai from our class. However, judging by this morning's interactions, it appears Zhang Jiai may harbor feelings for Chen Mo. Zhu Han hesitated, yet his meaning was crystal clear. Perhaps the most vexing of all is this ambiguous love triangle. His concern lay not in who might end up alone, but rather in how it might affect the camaraderie among the dormitory brothers. TCH, I thought it was something of greater consequence. Turns out it's just this. Zhao Xiaoshui was the first to speak, continuing, I do indeed have a fondness for Zhang Jiai. It was love at first sight, but ultimately, it was merely infatuation, not obsession. So if she likes Chen Mo, and Chen Mo reciprocates, I can bear the pain of letting her go. After all, brothers are like limbs, and women are like garments. The bonds of brotherhood take precedence. Zhu Han was genuinely taken aback by Zhao Xiaoshuai's nonchalance, regardless of whether his feelings were merely superficial. At least his words exuded a certain masculinity. Zhu Han then turned his attention to Chen Mo, only to find him smiling silently, saying nothing. What are your thoughts? Chen Mo? Zhu Han persisted, eager to know his opinion. Chen Mo had not intended to engage in such juvenile discourse. However, since Zhu Han insisted on understanding his perspective, he spoke up. I do not subscribe to the notion that brothers are akin to limbs and women are mere garments. While the former holds true, the latter disrespects women and, by extension, one's own emotions. To know that a garment fits you perfectly, yet relinquish it for the sake of brotherhood, is a fallacy. Sometimes, that garment may not suit a brother at all. Moreover, garments possess agency. They do not wish to be donned by just anyone. Similarly, a relationship requires mutual affection. It cannot thrive solely on one party's selfless devotion. Such devotion is not profound. It is foolish. Therefore, an adult's view on love should be one of mutual pursuit and reciprocity. For instance, you feed me a bowl of salty soup, and I offer you a bowl of plain congee. After Chen Mo articulated his thoughts, a profound silence enveloped the entire 313 dormitory. The stillness was palpable. Zhao Xiaoshuai and Kong Kai were left dumbfounded, and even Zhu Han, who was typically composed, was visibly astonished. Chen Mo shook his head, reflecting that these youngsters had yet to grasp the complexities of life. With more exposure to the world's harsh realities, they would come to understand true moral discernment and the intricacies of human relationships. Zhao Xiaoshuai was the first to emerge from his stupor, giving Chen Mo a resounding thumbs up. Damn, you're truly impressive, Chen Mo. You've awakened me from my slumber of ignorance. His exclamation prompted Kong Kai to chime in. Why do I suddenly feel so dim-witted? Why has it been itching at me all this time? He scratched his head frantically. Indeed, after hearing Chen Mo's words, my previous inquiries seem rather juvenile, Zhu Han admitted with a chuckle. Chen Mo, wishing to move past the topic, suggested, all right, let us take a nap. We have military training in the afternoon. Yes, I'll go wash up first, Zhu Han replied, preparing to head to the bathroom. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly turned back, grinning as he asked, Chen Mo, what did your last statement mean? Nothing much, don't overthink it, haha. When Zhu Han's alarm rang incessantly, it roused all four brothers from their slumber in the 313 dormitory. Chen Mo struggled to open his eyes, muttering complaints as he dressed. Outside the bed, every place that is unreachable is a distant land. I really don't want to get up. Zhu Han silenced the alarm and remarked, hurry up. Your master is waiting for you. Upon hearing the term master, Chen Mo immediately shook off his sleepiness, thinking, right, I have an important task ahead. With that, he quickly donned his clothes, exchanged greetings with the other three, and exited the dormitory. Chen Mo had intended to call Sun Yuxiao from below the girls' dormitory, but as he took out his phone to dial, he spotted a tall, slender figure in the distance, her hat pulled low. Without needing to guess, he knew it was Sun Yuxiao. Chen Mo ambled forward, and she seemed to notice him, beginning to walk in his direction. Soon they crossed paths. Observing Sun Yuxiao's slightly sunburned neck, Chen Mo commented, didn't you say to call you before coming down? Why are you already waiting downstairs? I was afraid you would arrive first and be left waiting, Sun Yuxiao replied quietly. Chen Mo dismissed it and continued. Then why not find a shady spot instead of standing in the blazing sun? It's sweltering. Isn't it so you could see me when you arrived? Ah, this master is quite considerate, more so than her servant had anticipated. However, she was still the master, and her wishes must be heeded. Shall we head to the playground now? Your call. Chen Mo appeared to be gradually adapting to Sun Yuxiao's seemingly practical, yet emotionally driven responses. Shall we go? Let us go. With that, the two began their journey to the military training assembly point. Due to Sun Yuxiao's physical condition, her pace was not brisk, prompting Chen Mo, the servant, to willingly match her stride. Before long, the freshmen emerging from the dormitory for military training began to surpass them. Upon hearing someone call her name, Chen Mo turned to discover Zhu Han and the others. Just as they were about to set off, Zhang Jiai, who shared a dormitory with Sun Yuxiao, arrived with her 3 roommates. Thus, the group of 8 set forth towards the playground with great enthusiasm. Zhang Jiai glanced at Sun Yuxiao, then at Chen Mo, her expression betraying her hesitation to speak. Zhao Xiaoshui intended to approach Zhang Jiai, but his efforts were thwarted by Yi Xiaoning, who stood firmly in between. At that moment, the sun blazed fiercely overhead. Just walking along the path caused perspiration to stream down. It seemed they were destined for another torturous afternoon, as Zhu Han lamented. Who could argue with that? On such a sweltering day, we might as well be roasted. Yi Xiaoning echoed his complaints. The others wished to join in the conversation, yet the oppressive heat rendered them too lethargic to utter a word. Observing her companion, who appeared to be teetering on the brink of heat-induced delirium, Chen Mo couldn't help but inquire, "Are you all right?" "And you?" Sun Yuxiao retorted. "Me?" Chen Mo chuckled. "Am I all right?" Indeed, she acknowledged that in her previous life, her body had been worn down to the point of mere survival. But now, hith, this youthful physique was brimming with vitality. After all, the intensity of summer training was far greater than this military drill. The only distinction was that military training lacked freedom, mostly involving stationary exertion. In contrast, training allowed for greater liberty, permitting breaks at will. "I'm perfectly fine." "So am I." Chen Mo shot Sun Yuxiao an exasperated glance, inwardly musing about her stubbornness and her inability to recognize the truth. She couldn't fathom what she hoped to achieve by enduring this military training. Before long, they arrived at the playground and joined their respective class formations. Wang Xiaoan, who had arrived early, was diligently organizing the ranks. Soon, the afternoon's military training activities commenced. It must be said that the school had indeed taken the sweltering weather into account, scheduling only a few activities and shortening the intervals for breaks. Nonetheless, even with these adjustments, Chen Mo felt utterly overwhelmed by the heat, already regretting her naive desire for a complete university experience. And given her current state, one could only imagine how Sun Yuxiao, positioned right beside her, was faring. She seemed to be showing signs of faintness. Chen Mo couldn't help but wonder, why hasn't she fainted yet? If she did, I could have an excuse to accompany her. Suddenly, a realization struck her. She had overlooked a critical detail. Sun Yuxiao's potential fainting did not hinge on her actual condition, but rather on a single utterance from her. If Sun Yuxiao declared that she felt dizzy or unwell, as per their advisor Lin Jinxuan's earlier instructions, she could leave at any moment. Consequently, Chen Mo could also escape alongside her. Cursing herself for her momentary lapse of intelligence, she resolved to act. Turning to face Sun Yuxiao's back, she whispered, "Sun Yuxiao, are you feeling dizzy?" Sun Yuxiao, seemingly on the verge of collapse, suddenly perked up at Chen Mo's words, mustering her strength to feign nonchalance. "I'm not dizzy, I'm fine." "No, you are dizzy," Chen Mo asserted without hesitation, hoping Sun Yuxiao would grasp her intention. At that moment, Sun Yuxiao, who had her back to Chen Mo, abruptly raised her hand and, using the last vestiges of her strength, called out to the instructor in a loud voice, "Instructor, I'm feeling dizzy." Chapter 038, Official Assignment, Under Orders to Serve. Chen Mo was pleasantly surprised to see that Sun Yuxiao had quickly understood her intent and responded accordingly. Upon hearing the call, the young instructor hurried over, recognizing Sun Yuxiao from her previous fainting incident. "All right, you can go rest," he said promptly. The swift response from the instructor astonished the surrounding students. Was it truly that simple to take a break or slack off? Did one not even need to collapse to do so? Only Chen Mo understood the underlying reason. Advisor Lin Jinxian had likely informed the instructor in advance. However, despite receiving the instructor's permission, Sun Yuxiao remained rooted in place. The instructor slapped his forehead in realization. "Ah, right? Which student has been assigned to take care of you?" Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxiao finally reacted, pointing toward Chen Mo. "All right, you two may leave," the instructor permitted. Chen Mo's heart soared with joy, although he did not immediately whisk Sun Yuxiao away. Instead, He pretended to turn and crouch down in front of her. If they were to put on a show, it needed to be seamless. Without hesitation, Sun Yuxiao leaned forward, comfortably resting on Chen Mo's sturdy back. Whether she was genuinely faint or merely pretending, her delicate face nestled against his shoulder as she softly whispered in his ear, "Let's go." "At your command," Chen Mo replied, effortlessly standing up. Under the watchful eyes of their peers, amidst a chorus of envy and speculation, he swiftly carried Sun Yuxiao away. His speed was such that had he not been concerned about jostling her, everyone would have believed he could fly. Just as they exited the training formation, another voice rang out, this time from a fellow female student. "Instructor, I'm feeling dizzy too. If you're dizzy, go rest over there for a bit, and we'll continue training shortly." "Huh? Can I leave?" "No." The instructor's firm refusal left Chen Mo turning back to observe, a smug grin plastered across his face. "Caught off guard, are you? Want to slack off? You'd better be blessed for that." At that moment, Chen Mo noticed a multitude of gazes directed at him, filled with a mix of envy, jealousy, resentment, and longing. He chuckled inwardly. "What are you staring at? This is an official assignment. I'm under orders to serve. And you simply lack the fortune for it. Ha ha." Feeling quite pleased with himself, Chen Mo quickened his pace. Before long, he had distanced himself from the playground, reaching the cool shade of the trees along the path. He nudged Sun Yuxiao gently with his shoulder and remarked, "I never imagined that your 100-pound weight consisted of 99 pounds of cleverness. You understood my intent so quickly. Ha ha." Sun Yuxiao remained undeterred, quietly resting on Chen Mo's back, softly responding, "That called a meeting of minds. Besides, I only weigh 89 pounds. So that equates to 888 pounds of cleverness, with the remaining 2 ounces being your actual weight. As long as you're happy." Sun Yuxiao did not dispute this. After walking a short distance, once they were out of sight of the crowd, Chen Mo asked, "All right, now that no one can see us, do you want to consider getting down?" Expecting Sun Yuxiao to gradually slide off his back, he was taken aback when she said, "Oh dear, I'm feeling dizzy." Chen Mo's face was a canvas of confusion. "Are you sure?" "Pretty much." "Goodness, if you feel dizzy, then feel dizzy. There's no need to say it's almost anything. This is clearly just an excuse to avoid coming down." Chen Mo thought to herself, realizing that her fate had truly reached a critical juncture. Clearly, she had just escaped from a dark establishment, only to find herself aboard a pirate ship once again. However, upon further reflection, she considered that Sun Yuxiao was not particularly heavy. Carrying her felt almost weightless. Even if there was some strain, it was certainly preferable to standing idly in that playground, foolishly basking in the sun. Moreover, he had already rescued her from peril, so exerting a little effort in return seemed reasonable. After a moment of self-affirmation, Chen Mo continued on, with Sun Yuxiao on her back. Along the way, they encountered numerous seniors who had returned to campus but had no classes to attend. Upon seeing Chen Mo carrying Sun Yuxiao, they displayed a myriad of expressions, some curious, others amused, a few disdainful, and many envious. In essence, there was a spectrum of reactions, with most interpreting the scene as that of a young couple in the throes of first love, basking in the afterglow of military training and publicly displaying their affection. Chen Mo dismissed their gazes. After all, she was not a thief and had no need to feel guilty. She steadfastly believed this was an official assignment, a duty to fulfill. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Chen Mo deliberately asked, "Shall I take you back to your dormitory first?" "Oh dear, I still feel dizzy," Sun Yuxiao replied. Chen Mo had anticipated this response. If Sun Yuxiao did not wish to do something, she would invariably use her dizziness as a means of coercion. Alas, what to be done? After all, she was merely a servant at this moment. Thus, she inquired again, "Then where would you like to go?" "I'll leave it to you," was Sun Yuxiao's classic retort. Chen Mo, now accustomed to this exchange, proactively suggested, "Since you can't have ice cream or cold drinks, how about we check out a milk tea shop?" "Sound good," Sun Yuxiao replied. Without further ado, Chen Mo set off with Sun Yuxiao in tow, heading outside the campus for the first time since arriving at the University of Commerce. After wandering about, they eventually located a milk tea shop not far from Kyoto Polytechnic University. Just before entering, Sun Yuxiao skillfully slid off Chen Mo's back, Chen Mo paid no mind and pushed the door open. The cool air inside enveloped her like a slice of paradise. Turning back to glance at Sun Yuxiao, she casually tossed her jacket to her. Without hesitation, Sun Yuxiao caught it and draped it over herself. Chen Mo scanned the menu board displaying the varieties of milk tea before asking, "What would you like to drink?" "It's on me," Sun Yuxiao replied without waiting for a response, making her way to the counter. However, she paused to ask, "What flavor do you prefer? Aren't you supposed to be able to guess my taste?" Chen Mo teased. "It's not always that convenient," Sun Yuxiao replied. Finally, Chen Mo set aside her past grievances with Sun Yuxiao. "Then let us go with a mango smoothie, half sugar, the colder the better." "All right." Before long, Sun Yuxiao returned with a large cup of mango smoothie. Chen Mo eagerly accepted it, while Sun Yuxiao rubbed her hands together, revealing her frail constitution. However, Chen Mo noticed that after rubbing her hands, Sun Yuxiao sat down across from her, looking puzzled. "Aren't you going to have any?" she asked. "I can't drink it," Sun Yuxiao replied. Chen Mo was skeptical. Surely, it was not that she couldn't drink milk tea, but rather that she simply didn't want to or couldn't manage it. Thus, without consulting Sun Yuxiao further, she headed back to the counter, glancing over her shoulder to ask, "What flavor do you like?" Sun Yuxiao hesitated for a moment before replying. "Anything like yours will do." Chen Mo turned to the counter staff and ordered, "Mango fresh milk, half sugar." "Sure," came the response from the staff. Chen Mo quickly added, "Oh, and make it warm, please." Chapter 39. Thank you and warm milk tea. The counter staff hesitated momentarily at Chen Mo's request, pondering who would want hot milk tea on such a sweltering day. Nevertheless, they proceeded to prepare the drink. Chen Mo approached the counter and inquired, "How much for this cup?" 6 yuan. Upon hearing the price, Chen Mo mused to herself, Kyoto is indeed Kyoto. Even a cup of milk tea is significantly pricier than in the county. Just as she was about to pull out her wallet, Sun Yuxiao had already handed over the money. The counter staff exchanged a meaningful glance, but accepted the payment nonetheless. "I can still afford a cup of milk tea." Chen Mo chuckled. "You exert the effort, and I'll cover the cost." Chen Mo found Sun Yuxiao's reasoning quite reasonable. After all, it was just 6 yuan, so there was no need to squabble over it. Before long, the hot milk tea was ready. In her earnestness to be a good servant, Chen Mo hurriedly brought it to their small table. Taking a sip of her refreshing mango smoothie, she felt utterly rejuvenated. However, upon looking up, she noticed Sun Yuxiao staring blankly at her cup of mango fresh milk, not having taken a single sip. "Don't you like the taste?" Chen Mo inquired, pondering that if it were truly unpalatable, Sun Yuxiao would have mentioned it when she ordered. Sun Yuxiao shook her head, continuing to gaze at the milk tea. Chen Mo was unable to discern her expression, so she reassured her, "It's all right. I tested the temperature with my hand. It's not that hot. Just take small sips." Yet, Sun Yuxiao remained indifferent. Though they had not known each other long, Chen Mo began to suspect that Sun Yuxiao might be suffering from anorexia, although she didn't seem to fit that profile. After all, how could she eat beef otherwise? Amid her doubts, Chen Mo took Sun Yuxiao's milk tea, inserted a straw, and handed it back to her, not simply placing it in front of her, but almost bringing the straw to her lips, saying, "Try it. It's really delicious." Seeing Chen Mo offer the milk tea so close to her mouth, Sun Yuxiao finally inclined her head slightly, taking a small sip from the straw. Chen Mo, not willing to let go of the cup, encouraged, "Keep going." Sun Yuxiao took another sip. "More." Sun Yuxiao sipped again. "Keep it coming." Sun Yuxiao continued to sip small amounts until about 1/5 of the drink was consumed, at which point she seemed to genuinely struggle to continue. Chen Mo set the cup before her, allowing her a moment to rest before resuming. Sun Yuxiao held the milk tea with both hands, raising her head slightly before lowering it once more. Just then, a song began to play in the milk tea shop, its introduction ringing out. As the first notes filled the air, Sun Yuxiao's grip on the cup tightened slightly. When the lyrics began, "My tea's gone cold. I'm wondering why I got out of bed at all." Sun Yuxiao's hands trembled involuntarily, tightening their hold even further. Chen Mo noticed Sun Yuxiao's unusual reaction and inquired, "Do you also like Eminem's Stan?" Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Sun Yuxiao endeavored to appear nonchalant as she replied, "I have heard it before." She was lying. Sun Yuxiao would never forget that a mere 20 days prior, the last song played for her in their residence in America was indeed this very melody. Chen Mo was utterly oblivious to the turmoil within Sun Yuxiao's heart and casually continued, "Yes, I adore this song." At this remark, Sun Yuxiao involuntarily shivered, cautiously asking, "Are you aware of the story behind this song?" Chen Mo, still leisurely sipping her milk tea, slowly elaborated. This song features a chorus derived from Dido's Thank You, which is now sung by a female artist, and the entire piece adopts its rhythm. The lyrics narrate the tragic tale of a fan named Stan, who, after writing to the artist for 6 months without receiving a response, ultimately succumbed to despair. When it was released in 2001, it dominated the European charts for several weeks. Chen Mo vividly recalled her past fondness for this song. It seemed that in 2017, the term stan was officially recognized in the Urban Dictionary, signifying an ardent fan. Sun Yuxiao was well aware of the narrative that lay behind the song. In the past, she too had endured a prolonged silence of 3 months without receiving a reply from Mo, leading her to believe that her confession had been dismissed entirely. Consequently, she felt as though the last flicker of hope in her life had been extinguished, culminating in the events that followed. Chen Mo had not finished her explanation. She continued, "Since you are familiar with this song, we need not discuss the lyrics, but you should also know that in a subsequent letter, the artist advised Stan to remain rational, clarifying that she had not intentionally ignored him. On the contrary, she had prepared a signed item for him and wished for his well-being." While writing this, the artist recalled a few weeks prior when a man, driven by madness, had plunged off a bridge with his pregnant girlfriend, and she realized that this man was Stan. By the time the letter was sent, it was too late. Thus, many occurrences in life do not unfold as we initially envision. Sometimes, a little patience and observation may yield the results we have long anticipated. Sun Yuxiao felt a profound sense of reflection upon hearing Chen Mo's words. Indeed, after waiting for over 3 months, she had ultimately lost her patience. Yet, in an unexpected twist, she had received a reply she once thought would never come, and fortunately, the farewell letter she had penned never reached its destination. Now, what she awaited was not merely a letter, but the very person who had written it, sitting directly across from her. Furthermore, Dido's opening line mentioned that her tea was cold, while the cup in her hand remained warm. At that moment, she was no longer the obsessive, frantic Stan. Her spirits were high. Nonetheless, she felt compelled to express, "Thank you. What's the matter?" Chen Mo noticed Sun Yuxiao lost in thought. "Nothing." Sun Yuxiao quickly gathered her emotions. Chen Mo paid little heed, as she considered it merely an analysis of a song. Observing that Sun Yuxiao had yet to touch her milk tea, she took the cup and brought it to her lips, saying, "Take a few more sips. You need to replenish some sugar and energy to gain a little weight." Without hesitation, Sun Yuxiao accepted the straw and sipped slowly. At this moment, not only was the tea in her mouth warm, but her heart was also sweet. As Chen Mo was feeding Sun Yuxiao milk tea, a figure rushed through the door. Upon entering, the person shouted towards the barista, "Quickly prepare several different styles of iced milk tea. We have guests arriving soon." The barista, rising to comply, inquired, "Which Meng Xiao? Who else could it be?" "It's Meng Lingtai from the Institute of Technology." Upon hearing the name Meng Lingtai, the barista quickly asked, "How many people are coming? How many cups should I make? What flavors?" "Make as many as you can. Any flavor will suffice. You know Meng Xiao is not short on money. If there are leftovers, we can sell them or throw them away. It's always like this." "Understood." Chen Mo, overhearing their conversation, privately criticized the wealthy Meng Xiao for being extravagant and heedless, truly a prodigal son. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxiao, who had been sipping her milk tea, suddenly paused and said, "Chen Mo, I'm a bit hungry. I'd like to grab something to eat." Sun Yuxiao's statement took Chen Mo by surprise. Did she really say she was hungry? Was it true? And what time was it? Dinner was still quite a while away. Nevertheless, as a diligent servant, she focused on fulfilling her role and asked, "What do you want to eat? Just say the word." "Whatever you suggest," came the reply. This indicated that she could freely express her desires, and they would proceed based on her mood. Without hesitation, Chen Mo gulped down her milk tea, stood up, and prepared to head out. Sun Yuxiao, however, picked up her warm milk tea and began to walk outside. As they stepped outside, a wave of warmth washed over them, and the bright sunlight felt invigorating against their faces. I still feel a bit dizzy, Sun Yuxiao remarked, leaving Chen Mo puzzled about her meaning. All right, you feel dizzy. I know what to do. He immediately bent down. Sun Yuxiao, unceremoniously, draped herself in Chen Mo's jacket and quietly settled on his back. Leaning closer to his ear, she softly urged, "Let us go." "All right," Chen Mo responded, rising to carry Sun Yuxiao back. At that moment, a roaring engine pierced the air, growing increasingly louder. Two impressively large motorcycles sped into view and came to a halt outside the milk tea shop. A spirited young woman dismounted from the first Harley-Davidson Road King Classic, removing her helmet and letting her long hair cascade freely. She possessed a lively and attractive face, as if she had stepped out from a two-dimensional manga. Her eyes, large and sparkling, shone with brilliance. With a resolute nose that embodied both feminine charm and a hint of masculine vigor, her slightly thin, soft lips displayed a nearly transparent shade of pale pink. Adorning her ears were colorful earrings, presenting a fashionable, sensual, and wild appearance. Oddly enough, the girl was clad in military training attire, complemented by a pair of athletic shoes. This outfit starkly contrasted with the conventional image of a motorcycle girl. Following her, a young man dismounted from the second motorcycle, removing his helmet as well. Standing at approximately 178 centimeters, he boasted short, jet black hair, clear eyes, a straight nose, and a tall, well-proportioned physique. Perhaps due to the warm weather, he wore a light, casual outfit instead of motorcycle gear. As soon as they alighted from the vehicle, the boy addressed the girl, "Tao Tao, what captivates your attention so intently?" The girl, referred to as Tao Tao, paid no heed to his words, her gaze still lost in the distance. Confused, the boy turned to follow her line of sight and remarked, "What is there to fret about? It's merely a matter of skipping military training. No need for such vigilance. Rest assured, this is our territory at the Institute of Technology, far removed from your business school. Besides, you have me, your brother Tao, to look after you. What is there to fear?" In the sweltering heat, he urged, "Let us hurry inside for some milk tea. I've already placed an order." Tao Tao remained unfazed by the boy's reassurances, still staring ahead, as if in contemplation. "Meng Ling, Tao, look at those two individuals up ahead, both clad in military training attire," she said, her voice tinged with curiosity. Meng Ling Tao, perplexed, wondered what had sparked such excitement in her, prompting her to call out his name. He turned to gaze in the direction she was pointing. Not far ahead, a tall boy was seen carrying a slender girl on his back. The boy wore military training pants and a simple t-shirt, seemingly unburdened by the weight of the girl, who was snugly resting against him, draped in 2 layers of military training tops. After observing for a moment, Meng Ling Tao remarked, "It's just a couple of young lovers skipping military training. What is so intriguing about that? You'll become accustomed to such sights once you settle into university life." "Look more closely at the girl on his back, Tao." Tao urged Meng Ling Tao. He was baffled by his little sister's sudden fixation on a mundane couple. Although he thought this, he cast another glance, yet remained unable to discern anything unusual. "What is the matter? Do enlighten me," he pressed. "Can't you see? That girl resembles Sister Xiao Yu'er." Tao Tao exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. Upon hearing the name Xiao Yu'er, Meng Ling Tao's expression shifted to one of surprise as he scrutinized the scene again, finally exclaiming, "Oh my, if you put it that way, the silhouette of that girl does bear a striking resemblance to Sister Xiao Yu'er." However, he swallowed hard, continuing, "But isn't Xiao Yu'er still in America? She even mentioned a new address when I asked Sister Chi Chi a few days ago. I must go and see for myself." Before he could finish, Tao Tao attempted to set down her helmet and pursue, but Meng Ling Tao firmly grasped her arm, saying, "Tao Tao, I know you haven't seen Sister Xiao Yu'er in nearly 2 years, and that you've had no news of her, which makes you yearn for her deeply. But think for a moment. Sister Xiao Yu'er is currently in America. By now, she should be in her 3rd year there. How could she possibly be back in the country as a freshman? It simply doesn't add up. Yet, I still think she looks too much like her." Tao Tao replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Meng Ling Tao shook his head, offering consolation. "Moreover, you are well aware of Sister Xiao Yuer's temperament. Have you ever seen a strange boy get close to her? Even I have never dared to touch her hand all these years. You know her skills. Hearing Meng Ling Tao's words eased some of Tao Tao's doubts. He was right. Considering Sister Xiao Yuer's character, it was highly improbable that she would allow even a familiar male friend to touch her, let alone be carried by a stranger. Seeing that Tao Tao remained lost in thought, Meng Ling Tao encouraged her. There are countless people in the world with similar silhouettes. I miss Sister Xiao Yuer too. I long to see her. But the reality is, she is truly not in the country right now. Besides, didn't T's sister Chi mention we could inquire about Sister Xiao Yuer's new address later? Once we have the details, we can gather with De Hui and visit her in America. Upon hearing this, Tao Tao relinquished her desire to chase after the couple, letting out a deep sigh, tears welling in her eyes. All right, please don't cry. Come with me for some cold milk tea. Order whatever you like. I'll treat you to a grand feast tonight. My friends are arriving at midnight, and we'll have a thrilling race with them. Fine. I'll wait for Sister Chi's news. I really miss Sister Xiao Yuer. As they walked towards the milk tea shop, Tao Tao suddenly wore a slightly irate and envious expression. Speaking of Sister Chi, did she take Sister Xiao Yuer's morbidelli for a spin? How do you know? Meng Ling Tao replied. Haven't you been in a university town since you reported? It was De Hui who told me over the phone. The guy's a big mouth, Meng Ling Tao scoffed. However, thinking it over, Sister Xiao Yuer's morbidelli is the stuff of legend in the street racing scene. After Luo Jiaqi wrote it, it caused quite a stir and instantly became the hottest topic among racers. Thus, even if De Hui hadn't shared it with Tao Tao, she would have learned about it soon enough. Meng Ling Tao himself was envious, but he would express it as openly as Tao Tao did. At that moment, Tao Tao, who had opened the milk tea shop door, pouted, saying, When I see Sister Xiao Yuer in America, I'll tell her. If she disagrees, I'll cry and throw a tantrum. I must get that morbidelli from Sister Chi. Chapter 041. Do I truly care for him? In truth, Sun Yuxiao was not hungry at all. She only contemplated leaving the milk tea shop after unintentionally hearing a certain name. It wasn't a necessity for Chen Mo to carry her. Rather, she was concerned about being recognized by certain individuals, so she deliberately nestled against his back. However, since leaving the milk tea shop, Sun Yuxiao remained comfortably perched on Chen Mo's back, allowing him to wander aimlessly. She simply couldn't bear to dismount. As for Chen Mo, aside from feeling a slight warmth on his back, he felt no burden whatsoever. He continued to mentally reassure himself. This is an official assignment, a mandated duty, primarily to evade the torturous military training exercises. Once this training period is over, will I still be carrying you? How delightful that would be. Will I still be your servant? If I don't blow you, Sun Yuxiao, all the way to your grandmother's house, I'll consider myself fortunate. As Chen Mo and Sun Yuxiao leisurely strolled outside the campus, the military training ground at the business university was a scene of suffering for the first-year students, who were finally granted respite. Zhao Xiao Shu wiped his sweat while lamenting, This is just unbearable. It's sweltering. And this is only the first day? Zhuhan handed him a bottle of water, saying, Endure a little longer. Who hasn't endured through military training in their freshman year? Zhao Xiaoshui accepted the water, but did not drink it. Instead, he approached Zhang Jiai, who was not far away, and handed it to her. Damn! Zhuhan exclaimed. Kong Kai joined in, saying, Indeed, just bear with it. No matter what, it's far better than Chen Mo being a beast of burden for someone else. This was indeed true. Chen Mo was rather unfortunate, having to serve that frail master, Sun Yuxiao, who was likely in the infirmary or hospital accompanying her. Zhuhan also expressed sympathy. At that moment, a robust girl nearby chimed in with a complaint. Why is it that some people have such different fates? Sun Yuxiao mentions feeling dizzy and can leave immediately. Not only can she leave, but she also finds someone to accompany her, and then they have to carry her as well. When I said I felt dizzy, at first the instructor told me to rest a bit, but after glancing at me, he actually made me practice for 2 more rounds. Damn. And the way he looked at me made it seem like he wished I would just drop dead. Is there no law anymore? Is there no justice? Zhao Xiaoshui, who had returned after delivering water to Zhang Jiai, rolled his eyes upon hearing the girl's remarks. Zhao Xiaoqing, if it were another girl claiming to feel dizzy, that would be one thing. But you, with biceps larger than mine, capable of knocking down a cow with one punch, dare to say you feel dizzy? Unless the instructor is blind, who would believe you? Zhao Xiaoshui. I think you're the one who's blind. I'm a delicate girl too, you know? Zhao Xiaoqing shot back. Zhao Xiaoshui nodded, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he solemnly replied. Indeed, you are a delicate girl played by Zhang Fei and a cross-dressed Li Kuei. Zhao Xiaoshui, I swear I will kill you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoshui fled in a hurry, leaving a group of laughing classmates behind. However, amidst their merriment, Wang Xiaohan approached with a serious expression. At that moment, not far from the resting area of Class 2 of Business Administration, in the resting area of Class 1, Lin Zhitong appeared downcast. Zhitong, what's wrong? Why have you been sulking since earlier? Lin Zhitong, hearing the inquiry from her dorm mate and closest companion, Jiang Simeng, still wore a frown. Noticing her silence, Jiang Simeng seemed to have an epiphany and asked, "Are you upset because Chen Mo left with that tall, slender girl?" Clearly, Lin Zhitong had confided in Jiang Simeng about her relationship with Chen Mo. With her secret out, Lin Zhitong's face darkened even further. "Chen Mo, you ungrateful wretch. I kinda left my number for you, and you ignored me. Now, you're carrying another girl away in plain sight, and it seems to be the second time. In the past, only I had the privilege of being carried by you after I was injured. How could you bear to carry someone else? What do you want? Do you intend for me to bow down completely before you will return?" Jiang Simeng, observing Lin Zhitong's expression, cautiously said, "Zhitong, I believe you shouldn't waver in your resolve. Although that girl is slightly taller and has longer legs, she doesn't seem to excel in any other regard, and we can't even see her face. Fine. Even if she is attractive, according to your own words, Chen Mo is not one to be swayed by appearances. Therefore, I suggest you continue waiting for him to come to you and admit his mistake before you can forgive him. Otherwise, if you lower your head even once, you will lose your crown, and he will continue to treat you the same way in the future." While Lin Zhitong absorbed Jiang Simeng's words, her heart remained heavy with frustration. What did it mean to be slightly taller? What did it mean to have slightly longer legs? Was that not enough? True, the girl's face was hidden from view, and she was slender to the point of being insubstantial. But the fact remained that Chen Mo had indeed carried her away. Nevertheless, Lin Zhitong also recognized the validity in Jiang Simeng's words. If she were to bow down this time and proactively seek him out, would he then continue to treat her in such a manner in the future? Yet, why had so many days passed? Chen Mo had not responded to her QQ messages, nor had he called her. Why? Seeing that Lin Zhitong remained silent, Jiang Simeng continued, "Yes, I understand that Chen Mo might have felt overwhelmed after being rejected in front of so many high school classmates. However, as a man, what does it matter if he's rejected by the girl he likes? Does he not understand the principle of rising stronger from setbacks? Does he not recognize that he must continually woo a good girl? I see that he is merely pretending, wanting you to lower your head before he relents, and then seizing the opportunity to be with you. At this moment, you absolutely must not concern yourself with his thoughts or feelings." Jiang Simeng's words left Lin Zhitong in a daze. She found herself pondering whether she should care about Chen Mo's thoughts or feelings. But in truth, did she care at all? If she did not care, why would she constantly think about his reply? If she did not care, why would she wait for him to reach out first? If she did not care, why would she repeatedly provide him with opportunities? Yet, if she did care, why wait for his response? If she did care, why wait for him to come looking for her? If she did care, why would she keep giving him chances? Lin Zhitong was now thoroughly confused, unable to clarify her feelings regarding this matter of caring or not caring. She simply asked Simeng, "Should I really continue waiting for him to lower his head and admit his mistake?" Well, at least that is how I see it. You must see through a boy's subtle intentions and absolutely cannot let him lead you by the nose. All right, then I shall wait a little longer. Despite saying this, Lin Zhitong decided to excuse herself to the restroom. She believed that Chen Mo must not have seen her messages online, which was why he hadn't called her. Thus, she resolved to test the waters. Taking out her phone, she located the number for Chen Mo she received from Luo Buitao. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately dialed. The call connected. Beep, 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 beep. With each ring, Lin Jitong's heart raced a little faster. She was uncertain how to greet Chen Mo once the call connected or if she would simply hang up. However, to her surprise, on the fourth beep, she heard a voice say, "Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Please." Chen Mo not only did not answer, but also hung up. Chapter 042. Matters of Adults, Children Should Not Inquire. "Your phone is ringing?" "I'm not deaf," Chen Mo replied as he came to a halt. Sun Yuxiao could easily guess his meaning, but pretended to be oblivious, saying, "Is in your left trouser pocket? Let me help you get it." Without waiting for Chen Mo to respond, he reached into his pocket. At that moment, Chen Mo rolled his eyes skyward. For the reason he had stopped was to feign that his phone was ringing, allowing Sun Yuxiao to dismount from his back. Who knows why this fellow simply disregards the matter, leaving one to wonder if she is genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. Sun Yuxiao retrieved Chen Mo's brick-like phone, glanced at the number, then presented it before him, stating it was an unfamiliar number. "So, do we answer it?" Sun Yuxiao inquired, her finger poised over the call button, awaiting the other party to speak. In truth, Chen Mo was well aware of who was calling, having caught a glimpse of the last few digits when he blocked Lin Jitong on QQ that fateful night. However, he had ultimately put the matter to rest, deeming it unnecessary to dwell on it further. "Hang up? Or just ignore it," he replied. Sun Yuxiao paid no heed, assuming it was merely a typical nuisance call, and thus pressed the reject button. After disconnecting, just as she was about to return the phone to Chen Mo's pocket, it rang again, still that same unfamiliar number. "Should we answer?" she asked. "Perhaps it's someone you know." "Hang up," he insisted. "If they call back, I'll turn off the phone." "All right," she acquiesced. Fortunately, after this disconnection, the bothersome number did not intrude further. Once Sun Yuxiao placed the phone back in Chen Mo's pocket, he resumed walking forward, carrying her along. Unintentionally, Sun Yuxiao's arm, which had been draped over Chen Mo's shoulders, tightened slightly, almost as if she were embracing his neck. Resting her head upon his shoulder, she softly remarked, "I suspect it might be your ex-girlfriend." Chen Mo momentarily paused, then responded, "Children should keep their noses out of adult matters." "Oh," Sun Yuxiao obediently acknowledged, indeed refraining from further inquiries. Chen Mo genuinely worried that she might persist with her questioning, for he had no desire to bring up a certain individual. Firstly, it held no significance. Secondly, she was not truly an ex-girlfriend. Thus, as they traversed a stretch of road together, Chen Mo suddenly said, "Sun Yuxiao, I've always been curious. Why do you consistently wear a hat to obscure your face?" Sun Yuxiao seemed unfazed by the inquiry, merely responding, "Children should keep their noses out of adult matters." All right then, instant karma, he thought, realizing she had been waiting for him all along. Chen Mo paused briefly, but chose not to elaborate, continuing his stride. Yet, inexplicably, the previously quiet and compliant Sun Yuxiao, resting on his back, seemed to tremble slightly. She must be laughing, due to Sun Yuxiao's earlier action of handing Chen Mo his phone. Her left arm's long sleeve had risen just enough for him to catch sight of the familiar black wristband. Since matters of personal privacy were deemed unsuitable for children to pry into, such trivialities could certainly be probed. "Sun Yuxiao," he queried, "where did you get that wristband? And why do you wear it constantly?" Chen Mo distinctly sensed that, upon posing this question, Sun Yuxiao quivered again, yet she responded, "A friend gave it to me long ago. I cherish it, hence I wear it always." "Is this friend a basketball player?" "Indeed, he excels at basketball." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo nodded thoughtfully, only to be taken aback as Sun Yuxiao followed up with another question. "Chen Mo, can you play basketball? How well do you play?" "Me? Yes." "You? I'm passable, I suppose." After uttering this, Chen Mo continued to walk slowly forward, his earlier doubts significantly alleviated. He vaguely recalled something the captain had mentioned before a match back in the day, namely, that the protective gear they received prior to the game was specifically sourced by the city's sports bureau from a particular manufacturer, although lacking the team emblem and number. The logo was unique, suggesting that no other batch would exist in the market. This explained why he had been particularly attentive when he first spotted the wristband on Sun Yuxiao's wrist. However, Her recent response and subsequent inquiry left Chen Mo with no grounds for suspicion. Firstly, she claimed it was a gift from a friend, explicitly stating that the friend was also a basketball player. Secondly, her question about his basketball skills indicated her apparent ignorance of his background. Hence, perhaps it was merely a coincidence that their city's team was not the sole recipient of that particular batch of protective gear. With his doubts dispelled, the two had already departed from the confines of Kyoto Institute of Technology. Chen Mo glanced ahead at the bustling streets and asked, "What do you feel like eating?" "I don't feel particularly hungry anymore," she replied. Having grown somewhat accustomed to the whims of the unpredictable individual on his back, he suggested, "Shall we return to school?" Sun Yuxiao pondered, then cautiously asked, "Chen Mo, could you accompany me to the west gate of LX for a moment?" "For what purpose?" he inquired. "I wish to purchase something. Would you mind accompanying me?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mo rolled his eyes, retorting, "Have you forgotten what Teacher Lin said?" Sun Yuxiao initially paused, then joyfully exclaimed, "Right? During military training, you're mine?" Chen Mo once again rolled his eyes, but still asked, "Shall we go?" "Yes, let's set off." In truth, neither Chen Mo nor Sun Yuxiao had been to the West Gate before, nor did they know its exact location. But how could a living person be trapped by their own limitations? Initially, Chen Mo intended to find a nearby black taxi, reasoning it would be cheaper. However, considering Sun Yuxiao's condition, he deemed it unwise to squeeze her into a cramped vehicle, thus opting for a taxi instead. He had planned to cover the fare, but Sun Yuxiao unexpectedly handed the driver a crisp 100 yuan bill as soon as she entered the car. Chen Mo had no choice but to yield, asserting that he would serve her and she would pay for his services. Upon arriving at the West Gate, Chen Mo learned that Sun Yuxiao's purpose for coming was to purchase a small washing machine. It made sense, given her physique was not suited for washing clothes, particularly in cold water. Originally, Sun Yuxiao intended to buy the best-performing Siemens compact automatic washing machine, but Chen Mo suggested supporting domestic products, leading her to ultimately purchase a more cost-effective Little Swan model. After settling the payment and delivery fee, just as Sun Yuxiao was about to leave, Chen Mo suddenly instructed the seller, "Please refrain from delivering directly to the girls' dormitory. It's sufficient to drop it off at the entrance of Building 1. Chapter 043. The first time entering the girls' dormitory. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxiao cast a look of disdain towards him. Although Chen Mo could not discern her expression, he inferred her thoughts, but refrained from offering further explanations, simply stating, "There's a method to my madness." "Fine, I'll reluctantly accommodate you. It's not as you imagine," Chen Mo clarified. "What do you think I think?" Sun Yuxiao feigned innocence. "Huh?" Chen Mo felt herself ensnared once again by her words. The two of them took a taxi back to the university, followed closely by the delivery truck. Ultimately, adhering to Chen Mo's instructions, the delivery personnel placed the washing machine beneath the girls' dormitory building and departed. Sun Yuxiao gazed at the packaged mini washing machine with a hint of concern. "I live on the 3rd floor. Do you think you can manage?" "What?" Chen Mo feigned an exaggerated expression and continued. "What do you mean, can I manage? Carrying you is as effortless as walking on level ground. What is a little thing like this?" "That's a valid point." Sun Yuxiao nodded in agreement, but then, struck by a whimsical thought, inquired, "But what if you had to carry me along with it?" "Now, that would pose a bit of a challenge." Chen Mo rolled her eyes. "I believe you can handle it," Sun Yuxiao said with a playful eagerness. "I think it would be prudent to call the delivery workers back." Chen Mo retorted. Sun Yuxiao chuckled, no longer teasing Chen Mo, and began walking toward the dormitory. Yet he commented once more in the end, "I suppose I am aiding you." Chen Mo chose not to elaborate, single-handedly grasping the mini washing machine and following closely behind Sun Yuxiao. The moment they entered the dormitory, she hoisted it onto her shoulder, nearly obscuring her face. Sun Yuxiao explained the situation to the dormitory supervisor and proceeded inside with the temporary delivery worker, Chen Mo. Seizing the opportunity while Sun Yuxiao conversed with the supervisor, Chen Mo meticulously observed her surroundings, committing various details to memory. At that moment, upon reaching the 2nd floor, Chen Mo asked, "Can we really use washing machines in the university dorms?" "I had already discussed it with Teacher Lin. She facilitated the arrangement, Sun Yuxiao replied. Hearing this, Chen Mo thought to herself. It seems she had this planned all along, merely awaiting the right moment to purchase it. By the way, what's the deal? Why is Teacher Lin so kind to you? After a few days of observation, Chen Mo noted that Lin Jinxian treated Sun Yuxiao with extraordinary care. One might even say she was exceptionally attentive. Is she really that good to me? Sun Yuxiao questioned, puzzled. Is she not? I am beginning to suspect you two might be related, Chen Mo teased. Sun Yuxiao laughed, slightly out of breath, and responded, impossible. Perhaps Teacher Lin is simply concerned about my health. That explanation seemed plausible. Yet, despite her words, Chen Mo felt that something was amiss. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxiao resolved to exercise more caution in his conversations with Chen Mo, lest he inadvertently reveal too much. We've arrived, Sun Yuxiao announced, slightly breathless. Chen Mo looked up and immediately smiled, realizing that Sun Yuxiao's dormitory was the same as hers. Room 313. As the door swung open, a blend of youthful fragrance rushed out to greet them. Even Chen Mo, whose heart was often hardened, felt momentarily dazed. She mused inwardly. It was worlds apart from her own dorm, which resembled a chaotic battlefield. Come in, Sun Yuxiao gestured, stepping inside first, with Chen Mo following closely. The room was immaculately arranged, exuding a delightful scent, with the bed, desk, and wardrobe all meticulously organized. The only slightly disheveled area was the balcony, where several of the young woman's intimate garments hung on the drying line. They were fragrant, varying in size and shape, a riot of colors, like little flags fluttering in the breeze. The sight stirred something profound within Chen Mo. Sun Yuxiao cast a glance her way and remarked, I'll allow you to fulfill your curiosity about entering a girl's dormitory, but you may only look. No touching. Chen Mo hastily collected her thoughts and replied with an innocent smile. What do you take me for? Am I that kind of person? I think there's a hint of truth in that, Sun Yuxiao replied playfully. Fine then. Chen Mo ceased her defense and asked, Where should I place the washing machine? In the bathroom, Sun Yuxiao directed. Understood. The layout of the male and female dormitories was identical, so Chen Mo adeptly positioned the mini washing machine in the bathroom and plugged it in for testing. All set, she announced. Great, Sun Yuxiao nodded, then continued, So, will you linger a while longer, or? Chen Mo declared with righteous conviction. What are you talking about? I only came in to ensure you could handle it. It's not as scandalous as you might think. Ah, I see. It seems you are more skilled than the professional installers. Though their acquaintance had been brief, Chen Mo recognized that Sun Yuxiao possessed remarkable emotional intelligence, often leaving her speechless despite the age gap. Sun Yuxiao smiled and added, Since we acquired a washing machine, I'll wash your military training shirt tonight, and you can return it to me tomorrow morning when you pick me up. Still feeling competitive, Chen Mo countered, the pants could also use a wash. She had anticipated that Sun Yuxiao, being a girl, might blush at her suggestion. Instead, she replied nonchalantly, That's fine too. If you don't mind going out without them afterward, you can take them off now. Are you certain? Chen Mo pressed, unwilling to back down. Yep, I'll watch you do it. Chen Mo was taken aback, as she could hardly fathom such a delicate girl uttering such bold words. All right then. Today I concede to you, my lord. I shall obediently follow, and rest assured, you will reap the rewards. Follow you? You're deluding yourself. Once military training concludes, I'll send you packing far away from me. And are you not about to admit that you've become accustomed to this servitude? Chen Mo pondered while glancing at Sun Yuxiao. Although she still could not see her expression above the nose, she was certain Sun Yuxiao was smiling. Shall we continue to look? Sun Yuxiao asked with a grin. Not any longer, let us depart. Don't regret it. Let us hurry. With that, Chen Mo exited the girls' dormitory, Sun Yuxiao closely trailing behind. Once outside the girls' dormitory, Chen Mo asked, Where to? I'm following your lead, came Sun Yuxiao's reply. Though Chen Mo had begun to grow accustomed to this phrase, it still sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to cautiously suggest, Since military training hasn't concluded yet, how about we grab a bite to eat? Sound good. Plan set. The two made their way to the campus cafeteria. Chapter 44. The first time washing his clothes by hand. Sun Yuxiao's demeanor during dinner was markedly improved compared to lunchtime. Although she only had one extra bite of plain noodles, she devoured 2 pieces of beef that Chen Mo offered. Just as they finished their meal, the freshman military training activities concluded, allowing them to escape the ravenous throng of first-year students in the cafeteria. At the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Sun Yuxiao, although reluctant to return so early, inquired, due to Chen Mo's presence, "What time will you come to pick me up tomorrow morning?" Chen Mo contemplated briefly before responding, "With your backing, I have no intention of heading directly to military training. So do you think I might take a day off tomorrow? We could both rest in the dormitory." "Oh, that is perfectly fine," Sun Yuxiao replied immediately. Chen Mo felt a surge of joy, yet remained somewhat incredulous at how swiftly happiness had arrived, asking, "Really?" "Yes, that's wonderful." Chen Mo was genuinely elated this time. "I will speak with Teacher Lin tomorrow. If I feel dizzy, I shall have to make my way to the infirmary on my own." Sun Yuxiao's sudden remark transformed Chen Mo's delight into something far less hopeful. Internally cursing Sun Yuxiao, she retorted, "Well, I don't think I need to ask for leave tomorrow after all. I believe accompanying you, my esteemed master, will bring me greater joy and happiness than resting in the dormitory." "Are you certain?" Chen Mo's face radiated unwavering determination as she declared, "Absolutely certain. Are you willing?" "I am more than willing." Sun Yuxiao feigned innocence, responding in a bright tone, "That's splendid. Since you are willing, I can rest easy. I was worried you felt coerced." At that moment, Chen Mo felt an overwhelming urge to kick Sun Yuxiao, but ultimately restrained herself. "So, dear master, when shall I come to escort you tomorrow?" "Wait for my call. Can I leave now?" "You may withdraw." "Yes, sir." On her way back, Chen Mo increasingly sensed something amiss. Although their interaction had lasted less than a day, why did it feel as if Sun Yuxiao had her firmly in his grasp? Logically, that should not be the case. After all, he was merely a child of a few years. How could he possibly have such control over her? It was utterly ludicrous. Furthermore, Chen Mo had initially sought to request leave from Sun Yuxiao to seize the opportunity to embark on a money-making venture, thereby accumulating initial capital for her entrepreneurial endeavors. Yet, it appeared that this tenacious Sun Yuxiao was someone she could not easily shake off, at least not during the military training period. She found herself completely ensnared, bound to follow through with her original plan, albeit with delays. As her thoughts spiraled deeper into frustration and melancholy, she returned to the dormitory, her visage clouded with despair. Only after Chen Mo's figure had vanished did Sun Yuxiao turn back towards the dormitory. Glancing at the military training uniform left behind by Chen Mo on the table, he picked it up and headed to the bathroom. However, upon lifting the lid of the washing machine, he promptly closed it again. Instead, he retrieved a plastic basin for washing, placing the garment within and adding a small amount of detergent. Hesitating briefly in front of the faucet, he ultimately turned on the water. Fortunately, the cool water of late summer and early autumn was not overly frigid. Removing his wrist guards, Sun Yuxiao began to gently scrub the fabric, meticulously attending to every seam and stitch. With the brim of his hat pulled low, his expression remained obscured. Before long, he hung the garment on the drying line, nodding in satisfaction as he rubbed his slightly chilled hands together. He then changed his clothes and placed his military training uniform into the washing machine for cleaning. At that moment, the dormitory door swung open and Li Dongdong, the first to enter, exclaimed, "What's that noise?" The second to arrive, Yi Xiaoning, wore a puzzled expression, sensing that the dormitory was indeed rather noisy. Emerging from the bathroom, Sun Yuxiao, now adorned with his wrist guards, stated, "I purchased a compact washing machine." "Huh?" Li Dongdong appeared surprised and immediately rushed to the bathroom. Yi Xiaoning, however, refrained from entering, merely commenting, "Can a washing machine even be installed in the dormitory?" "It's a small one, and I have discussed it with Teacher Lin," Sun Yuxiao explained. "Oh, I see." At that moment, Zhang Jiayi, who had closed the door behind her, remarked, "The teacher must have specially approved it due to Yu Xiao's health considerations. There's nothing remarkable about it." "That's true." Yi Xiaoning nodded in agreement. Li Dongdong returned from the bathroom, his face alight with excitement as he turned to Sun Yuxiao. "Yuxiao, can I use your washing machine?" "Of course. But please refrain from washing undergarments. I've already washed my outer garments. Sun Yuxiao did not decline. However, he mused that if his roommate wished to use it, he could simply have Chen Mo accompany him to purchase another one, treating the current machine as a communal resource for the dormitory. That works wonderfully. This will save time and effort when doing laundry, Li Dongdong exclaimed, clapping his hands cheerily. Unexpectedly, Zhang Jiai interjected Dongdong. You might want to avoid using Yuxiao's washing machine. It's not personal, it's just that everyone has different habits, and sharing a washing machine might not be the best idea. Exactly. Clothing is different from other items. Yuxiao's washing machine should be used solely by him. Considering his unique constitution, Yi Xiaoning added. Although Li Dongdong appeared somewhat displeased, he acquiesced. Fine, it's not like summer and autumn clothes are difficult to wash. With that, he returned to the bathroom. Since Zhang Jiai and Yi Xiaoning had made their points, Sun Yuxiao saw no need to press the issue further. He simply nodded in acknowledgement towards them. Are you feeling all right this afternoon? Zhang Jiai inquired of Sun Yuxiao. I'm perfectly fine, thank you. That's good to hear. Zhang Jiai replied, not pressing for further details, and sat at her desk near the window. Hey, Yi Xiaoning, who had gone to the balcony to retrieve the laundry, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Jiai immediately asked, What is the matter, Xiaoning? Returning to the room, Yi Xiaoning pointed toward the balcony. What is that oversized military training uniform on the drying line? It's clearly meant for a boy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiai quickly rose and walked to the balcony for a closer look, ultimately directing her gaze towards Sun Yuxiao. It belongs to Chen Mo, Sun Yuxiao replied candidly. But why is it in this dormitory? And why has it been washed so thoroughly and hung up without explanation? Yi Xiaoning, sensing the tension, chuckled awkwardly and discreetly withdrew. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiai was left with a tumult of emotions, a sensation that was hard to articulate. Chapter 045, The Letter and the Small Dormitory Meeting. Deeply troubled, Chen Mo returned to the dormitory and washed her face, soon succumbing to a sense of ennui. Zhuhan, Zhao Xiaoshui, and Kong Kai had yet to return, and a matter that had long occupied her thoughts needed to be addressed. Thus, she retrieved stationery from her cabinet, seated herself at the desk, and began to compose a letter. Dear Fish in the Smoke, I gently unfurl this fine paper to write to you as if we were face to face. Allow me to respond to you. How have you been of late? Speaking of which, I received your last letter nearly half a month ago, but have delayed my reply due to the tumultuous emotions surrounding the start of the school year. I hope for your understanding. By the way, I have successfully arrived at the university, and this address shall be the one to which you can send future correspondence. Having shared so much about that girl with the surname Sun, do you not think I am both unfortunate and fortunate? In any case, I believe fortune outweighs misfortune. I mean, at least I'm spared from military training, correct? Moreover, I can still earn full credits. As for the upcoming university life, I suppose I shall proceed with it step by step. How have you been? Is everything going smoothly? Regardless, I must thank you for your parting words in your last letter. Wise men say, only fools rush in. As for myself, I shall never take a fancy to a girl so casually in this lifetime. Yet, I cannot assert this with absolute certainty. What if I were to encounter a remarkable girl? Would you not agree? Well, I shall conclude my writing here. I wish you well, and may all your endeavors be smooth. With these words, I leave you to ponder the ephemeral bubbles of this mundane world. September 1st, 2005. Having neatly folded the letter, I placed it into the envelope. As I began to write the address, a question arose in Chen Mo's mind, one that had lingered from a previous life for many years. How was it that, after 5 years of corresponding with the girl from the smoky backdrop, her address had never changed? Did she not attend school? Did she do nothing else but remain at home? Contemplating this, Chen Mo was struck by a peculiar thought. Since the correspondence address had always been in Kyoto, perhaps now that he himself was in Kyoto, he might have the opportunity to catch a distant glimpse of her. However, recalling the initial agreement that existed solely within the letters, a pact unfulfilled in reality, Chen Mo ultimately decided against it. Even though they both resided in Kyoto, he could not engage in an act of betrayal nor become a violator of vows. Just as he sealed the letter, the dormitory door swung open. Zhuhan, Zhao Xiaoshui, and Kong Kai entered, their faces darkened with discontent. Upon seeing their glum expressions, Chen Mo chuckled and inquired, "What seems to be the trouble?" "Damn it," Zhao Xiaoshuai muttered, though he said nothing further. "Damn it," echoed Kong Kai in agreement. Only Zhu Han, with a frown, remarked, "Chen Mo, do you think that Wang Xiaohan is seriously unwell? During military training, she was directing this and that. And even during meals, she came over to prattle on endlessly. It's truly infuriating. Indeed, she blathers on incessantly, as if she were some grand figure." Zhao Xiaoshuai chimed in with an exasperated tone. "Who has to say otherwise? She hasn't even officially become class monitor yet. But if she were to succeed, how would we boys survive?" Listening to their grievances, Chen Mo began to understand the source of their discontent. He smiled and suggested, "Then let us devise a way to ensure she doesn't become class monitor." Upon hearing this, Zhu Han turned to him expectantly. Chen Mo returned his gaze with a knowing look, clearly indicating that it was time for a small dormitory meeting. In fact, since the first class meeting, both Chen Mo and Zhu Han had intended to gather in the dormitory to discuss matters. However, the first night Kong Kai had gone out all night, and the second night Zhao Xiaoshuai had been in an abnormal state, causing delays. Now, the moment had arrived. "Do you have any ideas on how to prevent her from being elected or promoted to class monitor?" Zhu Han asked. Kong Kai and Zhao Xiaoshuai, having regained their focus, also turned their attention to Chen Mo. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo replied, "Before we address the issue, we ought to first identify the points of difficulty, and then devise solutions." Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the three fell into a thoughtful silence. "I believe the crux of the problem lies in Wang Xiaohan's adeptness at currying favor with Teacher Lin. Her flattery resounds like thunder. Therefore, when it comes time to elect the class monitor, Teacher Lin might genuinely consider her." Zhao Xiaoshuai was the first to voice his opinion. Chen Mo shook his head, saying, "That is not the main issue. During our high school years, class monitors were mostly elected democratically. How could such a one-sided decision occur in college? Teacher Lin is quite astute and would not engage in actions that undermine fairness or her own reputation." Upon hearing Chen Mo counter Zhao Xiaoshuai's perspective, Kong Kai added, "If it is indeed likely a democratic election, then Wang Xiaohan's recent behavior is merely a ploy. Our class clearly has more girls than boys. From the start, she has been winning the hearts of the girls, aligning herself with them to suppress her male classmates. Her aim is to secure the votes of all the girls when the time comes to elect the class monitor, ensuring her success." Chen Mo nodded in approval towards Kong Kai, responding, "You are correct in part, but not entirely." He then turned his gaze to Zhu Han, who had been deep in thought. Zhu Han furrowed his brows, and after further consideration stated, "I agree with Kong Kai. Wang Xiaohan has been strategically manipulating the situation, recognizing from the beginning that our class has a greater number of girls. Regardless of her sincerity, it must be acknowledged that her reputation among the girls is quite favorable. At least for now. In contrast, while the boys lament and express their indignation, none have stepped forward to lead a protest. If this continues, Wang Xiaohan may not even need the votes of all the girls to be elected class monitor." Indeed, Chen Mo beamed at Zhu Han, continuing thus to summarize. "Our current challenges are twofold. First, Wang Xiaohan's advantage among the girls. Second, the boys are disorganized and lack leadership. If we can resolve these two issues, the situation will largely be alleviated. But therein lies the problem, does it not? We have clearly defined the questions, but how do we go about finding the answers?" Zhu Han's expression was one of distress. Having reached this juncture, Chen Mo decided to be forthright, stating, "Let us first address the second issue, which is relatively easier to resolve. Our first step is to rally all the boys who can be rallied to form a united front. After all, the majority of boys have significant reservations about Wang Xiaohan. So even if we cannot mobilize every boy, we should be able to organize a substantial group. Furthermore, we urgently need to identify a boy who can quickly establish a reputation and credibility, at least on the boys' side, to stand toe-to-toe with Wang Xiaohan." Indeed, that is a valid point. The three of them spoke in unison, expressing their agreement. Subsequently, Kong Kai asked who would be the best candidate to take the lead. Chen Mo directly looked at Zhu Han, stating, "I recommend you, Zhu Han." "Me?" Zhu Han appeared astonished. "Yes, indeed, it is you." "Why me?" Zhu Han still seemed taken aback. In terms of personal charisma and work style, I find you to be quite steady and meticulous. Although our acquaintance has not been long, I am confident in your abilities, Chen Mo affirmed. If that is the case, then I believe you are the most suitable candidate. Zhu Han redirected the conversation towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo shook his head, saying, "No, my aspirations lie elsewhere, and I have other matters to attend to. So you are the most fitting choice. Moreover, I can effectively support you from behind the scenes." Yes, I agree with Chen Mo. If he does not participate, you are indeed more suitable than either Kong Kai or me. Zhao Xiaoshui expressed his support. Zhu Han, as long as you agree, I will begin canvassing for your votes in every boys' dormitory starting today. Kong Kai also offered his backing. As a man of the Northeast, Zhu Han was certainly not one to dawdle. He nodded in agreement, but then asked, "Now that we have resolved the second issue, what about the first? It is the more critical one, especially given the girls' numerical advantage in the class." Chen Mo, not one to hold back, continued, "What do you think girls at this age value the most? Cosmetics? No." Chen Mo shook his head. Pretty clothes? Also incorrect. He shook his head again. Emotions? Chen Mo shook his head and addressed his three charming roommates. They are exceptional members of the opposite sex. Zhu Han and the others exchanged glances, clearly puzzled. Chen Mo succinctly articulated, "What do you think we discuss in the dormitory regarding members of the opposite sex? Surely, it revolves around them. As first-year students, they were at an age where youthful curiosity about the opposite sex was paramount, particularly towards those who were outstanding, naturally evoking positive feelings. Thus, if the girls developed an affection for a certain boy, the scales of the class president election voting would undoubtedly tip in that direction. Wouldn't you agree?" "Damn!" Zhao Xiaoshui exclaimed, promptly showering Chen Mo with praise. "You're a veritable master of emotions. Come on, tell the truth. How many young ladies did you ensnare in high school? Indeed, it's clear you must have wreaked havoc on those innocent girls to possess such profound insights," he added, as both he and Kong Kai lunged toward Chen Mo, intent on extracting a confession. Chen Mo, while fending off their playful antics, couldn't help but smile wryly. "I didn't wreak havoc. All my so-called wisdom stems from the bloody lessons of my past life." Zhu Han, unperturbed by the antics, continued to inquire, "Chen Mo, how can one win the affections of girls?" Chen Mo shrugged off the duo as playful assault and replied, "Do you remember what Xiaoshui said that day? The guitar is the love gun, and I heard you sing that day. Your voice is quite pleasant. Therefore, I intend for you to participate in the upcoming welcome party, where we can perform an original guitar piece to capture the hearts of our female classmates." However, Xiaoshui lamented that he couldn't play the guitar at all, and neither could Kong Kai. Indeed, none among them possessed that skill. As for Chen Mo, he feared he might struggle too. "So where shall we find a proficient guitarist? One who could seamlessly collaborate with me in such a brief time frame? And an original song?" The difficulty level just escalated, Zhu Han concluded, as the trio began to feel disheartened. Indeed, Chen Mo reflected, setting aside the complex coordination required within a band. Even a simple duo of a singer and guitarist necessitates extensive practice to synchronize the melody and rhythm. The crux of success lies in the musician's foundational skills and proficiency. Only adept musicians can harmonize effectively with a singer, especially someone like Zhu Han, who possesses minimal theoretical knowledge of music. Furthermore, the notion of an original song seemed utterly preposterous. If I had known this, I would have learned it long ago. "Perhaps I should wander through the dorms to find a talented guitarist," Kong Kai suggested. "That seems to be our only option. I'll also scout other dormitories." Shuhen sighed. Chen Mo smiled, realizing he could no longer linger in indecision. After all, disregarding Wang Xiaoan's questionable character, having Zhu Han as class president would greatly benefit his future plans. It was that Chen Mo sought to exploit Zhu Han for his own gain. He simply believed Zhu Han was the most suitable candidate. With that, Chen Mo approached Zhao Xiaoshui's desk, retrieved the Truman guitar, previously regarded merely as a decorative piece in their dorm, and, under the bewildered gazes of his three roommates, tuned it. He effortlessly played a challenging piece, Spanish Bullfight. Upon finishing, he set down the guitar to find his friends staring at him, dumbfounded. In truth, Chen Mo was aware that several chords had been played imperfectly. His body belonged to the present, yet his soul was tethered to a past life, leaving some memories hazy. Nevertheless, he was confident that with a bit of practice, he would swiftly adapt. After a moment of stunned silence, his friends finally exclaimed in unison, "Impressive!" Zhao Xiao Shui, seemingly reinvigorated, lunged toward Chen Mo with fervor. "Why didn't you tell us sooner? From today onward, you are my master. You must teach me." Kong Kai chimed in, playfully tugging at Chen Mo's pants. "Hurry, let me see what you've got hidden there. You always catch us off guard. If this brother isn't cut out for this, I might as well take matters into my own hands. Get away from me, you two." After finally calming the playful scuffle, Chen Mo turned to Zhuhan. "Do you still have any reservations?" To which Zhuhan replied, "None at all." Chen Mo nodded and continued, "In that case, I'll quickly find a song that suits your voice, one that is perfect for serenading girls. We can practice for a few evenings, and we should be just fine. As for the welcome party registration, I'll leave that to you." "All right, absolutely no problem." Zhuhan agreed enthusiastically. "Let us make it happen." The night passed without incident. The next morning, Chen Mo was stirred awake by the sounds of his 3 roommates preparing for the day. Upon noticing him still lying in bed, Zhuhan asked, "Aren't you going to meet your lady?" "My lady instructed me to await her call." Zhuhan initially felt sympathy for Chen Mo's situation, but upon hearing this, he no longer found Chen Mo's early wakefulness to be pitiful. After the trio hastily finished their preparations, they rushed out of the dormitory, while Chen Mo buried himself back under the covers. After an indeterminate period, his phone rang. Upon answering, he found it was indeed his lady, Sun Yuxiao, prompting him to spring into action, washing up and heading out. Arriving at the girls' dormitory, he spotted Sun Yuxiao waiting in the bright sunlight. Quickening his pace, he approached her and said, "My lady, please don't wait under the sun like this. If you faint, won't teacher Lin interrogate me? What about my military training credits?" Sun Yuxiao brushed aside his comment, instead asking, "Did you sleep well?" "Well enough," he replied. Sun Yuxiao handed him a bag. As he opened it, he discovered it contained his military training uniform, a delightful fragrance wafting forth, one that was distinctly Sun Yuxiao's. He inspected the garment, taking in its freshness, and found it even cleaner and more fragrant than his mother. He and Lan could manage. "Is it pleasant?" Sun Yuxiao inquired. "Yes, it's lovely." "Is it clean?" She asked again. "Indeed, it is clean. Do you like it?" She pressed. "Yes, I like it." This time, Sun Yuxiao did not hastily utter a word. Instead, he slightly raised his head and fixed his gaze on Chen Mo's chest, stating, "If you like it, I shall wash it for you in the future." Chapter 047. Tell me, are you trying to woo me? Upon hearing Sun Yuxiao's words, Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, remaining in a daze for quite some time before dreamily articulating, "Sun Yuxiao, what is the matter?" Finally regaining her composure, Chen Mo inquired with lingering confusion, "You aren't trying to woo me, are you?" Sun Yuxiao seemed momentarily stunned by her question, but as he could not see her expression, he remained oblivious to her reaction. However, he quickly snapped back to reality and retorted, "How could that be possible?" After saying this, he turned and walked ahead. Chen Mo hurriedly followed suit, playfully chiming, "Sun Yuxiao, technically, you wouldn't be unable to woo me, but before you do, at the very least, you should let me see what your face looks like, right? Just think about it. If I unwittingly agreed to you, and, on the wedding night, you lift the veil, no, rather, you lift the hat and frighten me, wouldn't I be at a considerable loss?" Chen Mo spoke with intentional jest, doubting that a middle-aged man, who had endured trials and navigated the world for so long, could truly be bested by a mere girl. "Absolutely impossible." Sun Yuxiao strolled lightly, responding, "What if I happened to be handsome? Then I would have struck gold." Chen Mo continued to tease, "Then wouldn't I be at a considerable loss?" Chen Mo was once again at a loss for words by Sun Yuxiao's clever retort. She felt he was subtly mocking her appearance. Unwilling to concede, Chen Mo pressed on. "Just admit it. Are you trying to woo me?" Sun Yuxiao suddenly halted, exhaling softly as he replied, "I do have a slight inclination." Chen Mo, still in a playful mood, insisted, "Then show me what you look like." "Alas, I fear I am too unsightly." I wouldn't want you to suffer a great loss. With that, Sun Yuxiao resumed his leisurely pace, leaving a bewildered Chen Mo in his wake. She realized that she had been subtly rebuffed. Upon reaching the intersection of the hallway, Sun Yuxiao stopped and asked, "Where shall we go?" Having returned to her rational state, Chen Mo replied, "Have you eaten?" "Not yet." "Then let us go eat first." "Okay, I'll follow your lead." Sun Yuxiao nodded. However, before that, he added, "You need to accompany me to the school's dispatch room." "Why?" Chen Mo questioned, sensing a hint of intent in his voice. "I have a letter to send. Will you wait for me at the cafeteria, or come with me?" "I'll follow you." After placing the letter in the dispatch room, the two made their way to the school cafeteria. Today, Sun Yuxiao was not as well behaved as during dinner the previous night, consuming only a few bites of noodles and a handful of beef. Chen Mo had even ordered Kung Pao chicken for him, yet he refused to touch it, with no other option and adhering to the principle of minimizing waste. Chen Mo continued to eat until she was full. Once they exited the cafeteria, the question of where to go next truly became a dilemma. According to Sun Yuxiao's principle, as long as Chen Mo did not abandon him to return to her dormitory, she was free to follow his lead. However, Chen Mo, burdened with this little nuisance, could not pursue her own interests. After some deliberation, they aimlessly wandered to the entrance of the school convenience store. Habitually, Chen Mo removed her outer garment and proposed, "Shall we go inside to cool off?" "Whatever you say." "All right then." Once the master consented, the servant quickly took the lead. Sun Yuxiao accepted Chen Mo's clothing, draping it over herself as they entered together. Before long, they had gathered their items. Just as Chen Mo prepared to pay, Sun Yuxiao had already handed a crisp 100 yuan bill to the cashier, leaving Chen Mo utterly astonished. Goodness, does this master always spend money in large sums? What is her family background? However, this time, Chen Mo retrieved the money from the cashier and offered her own instead. "What is the matter?" Sun Yuxiao asked, puzzled. "What's the matter?" Chen Mo shot her a glance and continued, "Let me handle this time. You aren't eating or drinking. Guarantee we supposed to have you take care of me while I pay? Yet, I cannot constantly let you spend money. Otherwise, I would truly become a freeloader." As she spoke, Chen Mo had already stuffed the money into Sun Yuxiao's pocket, only to hear Sun Yuxiao lightly murmur, "That wouldn't be entirely out of the question." Chen Mo had intended to ask if Sun Yuxiao enjoyed playing with steel wool balls, but ultimately refrained from voicing it. After acquiring their ice cream and drinks, the two settled at a small table opposite each other. Initially planning to let Sun Yuxiao taste her ice cream as before, this time she was met with a refusal. He adamantly refused to partake. Chen Mo did not press the issue, contentedly savoring the air conditioning, cold beverages, and ice cream. Finding the atmosphere rather dull, Chen Mo randomly initiated a conversation, saying, "By the way, there is something I'm quite curious about." "What is it?" Sun Yuxiao inquired. "I've noticed your name is rather intriguing. At first glance, it hardly seems like a girl's name, and upon further thought, it seems even less so." Recalling the first time she had seen Sun Yuxiao, Chen Mo was reminded of Zhao Xiaoshuai's amusing remark about the name. "Oh." Sun Yuxiao regarded Chen Mo's chest with interest and asked, "What do you mean?" Setting down her drink, Chen Mo pondered for a moment before explaining, "You see, while we need not discuss the surname, let us focus on the given name. You signifies literary talent, elegance, refined discourse, cultured. Xiao is more straightforward, denoting bravery, valor, and in ancient times, often used to describe outstanding generals. Thus, combined, the two characters suggest one who is both cultured and valiant. Indeed, that interpretation holds merit." Sun Yuxiao concurred. While it is understandable for a girl to have the character which implies elegance, the addition of Xiao does not seem fitting for a young lady's name. Chen Mo hesitated before continuing. "Moreover, considering your frail appearance, it hardly aligns with the fierce connotation of Xiao." "That is true." Sun Yuxiao nodded in agreement. "I suspect that the person who bestowed this name upon you wished for you to embody both grace and health." Strangely enough, after Chen Mo uttered this statement, Sun Yuxiao's body suddenly trembled, and she became stiff, unaware of the shift in atmosphere. Chen Mo continued, "By the way, which elder bestowed this name upon you?" As soon as these words left her mouth, Sun Yuxiao, who had been rigid, began to tremble uncontrollably. Her gaze shifted from Chen Mo's chest to the table. At that moment, Chen Mo realized she might have inadvertently said something inappropriate. Just as he contemplated a remedy, Sun Yuxiao spoke up, declaring, "It's my father." "Oh, oh, oh, oh," Chen Mo repeated several times, quickly adding, "Then my uncle must be truly remarkable, and his name is splendid indeed." Despite Chen Mo's timely retraction, Sun Yuxiao continued to gaze at the table, remaining silent. At that moment, Chen Mo realized his gaffe. Yet he was perplexed as to what he had said wrong, or under what circumstances. If he were to misstep again, it could lead to an even greater embarrassment. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward, with no one daring to break the silence. Just then, Chen Mo's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Kong Kai, and he promptly answered. Before he could utter a greeting, Kong Kai's voice boomed through the receiver. "Chen Mo, where are you? Hurry up and rescue us. We're about to collapse." Chapter 048. Look at the way he devours that ice cream. On the military training ground, Kong Kai exclaimed, "Why on earth did you call, Chen Mo? He is surely preoccupied with that sickly little master of his. He might be worse off than us." Hearing Zhu Han's words, Kong Kai shook his head and replied with a wry smile, "No matter how miserable he is, it pales in comparison to our plight. Indeed, if he doesn't come to our aid soon, we might truly perish from the heat," Zhao Xiaoshui added, glaring in a particular direction as he venomously remarked. "That wretched Wang Xiaoan has gone mad, hoarding all the scant water we had left just to curry favor with the girls." Kong Kai wiped the sweat from his brow and grimly said, "And why have you been stopping me from confronting that insufferable Wang Xiaoan? You won't even let me report her to the counselor. She has gone too far." Zhu Han shook his head and replied, "Did you not remember what Chen Mo said last night before we went to sleep? Now is not the time to engage in conflict with Wang Xiaohan. The other boys without water haven't voiced their grievances yet. We must endure for now. Moreover, the more we suffer, the deeper the resentment grows among us, providing an opportunity for unity." Despite this, Kong Kai was already parched beyond measure. "Regardless, I called Chen Mo. If he values our lives, he will surely come to our rescue." But Zhao Xiaoshui, devoid of hope, shook his head. "What is the matter?" Sun Yuxiao, seemingly composed, inquired. "There's a minor situation at the military training," Kong Kai explained. Chen Mo succinctly relayed the predicament of Kong Kai and the others. After a moment's contemplation, Sun Yuxiao remarked, "I'm fine. You are free to go deliver water to them." Overwhelmed by his master's wisdom, Chen Mo felt a rush of emotion. "All right, wait for me here. I'll return after delivering the water." "Okay," Sun Yuxiao affirmed. Chen Mo stood up and purchased an entire case of 48 chilled mineral water bottles and a bag of ice cream from the shopkeeper before heading out. However, just moments later, he returned. "What is wrong?" Sun Yuxiao inquired. Chen Mo looked at her and said, "I believe you ought to accompany me." After a moment of silence, Sun Yuxiao nodded, saying, "You're concerned about involving yourself, aren't you? How astute you are." Chen Mo praised Sun Yuxiao, secretly admiring her ability to read his thoughts. Exactly. The reason Chen Mo was exempt from military training was entirely due to Sun Yuxiao's influence. His official duty was to attend to all of Sun Yuxiao's daily needs beyond mere sustenance during the training period. In other words, without Sun Yuxiao, he had no justification for abstaining from military training. Thus, if he ventured to the training ground alone, he might indeed find himself in trouble. Contemplating this, an inexplicable sense of dread washed over Chen Mo. Could it be that this girl can read his mind? At that moment, Sun Yuxiao stood up and declared, "Very well, I shall reluctantly serve as your shield." Despite the lingering fear within, Chen Mo prioritized the safety of his comrades. With the plan set, Sun Yuxiao returned her clothing to Chen Mo. He also grabbed a bottle of room-temperature water to tuck into his pocket, and together they stepped outside. Upon reaching the training ground, Chen Mo paused again, saying, "I think it's better if I carry you." Sun Yuxiao understood he wished to execute the ruse flawlessly, but still replied, "These bottles of water are much heavier than that small washing machine." "Not an issue. I can only use one hand to support you, while the other carries the water and bag." Compared to the weight he had borne during training, The combined weight of Sun Yuxiao and the water was negligible. Then you better squat down, Sun Yuxiao chuckled. Chen Mo immediately complied, crouching down and saying, "Please mount." "My master." Without hesitation, Sun Yuxiao climbed onto his back, playfully commanding, "Go." Chen Mo inwardly cursed, one hand gripping Sun Yuxiao's legs while the other held the water and bag, beginning their journey towards the training ground. To ease Sun Yuxiao's burden, he leaned significantly forward. Sun Yuxiao said nothing and rested her head on Chen Mo's shoulder, remaining perfectly still. Their appearance instantly drew the attention of some freshmen, yet in the sweltering heat. No one had the energy to dwell on this sight. They soon reached the formation of Class 2 of Business Administration, yet the break time had not arrived. And Counselor Lin Jinxian was absent. Consequently, despite Kong Kai and Zhao Xiaoshuai's desperate and thirsty gazes, there was little that could be done. Chen Mo too felt powerless, as he lacked the authority to halt the training. Thus, they arrived at a shaded rest area, setting down the water. "You can set me down now." Chen Mo considered that since they had arrived, it was unnecessary to continue carrying Sun Yuxiao. He could carry her again when they left. As he set Sun Yuxiao down, he scanned the area but found nothing suitable to sit on, so he laid his clothing on the ground. There was no need for such formality, Sun Yuxiao noted, aware of Chen Mo's desire to maintain the charade. "A touch of formality is preferable," she smiled, taking a seat on the clothing. Chen Mo retrieved the room temperature mineral water from his pocket, twisting off the cap and handing it to Sun Yuxiao. To further embellish the act, Chen Mo somehow found a piece of paper to fan Sun Yuxiao, like an ancient servant. "You really don't need to do that." "All right," Chen Mo conceded, realizing he had taken things a bit too far. Bored, he sat on the ground and began to eat the ice cream from the bag, leisurely watching his brothers and classmates suffer on the field. As Chen Mo appeared, carrying Sun Yuxiao on his back and holding water, the scene unfolded. A few individuals were so moved that they nearly shed tears, particularly when Chen Mo fanned Sun Yuxiao with the devotion of a dutiful maid. Zhao Shuai, overwhelmed by emotion, couldn't help but exclaim, "Chen Mo is truly a great friend. While he endures his own hardships, he still thinks of his brothers." Who could argue otherwise? This is what true camaraderie looks like. Just as Kong Kai finished his statement, both he and Zhao Shuai noticed Chen Mo seated on the ground, leisurely savoring an ice cream. This scene left Kong Kai momentarily dumbfounded, as if he had suddenly come to a realization. Goodness, why do I suddenly feel that he isn't so pitiable after all? In fact, he seems to be enjoying himself. Zhao Shuai, who had been silent up until now, couldn't contain himself either. At that moment, the equally astonished Zhao Shuai remarked, "Look at that smug expression on Chen Mo's face while eating ice cream. I suddenly feel an urge to eliminate him." Chapter 049. I want to wait a little longer to see if I can get a seat. Chen Mo had long noticed the murderous glances directed at him from Zhao Shuai and Kong Kai. Since the disguise was already compromised, there was no need to hide anymore. Thus, he exaggerated his actions of eating the ice cream, deliberately making them more conspicuous. Simultaneously, the intensity and frequency of the hostile stares intensified. Chen Mo remained unfazed, thinking to himself, some spend money on food and drink, others on songs, beauty treatments, or massages. Today, I have found a splendid job, serving my master Sun Yuxiao as he whimsically directs me. Haha, are you stunned, my friends? Envious? Jealous? Can't stand me, can you? I relish the sight of you being unable to do anything about it. At that moment, Sun Yuxiao unexpectedly interjected, "It seems like you've dragged me into this." Chen Mo recognized that the hostile gazes he had attracted were now also focused on her. Thus, he exaggerated his ice cream eating actions even further. After consuming 3 ice creams and feeling utterly full, he stood up and said to Sun Yuxiao, "I believe it's about time we take our leave. Aren't you going to wait a little longer?" Sun Yuxiao provocatively inquired, "What is there to wait for? Both objectives have been achieved. There is no need to linger any longer." True. Otherwise, when the intermission arrives, someone might very well end up in a pool of blood, their ashes scattered. Then we should hurry, Chen Mo chuckled. However, Sun Yuxiao still remained seated, with a look of anticipation as she said, "But I want to wait a bit longer to see if I can get a seat." Chen Mo seemed to once again be at a loss. Though he said these words, Sun Yuxiao eventually stood up. Upon seeing this, Chen Mo promptly picked up his clothing and squatted down. Once Sun Yuxiao had securely settled onto his back, he dashed away amid the multitude of resentful and venomous stares. In truth, Chen Mo's departure was not motivated by fear of potential harm during intermission, but rather a deliberate decision to leave behind some refreshments, intending to foster goodwill among Zhu Han and the others. Moreover, this comprised a total of 48 bottles of chilled mineral water, nearly enough to cover the girls as well. Although it might not hold substantial monetary value, one must remember that this was the sweltering late summer, where worth and price do not always align. Leaving the tumultuous scene, Sun Yuxiao slid off Chen Mo's back and followed him as they strolled forward. At that moment, Chen Mo rummaged through his pocket and, rather astonishingly, produced a small packet of Alpenliebe candies, offering it to Sun Yuxiao. Here, I picked this up at the convenience store. It's for you. Why are you giving me candy? Sun Yuxiao feigned ignorance, but reached out to accept it. Aren't you feeling low on blood sugar? Just have one when you start to feel faint. What if I finish them all? I'll buy you more if you do, Chen Mo casually replied, not fully considering the implications of his words. Oh, I'll take that as a promise, Sun Yuxiao said as she reached for the packet. However, Chen Mo quickly pulled it back, tearing open the exterior while saying, I feel like I've fallen for your trick again. Indeed, you are correct, Sun Yuxiao openly admitted. Chen Mo rolled her eyes dramatically before tearing open the packet, taking out a candy, unwrapping it, and offering it to Sun Yuxiao. Here, try one first. Okay, Sun Yuxiao replied, yet did not extend her hand. Take it already, Chen Mo urged. All right, Sun Yuxiao still hesitated. Chen Mo, assuming she was reluctant to try it, popped it directly into Sun Yuxiao's mouth, adding with a grin, Don't spit it out. Okay. Seeing that Sun Yuxiao didn't spit it out, Chen Mo stuffed the remaining candies into her jacket pocket. Sun Yuxiao, while savoring the candy, ensured that none would sneak away from her pocket before feeling satisfied. Where to next? Chen Mo inquired. You decide. After pondering for a moment, Chen Mo suggested, You see, we've practically had our lunch already. How about we head back to our dorms? Sun Yuxiao remained silent. After 2 days of interaction, Chen Mo had come to understand that her silence typically indicated disagreement. So, he continued, How about we just wander around a bit? I haven't truly explored the campus since I've been here. Fine, I'll accompany you. Chen Mo shot her a look of exasperation, thinking to herself, What a bold claim. I'll accompany you. You truly dared to say that. Perhaps it was due to Sun Yuxiao's good health that day, or the fact that she had yet to explore the school. But the two of them roamed the campus for nearly half a day, even skipping their afternoon nap. Naturally, Chen Mo was eager to return, but circumstances forced him to continue wandering aimlessly around the academy. During this time, a few calls from an unknown number came through, which Chen Mo assumed was someone using another's phone. He not only declined to answer, but also muted the number. After dinner, Sun Yuxiao still showed no inclination to return to the dormitory. Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered to a small grove in the western part of the school. Chen Mo had heard Zhao Shuai recount tales about this grove. With nothing else to do, he tugged Sun Yuxiao along into its depths. Before long, they stumbled upon several couples engaged in intimate acts, and Chen Mo watched with keen interest from a concealed spot. Initially, Sun Yuxiao showed no reaction, but as they ventured deeper into the grove and the acts became increasingly bold, she eventually urged Chen Mo to go away. Is it fascinating? Sun Yuxiao asked. Quite. Chen Mo replied provocatively. Do you desire it? I do. Chen Mo continued to play along. Then keep desiring it. With a mischievous chuckle, Chen Mo intended to tease Sun Yuxiao further, but noticed she had already begun to walk away. After finally escorting Sun Yuxiao back to the dormitory, upon entering room 313, Chen Mo was immediately ambushed by her 3 beleaguered roommates, who proceeded to give her a good thrashing. After some time, Kai disdainfully remarked, Chen Mo, oh Chen Mo, how mistaken we were to think that serving that Sun Yuxiao was a task both humiliating and lamentable. Yet now it appears you are far more at ease than us. We, the brothers, are the true unfortunate souls. Zhao Shuai continues to join in the ridicule. Indeed, Just look at that contemptible expression you wore while delivering water this morning, eating ice cream and sipping cold water. Why didn't a band of bandits come along to abduct you? Yes, take you to the training ground to share in our trials and tribulations. Kai was indignant. Observing their pained expressions, Chen Mo coldly remarked, recalling a line from Sun Guan Diary of a Madman. It rings painfully true. The Chinese people have never feared calamity, regardless of its magnitude, as long as everyone suffers together. They never seek the truth, nor do they care for others to uncover it. After the disaster, they are relieved to have escaped, mocking those who have not. Ultimately, they dismiss it with a nonsensical phrase, "It's all fate." Look at the grotesque faces you two wear at this moment. This phrase seems tailor-made for you a century ago. Chapter 050. Can a scholar be called a thief? It is theft. After hearing this, Kai and Zhao Xiao Shuai were momentarily stunned, but soon realized Chen Mo was chastising them, prompting them to charge at him again. After some commotion, they finally settled down. Zhu Han, waiting for Zhao Xiao Shuai and Kai to cease their antics, turned to Chen Mo and said, "Chen Mo, I believe your water delivery today was quite effective." Kai, having regained his composure, chimed in, "Indeed, I initially hoped you would come to rescue us three, but I never anticipated your approach would be so impactful. The boys in class all say we are quite loyal." Zhao Xiao Shuai immediately added, "Moreover, aside from Wang Xiaohan and her close friends, most of the girls also took the chilled mineral water, and they all appeared quite pleased, especially Zhang Jia." Mentioning Zhang Jia, he opened the floodgates for Zhao Xiao Shuai, who rambled on until he was practically frothing at the mouth. Zhu Han looked at Chen Mo and smiled. "You have it the hardest. You've done a good deed, yet you've left the credit to us and attracted so much ire for yourself." Chen Mo smiled back, nonchalantly replying, "This outcome is actually more favorable than if I were there myself. The contrast is what creates impact. Besides, from the very beginning, my intention was to establish a reputation." Zhu Han nodded and continued, "In that case, should I consider buying some ice water in advance for the entirety of military training? We should also contribute." Zhao Xiao Shuai quickly echoed, "Absolutely. No." Chen Mo firmly rejected their proposal, stating, "Such actions cannot be overly deliberate. Otherwise, what difference would there be between us and Wang Xiaohan? Scheming and having ulterior motives is unbecoming of a gentleman. To succeed in the election, we must be forthright and magnanimous. Today, I merely rode the coattails of Wang Xiaohan, taking advantage of the situation without any pretentiousness. That makes sense. One must carry oneself like a true man." Zhu Han agreed, though he still inquired, "So, are you placing your bets on the welcome party?" "Yes, at the very least. We will earn genuine support." Chen Mo replied without hesitation. "What about the song? Have you decided what I should sing?" In truth, from the moment he proposed participating in the welcome party, Chen Mo had been pondering which song would resonate with the tender-hearted girls. However, having exhausted all songs he was familiar with from before 2005, he could not find one that was both moving and suited Zhu Han's vocal range. With no other recourse, he began to think of songs from after 2005 in his past life. Suddenly, a suitable song came to mind, one that was both emotive and fitting for Zhu Han's voice. Yet therein lay the dilemma. Chen Mo had no qualms about borrowing songs, having firmly believed this since he set his life's goals. However, upon reflection, he realized he was not using it for commercial gain. It was merely for a welcome party with no profit motive. Thus, it cannot be deemed theft. Furthermore, we are now respectable university students. Scholars, after all. Can the affairs of scholars be considered theft? This is merely borrowing. At worst, he would write out Huixian multiple times as self-punishment. After this self-affirmation, Chen Mo decided to use a song from his past life for the welcome party. Upon hearing Zhu Han's question, he wasted no time, picking up Zhao Shuai's guitar and began to strum and sing. As the final note faded, the three of them stared in awe, particularly Zhu Han, who had a penchant for folk music and was left utterly speechless. Somehow, his gaze held a hint of lingering affection. It took a while for him to regain his composure, muttering, "Chen Mo, I've never heard this song before. Did you write it yourself?" "Sort of." Chen Mo replied ambiguously, unable to speak the whole truth. Zhao Shuai, having recovered, looked at him with eager eyes and said, "Chen Ge no, Chunyi, when are you going to teach me guitar? As long as you teach me, even if you ask me to eat something vile, I will never complain. Seeing Zhao Xiao Shuai's earnest demeanor, Chen Mo shook his head and said, after the welcome party, I'll teach you slowly. Zhao Xiao Shuai clasped his hands together, almost bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Chunyi. Chen Mo ignored him and turned to Zhu Han, asking, what do you think? It's incredibly awesome. I'm just afraid I won't be able to replicate that feeling when I sing. Zhu Han affirmed the song, but expressed his concerns. Chen Mo understood, merely stating, no worries, the original key is D, which doesn't suit your voice. I'll transpose it to C. All right, let us settle on that. With an agreement reached, Chen Mo wasted no time. Seizing the opportunity before the break, he began to practice strumming the guitar while altering the chords of the song. Zhao Xiao Shuai and Kong Kai ceased their antics to avoid disturbing him. Zhu Han stood nearby, reciting the lyrics he had prepared in advance. Suddenly, recalling something, he said, by the way, Chen Mo, this afternoon, a junior girl from the 3rd year came looking for you. When she saw you weren't there, she left, mentioning she would call you personally. Yes, though that senior girl isn't tall, she certainly has a captivating presence, especially the way she walks, exuding confidence. Zhao Xiao Shuai began to elaborate. At this moment, Kong Kai joined in the teasing. Chen Mo, you're quite the charmer, serving your lady while having time to flirt with a 3rd year senior. Chen Mo paid them no mind and asked Zhu Han, what's senior from the 3rd year? I don't recall knowing any. She claimed to be a 3rd year, Zhu Han confirmed. Chen Mo pondered, unable to recall any 3rd year senior from the business university, and asked, did she mention her name? She did, but not her real name. She only said to mention Yi Laoda, and you would understand. Yi Laoda. In the days that followed, life continued in its usual rhythm. Each day unfolded with the familiar routine of attending to the esteemed Sun Yuxiao. Evenings were spent returning to the dormitory to practice singing with Zhu Han and engaging in light-hearted banter with Zhao Xiaoshuai and Kong Kai. Conversations with parents and Luo Buitao occurred occasionally, and unsolicited calls from unfamiliar numbers were routinely dismissed, ultimately leading to the establishment of a muted group for such nuisances. This monotonous existence persisted until the day preceding the conclusion of military training. During this time, the counselor Lin Jinxian convened 2 class meetings, primarily addressing routine matters. The topic of the welcome party was mentioned, yet the matter of class leader elections remained unspoken. Due to Chen Mo's pressing responsibilities, she had been unable to attend the 2 evening rehearsals for the welcome party, which Zhu Han had attended alone, relying on pre-recorded accompaniment. Thus, it was widely assumed that Zhu Han was the sole participant in the welcome event. On the morning of September 14, 2005, Chen Mo was unusually exuberant, for the long-awaited day of liberation from her servitude was finally at hand, and she was poised to embark on her money-making venture. After receiving a call from her esteemed Sun Yuxiao, she hurried to meet her. Upon arriving at the front of Dormitory 1 for girls, Sun Yuxiao awaited her at the foot of the stairs, as usual, and promptly handed over a bag containing Chen Mo's clothing, which included not only military training uniforms, but also everyday t-shirts, shorts, and long pants, excluding undergarments, of course. Chapter 051. You think you can ditch me? What a beautiful thought. The notion of Sun Yuxiao washing Chen Mo's clothes had become a recent occurrence, initially met with Chen Mo's refusal. It is essential to understand that when a girl undertakes the task of washing a boy's clothes, it carries implications that are far from trivial. Consequently, Chen Mo had earnestly inquired whether Sun Yuxiao harbored romantic intentions, only to receive a vague denial. However, a reasonably justifiable explanation was provided. Sun Yuxiao felt that, having been meticulously cared for by Chen Mo during this period, it was only fitting to reciprocate. Moreover, she possessed a washing machine, did she not? Ultimately, adhering to the principle of seizing advantageous opportunities and considering the convenience of Sun Yuxiao's washing machine, Chen Mo reluctantly acquiesced. Nevertheless, she remained convinced that the arrangement of servitude, including laundry, would conclude with the end of military training. As she accepted the clothes, inhaling the unique fragrance of Sun Yuxiao, her spirits lifted considerably. At that moment, Sun Yuxiao, noticing the wide grin on Chen Mo's face, teasingly remarked, "You seem unusually excited today." Chen Mo, increasingly at ease in Sun Yuxiao's presence, responded candidly, "Of course. Once I get through today, I will finally regain my freedom. Just think, I won't have to serve anyone like a beast of burden anymore. How could I not be thrilled?" Sun Yuxiao seemed to have anticipated this sentiment, murmuring to herself, "What a beautiful thought." "What did you say?" Chen Mo inquired, unable to catch her words. Sun Yuxiao quickly corrected herself. "I meant, it's wonderful to see you so happy." "Absolutely. I feel as if there should be drums and firecrackers heralding this day, banners waving in celebration." As she spoke, Chen Mo broke into song. "Today is a fine day. All that I wish for shall come to pass. Tomorrow will also be splendid. Time is precious and cannot wait. Both today and tomorrow are joyous occasions." Observing Chen Mo's exuberance, Sun Yuxiao coolly remarked, "Well, enjoy it while it lasts. You might not remain so jubilant for long." "What do you mean?" Chen Mo asked, taking her words at face value. He chose not to argue, for after today, not only would he successfully escape military training, but he would also have fulfilled the tasks assigned by Counselor Lin Jinxian. Without the constraints of official duties, what was Sun Yuxiao to him? Once I break free, I shall shake off this clingy burden completely and thoroughly. However, since they were still under the constraints of official assignments, Chen Mo, adhering to the principle of making the best of each day, inquired, "My esteemed one, since today is the last day, how would you like me to serve you?" "I am at your behest." After nearly 2 weeks of close interaction, Chen Mo had grown accustomed to the 3 words Sun Yuxiao often used. Additionally, he had adapted to the routine where, as long as Sun Yuxiao did not return to the dormitory too early, he could dictate the day's agenda. "Shall we start with a meal? Your appetite has certainly increased lately." Indeed, under Chen Mo's meticulous care, Sun Yuxiao's appetite had noticeably grown. She was now able to consume a variety of foods, including meats, eggs, and vegetables, with a particular emphasis on beef, a high-protein staple that Chen Mo had been encouraging her to eat daily. Although the duration was brief, the effects were evident. Sun Yuxiao's constitution had shown some improvement, at least in terms of her gait, which was no longer as light as before. However, any weight gain was not overtly visible, perhaps accumulating in less conspicuous areas. "All right, let's go eat," Sun Yuxiao replied obediently, as was her usual demeanor. The two proceeded toward the school cafeteria. As they passed the auditorium, Sun Yuxiao inquired about the welcome party scheduled for the following evening. "Are you attending the welcome party tomorrow night?" "And you?" Chen Mo countered. "As for me, I don't wish to attend." Chen Mo considered this response and found it reasonable. The event would undoubtedly be noisy, ill-suited to Sun Yuxiao's temperament and constitution. Furthermore, attendance at the welcome party was not compulsory. It was purely a matter of personal choice. "And you?" Sun Yuxiao pressed. "I have no pressing matters, so I plan to attend and enjoy the festivities." Chen Mo refrained from mentioning his involvement in Zhu Han's performance, simply stating his intention to attend the event. "Oh, understood." After this exchange, Sun Yuxiao fell silent and continued walking ahead. Chen Mo followed, buoyed by the prospect of finally encountering familiar faces. Meanwhile, Lin Jitong remained in a state of turmoil as she gazed at the military training formation of Class 2 in Business Administration. It had been nearly 2 weeks since Chen Mo had delivered ice water to her class, and despite her efforts to orchestrate a chance encounter with him at school, she had not laid eyes on him since. Unable to resist, she dialed Chen Mo's number once more, only to be met with silence, as if her call had vanished into a bottomless abyss. In light of this, Lin Jitong had attempted to reach out using Jiang Ximing's or other roommates' phones. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. No one answered. This left her heart in an abyss of anxiety and trepidation. Only at this juncture did she truly realize how accustomed she had become to the care bestowed upon her by Chen Mo during their time at school, particularly upon arriving in the unfamiliar city of Kyoto and attending the unfamiliar Kyoto University of Commerce. The absence of Chen Mo's companionship and attention over a grueling fortnight had rendered Lin Jitong's days feel agonizingly prolonged. This sensation intensified daily, becoming increasingly unbearable. Moreover, what gnawed at her even more was the repugnant thought that Chen Mo had dedicated the entirety of those 2 weeks to attending to a tall, slender girl whose face she could not discern. Although Lin Jitong had gleaned some reasons behind this situation, it was still inexcusable. What right did that girl have to usurp the companionship and care that rightfully belonged to her? Even if it was under duress, it was unacceptable. Furthermore, why should Chen Mo be burdened with the task of carrying water for her class? Why indeed? Everything seemed to be unjustly appropriated from her, Lin Jitong. Why should a girl she barely knew lay claim to what was rightfully hers? Chapter 052. Absolutely not. At this moment, Lin Jitong felt completely disoriented. Her attempts to contact Chen Mo were futile, and with military training prohibiting her from leaving, she felt as though she were trapped in a state of torment and indignation. Jiang Simeng appeared to have noticed Lin Jitong's turmoil during this period. She had continually offered her concern and consolation to her unstable roommate. Moreover, Jiang Simeng was adamantly opposed to Lin Jitong being the first to concede. Her steadfast belief was that, as a girl, one should never allow the crown to fall nor fall prey to the manipulative tactics of those insufferable boys. Jitong, are you starting to get tangled up again? Upon hearing Jiang Simeng's words, Lin Jitong remained silent. Was she indeed entangled? She wished to free herself from this turmoil, yearning to confront Chen Mo and seek clarity without delay. Jiang Simeng sighed and remarked, I specifically sought out our fellow townsman, Li Dongdong, who is a roommate of that girl, Sun Yuxiao, who is with Chen Mo. Li Dongdong told me directly why Chen Mo is caring for Sun Yuxiao. It was because he accidentally knocked her down during military training, and their instructor insisted on it. Thus, Chen Mo is compelled to show her care. Lin Jitong's heart grew increasingly frantic. She had heard snippets of the circumstances from certain classmates, yet the discomfort lingered. Jiang Simeng, observing her indecisiveness, continued, There is no buts here. Li Dongdong said that Chen Mo's obligation to care for Sun Yuxiao ends with the conclusion of military training. Today marks the final day, and once Chen Mo is free from that burden, he will surely find a way to reach out to you. Upon hearing these words, Lin Jitong felt a slight easing in her heart and inquired, Are you certain? Of course. Just think about it. If you've grown accustomed to his presence over the past 3 years, is it not plausible that he has also become accustomed to your companionship? I suspect that the reason he hasn't contacted you during this time is twofold. Firstly, he is tied up with Sun Yuxiao, and secondly, he is likely hoping to see if you will concede first. Therefore, at this critical juncture, you mustn't act foolishly, Jitong. Lin Jitong found solace in Jiang Simeng's words, her heart gradually calming. Yet, she still felt uneasy and asked, But why have I called him so many times and sent numerous texts, only to receive no response? Even when I used your phone and those of our other roommates, he didn't answer. Oh, I've already explained this, Jitong. Besides wanting to see you concede first, there's also the matter of Sun Yuxiao. Even if we assume that Sun Yuxiao isn't meddling, Chen Mo would not want to answer your calls in her presence. Just imagine if Sun Yuxiao were to say something that could deepen the misunderstanding. Therefore, once Chen Mo sheds that burden, the first thing he will do is answer your call. Lin Jitong increasingly found Jiang Simeng's reasoning compelling, resolving to reach out to Chen Mo under the guise of coincidence after military training concluded. However, Jiang Simeng then added, But I wouldn't advise you to call him just yet. Why not? Hasn't he already finished caring for Sun Yuxiao? Lin Jitong was utterly confused about right and wrong. Didn't you mention you had arranged a mid-autumn gathering with your high school classmates? Chen Mo will definitely be there. So, I suggest you observe his behavior at the gathering before deciding whether to forgive him. Upon mentioning the mid-autumn gathering, Lin Jitong recalled discussing this with Jiang Simeng a few days prior. Bored, she had visited an internet cafe and seen her high school class group engaged in discussions about returning home for the festival or gathering with classmates from various locales. She had participated in the conversation briefly. Upon noticing Lin Jitong's remarks, Fang Yongming, who was also in Beijing, quickly organized a small gathering for classmates studying in Kyoto who would not be returning home for the Mid-Autumn Festival, spontaneously deciding the venue to be at Kyoto University of Commerce, where Lin Jitong was enrolled. In truth, their class in Kyoto consisted of only 5 individuals, including Chen Mo, Luo Buitao, Fang Yongming, and Lin Jitong, along with one girl. Fang Yongming, however, was unconcerned about whether Luo Buitao and the other girl would attend. His choice of Kyoto University of Commerce was solely to be near Lin Jidong. Consequently, both Luo Buotao and the other girl agreed to the gathering. Setting aside the other girl's thoughts for the moment, it was clear that Luo Buotao had consented primarily due to Chen Mo's presence at Kyoto University of Commerce. Reflecting on this, Lin Jitong considered the upcoming mid-autumn gathering an opportunity to observe Chen Mo's demeanor. If he exhibited even the slightest hint of remorse, Lin Jitong could forgive him and put an end to her turmoil and anger. After all, she had endured immense suffering during this time. All right, then I shall assess his behavior during the gathering, Lin Jitong declared resolutely. Seeing Lin Jitong finally relinquish her internal struggle, Jiang Siming smiled and said, "Very well. Now, just await the gathering." Indeed, Lin Jitong nodded in agreement. Jiang Siming suddenly interjected, "Jitong, to be honest, I don't think much of Chen Mo. He pales in comparison to that sophomore, Song Xiefeng, who has been pursuing you. Though he may not be as tall as Chen Mo, he is certainly more handsome. And I've heard he is about to become a formal member of the school basketball team. More importantly, he treats you far better than Chen Mo does, with care and patience. If it were me, I would certainly consider Song Xiefeng first, rather than that childish Chen Mo who insists you concede first." The mention of the sophomore, named Song Xiefeng, indeed left a lasting impression on Lin Jitong. It was during the first week of military training that she and Jiang Siming unexpectedly encountered Song Xiefeng at the cafeteria. Immediately, Song Xiefeng launched a pursuit of Lin Jitong, requesting her QQ and phone number. To be candid, he was indeed quite tall and exceptionally handsome. Most importantly, he exuded an air of sophistication and elegance. Despite this, Lin Jitong initially hesitated to readily share her contact information. However, she ultimately succumbed to the encouragement of Jiang Siming, who had already begun to swoon over him. Consequently, she revealed her phone number to Song Xiefeng. Over the course of the ensuing days, Song Xiefeng sent Lin Jitong good morning texts each morning and good night messages every evening, frequently inviting her to dine together. Adhering to principles of politeness, Lin Jitong reciprocated some of his messages, but consistently declined the dinner invitations. For no one understood better than her that Chen Mo, who had cherished her for 3 years, was irreplaceable in his patience and care. There was absolutely no one who could compare. Chapter 053, The Last Day, Henceforth We Part Ways. September 14th, 2005. The 14th day of the 8th lunar month, Wednesday. At 10:35 a.m., having already partaken of brunch, Chen Mo and Sun Yuxiao had no intention of returning to the cafeteria. Furthermore, it was unclear what had come over Sun Yuxiao today, as he did not utter the usual 3 words of agreement to Chen Mo's suggestions. It seemed as though he had suddenly developed a sense of self-awareness, insisting on dragging Chen Mo from place to place, showing no inclination to return at midday. Throughout the day, Sun Yuxiao's enthusiasm was neither particularly high nor markedly low. Determined to fulfill his role as a diligent monk on their final day, Chen Mo gradually realized that the locations Sun Yuxiao wished to visit were all familiar haunts they had frequented together in recent days, essentially retracing their steps. Regardless, it was the last day, and Chen Mo resolved to follow along. At that moment, the two found themselves at a milk tea shop near the University of Science and Technology. Chen Mo opted for a new flavor, while Sun Yuxiao continued to indulge in his familiar warm mango milk. After taking a small sip, she turned to Chen Mo and inquired, "Are you planning to attend the military training performance this afternoon?" Chen Mo was aware that there would indeed be a military training display scheduled for the afternoon of their last day. He had intended to express his desire to attend, but in an effort to fulfill the official duties assigned for their final day, he countered with a question for Sun Yuxiao, "What about you? What are your plans?" "I would like to go and take a look," she replied. "All right, I will follow your lead," Chen Mo said, marking the first time he uttered those 3 words. At precisely 2:30 p.m., the two stood at the edge of the playground, observing the military training performance of the freshmen of the class of 2005. Watching the neatly organized teams marching past the podium while shouting their slogans, Chen Mo felt a surge of excitement. He mused that if it were not for the ailing Sun Yuxiao, he would have undoubtedly persevered through the entire military training, no matter how reluctant he was. After all, If Zhao Xiaoshui and the others could endure until the end, how could he possibly fall behind? In truth, Chen Mo's reflections were not rooted in regret, but rather in the anticipation that the conclusion of military training heralded the true beginning of university life. Furthermore, he was exhilarated by the prospect of shedding the burden before him and realizing his original plans. As the sun began to set, Sun Yuxiao remained silent, watching the scene ahead with quiet composure. Occasionally, she would glance back at the animated Chen Mo, pondering, is it really coming to an end so swiftly? What will I do next? At 5:23 p.m., the two departed before the military training performance concluded. Having already enjoyed dinner, they wandered about, their timeline well ahead of the class meeting. Before long, they arrived at the small grove they had visited previously. Due to the earlier hour, the area was free from the usual indiscretions of couples. The early autumn grove was a serene, yet vivid tableau, with the golden hues of the setting sun bathing each leaf in a warm glow. Occasionally, a few leaves danced gently in the breeze, as if narrating the tales of autumn. Sunlight filtered through the sparse treetops, lending warmth and beauty to the grove, which was enveloped in tranquility. As the autumn wind stirred, Chen Mo instinctively removed his outer layer and offered it to Sun Yuxiao, who, in turn, habitually accepted it and draped it over her shoulders. They turned in unison, wordlessly continuing their leisurely stroll, the sound of crunching leaves underfoot accompanying their quietude. Neither spoke. The silence enveloped them. At 7:22 p.m., they arrived at their classroom. As before, they parted ways at the back entrance, with Sun Yuxiao taking a seat in the corner by the window. Chen Mo made his way to the back to find his roommates, Zhao Xiaoshui, Zhu Han, and Kong Kai. The instructor, Lin Jinxian, had arrived early, and once all students were present, she commenced the final class meeting before the official start of lessons. The agenda was straightforward. She praised the entire class for their commendable performances during military training, which included Chen Mo and Sun Yuxiao, despite their minimal participation. Following this, Lin Jinxian broached the topic of electing class leaders. As Chen Mo had anticipated, a non-anonymous voting method would be employed, granting everyone the right to both vote and be voted for, ensuring fairness and equality. Lastly, she mentioned the upcoming welcome party scheduled for the day after tomorrow. While attendance was not mandatory, she expressed her hope that all classmates would participate actively, particularly as Wang Xiaohan and Zhu Han had planned performances, and she wished for the entire class to support them. When the welcome party was mentioned, no one, including Lin Jinxian, was aware that Chen Mo would also be participating. This was because Zhu Han had initially signed up alone, while Chen Mo was attending to Sun Yuxiao, and during subsequent rehearsals, Zhu Han had gone alone with a recording demo, while Chen Mo continued to assist Sun Yuxiao. Thus, to this point, no one knew of his involvement. Chen Mo and Zhu Han were not inclined to mention it, preferring simply to show up when the time came. At 8:56 p.m., upon the conclusion of the class meeting, Chen Mo, akin to a soldier completing his final shift, escorted Sun Yuxiao to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. As they approached their parting, Chen Mo felt compelled to say something casual. Sun Yuxiao, he began. She replied, her head bowed and her cap pulled low, obscuring her expression. Take care of yourself and eat well. Aim to gain some weight this semester. And as the weather is soon to turn cooler, make sure to dress warmly when you go out. She acknowledged, still looking down, her hat casting a shadow over her face. Chen Mo intended to say more, but just then his phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw it was Kong Kai urging him. He replied with a simple acknowledgement before hanging up and turning back to Sun Yuxiao. She kept her head lowered, her hat pulled down low, obscuring any hint of her expression. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mo spoke. So, is that it? Throughout their interaction, Sun Yuxiao had uttered nothing but that single syllable. All right then. With that, Chen Mo turned and began his journey back. Sun Yuxiao slightly lifted her head, watching him depart in silence, saying nothing, doing nothing. Suddenly, she noticed Chen Mo turning around. The inscrutable Sun Yuxiao trembled slightly, as if stirred by an undercurrent of emotion, perhaps anticipation of something. Chen Mo, with a radiant smile, declared, Sun Yuxiao, from this moment, we part ways and seek our own peace. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxiao appeared momentarily stunned. Subsequently, she gently responded, She stood rooted to the spot for an eternity, long enough for the lingering scent of Chen Mo to dissipate into the air, yet she did not leave. In that moment, the overwhelming sensation of being forsaken by the world washed over her again, gradually igniting a burning anguish within her heart, one that had begun to heal. She wiped her cheek beneath the hat, crystalline tears flowing into her palm, fiery and scalding. It felt eerily reminiscent of the aftermath of that accident, yet it was distinctly different. There was no absolute despair or helplessness this time. Sun Yuxiao stifled a sniffle, murmuring to herself, "From this moment, we part ways and seek our own peace." After uttering this phrase, she turned and began walking back to her dormitory, absent-mindedly touching the wristband on her left hand, softly repeating, "From this moment, we part ways. But can we really find peace?" Chapter 54. The female driver who captivates men as souls. Ever since parting ways with Sun Yuxiao and returning to the dormitory, Chen Mo walked with a lingering sense of trepidation and anxiety. He had not forgotten her earlier declaration of, "I've become reliant on you," regardless of its truth. He genuinely feared that Sun Yuxiao might use this as an excuse to cling to him. Indeed, despite their brief acquaintance, they had spent a full 14 days together. To claim that Chen Mo was entirely indifferent would be pure self-deception. What troubled him most was the realization that he felt a degree of fear towards Sun Yuxiao. Consider her demeanor. She spoke with an impenetrable facade while adeptly identifying inconsistencies in others' words, skillfully delivering retorts that left them speechless, and in this case, that other was Chen Mo himself. Moreover, her actions were courteous and well-measured, although their time together was short. He could not deny that he felt no discomfort or pressure in her presence, despite her being significantly younger. Ultimately, Chen Mo had to concede that aside from her frail constitution, Sun Yuxiao epitomized the qualities of an exemplary young woman, perhaps even exceeding expectations. Engaging in a romantic relationship was not out of the question. However, his foremost aspiration in this lifetime was to ensure that his parents could live better lives sooner rather than later. Other pursuits, including relationships with good girls, would have to be postponed. Furthermore, he had already inquired more than once about her intentions toward him, only to be gently rebuffed. Thus, Chen Mo wished to avoid further entanglements with Sun Yuxiao, fearing the possibility of complications. Upon returning to the dormitory, he was taken aback by Sun Yuxiao's lack of any clingy behavior, which relieved him of his previous anxieties. Finally back in the ethereal 313 dormitory, upon entering, Kankai called out to Chen Mo, "Chen Mo, everyone has been waiting for you. Why are you dawdling after saying goodbye to your master?" The military training had finally concluded, and the brothers of room 313 had planned to go out for drinks to celebrate. Upon seeing Chen Mo return, Zhuhan remarked, "Well, it's good that Chen Mo is back in one piece. Let us hurry up and go." "Yeah, we want to catch the second bus at this rate." Zhao Xiaoshui chimed in. Chen Mo remained silent, merely smiling as he joined his friends in exiting. Indeed, he had lingered due to his farewell with Sun Yuxiao. After wandering outside for a good half hour, they finally located a barbecue stall where they promptly settled down at a table just vacated by the previous patrons. As the food and drinks flowed, their conversation grew animated, and soon the atmosphere was charged with excitement. With the alcohol flowing, Zhuhan almost finished an entire pack of cigarettes. Just then, the rumble of motorcycle engines drew the attention of many diners, including the four of them. Under the streetlight, Zhuhan immediately recognized the leading motorcycle as the Harley-Davidson Road King Classic he had seen after their first-class meeting, becoming momentarily entranced. Kong Kai admired the line of powerful motorcycles, while Zhao Xiaoshui, under the influence of alcohol, fixated on the female rider, unable to tear his gaze away. Unfortunately, the rider was wearing a helmet, concealing her features. After the motorcycle convoy passed, Zhao Xiaoshui finally broke a stare, exclaiming, "That's incredible. A woman riding a bike so well." He downed a beer in one go. Zhu Han chuckled. "Didn't you see the words on the back of that bike?" Before Zhao Xiaoshui could respond, Kong Kai interjected, "I saw it. It said, 'Female driver on the road. Your fate rests with me, not with the heavens.'" Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among them, marveling at the humor of the female writer. The conversation then shifted to their views on female drivers, revealing a pervasive bias among the three. At that moment, a slightly inebriated Chen Mo chimed in. They say female drivers lack skill, but when it comes to banter, male drivers can't hold their own. At that point, men are like dandelions on a mountain, blown away into oblivion. Zhao Xiaoshui and the others paused, then burst into thunderous laughter. Especially Kong Kai, still chuckling, said, "That's brilliant. Remember to highlight that. It'll be useful for exams." Amidst the laughter, Zhao Xiaoshui added, "But let us be honest. While we can't see her face, that female rider has a fantastic figure. Slender waist, long legs. The only downside is her chest is a bit small." Well, that's an issue. Chen Mo, slightly tipsy, felt more comfortable with his three endearing roommates, thus speaking more freely. "Why is that an issue?" Kong Kai interjected. "Why would that be a problem?" Chen Mo took another sip of wine and chuckled. "With such a physique, if you were to be with her, it would be a matter of displeasure for both adults and children." Haha. The four continued to drink and chat, gradually returning to the ultimate topic of pursuing girls, particularly the enduring discussion about Zhao Xiaoshui's affection for Zhang Jiai. No matter how Zhao Xiaoshui defended himself, Zhu Han and Kong Kai, fueled by alcohol, insisted he was unworthy. Zhao Xiaoshui retrieved a new pack of cigarettes from his pocket, shared it with Zhu Han and Kong Kai, then lit one for himself. He took a deep drag and remarked, as the saying goes, "A rough willow broom matches a fine willow pole. Who in this world despises an unattractive man? Besides, am I really that ugly? I wouldn't say I'm unworthy of Zhang Jiai, though I wouldn't disgrace my brothers either. Indeed, without makeup, Zhao Xiaoshui may not be a super handsome guy, but he certainly possessed a striking appeal. However, his personality and flirting techniques often left much to be desired." Kong Kai, hearing this, took a deep drag of his cigarette and addressed Chen Mo and Zhu Han. "Whoever has the most to drink, wake him up for me. Except for those with diabetes, I can't let him taste a hint of sweetness. Those with yellow urine should get a taste of something else. Those with stones, step forward, and let us give them a good lesson to rid them of such foolish dreams." Although Kong Kai's words were cliched, they fit the moment perfectly. Zhao Xiaoshui retorted, "Every pot has its lid. Everyone has someone who loves them. Even if my hopes are unrealistic, what if one day Zhang Jiai loses her sight? I'll just wait for that day." It seemed that Zhao Xiaoshui indeed harbored genuine feelings for Zhang Jiai. Chen Mo laughed and said, "Success is akin to pregnancy. Everyone congratulates you, yet no one knows how much sweat you've shed to achieve it. Therefore, as long as you persist, you will surely succeed. I support you spiritually, Xiaoshui." "Indeed, I do as well," Zhu Han chimed in. After uttering this, Zhu Han suddenly turned his gaze toward Chen Mo, as if deliberately asking, "What about you? Chen Mo, has your master easily let you off the hook?" At Zhu Han's words, Chen Mo's previously carefree heart inexplicably trembled for a moment. However, he quickly regained his composure. As a middle-aged man, having experienced life's trials and tribulations, how could he allow such trivial matters of romantic entanglement to disturb his peace of mind? He replied, "I've completely fulfilled my obligations, and we agreed to part ways and wish each other well." Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Zhu Han merely chuckled and directed his attention back to Zhao Xiaoshui. "What do you think? Did you guess wrong?" Someone as typically composed as Chen Mo would hardly easily develop feelings for a young girl. Chen Mo was puzzled by Zhu Han's statement and asked a few questions until he understood. It turned out that during the final days of serving Sun Yuxiao, their three adorable roommates had been discussing whether he would develop feelings for his master over time, forming three factions. Zhao Xiaoshui believed it was inevitable. Kong Kai opposed, and Zhu Han remained neutral. As Zhu Han expressed his opinion, the other two resumed their endless debate. Thankfully, with only 4 individuals in dormitory 313, one could only imagine how many factions would emerge if a few more joined the conversation. Observing their relentless argument, Chen Mo chuckled. "All right, enough squabbling without time. How could feelings ever develop?" His words immediately quelled their disputes. Undeterred, Zhao Xiaoshui insisted, "No matter how you all argue, I still believe that after spending half a month inseparably with Chen Mo, Sun Yuxiao must have developed some feelings. Kong Kai countered, while I don't oppose feelings, they need not be of a romantic nature. Moreover, what qualities does Sun Yuxiao possess besides being tall, having long legs, and being fair? She is as thin as a stick. How long has school been in session? To this day, who among you has seen her true appearance? Setting aside the emotional implications of Kong Kai's statement, it was true that since the formal enrollment until the end of military training, few, if any, had seen Sun Yuxiao's face above her nose. In fact, even her roommates, Zhang Jiai and the others, had not truly seen her features, as Sun Yuxiao always wore a black hat that she kept pulled low, with long bangs covering most of her face. Even her roommates wouldn't intrude upon her privacy out of mere curiosity. At this point, the neutral Zhu Han looked towards the topic's focal point, Chen Mo, and asked, "Speaking of which, you've served Sun Yuxiao for 2 whole weeks. Have you seen her face?" "No, I too am rather curious to see what she looks like, but it must be with her consent, right?" Chen Mo replied candidly. "What? Are you saying you haven't truly seen her face?" Zhao Xiaoshui exclaimed in shock. Chen Mo nodded. Yes, asked twice, but both were politely declined. Chen Mo's statement left Zhu Han and the others in stunned silence, pondering how exceptionally mysterious Sun Yuxiao was, to the extent that even Chen Mo, who had spent 2 weeks with her, had not seen her face. After a moment, Kong Kai muttered to himself, "I suspect that Sun Yuxiao is either unattractive or has scars or birthmarks. Otherwise, why would she cover herself so thoroughly?" He continued, slightly tipsy. "Do you remember the other day when Chen Mo and Sun Yuxiao had dinner with us in the cafeteria? It was around last Sunday. Since Chen Mo accompanied Sun Yuxiao to the West Gate to buy something, they returned a bit late. Initially, Chen Mo suggested dining off campus, but due to Zhu Han's commitment to the welcome party, they ended up at the cafeteria instead. That was the first and only time Sun Yuxiao dined with all of us in dormitory 313, which is why it left such an impression on Kong Kai." Hearing Kong Kai mention it, Zhu Han inquired, "Do you remember? What is the matter?" Kong Kai pondered and said, "This Sun Yuxiao is not only mysterious in appearance, but seems to exude an icy demeanor as well. Regardless of what others think, I, for one, completely disagree." Chen Mo was the first to voice his dissent. "Sun Yuxiao is cold? To the point of being icy? You must be joking, my friend. Every time I'm with her, she talks incessantly, especially with her dramatic exclamations of feeling dizzy, which is utterly exasperating. Does that sound like someone who is cold?" "Not in the slightest." Thus, Chen Mo openly expressed his perspective. "The chill is quite unfounded. Were it not for my unwavering resolve, I might have been thoroughly ensnared by her." Yet, Zhu Han interjected, "I concur with Kong Kai's perspective. It seems that Sun Yuxiao has hardly exchanged more than a word with anyone besides you, especially with the boys. Aside from that one occasion when we dined together, I have yet to witness her venture within a meter of any male. Did you not notice how she kept her distance from us during our meal?" Zhao Xiaoshui nodded in agreement, adding, "I share Kong Kai's sentiments. And I also align with Zhu Han's assertion that Sun Yuxiao is exceedingly frigid, emanating an aura that repels others from a great distance. This aura is formidable, instilling a sense of dread." Regarding the remarks of these endearing roommates, Chen Mo found their comments increasingly absurd. Zhu Han's claim of her disinterest in the male gender was one thing, but Zhao Xiaoshui daring to mention her aura was utterly ludicrous. How could they assert that Sun Yuxiao has no interest in men? Is that not utter nonsense? If she were truly indifferent to the male sex, what would one make of the fact that I carry her books daily? And an aura? Why not claim she can produce chakra herself? It's simply preposterous. Observing Chen Mo's incredulous expression, Kong Kai continued, "Moreover, Sun Yuxiao's face ages rapidly. When Chen Mo went to fetch her meal, her expression beneath her nose shifted immediately. Yes, just as Xiaoshui said, her aura changed as well, nearly frightening me to death. Goodness, I suspect her ancestry hails from the Sichuan region, possessing some ancestral skill." At hearing this increasingly ridiculous discourse, Chen Mo could no longer contain his amusement, chuckling, "All right, enough of this nonsense. Are we not finished yet? I cannot ascertain whether her ancestry is from Sichuan, but I am certain yours must be from Dunhuang." "Why is that?" Kong Kai inquired, perplexed. "Because there are so many murals there, ha?" Chen Mo replied. You see, you still do not believe it, do you? Kong Kai persisted. Regardless of whether it was Kong Kai or Zhao Xiaoshui, Chen Mo deemed their drunken ramblings mere drunken folly. Based on his nearly half-month acquaintance with Sun Yuxiao, it was clear that their assertions were far from accurate. Noticing Chen Mo's unyielding disbelief, the two ceased to dwell on the matter. At that moment, Zhu Han fixed his gaze on Chen Mo, stating, putting aside how Sun Yuxiao may be, "What about you, Chen Mo? Do you truly not care at all?" Upon uttering this, not only Zhu Han, but also Zhao Xiaoshui and Kong Kai were captivated by his response. Chen Mo remained silent, unwilling to voice his thoughts, knowing they would not comprehend. Instead, he rose and gazed in silence at the distant, ancient, and majestic Yinshan Mountains to the west. Suddenly, he raised a glass of beer from the table and downed it in one go, reciting, "I ask the green mountains when they shall grow old. The green mountains ask me when I shall be free. Neither the green mountains nor I have aged. We both find leisure together." Hearing Chen Mo recite these lines, the three were momentarily taken aback. Ignoring them, Chen Mo accepted another full glass of beer poured by Zhu Han and drank it down once more, continuing, "Harboring thoughts of emptiness, I traverse the mundane world. I gaze lightly upon the myriad affairs of humanity, occasionally chuckling lightly 2 or 3 times. With that, he let out a hearty laugh. He understood that, at this moment, his state of mind was one that others could not truly grasp. Who could comprehend the life of one who has traversed through half a lifetime only to begin anew? Were it not for the alcohol consumed today, Chen Mo might never have expressed such sentiments. After some contemplation, he downed another glass of beer, exclaiming joyfully, "In spring, there are countless flowers. In autumn, the moon shines bright. Summer brings a cool breeze, and winter blankets the earth in snow. Do not let fleeting moments disturb the flow of life." In Chapter 056, regarding the subsequent 2 matters, Chen Mo eloquently articulated his feelings about rebirth, his tranquil attitude towards life, and his current state of mind that no longer indulges in unnecessary entanglements. Upon completing the 3 poems, not only were Zhu Han, Zhao Xiaoshui, and Kong Kai astonished, but even the patrons at the neighboring table turned to look at him, with some exclaiming praises such as, "Brother, that's impressive," and indeed, he speaks with such eloquence. One can tell he is a university student with knowledge. Upon hearing the accolades, Chen Mo realized he had perhaps been a touch reckless, and the effects of the alcohol had begun to wear off. However, as the saying goes, a talent emerges from the act of creation. One must embrace youth. Since Chen Mo currently possessed the vigor of youth, what harm was there in indulging occasionally? Thus, he deliberately clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect towards the surrounding diners. Zhao Xiaoshui could not help but exclaim, "Stop showing off." Nevertheless, whether it was Zhao Xiaoshui or Zhu Han and Kong Kai, upon noticing that Chen Mo had shifted away from the previous topic, none dared to press on further. As night approached, around 11:30 p.m., Kong Kai had succumbed to inebriation, while Zhao Xiaoshui began to drift into a stupor, mumbling about Zhang Jiai. Only Chen Mo and Zhu Han remained unaffected, maintaining their composure, given that both of them were the tallest in room 313. They each took on the burden of carrying Zhao Xiaoshui and Kong Kai back to their dormitory. Once laid on their beds, the two promptly fell into a deep slumber. Chen Mo and Zhu Han exchanged smiles and proceeded to wash up. Upon Zhu Han emerging from the bathroom, towel in hand, he addressed the already settled Chen Mo. "There are 2 matters I need to discuss with you." Chen Mo, lying on his bed, turned his head and inquired, "What is it?" "The first matter is that a senior named Yi has called the dormitory's landline again today. Not only her, but another senior also called, specifically mentioning that they wish to speak with you." "And what did you say?" Chen Mo asked. "What else could I say? I followed your earlier instructions and informed them you were unavailable. In truth, you were indeed not present at the time. Ever since Zhu Han mentioned that Yi Qianqian had sought him out during military training, the calls from an unknown number ending in 111 had become a nuisance. Today, it was indeed another unfamiliar call, though the identity of the caller remained unclear. Chen Mo had nonetheless categorized it as a nuisance call and added it to the mute group. It was quite infuriating. Back in 2005, most mobile phones lacked the blacklisting feature, Chen Mo was uncertain about others, but his antiquated model 3100 certainly did not possess it. Ultimately, he could only set it to silent mode, rendering any incoming calls from unknown numbers completely inaudible. As for Yi Qianqian and the so-called senior trying to reach him, Chen Mo was all too aware of their intentions. Yet, his resolve remained steadfast. Having chosen this path in life, he would not waver easily. All right, if they call again, continue with the same response. Yes, both Xiao Shuai and the others are aware of this, Zhu Han replied, continuing, however, I heard from our classmates today that after failing to find you in the military training squad, Yi has been lingering around the classroom for several nights. She has inquired about your whereabouts from nearly every classmate who has been to the classroom in the evenings. Furthermore, the senior who called today mentioned that if he cannot find you, he will come to the dormitory to confront you. Chen Mo, pray tell, what is the purpose behind the relentless pursuit of these two individuals? Sigh. The tale is rather lengthy and intricate, since he wishes to remain uninvolved. Chen Mo refrains from elaborating. Naturally, Zhu Han does not press further, but expresses his concern. Chen Mo, although I am unaware of the specifics, I sense that this matter is one you cannot evade indefinitely. Sooner or later, it must be confronted, particularly that senior named Yi. Her recent phone calls have been fraught with frustration. She even threatened that should you continue to hide, she would ensure your downfall upon finding you. I am aware. Let us just delay for now. I was indeed preoccupied recently, but I will address it when I have the time. Chen Mo's reasoning is sound. He had been preoccupied with accompanying Sun Yuxiao, leaving no room for trivial matters. Moreover, even if he had time, he had no intention of engaging with that so-called Yi. Furthermore, we live in a society governed by law and civility. Does he truly believe herself to be a mafia overlord, wielding power unchecked, and to think she would dare threaten to incapacitate him? You, a mere 1.6-meter girl, should be grateful if someone didn't kick you into your ancestral grave, given your 1.87-meter stature. At this moment, Zhu Han had already settled in a bed, pulling up the covers as he continued. There's also the matter of the orientation party tomorrow evening. Since you have been unable to attend rehearsals, I have been going with a recorded accompaniment. However, during the final rehearsal yesterday, the senior hosting the event mentioned that if you participate, you must attend a live trial performance tomorrow. Fortunately, the other selected performers need not attend. It suffices for the two of us to go. If we pass, we will be directly included in the program lineup. As for Xiao Shuai and Kong Kai, they need not worry, as they have already prepared the props and equipment. No problem, I am currently unencumbered. What time shall we meet tomorrow? I will coordinate with the senior and confirm her availability. All right, I am flexible. With that, the conversation drew to a close, and the two of them exchanged casual remarks before retiring for the night. Time rewinds to the moment Sun Yuxiao returns to his dormitory. In room 313 of Building 1 for Girls, Sun Yuxiao is aware that he is alone. As Zhang Jiai, Yi Xiaoning, and Li Dongdong had gone out to celebrate the end of military training the previous day. They had invited Sun Yuxiao, but he declined, wishing to savor his final day. At this moment, alone in the dormitory, Sun Yuxiao retrieves the letter that Luo Jiechi had sent him last week. Gazing at the familiar characters on the paper, he tightens his grip on the black wristband. He then draws out a fresh sheet and begins to write gently. In this ephemeral world, as I open this elegant paper, it feels as though I am conversing with you. I am well, and I trust you are also in good spirits? I have received your letter several days ago, but due to recent commitments, I have not been able to respond promptly. For this, I sincerely apologize. I never anticipated that you would be admitted to a university in Kyoto. It is quite surprising. Does this mean we are now a little closer? You mentioned a girl with the surname Sun. She certainly piques my interest, according to your previous correspondence. By now you must have been acquainted for 2 weeks. How do you find her? Does she meet your standards of a good girl? And how does she compare to Lin Jidong? Regarding the appearance of the girl with the surname Sun, I imagine she may harbor some unspoken reason for not revealing her true self to others, especially to you. However, I believe that if fate permits, she will eventually unveil her true visage to you. I am also quite curious and eagerly anticipate the moment when she stands before you. What will that encounter be like? Please do share your sentiments with me when that time comes. I am genuinely intrigued. Take care of yourself and cherish your health. I am quite eager to see how your relationship with the girl named Sun develops. Let us await the unfolding of events. Wishing you well, and may the autumn bring you peace. With warm regards, Xiaoyu September 14th, 2005. Chapter 57. The True Circumstances of the Matter. After folding the letter and sealing it in an envelope, Sun Yuxiao picks up his phone and dials. It is not long before he hears Luo Jieqi's voice. Little fish, I was just about to call you. How have you been lately? I am well, Jieqi, Sun Yuxiao responds. After a brief pause, Luo Jieqi replies. I can sense you are in good spirits. Your voice sounds much stronger than before. Indeed, with Chen Mo's care, Sun Yuxiao's diet and sleep have significantly improved. Consequently, his physical condition has strengthened considerably. Although he wonders where the weight has gone, his arms and legs remain unchanged. However, his chest, Sun Yuxiao shakes his head, stopping the train of thought, and continues, I have prepared my reply to him. I will send it to you tomorrow, and you can forward it. Oh, how tedious. We are in the same school, yet we must resort to sending letters back and forth. You could just hand it to him directly tomorrow. Haha, Jieqi. Upon hearing her name, Luo Jieqi softens her tone. I understand. You wish to keep the truth from him for now. However, this Sunday is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and you should be celebrating with Aunt Lu, right? If you'd like, I can pick you up so Aunt Lu won't have to send a car, and you can give me the letter then. After leaving the FS district, we can send it off together, which would be quite convenient. Yes, this Sunday is indeed the Mid-Autumn Festival. Logically, Sun Yuxiao should be celebrating with his mother in the capital. Yet, the reality is different. My mother is abroad and cannot return, so I have no plans to go home. I will simply stay at school. What? Luo Jieqi gasps, then adds. Aunt Lu won't be home? Then you can celebrate with me, can't you? If so, I'll pick you up on Friday, and I promise no mishaps this time. I'll make sure the car is in perfect condition. No, I'm fine staying at school. Luo Jieqi is well aware of Sun Yuxiao's stubbornness. Once he makes a decision, it is nearly impossible to sway him. Unless, perhaps that pen pal might be an exception. With this thought, Luo Jieqi reluctantly concedes. All right, send me the letter, and I will promptly forward it to you once it arrives. Sun Yuxiao intended to end the call, but was caught off guard when Luo Jieqi spoke again. Little fish. What is it, Jieqi? Sun Yuxiao inquires, puzzled. After a moment of silence on the line, Luo Jieqi cautiously asks, You two have been acquainted for nearly half a month, haven't you? Indeed. Sun Yuxiao replied softly, her mind awash with memories of the time spent alongside Chen Mo. How do you feel? Luo Jieqi inquired cautiously once more. It is both unlike what I anticipated, and yet, in some ways, it aligns with those expectations. Indeed, initially, Sun Yuxiao never imagined that Chen Mo would remain by her side for a full 2 weeks. Throughout this period, Chen Mo's preferences and habits mirrored almost precisely what Sun Yuxiao had envisioned. After all, their correspondence had spanned 5 years. With such an extensive acquaintance, how could she not understand him? So, have you truly developed feelings in reality? Luo Jieqi asked with even greater trepidation. Sun Yuxiao remained silent, uttering not a word. After a considerable pause, Luo Jieqi hastily added, All right, I won't pry any further. It was my impertinence. I apologize. In truth, as Sun Yuxiao's closest confidant, Luo Jieqi was acutely aware of the reasons behind her reluctance to confront Chen Mo openly, let alone express her genuine emotions. Everything stemmed from that catastrophic incident. After losing her loved ones, Sun Yuxiao underwent a profound transformation, evolving from a gentle and vivacious spirit into someone who approached life with cold indifference. Subsequently, she resorted to smoking, drinking, and reckless behavior, attempting to numb the indelible scars that the tragedy had inflicted upon her soul. Yet, no matter how fiercely she sought to evade reality, she could never quite soothe her battered heart. Ultimately, she succumbed to severe depression. Consequently, Sun Yuxiao's mother sent her to study in the United States while securing the finest medical team for her rehabilitation. Nevertheless, despite these efforts, her condition deteriorated over the course of more than a year, accompanied by various complications. A loss of appetite led to diminished sustenance and a frail physique. Her mental state remained unstable, often teetering on the brink of collapse, and even with medication, sleep eluded her night after night. This is why everyone refrained from opposing her wishes. They could not predict what dreadful actions a person in her state might undertake. However, it was only during her correspondence with that pen pal, Chen Mo, that she found a semblance of stability for her fragmented and wounded heart. Thus, rather than merely being a long-time correspondent, Chen Mo became Sun Yuxiao's pillar of spiritual support. Luo Jiechi hoped fervently that she and Chen Mo would remain together. Although their backgrounds and statuses were mismatched, at the very least, under the support of that spiritual pillar, Sun Yuxiao's condition might improve. Yet, for Sun Yuxiao herself, uncertainty loomed. She could not ascertain whether she would again be triggered by certain individuals or events, leading to a resurgence of uncontrollable emotions. Thus, while she harbored feelings for Chen Mo, she hesitated to draw too close, especially knowing he had a cherished white moonlight he had adored for 3 years, which further compounded her reluctance. It wasn't until she received that letter about a failed confession in the United States that she decisively returned home and enrolled in the same school, in the same class as Chen Mo. Even if she still dared not express her feelings, at least Chen Mo was now by her side. If, hypothetically, one day she found her condition and emotions had stabilized completely, perhaps that would be the moment when they could truly meet with candor and redefine their relationship. The prerequisite, however, was that Chen Mo must also be willing to redefine their bond, rather than her unilaterally imposing her feelings upon him. Just as Chen Mo had recently concluded a 3-year high school romance, unrequited feelings could only be seen as a foolish imposition upon another. Sun Yuxiao would never stoop to such folly. At this moment, Sun Yuxiao was acutely aware that Luo Jiechi could discern her thoughts. Yet she remained oblivious to the tumultuous emotions swirling within her. Just moments ago, Chen Mo had expressed a desire to part ways amicably. What then should come next? Indeed, she had once jested about being attached to him, but in truth, Sun Yuxiao would never resort to such behavior. Even if she could force a connection, it would inevitably lack sweetness. And Chen Mo would surely not appreciate it. Thus, at this moment, Sun Yuxiao felt both troubled and powerless. The two remained enveloped in silence over the phone, each lost in their own thoughts, until Sun Yuxiao finally spoke. "Let be this way, Jiechi." "MHM." Luo Jiechi dared not say more. Yet she offered a parting piece of advice. "Regardless of circumstances, take good care of yourself. If you need me, call anytime. I promise to be by your side." "Understood." After ending the call, Sun Yuxiao collected her thoughts and proceeded to freshen up. After taking her medication and lying back in bed, Zhang Jiai, Yi Xiaoning, and Li Dongdong returned. As they entered, a faint scent of alcohol filled the room. Li Dongdong headed straight for the bathroom, while Yi Xiaoning ventured out to chat with others in the dorm. At that moment, only Zhang Jiai and Sun Yuxiao remained in room 313. "Yuxiao, are you asleep?" Zhang Jiai gently inquired. After spending half a month together, she knew that Sun Yuxiao often suffered from mild insomnia, usually being the last to rest. "No, I'm not." Indeed, Sun Yuxiao had not fallen asleep. The alcohol seemed to have loosened Zhang Jiai's usual reservations as she leaned towards Sun Yuxiao's bed and asked, "With military training officially concluded, does that mean Chen Mo no longer needs to take special care of you?" Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxiao fell silent for a moment. She understood the implications behind Zhang Jiai's words. Finally, she replied, "Yes, that will no longer be necessary." Chapter 058. Are wealthy women so easy to find? The following morning, Chen Mo, still deep in slumber and dreaming of playing cards, was awakened by Zhu Han. As he opened his eyes, he found Zhu Han already dressed and ready. Curiously, Zhao Xiaoshui and Kong Kai, who had overindulged the previous night, were also busy getting dressed, prompting him to ask, "Were you all off to so early in the morning?" Zhu Han washed his face and replied, "I've arranged with a senior to host the welcome party, and we're going to rehearse in the auditorium." "Oh," Chen Mo responded, quietly admiring Zhu Han's remarkable efficiency. He then turned to Zhao Xiaoshui and Kong Kai, inquiring, "What about them? After drinking so much last night and finally getting a day off, why are they up so early?" Zhu Han chuckled, observing the two still bleary-eyed and reeking of alcohol. A few days ago, they learned that the end of military training for freshmen coincides with the school's club recruitment day. I suspect they're hoping to scout out which clubs have the most attractive girls. Upon hearing Zhu Han's words, the aimless Kong Kai gazed vacantly and remarked, I've also gathered some intel. The literature and dance societies have the most girls, and they're the most enchanting, particularly the dancers. It is said that each one can perform a perfect split. Ah, perfect split indeed. In stark contrast, the determined Zhao Xiaoshui, who had long since set his sights on a goal, spoke with righteous fervor. I'm merely accompanying Kong Kai for a glance, and to keep an eye on him. If you're going to see beautiful women, just admit it. Who would believe you're merely acting as a guardian? At that moment, as Kong Kai spotted Chen Mo about to rise, he approached her and inquired, Chen Mo, I actually concur with Xiaoshui's earlier assertion. If the opportunity presents itself, finding a wealthy woman wouldn't be a bad idea. Chen Mo rubbed her eyes and replied, finding a wealthy woman isn't as simple as it sounds. Upon hearing this, Kong Kai leaned in closer, with Zhao Xiaoshui following suit, asking, is it really that difficult? With my handsome looks, securing a rich woman should be a piece of cake. Indeed, Kong Kai chimed in, as long as one possesses the right skills. Being supported by a wealthy woman isn't overly challenging. Chen Mo shook her head in disbelief, lamenting the youthful naivety of her charming roommates. She then stated, you both must understand, while finding a wealthy woman may not be overly difficult, serving her is an entirely different matter altogether. For instance? Kong Kai asked eagerly. Yes. Do enlighten us. Zhao Xiaoshui echoed, equally impatient. Sitting upright, Chen Mo suddenly chuckled. Generally speaking, being supported by a wealthy woman requires considerable skill. Furthermore, wealthy women seldom show tenderness or consideration for long-term prospects. As the saying goes, I treat the wealthy woman like my first love, while she treats me like refuse. Zhu Han burst into laughter at this, and even Chen Mo found herself unable to contain her amusement. Meanwhile, Kong Kai and Zhao Xiaoshui stared blankly, utterly dumbfounded. Did they think that was the end? How could it be? Once her laughter subsided, Chen Mo continued, what I just mentioned was merely a prerequisite. The true challenge lies in how to serve the wealthy woman. How to serve her? Pray do tell. Kong Kai urged. Zhao Xiaoshui also awaited her further insights with eager anticipation. Chen Mo, not one to keep them in suspense, stated plainly, lower your standards, shatter your worldview. Develop a thick skin solely for monetary gain. Cast aside self-respect and morals, and prepare for sleepless nights. At this moment, Chen Mo was in fits of laughter, while Kong Kai and Zhao Xiaoshui bore expressions of disbelief. You're aiming to completely obliterate Xiaoshui and Kong Kai's dreams of wealthy women, Zhu Han remarked, chuckling from the sidelines. Chen Mo shot him a glance and continued addressing the now bewildered Zhao Xiaoshui and Kong Kai. The prerequisites are challenging, and serving is difficult. But the most formidable task is ensuring sustainability. If you wish to consistently earn a wealthy woman's favor, you must spring attire for rejuvenation, summer garments for harmony, autumn wear for unyielding vitality, and winter clothing for revitalizing elixirs. Not to mention 3 meals of roasted lamb testicles and midnight snacks of stewed bullwhips. With that, Chen Mo disregarded the two boys' bewilderment and prepared to rise and dress. Zhao Xiaoshui was the first to regain his composure, expressing with a hint of regret, it seems I shall remain steadfast in pursuing my goddess. After all, life is of utmost importance. Kong Kai nodded in agreement, sighing, I too shall head to the recruitment event to seek out my girlfriend. Chen Mo paid no further attention to the two, getting out of bed to retrieve her clothes from the bag she had left on the desk the night before. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoshui suddenly approached her, sniffing her clothes like a police dog and then declaring, I can now confirm this clothing was not washed at a laundromat, but by your master, Sun Yuxiao. Wasn't he it? Chen Mo gasped in surprise. Well, I never expected Zhao Xiaoshui to possess such extraordinary abilities, able to discern who washed the clothes just by scent. Kong Kai then leaned in, sniffing at Chen Mo's clothes himself, and scoffed, nonsense, it just has a pleasant fragrance. How can you be so sure it was washed by Chen Mo's previous master? Zhao Xiaoshui retorted dismissively, you know nothing. This fragrance is unique. I've only ever encountered it on Sun Yuxiao. Oh, upon hearing this, Kong Kai began sniffing once more, but failed to discern anything. However, Chen Mo acknowledged Zhao Xiaoshuai's statement, admitting that the scent from Sun Yuxiao was indeed unparalleled, distinct from anyone else. She casually asked, "How do you know?" "Yes, you've only met him a few times. How can you be so certain of the scent?" Zhu Han queried, intrigued. A bunch of ignorant fools. I possess a special talent. How could I divulge it to mere mortals like you?" Zhao Xiaoshuai said, before dropping the subject and continuing to dress. Zhu Han approached Chen Mo with a smile, remarking, "It seems your master truly dotes on you." "Indeed, my former master was quite attentive, not only washing my clothes, but also spending money on me. Chen Mo replied playfully. "Ouch, that stings, brother," Kong Kai expressed, filled with envy and a hint of jealousy. Chen Mo waved his hand with a smile, saying, "They're 1TB future opportunities. TSK, showing off 1T and well." The group scoffed. Just then, Zhao Xiaoshuai, with a raised middle finger, chimed in, "Don't worry. In the future, Zhang Jiai will undoubtedly be washing my clothes as well." No sooner had he said this than Zhu Han and Kong Kai, who had been directing their middle fingers at Chen Mo, swiftly turned to point them at Zhao Xiaoshuai instead. Chapter 059, Concerning the Societies. Once they were dressed, the four of them departed together. Though their purposes differed, their paths were the same. Exiting the dormitory area, they arrived at the school as promenade. Indeed, the entire thoroughfare was nearly filled with various society recruitment booths and personnel, while the central path was bustling with individuals of all kinds inquiring and signing up. Since the time agreed upon with the senior was still early, there was no rush to audition. Therefore, Chen Mo and Zhu Han casually accompanied Zhao Xiaoshuai and Kong Kai as they strolled. Beneath the warm autumn sun, the society recruitment event was in full swing. Among the myriad of societies, one tent stood out remarkably. At the entrance of the tent stood a captivating senior. Her long hair cascading down, her smile radiant, clad in a delicate blue dress. Though her features were ordinary, her flair for fashion was undeniable, adorned with heavy makeup. Every smile and gesture captivated onlookers. Her sweet and infectious voice enthusiastically introduced the unique features and activities of the Literature Society. Upon seeing her, Kong Kai immediately lost his wits, his eyes sparkling as he exclaimed, "Brothers, I think I'm in love." With that, he floated toward her like a lovesick fool. The senior appeared equally welcoming, and upon noticing Kong Kai approaching, she eagerly went to attend to him. At this moment, Kong Kai truly resembled a teddy bear, almost ready to dash forward and lick with reckless abandon. Witnessing this, Zhao Xiaoshuai felt utterly disgusted and couldn't help but curse. Damn it! Is Kong Kai starving because he skipped breakfast? Has he fallen to such desperate measures? Anyone would approach him, utterly lacking in dignity. After saying this, Zhao Xiaoshuai cast a disdainful glance at the senior who was introducing herself to Kong Kai. That senior isn't any better. Her foundation could cover an entire room, and she is just as starved as Kong Kai. Both are simply insatiable. Chen Mo, initially disinclined to engage with Zhao Xiaoshuai's ramblings, found herself with little to do and interjected. "There is a distinction between hunger and starvation." "What distinction?" Zhao Xiaoshuai asked, puzzled. Chen Mo merely smiled and glanced at the popsicle held by one of the girls ahead. Zhao Xiaoshuai, not one to miss a beat, suddenly realized and retorted, "Chen Mo, we both completed 9 years of compulsory education, followed by 3 years of high school. Why are you so flamboyant?" Chen Mo shook her head, observing Zhao Xiaoshuai's look of admiration, and replied, "You should read more, my friend." Zhao Xiaoshuai, however, looked skeptical and scoffed. "Nonsense, are there really such things in books?" "Indeed," Chen Mo said, gently ruffling Zhao Xiaoshuai's hair. "Reading is essential. Knowledge is power, after all. Let me give you an example. When you are in the blissful moments of your wedding night, you should say, 'A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Flowers have fragrance, and the moon is dim,' rather than repeating those boring cliches." Zhao Xiaoshuai was momentarily dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Zhu Han raised a thumb in approval. Just then, 3 girls approached from the front. Before Chen Mo could discern who they were, Zhao Xiaoshui had already dashed forward, positioning himself in front of the central girl, engaging her in endless chatter. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Zhang Jiai, Yi Xiaoning, and Li Dongdong. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoshui continued to chatter incessantly beside Zhang Jiai. Dressed in a form-fitting white dress and sporting beige marten sandals, Zhang Jiai exuded an alluring grace. Her long, dark hair cascaded down to her shoulders, and her neck, unblemished and fair despite military training, and her smooth forehead, combined with her delicate, youthful face, radiated vitality and exuberance. Zhang Jiai approached Chen Mo and asked, "Chen Mo, are you interested in joining a club?" "No, I'm just passing by with Zhu Han to handle some matters." Chen Mo replied politely. "Oh," Zhang Jiai responded, and before she could speak further, Zhao Xiaoshui eagerly interjected, "Zhang Jiai, which club do you wish to join?" Though Zhang Jiai was reluctant to answer, she felt compelled to respond, "Perhaps dance or music. I haven't made up my mind yet. Let me know once you decide." "I'll join with you," Zhao Xiaoshui said, his eyes filled with longing. Yi Xiaoning suddenly chimed in, "Zhao Xiaoshui, I want to join Taekwondo. Jiai might join too. Are you going?" Zhao Xiaoshui immediately turned to Zhang Jiai, asking, "Really? Is that true?" Zhang Jiai shook her head, saying nothing. Zhao Xiaoshui promptly declared, "Then I want to join." Observing Zhao Xiaoshui's lack of ambition, Chen Mo couldn't help but shake her head. Zhang Jiai then turned to Chen Mo, saying, "Chen Mo, remember to let me know what club you decide to join." "I haven't thought about it yet," Chen Mo replied. "No rush," Zhang Jiai assured her. Chen Mo nodded and casually inquired, "What about Sun Yuxiao?" Upon hearing Sun Yuxiao's name, Zhang Jiai's expression subtly shifted, and just as she was about to speak, Li Dongdong interjected, "She left with us, but she walks so slowly. Who knows where she is now?" Chen Mo sighed internally, reflecting on how weak Sun Yuxiao's constitution seemed. She had left with her roommate, and despite the short distance, she hadn't even left a trace behind. Chen Mo then remarked, "Zhang Jiai, Zhu Han and I have something to attend to. Let Xiao Shui accompany you around." With that, she shot a deliberate glance at Zhao Xiaoshui, who responded with gratitude. However, Zhang Jiai replied, "No need, we three can manage on our own." In truth, Zhang Jiai was curious about what Chen Mo and Zhu Han were up to, but with Zhao Xiaoshui constantly pestering her, she decided against it. They quickly moved away, dragging Yi Xiaoning and Li Dongdong along, growing increasingly distant. Zhao Xiaoshui intended to pursue them, but ultimately remained rooted in place, gazing blankly as Zhang Jiai vanished into the crowd. Chen Mo sighed again. Oh, the desperate suitor truly left with nothing in the end. She then turned to Zhu Han and asked, "Shall we go? It's time for the audition." "All right." The dejected Zhao Xiaoshui diverged from the two. Just as he turned around and spotted a beautiful senior, his spirits lifted, and he eagerly dashed over. Meanwhile, Chen Mo and Zhu Han headed to the school auditorium for the audition, casually chatting as they walked. "Which club do you plan to join?" Zhu Han inquired. "I'm not planning to join any club," Chen Mo replied, then asked, "What about you? Any plans?" "I don't have any plans yet either. I'll figure it out later." Chapter 060. The Misunderstanding with Yi Qianqian. While they were conversing, a tall boy in basketball attire suddenly approached them, particularly noticing Chen Mo's height. "Excuse me, are you a freshman?" Chen Mo paused, glancing at his attire before responding, "Yes." "Oh, I'm a sophomore. Are you interested in joining the basketball club?" "Sorry, I'm not interested." With that, Chen Mo took Zhu Han's hand and attempted to leave. At that moment, a girl suddenly emerged from the crowd. She was petite, wearing an oversized basketball jersey. Upon seeing Chen Mo, she rushed over. Chen Mo recognized her and thought, "Wait, isn't this the senior, Yi Laoda, who was responsible for welcoming us on registration day?" As she pondered, Yi Qianqian sprinted up and blocked Chen Mo's path, exclaiming, "Chen Mo, I finally caught sight of you." In truth, Yi Qianqian had not come specifically to intercept Chen Mo as the president of the basketball club. She was there to recruit new members. It was a serendipitous encounter, for after searching high and low for Chen Mo, she hadn't expected to find her here. What a twist of fate. For Chen Mo, it was merely a stroke of luck. She couldn't have anticipated meeting Yi Qianqian on such a vast campus. It felt like bad luck at its finest. Last night, Zhuhan had said that one could avoid the first day, but not the 15th. What a remarkable coincidence. For today happens to be the 15th of September. It feels like instant karma. Had I known, I would have certainly consulted the almanac before stepping out. At this moment, upon finally encountering Chen Mo, Yi Qianqian expressed her excitement, exclaiming, "Chen Mo, on the day of the orientation, you claimed you couldn't play basketball. Were you merely deceiving me?" If we were to speak of deception, Yi Qianqian was not entirely mistaken. Chen Mo had indeed asserted that she was incapable of playing basketball, responding somewhat defensively with, "I don't think so." Yi Qianqian, taken aback for a moment, then confidently retorted, "Really? Are you trying to pull a fast one on me? I have sources that have dug into your enrollment records." Blinking in surprise, Chen Mo could only reply, "Yi Qianqian, do you think it's plausible that I meant I simply didn't want to play basketball?" At this point, Yi Qianqian had already gathered substantial evidence suggesting that Chen Mo was not only able to play, but excelled at basketball. Thus, she pressed on, "I don't care. You've deceived me, and now you owe me compensation for emotional distress." What? Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback and questioned, "Is that really necessary?" "Absolutely. And it is indeed very necessary," Yi Qianqian asserted as she tugged Chen Mo's arm toward the basketball club's recruitment area. "If you join the school basketball team, I might reconsider the compensation issue." Chen Mo was perplexed, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Emotional distress compensation intertwined with joining the basketball club. Moreover, Yi Qianqian's persistence was quite overwhelming. In her quest to recruit Chen Mo into the basketball club, she had not only inundated her with calls, but had now cornered her in person. "Yi Qianqian, I have matters to attend to with my roommate. I truly cannot go to the basketball club with you." Yi Qianqian, known for her reasonableness, halted upon hearing Chen Mo's refusal and promptly inquired, "When will you be free?" "I'll seek you out then." Realizing there was no escaping the situation, and recalling Yi Qianqian's insistence about her enrollment records, Chen Mo decided to be candid. "Yi Qianqian, to be frank, I have no intention of joining the basketball team." This revelation left Yi Qianqian momentarily stunned, and she asked in confusion, "Why not?" "Because I simply don't want to," Chen Mo replied, attempting to free herself from Yi Qianqian's grasp. It is said that a forcibly coerced fruit is not sweet. No matter how much Yi Qianqian wished to recruit Chen Mo, she must respect her autonomy. Indeed, during the freshman military training, she had once declared that if Chen Mo were to deceive her, she would undoubtedly retaliate. Yet, those words were spoken in a moment of anger and should not be acted upon, especially since Chen Mo was a promising candidate for the basketball team that Yi Qianqian had long coveted. Thus, she continued to hold onto Chen Mo's arm resolutely. This scene resembled a dispute between the two. Just as Yi Qianqian hesitated over whether to release Chen Mo or consider approaching her later, a group of tall and robust members from the basketball club stormed in. Upon witnessing Yi Qianqian and Chen Mo in a tug-of-war, they mistakenly assumed a conflict was unfolding. Immediately, the foremost among them addressed Yi Qianqian. "What is going on, Yi Qianqian? Is someone causing trouble?" He then turned to Chen Mo and inquired, "What is the matter? Are you looking for fight?" "I'm not looking for trouble." Chen Mo cursed inwardly, just as Yi Qianqian interjected with a smile. "I would welcome someone to confront me, but alas, there is none. It's merely a misunderstanding." Despite her insistence on it being a misunderstanding, Yi Qianqian remained uncertain about letting Chen Mo go. Thus she maintained her hold. Meanwhile, Zhuhan seemed to recognize Yi Qianqian as the one who had sought out Chen Mo during the military training. He glanced at Chen Mo, perplexed, and asked, "What is happening here, Chen Mo?" Since Yi Qianqian had declared it a misunderstanding, Chen Mo felt compelled to clarify, "The misunderstanding has been resolved." Zhuhan, not entirely understanding the situation, approached Yi Qianqian and said, "Senior, since it is a misunderstanding, why not let it go? We really have matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, Yi Qianqian's eyes reflected her reluctance, feeling unsettled. She had made countless attempts to reach Chen Mo by phone, all of which had gone unanswered. Now that she had finally encountered her in person, how could she possibly let her slip away? At that moment, Zhao Xiaoshui and Kong Kai, who had initially come to observe the girls, suddenly approached. Seeing Chen Mo and Zhu Han surrounded by so many, and Chen Mo being held against her will, they mistakenly believed she was being bullied. Without clarifying the situation, Zhao Xiaoshui shouted, "What is going on here?" Kong Kai, equally incensed, added loudly, "Are they bullying someone?" As they spoke, they noticed that the one holding Chen Mo was none other than Yi Qianqian, the very same individual who had sought her out during military training. And both were momentarily taken aback. They thought to themselves, it seems her intentions were not purely benign after all. Then, observing Yi Qianqian's petite stature juxtaposed with her audacious demeanor, they could not help but smile at the stark contrast. Meanwhile, the murmurs from the onlookers grew louder, predominantly from the senior students. Goodness, is Yi Qianqian losing her temper again? I didn't expect such excitement right at the beginning of the semester. Indeed, which fool dare to provoke her? Do they not value their lives? It appears to be those boys in front. I bet they must be first-year students, or else they wouldn't be so reckless. That's obvious. Any first-year student within 100 miles knows of Yi Qianqian's reputation. Only a naive newcomer would dare to act so foolishly. Quick, what's the emergency number? We should call ahead, lest it be too late. Chen Mo and the others were not deaf. They could hear the surrounding comments and began to feel puzzled. They wondered just who this Yi Qianqian was, to garner such support and enthusiasm from her peers. In her mind, Chen Mo decided it was best to clear the misunderstanding first, exclaiming, "Xiao Shui, Kong Kai. Don't jump to conclusions. This is all a misunderstanding between me and Yi Qianqian." "Yes, it's a misunderstanding," Zhu Han echoed in agreement. However, Zhao Xiaoshui and Kong Kai were not easily swayed by the notion of a mere misunderstanding. They had entered to see their friends encircled, with Chen Mo being held captive by the petite girl before them. Thus, as locals from the capital, they were convinced that they were witnessing an act of bullying against their out-of-town friend. With the crowd's comments further solidifying their belief, they felt compelled to act. Zhao Xiaoshui boldly declared, "No worries, Chen Mo. Don't be afraid of them. Yes, indeed. With Xiao Shui and me here, we won't let anyone bully you." Kong Kai affirmed in solidarity. As they spoke, the two of them strode directly in front of Chen Mo, paying no heed to the diminutive Yi Qianqian, who resembled a small winter melon. These were authentic gentlemen, robust and strong. Zhao Xiaoshui was the first to speak, addressing Yi. "Today, I shall refer to you as senior, out of respect. I advise you to promptly cease your actions and pledge not to trouble Chen Mo from our dormitory any further. Otherwise, if this escalates, do not say that we, as two gentlemen, are bullying a delicate lady. Indeed, if you were wise, you would do well to retreat while you still can," Kong Kai chimed in. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianqian suddenly laughed, her expression a mix of helplessness and amusement as she gazed at the two. Releasing her grip on Chen Mo's arm, she deliberately replied, "What if I refuse to back down? What then? What shall we do?" "Yes, we shall accompany you to the end." Chen Mo, upon hearing this, inwardly lamented the situation. While the camaraderie among the brothers was commendable, the misunderstanding only deepened, and it seemed a confrontation was imminent. Therefore, he quickly interjected, "It's a misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding. Senior Yi has not sought trouble with us, or Zhu Han." "Yes, it is indeed a misunderstanding," Zhu Han added, though the two were attempting to clarify. The surrounding crowd, oblivious to the context, began to stir, shouting encouragement. "Everyone, step back a bit. Let us clear the space for the show. Yes, keep your distance. You and T want to get splashed with blood. Indeed, anyone not wishing to be mistakenly harmed should stand clear. Freshmen, hurry to the back." Meanwhile, several tall young men clad in basketball jerseys approached from the edge of the crowd, each towering around 1.8 meters, with one even exceeding 1.9 meters. Upon entering, they spotted the arrogant Kong Kai and Zhao Xiaoshui, and one of the boys turned to Yi Qianqian, asking, "What is going on, Senior Yi? Is someone provoking you?" As soon as he finished speaking, another boy chimed in, "Senior Yi, don't act rashly. You've only just received a warning at the end of last semester, and this one has only just begun." "Exactly. If there is an issue or someone you can't stand, let us handle it. Indeed, you cannot afford another reprimand." Zhao Xiaoshui and Kong Kai were undeterred, and upon hearing the words of the onlookers and the boys, they became further convinced that they were the ones being bullied. Thus, even as Chen Mo and Zhuhan clarified it was a misunderstanding, they were even more certain that the two were merely using their status as outsiders to avoid trouble. Consequently, disregarding attempts to intervene, Zhao Xiaoshui stepped forward and lightly tapped Yi Qianqian on the shoulder, declaring, "Senior Yi, I acknowledge you are a lady, so I shall not press the issue too much. However, if you continue to be aggressive, do not blame me for being impolite." At his proclamation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The basketball players and the onlookers were left dumbfounded, questioning whether Zhao Xiaoshui was truly unaware of the consequences of his audacity. As Yi Qianqian stood in disbelief, she questioned, "Did you just tap me?" "Indeed," Zhao Xiaoshui replied nonchalantly. Immediately after these words were spoken, the basketball players surrounded him and Chen Mo, leaving them with no escape. Yi Qianqian pushed through the crowd, continuing to gaze at Zhao Xiaoshui with confusion. Chen Mo, realizing Zhao Xiaoshui had inadvertently escalated the misunderstanding to an irreparable level, quickly positioned himself between them, addressing Yi Qianqian, "Senior Yi, my roommate is also unaware of the situation." So, before Chen Mo could finish, Yi Qianqian interrupted, turning solely to Zhao Xiaoshui and stating, "If you have the guts, try tapping me again." Sensing the gravity of the situation, Chen Mo felt a sense of foreboding. However, just as he was about to speak, Kong Kai, convinced that he and Zhuhan were being bullied, pulled him aside and boldly stepped forward to tap Yi Qianqian, proclaiming, "I tapped you too. What of it?" The crowd erupted in astonishment, admiring Kong Kai's bravery while silently mourning his impending doom. Yi Qianqian's expression darkened, her eyes narrowing as she warned, "You brought this upon yourself. If I end up making you cry, don't go to school and complain. Whoever complains is a coward." Zhao Xiaoshui bellowed, preparing to advance once more. At this moment, the misunderstanding had become insurmountable. Chapter 62. The one who sacrifices themselves to save others. At this point, Yi Qianqian had resolved to teach this oblivious freshman a lesson. She positioned herself to deliver a kick at the troublesome Zhao Xiaoshui. Chen Mo, realizing the situation had escalated beyond mere misunderstanding, understood that he must intervene. As an athlete, his reflexes were far superior to Zhao Xiaoshui's. He noticed that Yi Qianqian was preparing to strike, and her movements were remarkably professional, akin to that of a skilled fighter. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped in front of the two. After all, the misunderstanding had originated with him, and he could not allow Zhao Xiaoshui to be harmed. Yi Qianqian was taken aback when Chen Mo suddenly intervened, having never anticipated his emergence at that moment. Just then, a dark figure appeared, darting in front of Chen Mo and lunging towards him. Yi Qianqian gasped in alarm, quickly retracting her kick. However, it was too late. A sense of dread washed over her. She had calculated the distance and force of her kick to ensure she would not injure him, while still compelling him to relent. But the sudden appearance of this figure was too close. Even if she attempted to minimize her force, she feared that her kick would still land with considerable impact. And then, the unexpected occurred. Yi Qianqian's kick, which she had believed would surely connect, somehow missed entirely, not even grazing the edge of the figure's clothing. Stunned, she stood frozen, relieved that no harm had been done, yet filled with immense confusion. How could her technique have faltered so? Chen Mo, equally astonished, had not anticipated someone would leap in front of him at that moment. The figure appeared familiar, but before he could ponder further, the figure had completely shielded him from Yi Qianqian. In that instant, Chen Mo felt two soft objects pressing against his chest. A sense of foreboding surged within him as he recalled seeing Yi Qianqian about to kick. The figure that shielded him, was it not her? As he pondered this, he prepared to push the figure aside, only to find his hand grasping at emptiness, his entire body still firmly obstructed by that presence. Subsequently, the two figures pressed closely together and swiftly darted to the left. At that moment, regardless of the circumstances or the parties involved, the immediate crisis had been averted. Completely oblivious to the unfolding events, Zhao Xiaoshui foolishly inquired, "What just happened?" Kong Kai blinked in confusion, equally unaware of Su Oi's intentions. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, regaining his composure, cast a glance ahead, only to be taken aback. The one who had just lunged at him was none other than Sun Yuxiao. How could it be her? Seeing that everyone around was unharmed, Sun Yuxiao finally stepped away from Chen Mo, lowering her gaze to her chest, as if to exhale a heavy sigh of relief. Appearing quite reassured, Chen Mo, still in a daze, stammered, "What are you doing here?" I was passing by," Sun Yuxiao replied softly. Chen Mo turned to look at Yi Qianqian, who was still in a state of shock, and reproachfully remarked, "I meant, why did you suddenly run over here? Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? You almost got kicked." At that moment, Chen Mo was still gripped by lingering anxiety. Had that kick connected with the fragile Sun Yuxiao, it could have swiftly claimed her life. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. "You should leave quickly. Don't get involved any further," he urged. However, his words fell on deaf ears, as Sun Yuxiao stood unmoving, seemingly oblivious to his plea. Believing she truly hadn't heard him, he pressed on, "Please, go wait for me over there until I can clear up this misunderstanding. I want tea." Sun Yuxiao finally responded, her words light yet resolute. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, wondering why she didn't respond as expected. Did she no longer regard him as her superior, prompting her rebellion? How audacious of her to defy him. But reflecting on it, he realized that Sun Yuxiao had rarely been compliant. Even when she did obey, it was only on her own terms. Considering this, he shifted his approach. "Are you feeling dizzy?" "I'm not dizzy," she replied, leaving Chen Mo utterly speechless. What was going on with Sun Yuxiao today? Why was she deviating from her usual responses? What was he to do? Even if he managed to push her away, who could guarantee that she wouldn't recklessly involve herself again? In exasperation, he glanced at Yi Qianqian, who was finally coming to her senses. Yet, she didn't spare Chen Mo a glance, fixating instead on Sun Yuxiao with an expression of disbelief. After a brief examination, she began to question her own reality. The girl before her, obscured by a hat that concealed her face, towered over her by several inches but appeared alarmingly frail, so thin that a gust of wind might sweep her away. How had she evaded the kick that Yi Qianqian had meticulously calculated? Was it mere coincidence? If so, this girl was extraordinarily fortunate. Otherwise, given her slight stature, a kick would surely have been fatal. At that moment, Chen Mo, unable to dispel Sun Yuxiao from his side, sighed and called out to Yi Qianqian, "Leader Yi, you should take your people and leave quickly. Otherwise, this misunderstanding will only deepen." Still shaken, Yi Qianqian sighed in response, "All right, I'll leave. But please ensure you give me a chance to discuss this later." Chapter 063. However, I worry that you might get hurt. Chen Mo couldn't help but admire Yi Qianqian's persistence. Even at this moment, she was preoccupied with the prospect of a discussion. When she noticed that Chen Mo hadn't immediately responded, she reiterated, "If you don't talk to me, I'll keep bothering you." As soon as the words left her lips, Zhao Xiaoshui and Kong Kai voiced their discontent, but Chen Mo quickly intervened. "Guys, this was all a misunderstanding. Please go wait with Zhu Han for me." Zhu Han approached without uttering a word and promptly led the two away. Chen Mo turned to Yi Qianqian, feeling somewhat helpless, reflecting on how this situation seemed more complicated than dealing with Sun Yuxiao. Glancing at Sun Yuxiao and then back at Zhao Xiaoshui, he conceded, "All right, let us talk." Yi Qianqian's face lit up instantly, and she addressed the onlookers and the basketball team. "You all should leave now." Seeing that there was no longer any spectacle to behold, the crowd gradually dispersed. Yi Qianqian then turned to Chen Mo, stating, "Let us go discuss this in the club." Chen Mo shook his head, replying honestly, "I really can't right now. I have other matters to attend to." Realizing she couldn't force him, Yi Qianqian asked, "When will you be free? Give me a definite time. Tomorrow, how does that sound?" After some contemplation, Yi Qianqian nodded. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely," Chen Mo affirmed. Yi Qianqian pondered for a moment, then seriously asked, "You won't be misleading me this time, will you?" Without hesitation, Chen Mo replied, "I promise, no deception this time." "All right, do you have my number?" "I don't," she said, rolling her eyes at him. "After all those calls I made that you didn't answer." I'm quite exasperated, not wanting to delve into explanations. Chen Mo handed her his phone. As she entered her number and returned the device, she said, "I'll be waiting for your call tomorrow." "Okay." With Chen Mo's affirmative response, Yi Qianqian finally departed with a cheerful demeanor. At that moment, as she walked away, a somewhat shaken Kankai returned, saying, "Damn, Chen Mo, I just found out that this Yi Qianqian is quite a formidable figure at the business university." Indeed. Though I didn't inquire too deeply, everyone I asked said she is quite impressive, Xiao Shuai added, then seemed to recall something and continued. "But why does she keep seeking you out? It seems she won't rest until she gets what she wants." "Exactly," Kong Kai chimed in. "What could she possibly want to discuss? Could it be that she has feelings for you, but you're not interested? Is she resorting to coercion because she can't win your heart?" Zhu Han, equally perplexed, refrained from speaking further. Chen Mo sighed, expressing her resignation. "Let us discuss this later. We must first address the matter at hand." "Indeed, the host senior must be growing anxious," Zhu Han replied with a hint of frustration. Zhao Xiaoshui and Kong Kai, not wanting to dwell on the issue, chimed in unison. "You two should hasten to tend to your business. We can talk later." With that, they both turned their attention to Sun Yuxiao, simultaneously giving him a thumbs up. Though they seemed to have something to convey, they ultimately remained silent before departing. It was uncertain whether they would continue to seek the girls or return to the dormitory early. Zhu Han, not oblivious to the situation, noticed Sun Yuxiao lingering and said to Chen Mo, "I'll head to the auditorium to wait for you." "All right, please inform that senior I'll be there shortly." After Zhu Han left, Chen Mo turned to Sun Yuxiao and inquired, "What are you doing?" "I was just passing by." Sun Yuxiao feigned ignorance. "I meant to ask why you stood in front of me. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was?" Chen Mo's tone carried a trace of admonition. "Oh." Sun Yuxiao seemed unfazed by her words. Chen Mo sighed once more, advising, "Remember, prioritize your own safety in the future. Don't concern yourself too much with others." Upon hearing this, Sun Yuxiao lifted his head slightly and cheerfully replied, "But I worry you might get hurt." Chapter 064, Successful Rehearsal. Chen Mo felt an inexplicable shiver at Sun Yuxiao's words. Had it not been for her previous 2 rejections, she might have genuinely believed he had feelings for her. His act of shielding her was undeniably a courageous gesture, one that she doubted would be made by an ordinary friend. Moreover, the phrase "I worry you might get hurt" hardly seemed the utterance of an everyday companion. Yet, he had indeed clearly rejected her twice before. Chen Mo found herself puzzled. Nonetheless, she felt a warmth within her heart. She was tempted to reach out and touch the cap-clad head of Sun Yuxiao, but refrained, realizing such an action might render their ambiguous relationship overly intimate. She then asked, "What are you going to do next?" "Teacher Lin has something to discuss with me, so I'm off to find her," Sun Yuxiao replied somewhat vaguely. "Oh, then go ahead. And you? What are you doing in the auditorium?" In response to Sun Yuxiao's question, Chen Mo straightforwardly stated, "I'm going to handle some matters with Zhu Han." "Oh," he acknowledged. "So we part ways again?" Upon hearing the phrase "part ways," Sun Yuxiao appeared momentarily taken aback, then softly said, "All right, see you tonight." Chen Mo understood that "see you tonight" referred to the welcome party, as he had previously mentioned attending. As for what she intended to do there, she had never disclosed. "All right, see you tonight." Sun Yuxiao affirmed, yet he made no move to leave. Chen Mo, unable to wait any longer, said, "Then I'll be on my way." "Okay." Without hesitation, Chen Mo turned to depart. However, after taking a few steps, she glanced back at Sun Yuxiao and reminded him, "Make sure to eat well." "All right." "I will," he obediently replied. Chen Mo nodded and finally left. Sun Yuxiao remained until she vanished completely into the crowd before he too set off. Upon arriving at the auditorium's second-floor hall, Chen Mo immediately spotted Zhu Han in conversation with a tall female student. She dusted herself off and approached them. As she drew near, their dialogue became increasingly audible. "Senior, we did encounter a slight mishap on our way, which delayed our rehearsal. Please bear with us a moment longer. My roommate will arrive shortly. Do you new students have no sense of time? How long must I wait? I've been here since early morning, waiting for nearly an hour. And why did the mishap occur precisely on the way to rehearsal? If you can't make it, just say so. Don't concoct absurd excuses." "Senior, it was truly an unforeseen circumstance. I'm not deceiving you. No need for explanations. You've already offered various reasons for not attending the rehearsal. If he doesn't arrive soon, I'll have to revoke his participation. I cannot abide tardiness, You can perform with accompaniment tonight. Hearing this, Chen Mo pieced together the situation. It was likely that Zhu Han had been delayed by the entanglement with Yi Qianqian on the way, which had incensed the host senior. Thus, she lashed out with her irate remarks. However, Chen Mo felt no concern. After all, it was they who were late, so the host's frustration was justified. At that moment, Chen Mo had reached the foot of the stage and called out to Zhu Han, who was still trying to explain, "Zhu Han, I'm here." Upon hearing her voice, Zhu Han turned to look, then continued addressing the senior. "The person has arrived. We can begin the rehearsal now." He then turned to Chen Mo, introducing her. "Chen Mo, this is Senior Liang Zibing, the host of the welcome party." Not only is Senior Liang the host, but she is also the chief planner for the entire event and the head of the planning department in the student union. Upon hearing Zhu Han's introduction, Chen Mo greeted. "Hello, Senior Liang." Liang Zibing glanced at Chen Mo, first surprised by her height, then let out a disdainful snort. "Humph." Acknowledging her own shortcomings, Chen Mo refrained from arguing, merely saying, "I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting, Senior Liang." In the course of conversation, she caught sight of Liang Zibing's appearance. Long, thick eyelashes, alluring eyes, and sensuously full lips, all exuding an array of charm. Her golden waves cascaded casually over her shoulders, each strand sizzling with allure. Clad in a light pink short top that accentuated her exceptional figure, paired with a knee-length pale, yellow skirt and black stockings, she radiated sensuality and seduction. In terms of looks and figure, Liang Zibing was certainly comparable to her classmate Zhang Jiai, yet each possessed their unique charm. It made sense. How could someone unattractive serve as the host of the welcome party? Observing Chen Mo's humble and sincere demeanor, Liang Zibing refrained from further disparaging remarks, simply stating, "Let us get started then." With that, she stepped aside. Zhu Han immediately encouraged Chen Mo, "Hurry up on stage. I'll grab the guitar from the back." The guitar belonged to Zhao Xiaoshui and had been prepared by Zhu Han 2 days prior. Chen Mo wasted no time, ascending the performance stage from the side. After adjusting the guitar, Zhu Han handed her. She glanced at him. Zhu Han nodded and addressed Liang Zibing. "Senior, can we begin?" Liang Zibing nodded in agreement without uttering a word. Chen Mo remained indifferent, exchanging a glance with Zhu Han before commencing to play the first note. Following the prelude, Zhu Han began to sing in rhythm. As the performance concluded, Zhu Han, feeling relatively satisfied with the audition, cast a glance at Chen Mo and then turned his gaze towards the host, Liang Zibing. The previously irritated Liang Zibing appeared considerably more at ease, seemingly still absorbed in the melody they had just shared, with an inscrutable emotion shimmering in her eyes, as if she had been entirely immersed in the song. At that moment, noticing Zhu Han's gaze upon her, Liang Zibing quickly composed herself, nodding with satisfaction as she remarked, "I must say, the live accompaniment is indeed far superior to the recording, and the rhythm has been well maintained." Upon hearing Liang Zibing's change in demeanor, Zhu Han joyfully responded, "So, Senior, our performance is in the clear, right? Overall, it seems to be without issue," Liang Zibing replied, glancing once more at Chen Mo. "I just wonder whether certain individuals will be late again." This was clearly laden with implication. Chen Mo chuckled and assured her, "Don't worry, Senior. I will definitely arrive early this evening." "That's good to know," Liang Zibing remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Mo before turning back to Zhu Han. "Is everything else prepared?" "Yes, we have the microphone and effect props ready, just waiting for the performance tonight." Liang Zibing nodded, then directed her attention to Chen Mo. "The show is promising. You must deliver a splendid performance tonight." Chapter 065, The Legend of Yi Laoda in Others' Eyes. Hearing Liang Zibing's tone soften, Chen Mo felt a sense of relief. Since the trial performance had been successful, there was no intention to linger any longer. After testing the microphone borrowed from Zhao Xiaoshui and confirming that everything was in order, they prepared to leave. Liang Zibing had come specifically for their private rehearsal. So after the business was concluded, there was no reason to remain. Thus, the three departed together. As they walked, Liang Zibing spoke to Zhu Han. "Actually, I initially intended to schedule your performance earlier, but having heard the outcome, I've decided to push it back slightly." "Oh, really? Thank you so much, Senior," Zhu Han exclaimed. Everyone is aware that the order of performances in a gala has its intricacies. Besides interspersing various types of acts, the sequence is crucial. Generally, the later a performance is scheduled, the more spectacular it tends to be, heightening the audience's anticipation, much like how every year, Uncle Zhao's act at the Spring Festival Gala is always positioned just before midnight. Thus, upon learning that their act will be scheduled later, Zhu Han felt an unusual delight. Liang Zibing added, "I'll arrange the program list while printing it this afternoon." "Thank you, Senior." "Not at all. Just focus on singing well when the time comes." Liang Zibing exclusively encouraged Zhu Han, casting a fleeting glance at Chen Mo without uttering a word. Zhu Han internally sighed, attempting to lighten the mood with a casual inquiry. "Senior Liang, you're also a junior, right?" "Yes, why do you ask?" Liang Zibing replied, puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Han finally said, "Are you familiar with that girl from our school who is also a junior and is referred to as Yilauda?" Upon hearing the name Yilauda, Liang Zibing abruptly halted, her expression shifting in a peculiar manner as she responded, "You mean Yi Qian? This was the first time Zhu Han had heard Yilauda's true name. Initially, when she had approached Chen Mo during military training, she had only mentioned her alias, and during phone calls, she also identified herself as Yilauda. Even during today's encounter, the onlookers had referred to her solely by that name, never revealing her real name. At this moment, Chen Mo interjected, "Yes, that is Yi Qian." He couldn't help but feel a curiosity to uncover the true nature of Yi Qian. Since there was a senior from the same year nearby, it was likely that some information could be gleaned. Liang Zibing seemed unfazed by the revelation that Yilauda was indeed Yi Qian, proceeding to say, regarding Yi Qian, her title of Lauda is certainly not unfounded. It is steeped in legend. Back in the day, she single-handedly took down 3 troublemakers who were causing a ruckus at the school. Liang Zibing's words left both Chen Mo and Zhu Han momentarily speechless. They had not anticipated that there was such a legendary backstory. How could someone of only 6 meters in height, so petite, manage to overpower a group of ruffians? What terrifying combat prowess must she possess? As these thoughts raced through their minds, Chen Mo and Zhu Han exchanged a glance, their meaning clear. If Liang Zibing's words were true, Yi Qian indeed possessed the merit to be called Lauda. Unbeknownst to them, Liang Zibing continued, when the university town was newly established, there were significant disputes during the land acquisition with nearby villagers. Some unscrupulous locals and small-time troublemakers, unwilling to confront authority, began to harass students and faculty from nearby schools. Our university, still partially under construction and situated amidst a residential area, was not spared from this chaos. Many freshmen faced harassment and bullying upon their arrival at the new campus. On one occasion, a few of our female students dining off campus were harassed by 3 drunken ruffians. Being freshmen, they were timid and had heard of the troublemakers, so they intended to return to school before finishing their meal, unaware that the ruffians would persistently follow them to the campus, even assaulting the security personnel who intervened. Is it really that audacious? In this day and age, there are still those who dare to cause trouble at school? Zhu Han found it hard to believe. Liang Zibing sighed. There was no choice. It was a tumultuous time, and that was the situation. She continued, after the ruffians had assaulted someone, fearing arrest, they began fleeing the campus before the authorities arrived. All the students present witnessed the events unfold, yet no one dared to intervene. At that moment, Yi Qian, also a freshman, appeared, and by her sheer will, she brought all the ruffians to the ground. Upon hearing this, even Chen Mo was taken aback, aside from Zhu Han. My goodness! Having already marveled at Yi Qian's fierce reputation, they were astonished to learn that she had managed to subdue the entire group. It wasn't merely a matter of driving off the troublemakers. She had almost single-handedly taken them all down. How incredibly formidable! But the tale did not end there. Liang Zibing continued. After the ruffians were caught and released shortly thereafter, they quickly gathered more people, armed with clubs and other weapons, seeking revenge on her. After several days of lurking near the campus, they finally spotted Yi Qian. However, with the assistance of the security personnel, she once again defeated them all. This time, she showed no mercy, and several of the ruffians were sent to the hospital before they even reached the police station. It is said that the 2 most severe injuries resulted in multiple fractured ribs. My goodness, This has happened for the third time already. Zhu Han and Chen Mo were astonished for the third time, and each incident seemed more severe than the last. If the rumors hold any truth, then Yi Qianqian is quite the formidable character. No, this senior sister is exceedingly ruthless. At this moment, Zhu Han began to recite Ba in his heart, relieved that he had previously refrained from allowing Zhao Xiaoshui and Kong Kai to act impulsively. Otherwise, they might have ended up with broken ribs. With lingering apprehension, he still inquired, what about Yi Laoda? Did she suffer any repercussions? Before Liang Zibing could respond, Chen Mo interjected, repercussions? She was acting in self-defense. Those ruffians deserved to be beaten. Liang Zibing nodded in agreement and added, indeed, Yi Qianqian was acting in self-defense, but there are allegations of excessive force, which is why she was taken to the police station. However, once the school administration learned the details, they decided to protect Yi Qianqian at all costs. Even the principal intervened. Furthermore, all faculty and students expressed their sentiments, stating that if Yi Qianqian faced any repercussions, they would not hesitate to take the matter to the Supreme Court in Kyoto. It is understandable. A student who stands up for the school's reputation and for the multitude of faculty and students should not have their spirit dampened, nor should they endure any unjust treatment. Subsequently, the situation escalated, even attracting the attention of district government officials. Ultimately, for whatever reason, Yi Qianqian returned to campus safely. Not only was she unharmed, but she also received dual commendations from both the school and the police. From that moment, she became a household name, renowned far and wide. Chapter 66. Chen Mo. I feel dizzy. At this moment, Zhu Han was utterly awestruck by Yi Qianqian's legendary and heroic deeds. For Chen Mo, her impression of Yi Qianqian had also undergone a transformation. She was not the mafia boss they had previously believed her to be. She was a paragon of wisdom and beauty, the embodiment of heroism and chivalry. No, she should be called a righteous elder sister. After a considerable pause, Zhu Han finally regained his composure, exhaling deeply as he said, Senior Liang, is that how Yi Qianqian earned the title of Laoda? Chen Mo, equally intrigued, eagerly awaited Liang Zibing's explanation. Not quite. The title of Laoda for Yi Qianqian is not solely attributed to this incident, Liang Zibing began, but was abruptly interrupted by the sudden ringing of Chen Mo's phone. Eager to hear more, Chen Mo quickly retrieved her phone to answer, only to find the caller was Sun Yuxiao. Hadn't she gone to find the counselor Lin Jinxian? Why was she calling her? Confused, Chen Mo pressed the answer button. Hello, Chen Mo. It was indeed Sun Yuxiao, but she only uttered those two words. However, Chen Mo sensed a hint of weakness in her tone, which was entirely different from their previous parting. In perplexity, she asked, what's wrong? I feel dizzy. On the other end, Sun Yuxiao candidly disclosed her condition, seemingly in a bit of panic. Although I could tell that Sun Yuxiao sounded somewhat weak, Chen Mo could hardly fathom why she felt dizzy again. Wasn't she perfectly fine when they parted ways? Even if she wasn't bouncing with energy, she appeared to be in her usual state. How could she suddenly claim to feel dizzy? Furthermore, if you're dizzy, then go to the infirmary or the hospital. What good does it do to call me? I'm not a doctor. Just as Chen Mo was at a loss for words, the phone rang again. Chen Mo, where are you? This time, the voice was not Sun Yuxiao's, but rather Counselor Lin Jinxian's. I'm in the auditorium. What's up, Teacher Lin? Sun Yuxiao is unwell. You need to come to the department office immediately to take her to the infirmary. Lin Jinxian's words left Chen Mo in a state of shock. What did it mean that Sun Yuxiao was unwell and needed her to take her to the infirmary? Hadn't the military training period ended? And wasn't she no longer obligated to serve her? Why was Sun Yuxiao seeking her out when she was feeling unwell? Hadn't she sold herself to her? Therefore, she replied, Teacher Lin, I have something to attend to right now, but Sun Yuxiao. Before she could finish her sentence, she was cut off by Lin Jinxian. Whatever you have can wait. You need to come right now. After saying this, Lin Jinxian hung up the phone. At this moment, Chen Mo was left utterly bewildered. She wondered if she had truly been ensnared by Sun Yuxiao. What is wrong, Chen Mo? Zhu Han inquired. Chen Mo shook her head and replied, Teacher Lin has called me for something. I'll go over. Initially, Chen Mo intended to inquire further about Sun Yuxiao's current condition and the seriousness of her dizziness before deciding whether to check on her. However, Counselor Lin Jinxian had not afforded her the opportunity to ask further, having hung up the phone directly. Moreover, she herself was perplexed. Upon hearing Sun Yuxiao say, "I feel dizzy," she was suddenly overcome with an inexplicable sense of worry. Additionally, due to Lin Jinxian's directive, Chen Mo suspected that Sun Yuxiao was not merely jesting about her dizziness as she had before. Hence, she turned to Zhuhan and said, "Zhuhan, I'll go see what is going on. You and Senior Liang can head back." "All right, then you should hurry." Chen Mo nodded and briefly told Liang Zibing, Senior Liang, "Regardless of what happens, I will definitely participate in the performance tonight." "Okay, see you tonight." After bidding farewell to the two, Chen Mo hurriedly made her way to the department office. In the business administration department office, Sun Yuxiao, "Are you sure you're all right? If you're truly unwell, I can take you to the infirmary or the hospital, so you don't have to wait for Chen Mo." "I'm fine, Lin teacher. I can wait for Chen Mo to come and pick me up," Sun Yuxiao replied softly. Upon hearing this, Lin Jinxian felt slightly perplexed. The tone Sun Yuxiao used to speak to her now was markedly different from when she had called Chen Mo to say she felt dizzy. Earlier, her tone had suggested she might faint at any moment, but now it seemed less severe. Contemplating this, Lin Jinxian looked at Sun Yuxiao with a puzzled expression, harboring an odd thought. Could it be? Although she had many questions, Lin Jinxian refrained from voicing any of them. As a counselor, it was best to focus on her daily responsibilities. Students' emotional matters were best left untouched. At this moment, seeing that Sun Yuxiao appeared to be in much better condition, she asked, "What prompted you to come to the office, and why did you only inquire about Yi Qianqian?" Sun Yuxiao seemed somewhat distracted but still replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I just happened to see you in the office while passing by, and as for Yi Qianqian, I was merely asking out of curiosity." Upon hearing Sun Yuxiao's words, Lin Jinxian immediately sensed that she was being insincere. Let's not delve into whether she truly passed by the department office or if she entered upon seeing him, merely discussing her inquiries about Yi Qianqian. What does it mean to casually ask? Sun Yuxiao had just interrogated every conceivable detail concerning Yi Qianqian, practically digging up her ancestral grave to ascertain the state of her forebears' remains. This could hardly be termed a casual inquiry, could it? It is rather absurd. In truth, Lin Jinchuan's suspicions were not unfounded. Sun Yuxiao was indeed not being truthful. Not only was her questioning about Yi Qianqian far from casual, but her visit to Lin Jinxian was equally insincere. All of this stemmed from a spur-of-the-moment decision made after witnessing the recent altercation between Chen Mo and Yi Qianqian. Initially, Sun Yuxiao had intended to dispatch a letter she had penned to Chen Mo that morning. However, she was taken aback when she encountered the confrontation, in which one of the principal figures was none other than Chen Mo unbeknownst to her. It was a misunderstanding, prompting her to disregard her frail constitution and rush into the fray. Positioning herself defiantly in front of Chen Mo fortuitously, her timely intervention allowed Chen Mo to escape unscathed. While ordinary individuals might overlook the nuances of the situation, Sun Yuxiao perceived the calculated precision with which Yi Qianqian had delivered her kick, its distance, angle, and force meticulously gauged. Although it would not have inflicted severe harm on Chen Mo, how could Sun Yuxiao stand idly by while the most significant person in her life was endangered? Even if that kick were to land upon her own person, she could not permit Chen Mo to suffer even the slightest injury. Ultimately, Sun Yuxiao threw caution to the wind, positioning herself protectively before Chen Mo. Fortunately, it was indeed her prompt arrival that averted the crisis of Chen Mo being struck. Additionally, despite her weakened state, she instinctively managed to evade the meticulously calculated kick from Yi Qianqian, a narrow escape fraught with peril. Yet, Sun Yuxiao remained indifferent to her own safety. Her sole concern lay in the well-being of Chen Mo. Subsequently, when parting ways with Chen Mo, she fabricated a story about seeking Lin Jinxian. In truth, it was not a complete fabrication. Sun Yuxiao had genuinely altered her plans, deciding to locate Lin Jinxian before sending off her letter. The reason for her visit was to inquire about Yi Qianqian. as any potential threat to Chen Mo was not something Sun Yuxiao could overlook or treat lightly. Even the slightest hint of danger was unacceptable. As for why she hadn't directly questioned Chen Mo about the altercation, it was primarily because Sun Yuxiao understood Chen Mo's character too well, given their current relationship dynamics. She knew he would not divulge much, fearing her involvement might complicate matters. Furthermore, without having ascertained the details surrounding Yi Qianqian, Sun Yuxiao did not wish to provoke any unnecessary alarm or hesitation in Chen Mo. Therefore, she sought out Lin Jinxian, the only person in the school with whom she had some familiarity and who could provide insights into past events. Upon hearing Lin Jinxuan's account of Yi Qianqian, Sun Yuxiao's concern for Chen Mo intensified. This anxiety did not stem from Yi Qianqian herself. After all, through Lin Jinxuan's narrative, Sun Yuxiao perceived her as someone who enjoyed stirring trouble. Rather, her worry arose from the possibility that the altercation could incite some of Yi Qianqian's admirers to unjustly target Chen Mo. Thus, Sun Yuxiao resolved to remain by Chen Mo's side until the situation was clarified, willing to shield him from all harm with her fragile physique. To achieve this, she feigned dizziness in an attempt to lure Chen Mo to her. Even if it meant being misinterpreted as shamelessly clingy, she was willing to bear the consequences. Her decision to deceive Lin Jinxian in this manner was also a strategic move, leveraging her authority to compel Chen Mo to heed her call. At this moment, Lin Jinxian, noticing Sun Yuxiao's reluctance to share the truth, chose not to press the matter further. Sun Yuxiao sat quietly beside her, sending messages while anxiously awaiting Chen Mo's safe arrival. She was too apprehensive to seek out Chen Mo herself, fearing that the situation might become convoluted and that he might decline to engage. Fortunately, it was not long before a knock resounded at the office door, followed by a familiar voice. "Teacher Lin, are you there?" "I am. Please come in." As the door swung open, Chen Mo hurriedly entered, immediately directing her gaze not towards Lin Jinxian, but towards the seemingly frail Sun Yuxiao. "What is wrong with you? Why do you suddenly look dizzy? You seemed fine when we parted moments ago." The rapid-fire questions left Lin Jinxian momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Previously, over the phone, Chen Mo had seemed reluctant to come, yet now she appeared genuinely concerned and anxious. Moreover, Chen Mo was visibly sweating, indicating she had rushed over. Upon realizing the inappropriateness of her sudden inquiry, Chen Mo turned to Lin Jinxian and asked, "I'm sorry, Teacher Lin, what happened to Sun Yuxiao?" Though directed at Lin Jinxian, her focus remained on Sun Yuxiao. Lin Jinxian, unconcerned, stood and replied, "We were just conversing when she suddenly felt dizzy. It might be due to low blood sugar." "Oh," Chen Mo responded, her gaze still fixed on Sun Yuxiao. "How are you feeling now?" Sun Yuxiao, too timid to raise her head, adopted a pitiful demeanor and weakly replied, "I still feel a bit dizzy." At this statement, Chen Mo remained unperturbed, but Lin Jinxian was taken aback. Goodness, how had her tone shifted to such a feeble state so suddenly? Although she thought this, Lin Jinxian refrained from commenting further, intending for Chen Mo to escort Sun Yuxiao to the infirmary. To her surprise, Chen Mo had already crouched down, urging Sun Yuxiao, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get on." After uttering these words, Chen Mo herself was momentarily stunned, reflecting inwardly, have I truly become accustomed to this? Or have I not yet shed the role of a servant? When my former master feels faint, I instinctively crouch to carry her. Moreover, not only did she wait to offer her back, but she also urged her former master to hurry. Sun Yuxiao hesitated not for a moment. Her original intention had been to coax Chen Mo into coming over, and she was determined to stay with him for a while. Thus, she bent down and climbed onto Chen Mo's back without hesitation. Yet, in that instant of assent, she was momentarily taken aback. For it was, previously, the hat pressed down upon him, and he dared not lift his head, thus oblivious to the sight of Chen Mo drenched in perspiration. However, now, with her body pressed against his back, he immediately sensed that her entire back was soaked. It is worth noting that it is already autumn. Although the weather is not particularly cool, one would not typically sweat while walking, let alone to such an extent. Yet, Chen Mo's back was thoroughly wet, the perspiration even beginning to seep through Sun Yuxiao's clothing, dampening her chest with a cool touch. At this moment, despite his frail condition, Sun Yuxiao felt no chill. Instead, an indescribable warmth enveloped her. This warmth permeated through the fabric, across her skin, and into her chest, reaching the very depths of her soul. Tears welled in Sun Yuxiao's eyes, and she instinctively pressed her chin between his neck and back. Aware that she had settled onto his back, Chen Mo still inquired, "Are you comfortable?" Sun Yuxiao nodded vigorously and replied, "Yes, I'm comfortable." Upon hearing her response, Chen Mo immediately stood up, though he did not take her away right away. Instead, he turned to Lin Jinxian and said, "Teacher Lin, I can take Sun Yuxiao to the infirmary myself. There's no need for you to accompany us." Lin Jinxian agreed, feeling it unnecessary to follow, and thought that under certain circumstances, some individuals might not even wish for her presence. Chen Mo's statement conveniently allowed her to be the Good Samaritan, as she responded, "All right, then you can accompany Sun Yuxiao. Feel free to contact me if anything arises." Oblivious to Lin Jinxuan's underlying implications, Chen Mo bid her farewell and exited the office with Sun Yuxiao on his back. Upon reaching the elevator on their floor, they found it remained stubbornly stuck on the first floor, showing no signs of movement. After waiting for nearly 5 minutes, Chen Mo decided to abandon the wait and headed toward the stairs with Sun Yuxiao still on his back. "Where are we going?" Sun Yuxiao asked nervously, having guessed Chen Mo's intent. "Those workers moving the books are probably still busy, and the elevator is not budging. Let's take the stairs," he replied. As anticipated, Chen Mo indeed intended to carry her down the stairs. However, they were on the 9th floor. While descending alone wouldn't have been too difficult, carrying Sun Yuxiao, despite her slight frame of merely around 90 pounds, was another matter entirely. Moreover, from Chen Mo's words, it was evident that he was aware of why the elevator remained stuck on the first floor. He must have taken the stairs when he came to the office to find her. This explained why he was drenched in sweat. And Sun Yuxiao felt a warmth in her heart, quickly asserting, "I'm fine. We can wait for the elevator." "Wait for what? If we keep waiting for the elevator, what if you faint?" Though the words were somewhat brusque, they warmed Sun Yuxiao's heart. She understood that with Chen Mo's character, no amount of protestation would sway him. Thus, the only thing she could do was remain steadily perched on his back, aiming to lessen the burden. However, Sun Yuxiao felt that being carried by Chen Mo today was rather uncomfortable. In the past, during her feigned dizziness, he would stroll leisurely while carrying her. Now, however, the journey was tumultuous, and his grip on her thighs was noticeably firmer, as if afraid she might fall. Sun Yuxiao was well aware of the reason behind this change. Yet she chose to remain silent, staying still on his back. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the first floor. Passing by the elevator, they indeed spotted 2 workers busily hauling bundles of books inside, further reinforcing the notion that Chen Mo had rushed down the stairs to reach the office. This realization brought a mix of warmth and guilt to Sun Yuxiao. Her little white lie had caused Chen Mo such distress. Even if the lie was well-intentioned, it left her feeling uneasy and filled with compassion for him. Chen Mo, oblivious to the notions of lies and goodwill, turned to Sun Yuxiao without looking back and said, "See, it was the right decision not to wait for the elevator." "Yes," Sun Yuxiao replied emphatically. Chen Mo, not taking offense, assumed her response was due to her lingering dizziness, and thus remarked, "You settle in. I need to pick up the pace to get to the infirmary." This time, Sun Yuxiao said nothing, simply tightening her grip around him. After a bumpy journey, they finally arrived at the school infirmary. Upon recognizing a familiar face, Doctor Who began the examination without hesitation, taking her blood pressure and measuring her blood sugar. After an intense flurry of activity, he finally stated, "Student Sun, you don't appear to have any significant issues. It's just a mild case of low blood sugar, which shouldn't warrant a visit here." Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Sun Yuxiao with a look of skepticism. He thought to himself, what is going on? She appeared on the verge of fainting. Yet the examination results suggest nothing is amiss. Thankfully, Sun Yuxiao's hat sat low, obscuring her face from Chen Mo's probing gaze. Still, she hesitated to meet his eyes and explained to Doctor Who, "But I truly felt faint just now. Her voice was frail, embodying a delicate demeanor that tugged at one's heartstrings. However, the doctor adhered to his professional integrity, maintaining that one's complaints of discomfort must be substantiated by examination results. Nevertheless, Doctor Who scrutinized the findings once more, his brow furrowing in confusion as he remarked, "I assure you, there's nothing serious here. Perhaps you should consider visiting a city hospital for a more thorough examination. Their equipment is more advanced and precise." Upon hearing this suggestion, Sun Yuxiao felt it aligned with her own desires, especially since she intended to prolong Chen Mo's company while awaiting further results. Thus, she responded, "Yes, I'll go to the city hospital for another checkup. Thank you, Doctor Who." Turning to Chen Mo, she gestured for him to take her to the city hospital. To her surprise, he showed no inclination to move, and without even glancing at Sun Yuxiao, he muttered, "I think that's unnecessary." Then, shifting his gaze back to Doctor Who, he continued, "Doctor, you must have glucose injections or similar medical supplies, right? Please bring out the highest concentration you have. A box or two, and administer it to Sun Yuxiao. I estimate that a few bottles should suffice for her dizziness." Dr. Who was momentarily taken aback by Chen Mo's remarks, but soon rebuked her sternly. "Student Xiao Chun, what are you saying? Are you the doctor, or am I? This is simply absurd." In response to Doctor Who's reprimand, Chen Mo remained unfazed, chuckling as she replied, "Of course, you're the doctor. However, I genuinely can treat her low blood sugar issue. Just trust me this once. If we administer 10 or 8 bottles of glucose, she will undoubtedly recover. If she still doesn't improve, we can always arrange for a couple of crates. I assure you, she will never face this problem again." After making her point, Chen Mo did not wait for Doctor Who to respond, but turned directly to Sun Yuxiao, smiling as she inquired, "What do you think of my diagnosis and treatment plan? Classmate Sun, will it completely cure your dizziness?" At that moment, Sun Yuxiao dared not lift her head, fully aware that Chen Mo's earlier comment about not needing to check was already a giveaway. Chapter 069, The Capricious Sun Yuxiao. Sun Yuxiao not only recognized that Chen Mo had already revealed the truth with her earlier remark, but also understood that after Dr. Who completed his examination and declared that there was not much of an issue, it was becoming increasingly difficult to keep the facade. Indeed, the truth was laid bare. Nevertheless, Sun Yuxiao had her own strategy. She could simply assert that her dizziness was from earlier, not the present. She could stubbornly deny any wrongdoing. Even if Chen Mo were to express doubts, what could be done? Besides, she had previously mentioned during military training that the question of dizziness did not hinge on actual physical conditions, but rather on one's own words. With this in mind, Sun Yuxiao defiantly declared, "But I truly feel a bit dizzy." Chen Mo was utterly speechless, although she suspected that Sun Yuxiao was feigning her dizziness. She found herself at a loss, as Sun Yuxiao's adamant stance left her with no recourse. After all, dizziness can occasionally evade conventional scientific assessment. Moreover, it was unreasonable to compel Doctor Who to administer 10 or 8 bottles of glucose. Even if Doctor Who were willing, Chen Mo would not dare allow such a thing. Let alone 10 or 8 bottles. Even 3 or 5 could overwhelm Sun Yuxiao's slender frame. Resigned, she said, all right, if you feel dizzy, then let us get you to the city hospital." Sun Yuxiao's heart swelled with secret delight, though she showed no outward signs, maintaining a tone of feigned frailty. Upon hearing Sun Yuxiao express enthusiasm for going to the city hospital, Chen Mo could only shake her head in resignation and turn to Doctor Who, asking, "How much is the examination fee?" Doctor Who. Teacher Lin had called ahead, stating that the fee for Sun's examination could be settled later. Chen Mo paid little mind to it, and then crouched down to face Sun Yuxiao. Without hesitation, Sun Yuxiao comfortably settled onto her back. Chen Mo straightened up and bid farewell to the school doctor, saying, "Thank you, Doctor Who." "There's no need for such formality," Doctor Who replied. After parting with Doctor Who, Chen Mo carried Sun Yuxiao out. Just as they reached the door, Doctor Who suddenly remarked, "Classmate Sun, although your boyfriend may speak rather recklessly, he is genuinely good to you." Chen Mo, too weary to clarify the misunderstanding, exited the room with Sun Yuxiao. Meanwhile, Sun Yuxiao's heart felt warm as the spring sun. As they left the infirmary, They encountered various curious glances along the way. Chen Mo had grown accustomed to this, having carried Sun Yuxiao during military training, where they attracted attention wherever they went. Their heights made it nearly impossible to go unnoticed. Upon arriving at the school gate and waiting for a taxi, Chen Mo provocatively asked classmate Sun, "Shall we go to Xia Hospital or 301? Sun Yuxiao, realizing that Chen Mo was being playful, maintained her pretense and replied, "Didn't T-Doctor who say we should just go to the FS District Hospital? However, I think LX Hospital would suffice." "Are you certain?" Chen Mo inquired. "Yes," Sun Yuxiao replied, sticking to her story. Although Chen Mo remained skeptical, she had no choice but to ask, "Do you still feel dizzy now?" "Somewhat." Sun Yuxiao continued her charade. "I mentioned before that you should always carry some candy in your pocket. Did you heed my advice?" Upon hearing Chen Mo mention candy, Sun Yuxiao's heart skipped a beat. To be truthful, she did have candy in her pocket, specifically the Alpenliebe that Chen Mo had bought for her. However, there were only 2 pieces left, and she was reluctant to consume them. Thus, she lied, "I forgot to bring some." "Well, you should remember to carry some in the future. You're not a child anymore. It's quite concerning," Chen Mo chided lightly. "Oh," she added, dismissing the matter, as it was merely candy, which Sun Yuxiao could surely purchase for herself. Moreover, she had entirely forgotten her earlier promise to buy candy for her. Yet, little did she know that, in Sun Yuxiao's heart, the candy she purchased and the candy given by Chen Mo were not the same concept. At that moment, a taxi arrived, and the two made their way to LX Hospital. Registration, waiting in line, examinations, another round of swift operations yielded results nearly identical to Dr. Hu's initial assessment. They were handed a few prescriptions and promptly ushered out. Chen Mo felt both exasperated and incredulous. Sun Yuxiao, feeling guilty, continued to feign innocence to achieve her goal. Once outside the hospital, Sun Yuxiao glanced at the time. It was nearing noon, yet she had yet to receive any updates regarding the investigation. Observing Chen Mo's resigned expression, she offered, "Thank you for accompanying me to the hospital for the examination. Chen Mo, as a token of gratitude, I can treat you to a meal." Having skipped breakfast, Chen Mo's stomach was indeed grumbling with hunger. Considering the time spent accompanying Sun Yuxiao, it seemed only natural to accept her invitation. "What shall we eat?" she asked. "You decide," Sun Yuxiao replied. Chen Mo looked around and soon spotted the sign for Xiaobu, a hot pot restaurant, not far from them. Back in 2005, places like Wong County lacked such establishments, and even in the larger city of Dajia, there was none to be found. Moreover, she hadn't indulged in hot pot for quite some time since her rebirth. Given that it was Sun Yuxiao's treat, it would be a shame not to partake. "There's a Xiaobu ahead. Shall we get a try?" she suggested with a grin. "Sounds good," Sun Yuxiao replied. And Chen Mo could only shake her head in exasperation and resignation. "Whatever, let us just fill our stomachs first." With that thought, they made their way to Xiaobu. At that hour, the restaurant was bustling with patrons waiting for their turn, concerned that Sun Yuxiao might feel unwell in such a noisy environment. Chen Mo considered suggesting a different place to eat. However, Sun Yuxiao insisted on waiting, declaring her newfound desire for hot pot, especially Xiaobu hot pot. Upon witnessing Sun Yuxiao's resolute decision, Chen Mo refrained from voicing any objections. Yet she requested that Sun Yuxiao wait in a somewhat quieter area while she proceeded to the front to await their turn. Although Sun Yuxiao had intended to accompany Chen Mo, her phone suddenly chimed, prompting her to check the message. She then informed Chen Mo, "I'm heading to the restroom." Given Sun Yuxiao's prior dizziness, Chen Mo had planned to accompany her. However, upon reflection, she realized that it was unnecessary for her to follow into the women's restroom. Moreover, having noted the restroom's proximity upon entering, she dismissed her concerns and simply replied, "All right, I'll wait in line for you. Also, take care of yourself and be cautious not to get bumped into." Hearing Chen Mo's admonition, Sun Yuxiao nodded and responded cheerily, "Yes, I will be careful." With that, she stepped out. Yet, rather than proceeding to the restroom, Sun Yuxiao sought out a relatively secluded corner, where she promptly retrieved her phone and made a call. The voice of Luo Jiechi resonated on the other end. "Xiaoyer, I've gathered the information you requested about a girl named Yi Qianqian. In truth, Sun Yuxiao had previously learned of Yi Qianqian's exploits at school through Lin Jinxian and had messaged Luo Jieqi to assist in investigating all available information concerning Yi Qianqian outside of school. The purpose of delaying Chen Mo was not solely to shield her from dangers within the school environment. It was to protect her from any potential threats that might arise. Sun Yuxiao was aware that her actions might be perceived as somewhat excessive. However, for Chen Mo's sake, she was determined to leave no room for error or oversight. At that moment, upon hearing Luo Jieqi's words, Sun Yuxiao's demeanor transformed entirely, shedding the delicate, fragile appearance she had maintained in Chen Mo's presence. Instead, her visage was imbued with an icy detachment, and her tone was chillingly cold. Now, tell me, what is the situation with this Yi Qianqian? On the other end of the line, Luo Jieqi sensed the shift in Sun Yuxiao's tone and inquired with curiosity, "Xiaoye, what's wrong? Did something happen between you and this Yi Qianqian?" "No, just tell me the results," Sun Yuxiao replied. Luo Jieqi exhaled in relief and said, "That's good to hear." Shortly thereafter, she seemed to produce some documentation and continued, "Interestingly enough, this Yi Qianqian has a connection to you, and theoretically, you should have encountered her before. However, I assume you likely did not pay her any mind at the time." "I met her?" Sun Yuxiao questioned, puzzled, as she struggled to recall any memory of Yi Qianqian. Luo Jieqi, not one to keep her cards close to her chest, elaborated. "Do you remember the youth-free fighting competition held by Kyoto City during the first half of your third year in middle school? You participated in the 46-kilogram category back then, as you were not as tall or slender as you are now." Sun Yuxiao indeed remembered that competition vividly. It was the last event she had participated in before gradually distancing herself from her former self, culminating in a complete estrangement. However, she could not recall Yi Qianqian's presence at that event. Did she also participate? She pondered aloud. Luo Jieqi continued, "Yes. Yi Qianqian also competed in the same category and secured a commendable third place in all of Kyoto City. The reason you don't remember her is that she never faced you in a match. During the semifinals, she lost to Shaoli." At this point, Luo Jieqi hesitated, as if weighing her words, but ultimately added, "Yi Qianqian sustained a significant injury during that match and did not ascend the stage during the award ceremony. Therefore, it is indeed possible that the two of you have never truly crossed paths. Given the passage of time, it is understandable that you lack any recollection." Sun Yuxiao had not anticipated any connection with Yi Qianqian. However, her current concerns were not about the trivialities of an old competition, but rather whether Yi Qianqian posed any threat to Chen Mo. Thus, she inquired directly, "What is Yi Qianqian's background?" "She comes from an unremarkable family. Her father works in IT, her mother is a teacher, and there are no notable figures in her lineage," Luo Jieqi replied. Sun Yuxiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. She understood the dynamics of their circle and recognized that Yi Qianqian was merely a child from an ordinary family, thus not warranting excessive concern. Luo Jieqi pressed on, "Xiao, did Yi Qianqian truly provoke you? If she is as reckless as you suggest, I could take care of her without you lifting a finger." "She did not provoke me," Sun Yuxiao stated plainly. "Then why are you so concerned about a girl of such ordinary standing? Why the urgency in having me investigate her?" Luo Jieqi queried, perplexed. Sun Yuxiao's expression grew frostier as she replied, "She nearly harmed Chen Mo today." Upon hearing this, Luo Jieqi seemed taken aback. She was acutely aware that for Sun Yuxiao, Chen Mo was a cornerstone of her emotional stability, far more vital than anyone else. If anyone dared to lay a finger on Chen Mo, it would be akin to striking at Sun Yuxiao's very core. Thus, Luo Jieqi comprehended the chilling tone that had overtaken Sun Yuxiao's speech. "All right, if she provoked you first, then we cannot be lenient," Luo Jieqi affirmed. "Tell me, do you wish to deal with her? Just say the word." She stood resolutely by Sun Yuxiao's side. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Yuxiao replied, "Let us wait a little longer. I want to gauge Chen Mo's thoughts and decisions." "Are you suggesting that if Chen Mo chooses to disregard it and Yi Qianqian does not pursue him further, this matter will be concluded?" "No," Sun Yuxiao interjected decisively, her voice devoid of warmth. "I will not rest until I have addressed any harm, or even any intent to harm him." "Are you certain you went to the restroom?" Chen Mo questioned upon her return. Sun Yuxiao lowered her head and obediently replied, "There were quite a few people in the restroom, so I had to wait in line for a while." Chen Mo considered this. It was indeed a busy time for dining, and a ladies' restroom would naturally experience increased traffic. Thus, she did not dwell on the topic further. At that moment, the waiter called out their queue number, and they proceeded to order their meal. Chen Mo, famished, devoured a plate of meat with great enthusiasm. When she glanced up at Sun Yuxiao, she was surprised to find her plate still nearly untouched, save for a few meager vegetable leaves in the bowl of sesame sauce. Sun Yuxiao was still stirring the contents, seemingly unable to eat a bite. Goodness, it seems this young lady's penchant for fish food has not improved much. Chen Mo mused, casually inquiring, "What is wrong? Not enjoying your meal?" Sun Yuxiao glanced from Chen Mo's dish to her own and whispered, "No. Not enjoying? Then you simply don't want to eat," Chen Mo remarked, picking up her chopsticks to deftly place several rolls of lamb into Sun Yuxiao's pot. After briefly blanching them, she brought them to Sun Yuxiao's lips, insisting, "I've told you countless times, even if you don't feel like eating, you must force yourself to do so. Otherwise, your health will inevitably suffer." In truth, Sun Yuxiao genuinely had no appetite and truly did not wish to eat any further. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself unable to resist the allure of Chen Mo's persistent offerings. Gradually, she parted her lips, clutching her chest, and leaned forward to accept the morsel Chen Mo had presented. She chewed gently, experiencing a physiological aversion. Yet her heart savored the taste. After a moment, she swallowed slowly. For Chen Mo, compelling Sun Yuxiao to eat was not only amusing, but also imbued her with a sense of accomplishment. Observing that Sun Yuxiao had swallowed, she promptly fetched a few rolls of beef, dipped them, and held them to her mouth. Sun Yuxiao hesitated momentarily, but eventually accepted them, chewing gradually before swallowing again. Perhaps due to the saltiness, Sun Yuxiao coughed lightly after finishing the meat. Wishing for water, she realized her small cup was already empty. Chen Mo noticed this and rose to refill it, only to find Sun Yuxiao had already taken the water in front of her, gulping down 2 mouthfuls from the very spot she had just occupied. Chen Mo couldn't help but reaffirm inwardly, despite the child appearing impeccably clean, she truly had no regard for hygiene whatsoever. Chapter 071. The persistently mischievous Sun Yuxiao after their lunch. The two found themselves at an impasse regarding their next course of action. Chen Mo wished to return to school and rehearse with Zhu Han for the evening's performance. Conversely, Sun Yuxiao was inexplicably reluctant to head back, despite having learned about Yi Qianqian's background, which rendered her clinging to Chen Mo unnecessary. Yet, she was loath to part with the time they shared together. After all, they had previously agreed to part ways, and had it not been for a fib today, this opportunity might never have arisen. Thus, since she had already lingered, she decided to continue her playful persistence. She dragged Chen Mo around, shopping for trinkets of little consequence. Chen Mo, not in a hurry, accompanied her on this whimsical excursion. However, each time she witnessed Sun Yuxiao pay without so much as a blink, she mused on the extent of this individual's wealth. It was as if her pockets were akin to those of Doraemon, perpetually filled with an inexhaustible supply of cash, always available at her disposal, with crisp 100 yuan bills being the norm. In truth, Sun Yuxiao had intended to buy Chen Mo a new outfit, having noticed her still clad in the soiled attire from their earlier escapade, but was met with outright rejection. Chen Mo firmly believed that dining and purchasing clothing were of fundamentally different natures, and that their ambiguous relationship did not warrant such gifts. Sun Yuxiao respected her wishes, fully aware of Chen Mo's sentiments. As dusk approached, Chen Mo found herself unable to extend her time with Sun Yuxiao any longer. After all, there was a performance to prepare for, and Zhu Han had already attempted to reach her thrice. Sun Yuxiao, recognizing it was time to cease her playful antics, concurred to return. The two made their way back to school, where Chen Mo escorted Sun Yuxiao to the entrance of her dormitory, handing her the shopping bag. She was about to take her leave when Sun Yuxiao, seemingly seeking confirmation about Chen Mo's plans for the evening, inquired, "Chen Mo, are you certain you'll attend the welcome party tonight?" "Of course, I must attend," Chen Mo replied, as her participation was essential due to the performance. All right, I understand. Sun Yuxiao responded, refraining from further questions, content that Chen Mo's attendance was assured, and thus, she too would go. Okay, Chen Mo said, turning to head back to her dorm when Sun Yuxiao posed another question. Chen Mo, what do you plan to do about Yi Qianqian? Will she cause you more trouble? At that moment, Chen Mo was hardly in the mindset to concern herself with Yi Qianqian. Yet since Sun Yuxiao had asked, she casually replied, I'll address it tomorrow. For now, I need to return. Oh, Sun Yuxiao perceived that Chen Mo bore little animosity towards Yi Qianqian. Is there anything else? Chen Mo queried. No, that's all. I'm off then. With that, Chen Mo turned and returned to her dorm to seek out Zhu Han. Upon entering her dormitory, Sun Yuxiao discovered her 3 roommates were busy preparing themselves, each exuding an aura of readiness to venture out. Upon noticing Sun Yuxiao's return, Zhang Jia asked, Yuxiao, where have you been today? We haven't seen you all day. Sun Yuxiao placed her shopping bag down gently and replied, I went to the West Gate to buy a few things. Oh, Zhang Jia responded, not probing further. At this juncture, having finished her hairstyling, Yi Xiaoning chimed in. What do you all think? Which of our class's 2 performances at tonight's welcome party will be more spectacular, Wang Xiaohan's or Zhu Han's? Upon hearing this topic, Li Dongdong was the first to speak up. It has to be Zhu Han's. I've already found out that Zhu Han's performance is an original song, and he recorded the accompaniment himself. What a pity we missed the rehearsal due to military training. We didn't get a chance to see it. However, I believe the actual performance tonight will be even more impressive. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoning interjected, Really? An original song? Is that true? Of course it's true. There's no way it could be false. Li Dongdong exclaimed with admiration. If that's the case, Zhu Han must be quite talented. Zhang Jia echoed her surprise. Li Dongdong, with a starry-eyed expression, continued, Isn't it remarkable? To compose an original song, right, when starting college, shows he's exceptionally gifted. And I've also learned that Zhu Han's performance will feature guitar accompaniment. I suspect the guitarist will be Zhao Xiaoshui from their dorm. After all, he mentioned during the first class meeting that he's a master guitarist. Ah, that makes it even more exciting, Yi Xiaoning remarked, turning to Zhang Jia with a smile. Jia, Zhao Xiaoshui is your number 1 suitor. Although he can be a bit silly at times, he certainly has talent. Tell me, if tonight's performance is extraordinary, will you reconsider your previous impressions and perhaps harbor a secret admiration for him? At Yi Xiaoning's teasing, Zhang Jia couldn't help but smile and replied, as if, no matter how talented he is, he still can't escape the persona of being a silly fool. Oh, Yi Xiaoning elongated her response mischievously, adding, So you mean to say you're still thinking about someone else? In truth, everyone in the 313 female dormitory was well aware of whom Zhang Jia had feelings for, as she had never concealed her affections for that particular someone. At that moment, Sun Yuxiao felt a pang of longing, while Li Dongdong scoffed dismissively, saying, What is so special about Chen Mo? Aside from his height, he lacks any other redeeming qualities. I really don't understand what you find appealing about him. Zhang Jia remained non-committal, echoing her prior sentiment. You wouldn't understand. All right, fine. I do not comprehend, but you surely do. Li Dongdong continued to regard Chen Mo with disdain. As their conversation unfolded, the trio had completed their preparations. Just before stepping out, Zhang Jia inquired of Sun Yuxiao. Yuxiao, we 3 are planning to have dinner first, and then head directly to the school auditorium to await the commencement of the evening gala. Would you care to join us? Having indulged in a copious amount of meat at lunch, Sun Yuxiao felt no hunger whatsoever. Moreover, she had no intention of accompanying Zhang Jia and the others to the auditorium, so she replied, I'm not hungry yet. You may go ahead. Oh, very well then, Zhang Jia remarked, unfazed, with Yi Xiaoning and Li Dongdong similarly indifferent. After all, they were accustomed to Sun Yuxiao's usual tendency to be somewhat of a lone wolf. Once the 3 roommates departed, Sun Yuxiao retrieved her medication. This particular medication was intended for evening consumption, but she worried that in the raucous atmosphere of the welcoming party, she might struggle to maintain her composure, so she opted to take it a bit early. Glancing at the clock, she deemed it still early. She had intended to jot down some reflections related to Chen Mo, but her phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, Sun Yuxiao pressed the answer button and softly uttered, "Mother."